Chapter 1. The Early Morning. Li Xian opened his eyes and rose from his single bed. He cast a glance towards the rather narrow window on one side of the room, where the sky outside still lingered in twilight. The light of the stars had yet to grace the planet, known as Guansuosi. Although it was still early, Li Xian found himself devoid of any desire to sleep, likely a consequence of his biological clock's influence. Li Xian was a recent graduate of military training, having undergone 8 years of rigorous training and study that equipped him with fundamental military knowledge and rudimentary commanding skills. Now that he had graduated, the habits cultivated over the years were not so easily altered. The room was quite cramped aside from Li Zin's single bed. It was cluttered with various mechanical paraphernalia, an assortment of tools and oil-stained bearings, alongside rudimentary mechanical repair instruments. Even beneath the steel-framed bed lay a myriad of mechanical components. Stepping out of his room, Li Xian found himself in a repair shop, flanked by shelves brimming with assorted disarrayed parts. At the center stood a workbench. As Li Xian gazed at the enormous mechanical arm atop the workbench, his brow furrowed involuntarily. The arm was undeniably antiquated, its crude mechanical parts coated in a grimy amalgamation of dust and oil. Li Xian could not identify its model. It was at least 3 to 5 decades old. Upon his return last year, he had not encountered this mechanical arm. It seemed to have been purchased only this year. Despite its age, this mechanical arm was relatively new for a small civilian repair shop, still in its initial adjustment phase 90% new, a rare find. Li Xian patted the mechanical arm and conducted a cursory examination to discern any potential issues. Fortunately, while it appeared somewhat dirty and aged, it had been relatively well maintained. His attention shifted to the workbench before him, which currently held a rifle. As a military trainee, Li Xian was quite familiar with this weapon. It was a firearm boasting a caliber of 7.8 millimeters, utilizing a magazine feed with a standard capacity of 30 rounds and the option for an extended magazine in special operational scenarios. This weapon was durable and still retained a significant presence on Guansuosi. Now that the interstellar era had dawned, an array of high-tech weaponry had emerged. Even individual weaponry had seen substantial advancements: laser rifles, electromagnetic rifles, Gauss rifles, plasma rifles, and more have been developed and even deployed on a large scale. Yet, the quantity of the traditional firearm remained considerable, primarily due to its simplicity and cost-effectiveness, while still possessing commendable lethality. For an unarmored target, whether struck by a laser bullet, an electromagnetic projectile, or a traditional gunpowder round, the impact was indistinguishable. Much like in the ancient times of Blue Star, where superpowers wielded aircraft carriers, primitive tribes continued to hunt with spears. Weapons, for the most part, suffice when they can eliminate an enemy, whether that be through heavy bombardment or a spear's thrust. The distinction may not hold significant meaning for the deceased. The rifle on the workbench was evidently there for repairs, and it was not the sole weapon in need of attention. Beneath the workbench lay an entire box filled with firearms awaiting maintenance. Li Xian lifted the rifle, skillfully performing a bolt-action check. The rifle's issue was straightforward. It appeared to have been struck, resulting in a malfunction of the feeding system. For such minor problems, if conditions permitted, one could simply replace the faulty parts. This weapon was so commonplace here that the availability of components was assured. Li Xian disassembled the rifle entirely, examining the damaged parts. The extent of the rifle's damage was somewhat more severe than anticipated. He turned and approached the shelf piled high with various components, the clattering of metal echoing as he rummaged through the disarray. Soon enough, he located his target among the chaotic assortment. After reassembling the rifle with the nearly new parts, Li Xian completed the repairs. Click! Listening to the sound of the bolt, Li Xian conducted a final inspection. The firearm had been restored to functionality. He placed the rifle into a clean box on the side and then picked up another weapon from the maintenance pile. Observing the dried black stains on this weapon, Li Zin's expression remained unchanged. He recognized what it was. The residue was dried blood, indicating that the original owner of these weapons may have met a similar fate as the firearms themselves. Yet, Li Xian took this in stride. Guansu for it was not a safe planet, and bloodshed and death were all too commonplace here. Early in the morning, clanging and banging. What? Do you want me to die sooner? A grating voice echoed from behind Li Xan, soon followed by the heavy sound of footsteps drawing near. Before the figure even approached, Li Xian could already detect the pungent odor of sweat mingled with oil emanating from him. Li Xian chose to ignore the intrusion and continued silently repairing the weapons on the workbench. A robust arm, covered in dark, coarse hair, reached for the weapon Li Xian had just repaired. The man's boisterous voice rang out again. "You fool. Don't new parts cost money? You just use them like that." He pointed at the replaced components on the workbench. "Couldn't these be fixed instead? Why just replace them?" Li Xian turned to face the intruder, a middle-aged man who had succumbed to the ravages of time, his belly protruding due to physical decline. He had lost his legs, replaced by an antiquated mechanical prosthetic. This man was Li Xin's uncle, Li Zhuang, his guardian and the first person he encountered after being reborn into this era as an infant. At that moment, Li Zhuang furrowed his brow, casting a disapproving glare at Li Xian, as if he had committed some unforgivable transgression. Li Xian held the replaced parts in his hand and replied, "It's fine, you'll just refurbish these parts until they're as good as new anyway. You're worthless. How on earth did you manage to graduate? Better not to go to a company, they'll surely berate you. I have to clean up after you for even this small task. You ought to practice with me for a few more years." Li Zhuang's expression soured significantly as he shoved Li Xian aside and busied himself at the workbench. Li Xian, accustomed to such treatment, chose not to respond further. He cleaned the grease from his hands, picked up a tube of energy paste, expertly opened it, and squeezed the paste into his mouth. Energy paste was a staple for the inhabitants of Guansuosi, typically devoid of flavor, yet replete with a potent industrial essence. People had no choice, though tasteless. It contained all the nutrients needed for survival. For those who consumed it regularly, like Li Zhuang with his declining physical health, it could lead to fat accumulation. One tube could sustain an adult for an entire day, a testament to the energy it contained. Once Li Xian consumed the last of the energy paste, ensuring he had squeezed every drop, he was satisfied. Suddenly, the sound of metal clattering echoed as the shop's roll-up door was struck. "Is anyone there? Open the door. I'm coming. What's all the banging in the early morning?" Li Zhuang grumbled in a voice laden with annoyance. Nevertheless, he dutifully opened the roll-up door, squinting against the dim light as he peered at the two figures outside. Outside, a middle-aged man in uniform squinted slightly, adjusting his glasses. "I'm looking for Li Xian. He lives here, correct?" "Looking for Li Xian? Who are you? What do you want?" Li Zhuang's brow furrowed as he scrutinized the man, the roll-up door still partially raised. His eyes brimmed with suspicion on Guansu, for a clean, tidy uniform signified that one belonged to a corporation, and their rank was likely not low. Such individuals clearly should not be here. Before the man outside could speak, Li Xin's voice rang out from behind. "It's me you're looking for." With a single hand, he pressed against the roll-up door, exerting a gentle force to fully raise it. "Please come in." Li Xian invited the two at the door inside. Li Zhuang regarded Li Xian and the two newcomers with a skeptical gaze. The two figures outside bore a resemblance akin to that of a father and son. The younger man nodded first, then followed Li Xian into the relatively cramped repair shop. The middle-aged man furrowed his brows, clearly unimpressed by the disarray of the repair shop. However, contemplating his son's concerns, he suppressed his discomfort and stepped inside. Leading the way, Li Xian kicked aside a mechanical component that obstructed their path, guiding the two into his room. Li Zhuang followed closely behind, eager to enter as well, but was halted by Li Xian. Li Zhuang, shorter than Li Xian by half a head, looked up with a frown. Li Xian glanced down at him and remarked, "It's too cramped in there, you should stay out." "Oomph, I want to go in, but I certainly want to see what tricks you have up your sleeve." Li Zhuang scoffed before turning to leave. With a resounding bang, Li Xian shut the door, turning his attention to the two individuals in the room. At that moment, both were seated on Li Xin's bed. The young man appeared somewhat uneasy, not entirely due to the room's limited space. The middle-aged man, however, exuded a calm demeanor. "Li Xian, The young man hesitated, clearly acquainted with Li Xian. Bai Mu, it's been a long time, Li Xian greeted with a smile. Bai Mu quickly returned the greeting. Indeed, it has been quite a while. After their exchange, Bai Mu seemed to relax a little, shedding his earlier tension. Hello, Uncle Bai. Li Xian also acknowledged the middle-aged man beside him. The man was Bai Chuan, Bai Mu's father. Bai Chuan nodded, showing no intent for further pleasantries. He stated, "We have come to see you for a specific reason, as you're likely aware." Seeing this, Li Xian settled himself onto a nearby pile of parts, nodding with a composed demeanor. "I understand. I brought the contract and the item you requested. If you have no objections, sign the contract, and the item will be yours," Bai Chuan declared, retrieving a contract and a boxed item from his briefcase. Li Xin's gaze first fell on the boxed object in Bai Chuan's hand before shifting to the contract. He calmly asked, "May I take a look at it first?" Without further ado, Bai Chuan handed both items to Li Xian. Despite the considerable value of one of the items, Bai Chuan expressed no concern. His status far exceeded that of Li Xian. As long as Li Xian was a reasonable individual, he would not dare to play tricks. Holding the two items, Li Xian felt far less tranquil than his expression suggested. One was an employment contract, and the other was a potion. Both would drastically alter Li Xin's fate moving forward. Li Xian first placed the box potion on his lap and began scrutinizing the contract beside him. The title caught his eye: Blueprint Biotech Group Employment Contract. Continuing to read, he found his personal information already filled in on the form. Li Xian did not linger on his details for long. The confidentiality level of his information was not particularly high, and it was no great matter if someone else acquired it and filled out the form. As he flipped through the contract, he encountered a series of clauses detailing the salary and benefits the company would provide, alongside the obligations he was expected to fulfill. At the end, he came across a line that read, "The employee has voluntarily signed the dispatch agreement and will be assigned to Hung Defense Company within 7 working days of employment." Here, only the name is left blank, awaiting Li Xian to inscribe his own. After reviewing the contract, Li Xian let out a soft sigh. Although he had long prepared himself mentally and had painstakingly sought this opportunity, the reality of the contract placed before him made him feel he had previously overestimated his own situation. Blueprint Biotech Group reigns over many cities in this land, and becoming an employee of this conglomerate is the aspiration of everyone residing here, including Li Xian himself. Without the ancillary clauses, this contract would be one that Li Xian could never hope to acquire, even if he were to sell himself multiple times over. However, the complications arise from the ancillary clauses that Hung Defense Company is a subsidiary under the Security Department of Blueprint Biotech Group. IT is not a wholly owned subsidiary, but does hold shares. The current location of Hung Defense Company is a war zone. The adversary is the Milda Knights, another faction of human colonizers. Both sides belong to different powers, occupying considerable territory and settlements on this planet. Signing this contract means that Li Xian will be dispatched to the war zone by Blueprint Biotech after his employment, and to a company that is relatively unsafe, which is indeed bad news. Nevertheless, Li Xian understands that it is precisely for this reason that the contract has come into his hands. Originally, this contract was meant to be signed by Bai Mu, as Bai Chuan had spent a significant amount of money and utilized connections to allow Bai Mu to bypass many clauses and join Blueprint Biotech Group directly. But who would have anticipated that this originally desirable position would ultimately transform into a poison cloaked in sweetness? Thus, Bai Chuan needed to find a substitute for his son. He needed a stand-in. And Li Xian was in search of a future, leading to a perfect agreement between the two to T this moment. Li Xian glanced at another condition in his hand and slowly opened the box. What came into view was a vial of light blue serum, from which he extracted a tube containing tiny, twinkling points of light, reminiscent of stars. Li Xian's gaze was slightly entranced by this serum, which had the potential to alter his fate and was the condition under which he was willing to sign the aforementioned contract. Inside the box, there was also a manual for the serum's usage. A silver-white syringe, and its name, Number 7 Psionics Stimulant Compound. Psionics is the key to humanity's strength and the foundation upon which their dominance over the stars rests. However, mastering psionics is no simple feat. Unless one is born into a family that inherently possesses psionics, Others must rely on serum to stimulate their bodies to harness psionic abilities. The number 7 psionic stimulant compound is precisely such a serum. Li Xian gazed at the serum in his hand, eyeing the shimmering syringe in the box, contemplating the assembly of the syringe and the sharp jab it would deliver to his neck. This would be the turning point. Thereafter, it would depend on whether his body could endure it and successfully activate his psionic potential. Bai Chuan seemed to sense Li Xian's thoughts and calmly remarked, "I believe you wouldn't want to inject it here. Should you succeed, you would still be classified as an illegal psionic. If caught, it could cost you your life." That Li Xian repressed the longing in his gaze. Reluctantly placing the syringe back, he then said, "Of course not. I am well aware of the rules." Though he spoke thus, his eyes remained fixated on the number 7 psionic stimulant compound. After considerable deliberation, he finally managed to place it back into the box and close it. Subsequently, he picked up the contract and glanced at Bai Mu. Bai Mu, being astute, promptly handed him a pen and sealed. It was surprising that even in this interstellar age, signing documents remained so straightforward. Of course, Li Xian understood that this simplicity stemmed from his lower status. Had he held a higher rank, or if this contract were of greater significance, the signing process would have necessitated more extensive verification, such as blood extraction, pupil scanning, and even chip authorization. But now, merely signing his name and pressing his thumbprint sufficed. After completing the contract, Li Xian exhaled a long breath of resignation and handed it to Bai Chuan. Observing Li Xian's demeanor, Bai Chuan shook his head slightly, saying, "Don't look so reluctant. The opportunity one am giving you is already out of consideration for your friendship with Bai Mu. Joining Blueprint as a formal employee is a rare fortune. Even if it means going to a war zone, many would clamor for such a chance." Li Xian composed himself and nodded in agreement, replying, "Uncle Bai is right. This indeed is my good fortune." Bai Chuan's statement held no fallacy. Finding a stand-in for Bai Mu was not a difficult task. Even if the contract required an individual with 8 years of basic military training and multiple accolades as an outstanding student, there was no shortage of candidates on Guansuosi. For this opportunity afforded to Li Xian was indeed a favor from Bai Chuan and Bai Mu. For Bai Mu, he could have sought a better, more stable, and less perilous job upon joining Blueprint, rendering the allure of this position in a war zone rather minimal. However, for others, including Li Xian, this constituted an exceedingly precious life-risking contract. Bai Chuan neatly filed the contract into his briefcase and, after a moment's thought, continued, "I think you should carefully consider your situation before the injection. After all, administering the serum may not necessarily be a blessing. Once the psionic stimulant is injected, it will no longer be within your control. I personally suggest that you sell it. At the very least, it could improve your living conditions." That Li Xian nodded, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Bai. I will give it serious thought." Bai Chuan discerned Li Xian's insincerity, yet refrained from further comment and stood to leave with his son. Noticing this, Li Xian promptly opened the door. Outside, a burly man stood at the entrance, Li Zhuang, whose demeanor suggested he had been eavesdropping, and oh wonder there had been no sounds of maintenance during their conversation. Upon seeing the door open, Li Zhuang quickly turned to feign busyness. After glancing at him, Li Xian chose not to say anything further and accompanied Bai Chuan and Bai Mu to the exit. Bai Chuan remarked, "All right, this is where we part ways." "Understood, Uncle Bai," Li Xian nodded. Bai Mu added, "Goodbye, Li Xian. I hope to hear good news from you." Li Xian smiled faintly, stating, "You will only receive my good news." Bai Mu's face broke into a smile, and soon thereafter, the father and son stepped into their vehicle, which departed with a gentle hum of the engine. Li Xian watched the vehicle until it disappeared from sight before turning around. Upon doing so, he realized that Li Zhuang was standing a short distance behind him. Watching intently, Li Xian said nothing further and walked back to his room, retrieving the neatly packaged serum and placing it into a black backpack. Observing Li Xian's preparations to leave, Li Zhuang could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Do you really have to go to Hungan Defense? I've heard that a war zone, and with that serum, can't you just forego the injection? I've heard the success rate for psionic injections is quite low, with a significant chance of failure. I still have your father's pension in my card. Why not skip this? It would be enough to find you a wife. At this moment, Li Zhuang appeared devoid of his previous predatory demeanor, his expression reflecting genuine concern as he brandished the card in his hand. Li Xian took the card, glanced at it, and with a smile, returned it to Li Zhuang's chest, saying, "The contract is already signed. How could I possibly not go? He has been dead for over a decade. Even if there's a pension, it must have been exhausted by now. You should save that money for your own retirement, or if needed, find yourself a woman. Rest assured, I shall not succumb to failure. I am destined for success." Li Zhuang's complexion paled somewhat, his lips murmuring, yet no words emerged. Given his temperament, articulating so much without losing his temper was quite an accomplishment. Li gently patted Li Zhuang on the shoulder. Speaking calmly, "Old man, you have devoted your life to raising me, spending your days in this cramped repair shop, scrimping and saving to support my education. I am aware of the hardships you have endured. Now that I have graduated and come of age, while the repair shop is not without merit, residing here for a lifetime is not the life I desire. Since you have some savings and no longer need to support me, why not seize the opportunity while that fellow below is still useful and find yourself a woman? Who knows, you might even be blessed with a younger brother." Upon hearing this, Li Zhuang sighed, responding, "Your temperament is quite similar to your father's. However, you speak with reason. It is indeed time I cease spending on you. Tomorrow, I shall seek a companion." Satisfied, Li Xian smiled and turned away, slinging his black bag across his chest as he exited the repair shop. He did not glance back, for he knew Li Zhuang was undoubtedly watching him. Li Xian was uncertain whether he would have the chance to return. The recent farewell appeared joyful for both him and Li Zhuang, and he felt it best not to turn back and disrupt the atmosphere. Striding forward, he was followed by Li Zhuang, whose mechanical prosthetics clanked heavily as he reached the doorway, just as Li Xian had observed the departure of the Baichuan father and son. This man stood at the entrance, watching Li Xian's silhouette fade into the distance. The tall figure before Li Zhuang evoked memories from over a decade ago, when he had watched another's figure gradually recede. That was Li Xian's father, Li Zhuang's brother. At this moment, their silhouettes bore a striking resemblance. The corners of Li Zhuang's eyes grew moist as he beheld the two similar figures, illuminated by the starlight, their forms slowly vanishing. Only when Li Xian's figure turned the corner and disappeared from sight did Li Zhuang exhale a deep, melancholic sigh. He turned to gaze at the repair shop that had been his home for so many years, tightened his grip on the card in his hand, and pulled down the roll-up door. After securing the entrance, he murmured, "Li Xian is right. It is time for me to find a woman as well." Emerging from the alleyway, Li Xian let out a soft sigh and hailed ACABT of the Lingning Center. "Sure thing," the driver replied, and the vehicle sped off. Through the rearview mirror, the driver observed Li Xian, particularly the bag slung across his chest. Unable to resist, he asked, "Are you going for Lingning stimulation?" Li Xian retrieved a handgun from his waist, casually resting it on his thigh as he replied, "Ask what you must. Refrain from inquiries beyond that." The driver chuckled awkwardly, casting a glance at the loaded weapon without daring to say more. Although the city's gun control was not exceedingly strict, those who possessed firearms were few and far between. The driver had no desire to ascertain whether Li Xian's weapon was genuine or to gamble on the presence of ammunition within. As the journey progressed, the car glided smoothly, buildings and crowds rapidly receding on either side. Li Xian's gaze drifted to the window, passing a bustling construction site. The workers there were not solely human. The indigenous Kairu people were also present. This bipedal avian race, having lost the ability to fly, remained sentient beings. After humanity's conquest of this planet, they were relegated to the roles of slaves and laborers, tasked with mining, construction, and hazardous chemical work. Humans had even developed specialized tools for their use, aimed at enhancing their work efficiency. Upon leaving the construction site behind, Li Xian redirected his attention that he was now quite close to his destination. Soon, the vehicle came to a halt, and Li Xian extracted some change to pay the fare before stepping out. Standing before the imposing structure, he lifted his gaze to the towering edifice. He turned his head, surveying the surroundings, and sighed softly. This was truly the heart of the city. While their residence was merely a common area, bordering on a slum, Li Xian did not linger at the entrance for long. As the bustling crowd surged around him, for someone like Li Xian, hailing from the impoverished district, the prospect of Lingning stimulation was a considerable challenge. Yet for the city as a whole, it was not an insurmountable task. Upon entering the building, even Li Exin, dressed in plain attire, was met with no unusual glances. This was a commonplace occurrence here, where the wealthy donned luxurious garments alongside the impoverished in tattered clothes. For the affluent, the cost of Lingming stimulation was merely a trifling expense, while for the destitute, such an endeavor represented the accumulated wealth of generations. After passing through security, only the box of medication remained on Li Exin. All other belongings were temporarily stored away. In the air, small flying robots guided all who entered, directing them to their respective destinations. One such robot soon approached Li Exin, who scrutinized it closely. The round device bore no visible means of flight propulsion, relying entirely on the building itself for mobility. "Welcome, civilian. Auxiliary Unit 9527 is at your service. Please articulate your needs succinctly," Li Exin replied. "I require the Lingming stimulation medication to activate my Lingming." The central red signal on the round robot blinked momentarily before it responded. "Understood. Please follow me and heed the green dashed line below." The robot pivoted, leading Li Exin toward a nearby elevator. Once inside, the elevator's floors illuminated rapidly. Li Exin gazed at the number 36, waiting in silence. Ding! With a crisp sound, they arrived at the desired level, and Li Exin followed Robot 9527 ahead. He was not the sole visitor to this floor. Every time an elevator opened, another individual stepped out. Some emerged from the elevator, while others staggered from the corridor. Navigating through a lengthy hallway, Li Exin lost track of how many turns they took before arriving at a room. As he entered, the door closed behind him, revealing a starkly minimalist space in the roughly 15-square-meter room. A single integrated alloy table and chair occupied the center. Nothing else was present. Li Exin seated himself, and the 9527 robot lowered itself, activating a signal light that projected an image onto the table. It was a contract. "Civilian, please read the risk warning contract carefully and confirm your understanding before signing." Li Exin scrutinized the projected contract, which detailed all precautions following the Lingming stimulation, including contingency plans should activation fail. After thorough review, he nodded and inquired, "No issues, but how do I sign?" "Please observe my signal light. Once the green light illuminates, confirm your intent to sign the agreement." AS instructed. The robot's green light glowed. "Confirm signing the agreement." Li Exin's calm voice resonated. "Beep. Please retrieve the Lingming stimulation medication and place it on the table for inspection." Li Exin hastily retrieved the vial and, after assembling the syringe and other apparatus, placed them upon the alloy-crafted table before him. Thus, a mesmerizing array of colors illuminated the space. The robot appeared to be scanning the vial of serum. Once the lights dimmed, the robot announced, "Detection complete. Target identified as the number 7 psionic stimulus compound. Purity 35, quality D1 level. Civilian advisory. This serum is not recommended for use. The success rate for psionic activation is between 10 to 15. With a failure rate of 20-35 and a distortion probability of 50-70, please confirm if you wish to proceed." Li Exin exhaled deeply. According to the information he had reviewed, D1 level represented the lowest tier of this serum, with anything inferior classified as waste. Yet he found himself devoid of choices. This was the only serum he could obtain. With a tranquil gaze, Li Exin declared, "Confirm injection. Recording command. Initiating the injection of the 7 psionic stimulus compound. Please remove your upper garments." Upon hearing this, Li Exin promptly shed his clothing from the waist up. The robot 9527 descended slowly, extending 2 small mechanical arms from its side, which then grasped the vial. It maneuvered to Li Exin's side, and with the other arm equipped with a nozzle, sprayed alcohol for disinfection onto his neck. Shoo! The sharp needle pierced Li Exin's neck, and the mechanical arm injected the serum into his bloodstream. In that fleeting moment of injection, Li Exin experienced an indescribable sensation, as if a searing heat surged into his body. Civilian advisory. The 7 psionic stimulus compound will begin to take effect within 1 to 3 minutes post-injection. Please prepare mentally. We wish you success in activating your psionic abilities. Gazing at the robot before him, Li Exin expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. I will succeed." The robot offered no further response, instead ascending to the ceiling and anchoring itself there, directing its scanner towards the Exan below. Exan remained silent, sitting upright in the chair, closing his eyes in anticipation of the unknown fate that awaited him. For many, the desire to activate psionic abilities represented a perilous gamble. Even with the injection of a psionic stimulant, not everyone could awaken their powers. Based on the data he had reviewed, even superior serums bore significant failure rates. He recalled a statistical chart indicating that for the number 7 psionic stimulus compound, the success rate for B2 level usage was merely 28. With a staggering failure rate of 46 and a distortion rate reaching 26, this was deemed a relatively good serum, with B, C, and D classifications all divided into 5 tiers, with level 1 being the lowest and level 5 the highest. The disparity between his D1 level and the B2 level serum was akin to comparing heaven and earth. Merely the difference in tiers was a staggering 12 levels, not to mention the other variances. Li Xian's chances of success were minuscule, while the likelihood of failure loomed high, and the risk of distortion was even greater. Yet he found himself with no alternative. He was a traveler, having once lived on Blue Star. The circumstances of his death remained a mystery, but during his life, he had been a mere cog in the machine, toiling day in and day out, having experienced the drudgery of life at the bottom of society. Li Xian yearned to escape this fate in his current life. Moreover, this world differed from Blue Star. Even the lowest-tier workers there could indulge in some junk food, despite the harsh realities of technology and labor. At least there was flavor. In contrast, the lower echelons of society in his current environment provided neither safety nor taste. Li Xian had consumed industrially produced energy paste for over a decade. While he had grown accustomed to it, it did not mean he relished it. He aspired to ascend to the pinnacle of life, to savor delectable foods rather than subsist solely on energy paste. It was either rise to greatness or perish. Li Xian had but one path to success. However, as he contemplated this, he soon sensed something amiss. Why did these 3 minutes feel like an eternity? This thought dawned on him, and he realized he could no longer move. His body rendered rigid, a wave of confusion washed over him, and he mentally cursed. What the hell? Why am I thinking so much now? This can't be leading to a death montage, can it? As the sensation intensified, he felt an unsettling warmth enveloping him, as if a furnace burned within his chest. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, a testament to his body's instinctive attempt to cool down that if this high temperature persisted, even an interstellar human could not endure for long. Prolonged exposure would surely damage his internal organs, with his brain being the first casualty. Yet, none of this was within Li Xian's conscious control. He could only silently rage within. Even straining with all his might, he could merely cause his fingers to tremble slightly, with no capacity for further movement. Inside him, it felt as though a volcano was on the brink of eruption. Soon, he noticed small bumps forming on his arm, as if numerous tiny creatures scurried beneath his skin. No, not just one. It felt as if a dozen little rodents were traversing his flesh. This was merely what he could see. The horrors lurking beyond his line of sight were likely far worse. Panic engulfed Li Xian, his eyes wide with terror, and he even felt an itch on his face as a twisted appendage sprouted from his skin. Delicate, fleshy tendrils, pink and vibrant, appeared before his very eyes. Helplessly, he could do nothing but watch as these tendrils writhed in front of him. He mentally screamed, "What the hell? Are they going to grow tentacles too?" Within the room, the robotic voice of 9527 echoed ominously. "Alert! Alert! Civilian undergoing distortion. Preparing for distortion containment." As 9527's voice resonated, the ceiling suddenly opened, revealing a massive electromagnetic rifle descending from above. In that moment, Li Xian felt a flicker of regained control over his body. He heard 9527's voice and, in a state of panic, lifted his head. However, this action consumed precious time. By the time he raised his gaze, he found himself staring down the barrel of the gun. This was no ordinary firearm. It was at least a 20mm caliber electromagnetic rifle. Although the caliber was substantial, it was indeed a rifle. As a military trainee, Li Xian recognized the weapon's attachments beneath it. A flamethrower. Panic surged through Lee Xian's mind. If this rifle were to blast him in the head, followed by a fiery incineration from the flamethrower, cleaning up this room would be a breeze. And no wonder it was so barren. It was likely designed for easy maintenance, with this thought racing through his mind. Lee Xian's eyes widened in horror, but he could not die. Not in this cramped space. He had yet to taste flavorful food on the planet Guansuosi, nor had he experienced the pleasures of interstellar women. I must succeed. Lee Xian finally found his voice, though it emerged in disjointed fragments, each syllable seemingly extracted with immense effort. Boom! A burst of electric arcs erupted from Lee Xian's body, a pale blue lightning sweeping across the room. Crackle! In an instant, the room was permeated by the acrid scent of ozone, a byproduct of the air singed by electric arcs. Lee Xian finally regained his mobility. The writhing skin on his arms and body ceased its undulation, and even the tentacle on his face gradually withdrew beneath the surface of his skin. In disbelief, he gazed at his hands, reminiscing about the electric arcs that had just erupted before his vision faded to white and he succumbed to dizziness. Lee Xian fainted. However, the robot designated 9527 was far from fainting. As a Psychic Center's robot, everything within this room possessed the capability to withstand psychic attacks, albeit at a modest level. Nevertheless, for Lee Xian, a newly awakened psychic, this degree of protection was more than adequate against his fledgling psychic abilities. The 9527 descended from the ceiling, gently hovering above the alloy table. The distortion alarm was deactivated. Simultaneously, the previously extended electromagnetic rifle, which had boasted an imposing barrel, began to retract. The robot remained still, patiently awaiting Lee Xian's awakening. Eventually, after an indeterminate passage of time, the dazed Lee Xian finally regained consciousness. Struggling to rise after opening his eyes, he felt as if his body had been completely drained. This sensation surpassed even the emptiness he experienced during his past life after enduring multiple consecutive assaults. Slowly, he managed to sit upright in a chair, while the robot utilized a scanner below to examine his physical condition. Congratulations, civilian! Your psychic abilities have been successfully activated. Please follow me to the 21st floor to register your psychic information. Lee Xian endeavored to rise, but soon realized he was still somewhat weak. He replied, I lack the strength at the moment. Could we perhaps wait a while? The signal light on 9527 flickered momentarily as it responded. Civilian, diagnostics indicate that your condition is merely an illusion brought on by psychic depletion. Your bodily functions are not in a state of weakness. Please make an effort to commence movement. This will aid in mastering your psychic abilities and prevent distortion. Despite the encouraging words, 9527 remained by the doorway, awaiting Lee Xian. Lee Xian, having grasped the robot's explanation, understood the underlying cause. However, comprehending the reason did not make it any easier to escape this state. After considerable mental preparation, he finally stood, albeit unsteadily. Upon rising, he discovered that, as the robot had indicated, his physical capabilities had not been diminished. In fact, he felt a certain enhancement in his strength. Could this be the physical transformation brought about by the activation of psychic power? Lee Xian pondered, yet he did not halt his steps. After donning his clothes, he followed the robot at a measured pace. Along the way, he encountered others ascending, similarly struggling with their movements. Those who were aware of the situation regarded Lee Xian with envious glances as he followed the robot toward the elevator. Recognizing that such a state typically indicated a successful activation of psychic abilities. Conversely, those who had failed likely remained in their rooms, awaiting assistance, while the distorted had already been reduced to charred remnants. Lee Xian paid little heed to the stares of others. He staggered into the elevator, which gradually ascended to the 21st floor. Upon disembarking, 9527 guided Lee Xian down a corridor that was notably less crowded than that of the 36th floor. Along the way, he spotted only two individuals, both similarly rigid and unsteady. Following 9527, he entered a room that mirrored the previous one in its stark simplicity: walls of alloy, a pristine floor, and minimalist integrated furniture. As instructed by 9527, Lee Xian seated himself and awaited further instructions. Please hold on. The current queue is extensive, with an estimated waiting time of 23 to 27 minutes. Left with no alternative, Li Xian settled into the chair, idly passing the time. The room contained nothing to occupy his attention. Even as he sought something to engage with, the absence of distractions made time crawl at a maddening pace. He could only gradually move his limbs, hoping to regain full control of his body as swiftly as possible. Finally, after an interminable 26 minutes, a section of the alloy wall slid open, revealing a woman clad in a silver uniform, accompanied by a half-height wheeled robot. Li Xian's gaze fixated on her, unable to look away. For someone like him, residing in the slums of the city and having undergone 8 years of military training, it had been many years since he had encountered a woman of such remarkable beauty. Were there women in the slums? Certainly, but years of consuming nutrient paste and toiling without time for grooming had rendered them far from alluring. This woman, however, was a different story. Her skin was fair, her features exquisite, and her figure remarkable. Even Li Xian, who had previously seen various women enhanced by cosmetic effects, could not deny that she was exceptionally beautiful. His gaze flicked to the nameplate adorning her chest, and upon reading the information, he quickly averted his eyes, daring not to linger, focusing solely on the alloy table before him. The nameplate read, M2D, 10 Assistant Supervisor, Gao Bingyan. The rulers of this city were the Blueprint Biotechnology Group, and all official institutions in the city were, in fact, subsidiaries of the group. The Psychic Center was, of course, a part of Blueprint Biotechnology Group. Within the group, there existed a strict hierarchy, commencing from M1 onward. The contract Li Xian signed today signified his entry into this organization, designating him as an M1 intern. While it may seem that he was merely one level below the woman named Gao Bingyan, in reality, they were separated by a full 10 levels in the rigorously stratified Blueprint Biotechnology Group. While rank may not equate to everything, such a significant disparity in levels warranted caution that Li Xian, who despised trouble above all else, understood that he should tread lightly. Any perceived offense toward this woman could lead to complications. Across from him, Assistant Supervisor Gao Bingyan settled in her seat, accustomed to the glances directed at her beauty. Noticing that Li Xian was too intimidated to meet her gaze, she deemed him a perceptive young Gao Bingyan took her seat. The wheeled robot approached. She casually retrieved a document from above and perused it. Casting a glance at Li Xian after finishing, civilian, Li X. Only then did Li Xian muster the courage to raise his head and respond, "That's me." Gao Bingyan met his gaze before stating, "I have reviewed your file. First and foremost, congratulations on activating your psychic abilities." "Thank you," Li Xian replied sincerely. Gao Bingyan then produced a device, placing it on the table as she continued, "We will now enter the testing phase. Extend your hand and place it into the device. It will assess your psychic energy." Li Xian obediently followed the instructions of the woman. After placing his hand into the device, he felt a jolt of electricity coursing through his body. A few seconds later, he heard a beep from the instrument. Gao Bingyan, upon hearing the sound, activated the device's projection and meticulously examined the inspection report. After a short while, she looked at Li Xian with a smile and said, "Congratulations, Li Xian. You are quite fortunate. Your psychic attributes are healthy and have reached level D2, with an overall energetic state that is active." "What does an active energetic state mean?" Li Xian inquired softly. Gao Bingyan explained, "An active state indicates that your psychic energy will enhance at a relatively swift pace, suggesting that you'll be capable of adapting to a wider range of tasks, with promising prospects for future development." Hearing her words, Li Xian felt a surge of joy within. After organizing the instrument, Gao Bingyan, with a serious expression, continued, "From this moment forth, you will no longer be an ordinary civilian. Your status will automatically transition to that of a civilian psychic practitioner. You must adhere to the laws governing psychic practitioners within the organization. Please read this information carefully when you return. If you possess a chip, you can apply for a download from 9527." A hefty volume of documentation appeared on the wheeled robot beside Gao Bingyan. Xian glanced at it and immediately felt a chill run down his spine. If this book contained the guidelines for psychic practitioners, reading it would undoubtedly be a daunting task. "I have reviewed your experience with psychic stimulation. You were able to utilize the most basic psychic stimulation compound to successfully activate your psychic energy, which is indeed fortunate. However, you must also bear the side effects that come with this compound, Gao Bingyan stated slowly. What issues might arise? Li Xian pressed further. You nearly experienced a distortion during the stimulation. Did you not? Although the distortion has now vanished, that does not imply it will remain absent forever. Throughout your life, you will need to contend with distortions. This is the fate of all psychic practitioners. Should you encounter an onslaught of chaos in your future endeavors or during your psychic training, the distortion may re-emerge. Gao Bingyan succinctly explained, "Is there no definitive method to eradicate the distortion?" Li Xian asked, unwilling to accept this reality. Gao Bingyan shook her head. Li Xian then queried, "If I were to use a higher grade, or even the highest grade, psychic stimulation compound, would that prevent any future distortions?" Gao Bingyan could not suppress a laugh upon hearing this, responding, "What an amusing notion. The onslaught of chaos does not change based on the grade of the compound used. All psychic practitioners face this dilemma. Distortion is a latent crisis that accompanies every psychic practitioner throughout their lives. However, we possess biological intelligence chips that allow us to monitor bodily pollution levels at any time, enabling timely intervention when issues arise." Li Xian nodded silently, pondering biological intelligence chip. This was not a term he had only just encountered. He had heard of it long ago from Bai Mu. Bai Mu had once mentioned that his brother had implanted a biological intelligence chip after activating his psychic energy, which greatly enhanced his performance in both study and work. I see from your records that your family does not seem to have the means to support your implantation of a biological intelligence chip. Gao Bingyan inquired. If an ordinary young man were to be questioned like this by a woman of goddess-like stature, he might feel embarrassed. However, having lived two lives, Li Xian found this a trivial matter. He replied candidly, "Indeed, I have no money. The Psychic Center has recently introduced a low-interest loan for newly initiated psychic practitioners to purchase biological intelligence chips. What do you think? Are you interested?" Gao Bingyan observed Li Xian's forthrightness with newfound respect. Loan? Li Xian was somewhat taken aback. This was a concept he was familiar with. In his previous life, he had missed the opportunity to take advantage of such loans. He had friends who had managed to secure numerous loans, and he couldn't help but feel envious. Yes, it is indeed a loan for the purchase of a biological intelligence chip, Gao Bingyan affirmed with a smile. You may not fully grasp the power of these chips. So let me simplify it for you. Even the most basic biological intelligence chip outperforms the military-grade computers you utilized during your training. Wow, Li Xian gasped in awe. Military-grade computers were indeed powerful, not only in terms of performance, but also in durability. Crucially, in the colonial star of Guansuosi, such computers were exclusive to official institutions. Neither the wealthy nor the impoverished could access them otherwise. So, would you like to acquire one? Gao Bingyan smiled, her demeanor reminiscent of an enchanting siren. Li Xian had already signed a labor contract to head to the war zone. Whether he would survive there was uncertain, making the loan seem a minor concern. Nevertheless, he still posed a critical question. If I am unable to repay this loan, will my guardian be responsible for it? Gao Bingyan shook her head, clarifying, this is a specialized loan for the biological intelligence chip. Since it has no other applications, it will not transfer to someone else for repayment. Upon hearing this, Li Xian did not hesitate for a moment and declared, "Let us do it. I'll take whichever loan offers the highest amount. It seems you are quite a decisive individual." Gao Bingyan chuckled lightly, then gestured for 9527 to project the relevant information. Two projections appeared before Li Xian. One for the D2 military biological intelligence chip, and another for the D2 research biological intelligence chip. Li Xian carefully reviewed the details of both chips and the corresponding loan amounts. He had initially assumed the military chip would be more expensive, only to discover that the research chip was actually pricier. The military chip cost 540 energy coins, while the research chip was priced at 650 energy coins. Energy coins were a currency Li Xian had only heard of but never used, as one could only access them after joining a company. One energy coin represented a unit of tangible energy, holding considerable value. Wait, you actually signed the company's employment contract? Gao Bingyan exclaimed as Li Xian continued to read. Upon hearing her words, Li Xian felt a sudden pang of anxiety. If the labor contract for the war zone was revealed, would the loan still proceed? Surely, no one would be willing to lend money to someone whose life was at risk. He looked at Gao Bingyan with trepidation. Gao Bingyan smiled gently, saying, "Having this employment contract with the organization means your credit rating will be elevated, which in turn increases your loan limit. So, are you interested in upgrading to a better biological intelligence chip?" Her voice sounded almost sweet in Li Xian's ears. "An upgrade is a must. It's a wise choice," Gao Bingyan beamed. With a snap of her fingers, 9527 retracted the previous projections and presented two new ones: the D4 Military Biological Intelligence chip and the D4 Research Biological Intelligence chip. Though the chip rank remained the same, the level had increased by 2 tiers. Li Xian examined the attributes of the chips. This upgrade represented an overall performance enhancement of approximately 18 compared to the D2 level. However, this performance boost also came with a price increase. The military chip now cost 940 energy coins, while the research chip was priced at 1,050 energy coins. With the information about these two biological intelligence chips laid out before him, Li Xian quickly made his decision. Still, he read through the details of both options thoroughly. While he could comprehend most of the terminology, he still lacked a deep understanding as he was about to head to the war zone and join a defense company. His choice would naturally lean towards the military chip. The military and research paths were distinctly different. Otherwise, he would have preferred the more expensive option. After all, a cheaper option might not guarantee quality, while a good one would invariably come at a higher price. Xian glanced at the repayment interest rate for the loan, noting a favorable annual rate of 24. What a commendable rate. The interest rates cast a shadow over Li Xian's mind, yet he found himself with no alternative. Pointing at the military-grade chip, he inquired, "This one, how should I proceed?" Gao Bingyan maintained her sweet demeanor as she replied, "A discerning choice indeed. Considering your destination, opting for a military chip is your most prudent decision. Now, please read the loan agreement thoroughly. Once you sign, we can proceed with the implantation of the biointelligent chip." Upon hearing Gao Bingyan's words, Li Xian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly gathered himself. He meticulously perused the loan agreement. Though it felt futile, the document contained thousands of clauses, many of which bore striking similarities. The experience left Li Xian feeling as if he had prematurely entered a realm of blurred vision. After a cursory glance, he found no apparent issues, and thus said to 9527, "sign." At this moment, he no longer needed to physically sign. He merely had to align his pupils with the new signal light of 9527. After completing the loan agreement, Gao Bingyan's voice resonated. "Congratulations, Li Xian. Your loan has been approved. You are now qualified to purchase a military intelligent chip." Unable to suppress his curiosity, Li Xian asked, "Are you aware that I will be deployed to a war zone? Specifically to Hungin security?" Gao Bingyan nodded. "Yes, I am aware. Your profile indicates a lower clearance level, allowing me access to nearly all your information. Then why are you willing to grant me a loan? Are you not concerned that I might perish there? Or do you consider my situation relatively safe?" Li Xian probed further. Gao Bingyan casually responded, "According to data analysis, you have a 25 probability of dying within the first 2 weeks of entering the war zone, and a 44 probability of dying within the first month." Li Xian was taken aback by the alarming statistic, nearly exclaiming in disbelief that, of course, this is merely data analysis. Gao Bingyan gently reassured him. Before Li Xian could exhale in relief, she added, "You may die even sooner." Li Xian stared at her, dumbfounded, and questioned, "Then why would you still issue me a loan?" "Why not?" Gao Bingyan tilted her head slightly, puzzled by Li Xian's query that if I die, one T that ruined the account. Li Xian frowned, seeking clarity. "Indeed, it will be compromised. But what of it?" Gao Bingyan nodded. "Although I initiated the loan, the funds are not mine. They belong to the corporation. Hence, it is the corporation that bears the loss." With this statement, her eyes crinkled with amusement. Li Xian, speechless, could not help but exclaim, "How splendid! Truly remarkable! Enough of this. I shan't waste time." Gao Bingyan waved her hand dismissively. "My task is complete. Now, follow 9527 for the chip implantation." Without waiting for Li Xian to respond, she rose and gracefully exited through the side's alloy door. I in the room. 9527's signal light flickered. Civilian, please follow me. Li Xian, feeling a sense of loss as he watched Gao Bingyan depart, glanced at the hovering 9527. Who would want to follow this robot? I desire a beautiful companion. Though he thought this, he obediently followed the robot. Upon re-entering the elevator, they set their sights on the 65th floor. As they emerged from the elevator, Li Xian caught a strong whiff of disinfectant in the air, indicating that this level was likely designated for surgical procedures. Following the guiding dotted line of 9527, Li Xian eventually found himself in an operating room. Yet he had not truly entered. Instead, it appeared he was in a sterilization area. A large glass barrier separated him from the actual operating room, which was filled with numerous instruments he could not identify. Civilian, please wait here. Medical personnel will arrive in 5 minutes. Wishing you a successful operation. 9527 announced before ascending to the ceiling to await further instructions. Li Xian stood before the operating table, patiently awaiting the arrival of the medical team. Fortunately, the wait was not lengthy. Soon, the alloy door slid open to reveal a team of 5 clad in blue surgical attire. Observing the trio of men, presumably doctors, and 2 women, likely nurses, Li Xian felt a mix of trepidation and intrigue. One nurse approached him and said, "Civilian, please cooperate with my instructions." Thus, Li Xian became like a puppet on strings, thoroughly disinfected and changed into appropriate attire under the nurse's guidance. Once he lay on the table and was fully anesthetized, the surgery commenced. However, this was a scene he would not witness. The doctors skillfully made an incision in Li Xian's forehead, implanting a biointelligent chip the size of a fingernail into his brain. The operation proved lengthy, lasting approximately an hour. Once completed, the doctor utilized a nearby device to stitch up Li Xian's forehead. And with a blend of spray and laser, his forehead returned to its original state, scarcely revealing any signs of surgery. Li Xian drifted into a deep, restful slumber. Upon awakening, he stretched and felt that this was the most refreshing sleep he had experienced in years. As he fully regained consciousness and surveyed his surroundings, a wave of realization washed over him. He remembered his current position. From this moment forth, he had bid farewell to his ordinary past. He had signed a contract with Blueprint, activated his psychic abilities, implanted a biointelligent chip, and accrued a substantial debt. From now on, each day he awoke, he would face the burden of significant loans. The tranquility of his previous life had irrevocably departed. Rising from the bed, 9527 flew before him once more. "Civilian, congratulations. Your D4 biointelligent chip has been successfully implanted. Please silently declare. Activate chip. Embrace your intelligent life." Li Xian nodded at 9527, though he was uncertain why he was nodding at a robot. Closing his eyes, he followed the robot's guidance and began to silently chant, "Activate chip. Ding. The D4 military version biointelligent chip has been successfully activated. Thank you for supporting Blueprint Biotechnology. Next, I will lead you into the intelligent world." As the voice resonated in his mind, the chip was officially activated. The chip required 13 authorizations from him. Shall we proceed? Here it came. The familiar sensation. Li Xian felt as though he were downloading a new app from his previous life. After carefully reading the authorization options, he granted them all. "Please assign a suitable name for your chip." Li Xian pondered and silently declared, "Zero. Very well. Zero is at your service. Would you like to initiate the beginner's tutorial?" Commence. Following the step-by-step instructions of the chip, Li Xian began to develop a preliminary understanding of its functionalities. As for further understanding, it is anticipated that one must learn and adapt in the course of future life and work. Li Xian's comprehension of Zero is summarized in the following points. 1. Language and translation capabilities, enabling instantaneous translation of all languages recorded in the linguistic database. 2. Enhanced memory and learning abilities. The chip can download both fundamental and advanced knowledge from the database, aiding the host in swiftly mastering this information. 3. Cognitive assistance and decision support, providing immediate information analysis, logical reasoning, and strategic recommendations in complex tasks. 4. Security and privacy protection, instant detection of chaotic erosion levels, preventing unauthorized access and malicious data tampering. Point 5, instant communication and information sharing, ensuring seamless communication between soldiers and command centers, facilitating real-time transmission and sharing of battlefield information. Point 6, skill enhancement and training, offering skill training, knowledge updates, and tactical drills based on combat requirements. Point 7, interconnectivity with multiple platforms, capable of connecting with smart firearms and various combat vehicles, allowing for more expedient operations. This is merely the information Lee Xian gleaned after a brief perusal of the beginner's tutorial. Compared to the entirety of the chip, his understanding may still be rather superficial. Yet, even with this limited knowledge, Lee Xian already finds it exceedingly impressive. He opened his eyes, realizing that most functionalities would require gradual exploration in the forthcoming time. The robot 9527 flew to Lee Xian's side and remarked, "Civilian, congratulations. Your biological intelligence chip has been activated. Would you like to authorize a connection to the psionic center's data network? As the saying goes, a pillow comes when one is drowsy. While the chip is remarkable, Zero is still in its nascent activated state. It has introduced its capabilities, yet specific functions remain inaccessible. This is due to the chip's lack of internet connectivity, which prevents the downloading of necessary software and programs. Authorize, quickly authorize. Lee Xian eagerly awaited the opportunity to join the network. Having spent many years without a mobile phone, he had almost forgotten how he managed those days. Network connection successful. Accompanied by the chip's prompt, various programs began to download. Please follow me to the rest area. 9527 guided ahead. Soon, Lee Xian arrived at the rest area on the 5th floor, where he observed several individuals dressed similarly to himself. It appears these are also newly activated contestants. Lee Xian closed his eyes, invoking his psionic energy to perceive the chip within his mind. In no time, after scanning the chip with his psionic energy, he gained a deeper understanding of it. Unlike the chips used in computers, this biological intelligence chip operates on the body's inherent bioelectricity and psionic energy. Moreover, the chip has a significant demand for psionic energy. 0. Calculate how long my psionic energy can sustain the chip's operation. Accepting instructions. Calculation complete. Your psionic energy can support this chip for 2 hours and 36 minutes. Once the psionic energy is depleted, the chip will enter super energy-saving mode, retaining only basic functions. Lee Xian allowed a slight sigh. The chip possesses numerous advantages, yet its operational duration is regrettably short. At this moment, Lee Xian utilized his newly acquired psionic energy to continually assess his body. Upon examining his previously distorted condition, he discovered, beside the Zero chip, a nearly identical chip coalescing. This chip emanated an incredibly familiar sensation, as if it were composed of his very own psionic energy. Under Lee Xian's attentive watch, this chip gradually formed. Psionic chip implantation successful. Chip auto-replication in progress. D4 psionic chip activation successful. A series of notifications flashed through Lee Xian's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. 0. What is a psionic chip? He couldn't help but inquired. No retrieval target found in the database. A sense of unease washed over Lee Xian. If Zero could not locate a target, it suggested two possibilities. Either the psionic chip is genuinely absent from the database, or Zero lacks sufficient authorization. However, neither scenario bodes well. Did he not purchase just one chip? How could a second one appear unexpectedly? Such an occurrence had not been anticipated. During this moment of bewilderment, the newly emerged psionic chip began to overlap with the original Zero chip. Following a burst of static, the two chips temporarily separated. D4 biological intelligence chip has been parsed. 0 at your service. 0 remains 0, yet it is no longer the 0 of old. From this moment forth, Lee Xian's mind houses two chips. One is the biological intelligence chip from Blueprint Corporation, while the other is his psionic chip. Moreover, it appears that the biological intelligence chip has not yet outpaced the psionic chip. 0 has been infiltrated and assimilated by psionic 0. While the situation is complex, the reality has shifted. Lee Xian's expression was intricate. This could be considered good news, at least for now. The biological intelligence chip, regardless of its origin, is a creation of Blueprint Biotechnology Group. After implantation into his mind, it signifies that Li Xian's mind is not solely his own, but also that of Blueprint Biotechnology Group. Now, with the chip birthed from Li Xian's own psionic energy having taken control of the biological intelligence chip, it effectively alleviates a potential hazard for him. Not only that, but Li Xian now possesses 2 chips in his mind. Does this not equate to double the joy? The network authorization initially granted to Zero has directly been acquired by the psionic chip. Currently, both chips are leveraging the psionic center's network, rapidly downloading various knowledge to enrich their capabilities. Delightful. This is truly exhilarating. For Li Xian, concerns about potential issues with the psionic chip in the future have become irrelevant. What matters most is its present utility. The only regret is that the psionic chip can only replicate and cannot innovate autonomously. Why replicate a D4 level chip if it could automatically upgrade to a higher level, such as C, B, or even A-level chips? That would be truly remarkable. Yet, from another perspective, having 2 chips is certainly preferable to one that, whether it be download speed, operational threads, or future computational power, the advantages are doubled. Li Xian felt elated. Could this be his long-awaited golden finger? How splendid is the arrival of this golden finger! However, amidst his joy, Li Xian began to earnestly utilize the chip to acquire more knowledge. The first focus was on pollution levels. This aspect constitutes one of the chip's vital functions, having been specifically categorized as a major item. Moreover, both his performance upon activating his psionic energy and the previous remarks by Gao Bingyan underscore the significance of distortion and pollution levels. At this moment, Li Xian is engrossed in reading and researching information regarding pollution levels, chaos, and pollution level report. This is also the only information that Li Xian can retrieve within his authority. From this data, he has ventured into a realm previously unknown to him, gaining a deeper understanding of the world he has inhabited for over a decade. Psychics are the favored children of human civilization, at least during the era of interstellar expansion. However, with the emergence of subspace, psychics have encountered the most terrifying phenomena. The universe has since been divided into 2 realms. One is the material universe, where Li Xian resides, adorned with brilliant stars. The other is the dark side of the universe, the chaotic world of subspace. Within this subspace dwell countless chaotic beings, the most formidable of which are the 4 chaotic evil gods. Yet, due to insufficient access rights, Li Xian is unable to peruse any information regarding these chaotic deities. Consequently, this segment of data is bypassed, leading him to the next section, following the advent of subspace. All psychics face the potential risk of being tainted by chaos. This became evident during the era of interstellar expansion, when a multitude of psychics succumbed to chaos, ultimately degenerating into chaotic psychics or even chaotic demons. Thus, the entire cosmos entered a dark age, characterized by slaughter and destruction. As time progressed, humanity gradually discovered methods to combat the encroachment of subspace, thereby ensuring the survival of human civilization. The biological intelligence chip emerged as a product of this era. These chips are implanted in the brain and connected to psychic energy. When the host's level of contamination becomes excessively high, indicating a trend towards complete corruption and descent into chaos, the chip will prompt the host to take precautionary measures. Upon seeing this, Li Xian activated the freshly downloaded program to assess his chaotic contamination level. Chaotic contamination level 32. This is considered a relatively high level of contamination. Once it reaches 50, physical distortions will manifest, and at 75, the degree of distortion will continue to intensify. Upon reaching a contamination level of 100, one will descend into chaos. After glancing at the contamination level, Li Xian made a concerted effort to calm his emotions and inquired, "Zero, why is my contamination level so high after just activating my psychic abilities?" The voice of Zero resonated in Li Xian's mind. Self-check in progress. Detection result. The reason for the high contamination level is the host utilized D1 level psychic energy to stimulate compound number 7, resulting in excessive psychic impurities. Recommended actions. Maintain a cheerful disposition. Read more uplifting literature. And the psychic impurities will begin to expel from the body within 72 hours, ultimately being eliminated within 712 hours. Hearing Zero's analysis, Li Xian felt a sense of relief. The impurities could indeed be expelled from his body. He couldn't help but ask, how will they be expelled? Zero replied, through excretion. Li Xian shook his head slightly, having expected a more dramatic process akin to what he had read in novels of his previous life. Imagining some sort of purging. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, the human body's most potent detoxification methods are vomiting, urinating, and defecating. Now, with his capacity for acceptance greatly heightened, the prospect of excretion seemed far more palatable than the idea of expelling it through his mouth. Finally, after sitting in contemplation for half a day, Li Xian completed the download of all the necessary knowledge and programs. Fortunately, this was done at the Psychic Center, eliminating the need for additional energy expenditure for downloading the required network. Otherwise, with his limited psychic energy, he would have likely run out within an hour. Moreover, the extent of what could be downloaded remained uncertain. Once the downloading was thoroughly concluded, Li Xian found no further reason to linger there. He followed 9,527 downstairs and ultimately exited the Psychic Center building. Standing outside the edifice, he gazed at the radiant stars on the horizon as dusk began to settle. Li Xian shielded his eyes from the glare, noting that the rotation period of Guansuosi 4 is 25 hours, and twilight was fast approaching. This activation of psychic energy had consumed nearly 3 days, primarily due to the time spent in a coma following the activation and during the surgical process. Li Xian turned back to look at the towering structure, releasing a sigh of relief. Regardless of what fate awaited him, he felt a surge of happiness. Becoming a psychic might herald a transformative future. As night fell, Li Xian returned to the doorstep of the repair shop. The lights within were still aglow, casting silhouettes of 2 figures. Li Zhuang and a woman were present, from a distance. The woman exhibited distinct characteristics of the underprivileged: dark skin, cropped hair, and an unremarkable physique. She appeared to be in her 30s, an ordinary woman. Both her and Li Zhuang wore smiles, as if filled with hopeful aspirations for the future. Li Zhuang, in his 40s and equipped only with mechanical prosthetics, would have faced difficulties finding a partner in his previous life. Yet here on Guansuosi 4, a colonized planet, possessing a shop in this impoverished area, alongside a skill that everyone requires, signifies a stable future. It seems Li Zhuang's quest for companionship has reached a gratifying conclusion. Observing this scene from the shadows, Li Xian turned away with a smile, choosing not to return to the shop. Although returning now would undoubtedly please Li Zhuang, as he would be overjoyed to see Li Xian alive, this visit would also lead to another farewell. The destination Li Xian was headed to was far from safe. It was a war zone. According to Gao Bingyin's data analysis, there was at least a 50% chance that Li Xian would perish within the first month. Did AS for the second month? She did not specify, but it was likely not promising. Despite having become a psychic, the death of a psychic on this planet was not a significant event. Rather than subjecting Li Zhuang to another round of worry later, it seemed wiser to refrain from returning this time. After Li Xian's departure, Li Zhuang seemed to sense something. He trudged heavily to the shutter door, squinting towards the spot where Li Xian had just stood. But now, that place was empty. Li Xian had long since left. "What are you looking at?" A woman's voice came from behind. Li Zhuang narrowed his eyes, seeing nothing, and slowly extended his hand to lower the shutter. With a clatter, his voice echoed. "Nothing. Closing early today." Li Xian did not return home. Instead, he casually sought out a hotel for lodging. He had no significant belongings at home and little money on him. However, he was about to join Blueprint Biotechnology Group, and soon enough, he would possess everything he needed. Temporary accommodation for a few days would suffice. The money he had was adequate. Once settled into the hotel, Li Xian lay on the bed, experiencing the essence of his psychic energy. Psychic energy is a remarkable force, and mastering it. In most instances, this may not necessarily be a favorable circumstance, at the very least. Once one masters psychic energy, the likelihood of being tainted and corrupted by chaos increases significantly. But a faint arc of electricity flickered upon Li Xian's hand, representing one of the manifestations of his psychic energy. Unlike the overwhelming surge of arcs that erupted during his initial awakening, which nearly engulfed the entire room, this arc possessed relatively modest lethality. If it were to strike an ordinary individual, it would likely feel akin to a jolt from an electric baton. Moreover, This arc had a maximum release distance of merely a few meters. Of course, this limitation could be attributed to Li Xian's low level of psychic energy. After experimenting with his psychic abilities for a while, Li Xian ceased his attempts and opted to await the gradual recovery of his energy. For a newly activated psychic, conducting experiments in an unoccupied room proved exceedingly perilous. Psychic energy is not akin to other substances. Once it emerges from the subspace, it is fraught with peril. When a psychic utilizes their energy, they are not merely drawing upon their internal reservoir. They are, in effect, opening a faucet to the energy residing within the subspace. During this process, the psychic soul becomes conspicuous, akin to a torch ablaze in the darkness. Lighting a torch in the night will inevitably attract moths drawn to the flame. Similarly, a psychic soul, radiating like a torch within the subspace, attracts other moths, those terrifying chaotic demons. Once they set their sights on a psychic, leave only two possible outcomes: to repel the chaotic demon or to be slain by it, resulting in the consumption of their soul and the usurpation of their body. Thus, even the most formidable psychics are cautious about overexerting their abilities. Each use of psychic energy is a gamble with their very soul. Once one engages in such gambling, it becomes inevitable that they will eventually lose. Therefore, the wisest course of action is to observe others gamble while refraining from participating oneself. Regarding methods of training psychic energy, Li Xian's chip contained comprehensive downloads on the subject. However, all training techniques shared a common requirement. They must be practiced within officially designated training rooms. This ensures maximum protection for the psychic soul. Engaging in training outside these rooms, if discovered, incurs exorbitant penalties. As a newly initiated psychic, Li Xian had no desire to ascertain the extent of these steep consequences. Unable to train, he was left to rely on sleep to restore his energy. At this moment, he longed for the time when he was under anesthesia, relishing the sensation of deep slumber. Nevertheless, with the chip now in place, he was not without options. Li Xian commanded the chip. Activate sleep assistance. 0. Command received. The sleep assistance function was initiated. In merely 2 minutes, Li Xian, who typically required at least 10 minutes to fall asleep, seamlessly slipped into a state of slumber. The biological intelligence ship was truly a remarkable asset. Time swiftly passed, and the day arrived for Li Xian to proceed with his registration. The biological intelligence ship already contained all pertinent information and documentation regarding his employment. Following Zero's guidance, he traversed the city streets. Arriving at his destination, a towering urban edifice, it was only within the inner circle of the city, at its heart, that Li Xian could truly appreciate the advancements of technological civilization in the impoverished areas. His perception of technology was fragmented, revealing both cutting-edge innovations and the plight of individuals struggling for survival, reminiscent of his previous life. However, Li Xian had no time for reflection. Upon glancing at the signage on the building, he recognized it as the Defense Department of Blueprint Biotechnology Group, his workplace for the day. The area bustled with activity, dominated by individuals clad in the company's standard attire, the Blueprint Biotechnology uniforms. Some were even donned in powered exosuits, particularly evident among the security personnel flanking the entrance. Conventional firearms, and even electromagnetic rifles, would likely prove ineffective against such armored adversaries. Upon entering the building and registering at the front desk, Li Xian followed an intelligent robot to the upper floors as the elevator ascended. He soon arrived at the 28th floor. Entering a room, he took a seat and waited. His wait was brief. Within mere minutes, a man and a woman entered. With the awakening of his psychic abilities, Li Xian's vision had sharpened considerably, but a simple turn of his head allowed him to discern their name tags. M1E5 HR Officer, Chang Jigua. M2E2 HR Assistant Supervisor, Su Shanfang. Evidently, both were administrative staff members of the Defense Department, non-psychics that Li Xian instinctively straightened his posture. After Su Shanfang and Chang Jigua took their seats, each held a slim, lightweight computer that resembled a delicate page from a book rather than a conventional device. Su Shanfang spoke first, her face adorned with a formal smile. You must be Li Xian? Yes, I am Li Xian. Now, let us officially commence the onboarding process. Li Xian eagerly nodded. Of course, where shall we begin? First, Please complete these documents. Su Shanfang and Chang Jigua each handed Li Xian a set of forms to fill out. Half of the documents were paper-based, while the other half required input on a lightweight computer. There was a considerable amount of paperwork to complete, including numerous clauses. Quietly, Li Xian issued a command to Zero. Please assist me in reviewing these contracts for compliance. Command received. Thus, with the collaborative efforts of Li Xian and Zero, the terms of the contracts were swiftly analyzed, and upon confirming their validity, he began to fill them out officially. Once Li Xian completed all the necessary documents, Chang Jigua retrieved a large box. He stated, "Please accept this onboarding gift package, which includes 2 sets of company uniforms and a smart wristband." "Thank you." Li Xian promptly extended his hand to receive it. Su Shanfang remarked, "You should already possess a biological intelligence chip. Please activate the smart wristband and link it to the chip for authorization. This will facilitate your interactions within the various sectors of the group." Following instructions, Li Xian donned a sleek black wristband and authorized the connection with his intelligence chip. Once everything was in place, he observed that Su Shanfang and Chang Jigua had both straightened in their seats. Su Shanfang announced, "Commoner Li Xian, first and foremost, congratulations on your formal induction into the Blueprint Biotechnology Group family." With that, Su Shanfang and Chang Jigua applauded gently. "Thank you. Joining the Blueprint Biotechnology Group has been a long-held dream of mine." Li Xian expressed with genuine happiness that we have reviewed your employment contract. Upon joining the group, you will initially serve as a 6-month intern, classified as an M1E1 intern specialist. However, given that your psychic abilities have been activated, your rank will be elevated to M1D3 intern specialist. Your compensation will be 40 energy units per month. According to the employment contract, M1D3 intern specialist Li Xian, you will be assigned to Hungan Defense Company within 7 working days post-induction. This encompasses your fundamental employment information. Should you have any objections, please feel free to inquire, and I will do my utmost to assist you with coordination and application. After reading through, Su Shanfang turned to Li Xian with a renewed smile. Upon absorbing all the information, Li Xian pondered, "Is it possible for me to request a transfer? The employee hierarchy and salary are matters of little concern to Li Xian. It is only the prospect of being dispatched to Hungan Defense that presents a source of anxiety for him. Regardless of its feasibility, it never hurts to inquire." After listening to Li Xian's question, Su Shanfang maintained her smile, nodding in agreement as she said, "If possible, I would indeed recommend you transfer positions. After all, you're a newcomer being sent to a war zone, which is exceedingly perilous. Would you like me to assist you in applying for a transfer?" Li Xian, incredulous, asked, "Is it truly possible?" Su Shanfang smiled and affirmed, "Certainly. However, I must remind you that the application and approval for a transfer, as well as the subsequent procedures, require time." "How much time?" A sense of unease flickered in Li Xian's mind. "The process of transferring positions necessitates the approval of a senior HR manager at the M4 level. I will submit your transfer application report within 14 working days. My superior, an M3 level manager, will review this application within 7 to 30 working days and proceed with its submission. Finally, the M4 senior HR manager will approve the document within 14 to 60 working days after receiving the report. Should the approval grant your transfer, you will soon be able to transition to your new department." Upon hearing this lengthy process, Li Xian felt a wave of darkness wash over him. The rotation period of the planet Guansuosi 4 is 25 hours, and the concept of a working day is derived from the revolution period of Earth, which is also 25 hours. In this framework, 8 hours are designated for work and 17 hours for rest. If we adhere to Su Shanfang's timeline, even if the approval is completed, it may well be 2 to 3 months later. If luck is not on his side, Li Xian might find himself in Hungan Defense for 2 to 3 months, potentially ending up as little more than a mere skeleton. Though Li Xian inwardly cursed the lethargy of these bureaucrats, his expression remained unchanged as he smiled and remarked, "Upon careful consideration, being dispatched to Hungan Defense is indeed a commendable opportunity. I'm like a brick. Wherever the group needs me, I shall go. I have decided not to transfer. I will proceed to Hungan Defense." "What a pity. I had already begun drafting your transfer application," Su Shanfang said with a look of regret. "You have truly worked hard for me. but I have decided against the transfer, and I do not wish to trouble you with the process any further." Li Xin stated earnestly. "Not transferring is also a wise choice." Su Shanfang nodded in agreement. "Your work location is at Hungan Defense, and I personally recommend that you depart for your workplace as soon as possible. What do you think?" Li Xin clenched his fist beneath the table, but considering the necessity of submission under the current circumstances, he replied, "Your advice is indeed very reasonable. I am eager to contribute to the group." Su Shanfang's smile widened as she said, "I believe you will be an excellent employee." On the day of his employment, Li Xian had already undergone a transformation from civilian to company employee, attaining the status of an M1D3 level intern. Effectively a 2-level promotion upon entry to in a stable position, he would have been overjoyed to the point of sleeplessness that very night. Alas, to be dispatched to Hungan Defense immediately upon entry was a stroke of bad luck. At this moment, Li Xian found himself within a military base, following the guidance of his chip to the boarding entrance of a transport vessel. His appearance had changed. He was now clad in the black uniform of the Defense Department. The uniform was impeccably tailored, with white lines accentuating the edges, enhancing his already imposing stature. Wearing his official employee badge, Li Xian boarded the transport vessel. Upon chip verification, the vessel was identified as a Pelican-class transport ship. Officially named the Big Belly Bird, Pelican-class transport vessel. Even Li Xian could not help but admire the brilliance behind such a name. Once inside the transport ship, he followed the staff's instructions and took his assigned seat. It was not a solitary seat. Rather, it was relatively spacious, and as Li Xian surveyed his surroundings, he noticed rows of similar seats. Before long, more individuals began boarding the transport vessel, soldiers who bore resemblance to Li Xian yet were distinguishable in their own right. Clad in standard urban camouflage uniforms, they were equipped with large military backpacks, clearly filled with their gear. These soldiers, too, belonged to Blueprint Biotechnology, but they were under the command of the Defense Department, within the hierarchy of group employees. Their official level was M1F0. Strictly speaking, they were not considered formal employees of Blueprint. After all, even an ordinary intern at Blueprint holds the designation of M1E1. These soldiers were expendable, lacking the potential for promotion unless they entered a military training academy for further instruction. Under normal circumstances, had Li Xian sought to join Blueprint, the most likely path would have been through the Defense Department. However, that avenue was already overcrowded, and he might have to endure many years with an F designation before he could truly become a group employee. Even with 8 years of foundational military training from his youth, he would still only hold an F-level designation upon normal entry, at best equating to a non-commissioned officer, never mind an officer. Approximately 200 soldiers boarded the Pelican transport vessel in succession, after which the flow of people began to taper off. Yet, the transport vessel had yet to take off and remained bustling with activity. Beneath Li Xian's seat lay a cargo space currently being loaded with various supplies, including weapons, ammunition, and vehicles. The Pelican transport vessel boasted impressive capacity, capable of accommodating a battalion of over 300 soldiers along with their necessary equipment. Li Xian surmised that they were likely loading weapons and supplies for Hungan Defense. However, these matters were of little concern to Li Xian. He was left with nothing but the clothes on his back. The soldiers around him were armed to the teeth with standard-issue rifles and pistols, while he found himself utterly unarmed. Despite holding a higher rank than the soldiers beside him, he was merely a newly promoted novice esper. In the event of combat, he would likely find himself at the mercy of the soldiers. The rifles in the hands of the soldiers were standard electromagnetic rifles, the V-12 electromagnetic rifle, utilizing metal projectiles accelerated through the electromagnetic rail within the weapon. They possessed a firepower several times greater than that of conventional firearms. During his time as a military trainee, Li Xian had also used such weapons and had a commendable understanding of their power. The soldiers were also equipped with basic armor, and based on Li Xian's keen observation and ship recognition, the armor appeared to be the Red Seal Individual II armor. This was a type of semi-protective armor. Despite being termed semi-protective, the primary parts of the body were well guarded. Crafted from E-grade military composite alloys, the torso was entirely shielded, while the thighs were similarly protected by leg guards of the same material. Only the joints and areas requiring mobility utilized lightweight protective woven materials. This armor was impervious to conventional firearms, though it could not withstand the onslaught of heavy artillery, due to the strength and comfort of its design. Even the V-12 electromagnetic rifle would require sustained hits to breach the armor. Nevertheless, being struck by an electromagnetic round would still be quite unpleasant for the soldier, as the immense kinetic force could easily send them flying. Even with the cushioning provided by armor, bone fractures are an unfortunate reality. Observing these soldiers, clad from head to toe in formidable gear, Li Xian felt a tightening in his chest. The cost of their equipment was undoubtedly exorbitant, far exceeding that of the average soldier. Judging by their demeanor, they likely shared a fate similar to his own, belonging to the expendable forces dispatched to Hung in defense. Indeed, they were mere cannon fodder. On the colonial planet of Guansuosi, despite donning individual combat armor, these infantry soldiers remained nothing more than sacrificial pawns. Even though the frontline battles were currently devoid of orbital assaults due to the cosmic subspace storm, heavy vehicles from both sides were still plentiful. Various heavy artillery, multifunctional armored vehicles, tanks, fighter jets, and even mechs. In the presence of such mechanical creations, the role of infantry was significantly diminished, while the cost in human lives escalated dramatically. War, it seems, is only light and trivial when observed from a distance. To truly engage in the throes of battle is certainly not a pleasant affair, of course, if one occupies a high-ranking position within a command center far from the front lines. That is another story altogether. They bask in the glory of victory. Should the front line succeed, they reap the lion's share of the accolades. Conversely, if defeat befalls them, even if the infantry are obliterated, the commanders in the rear face no existential threat and can continue to summon soldiers for battle. Vroom vroom. Accompanied by the thunderous roar of the Pelican-class transport vessel's engines, the colossal machine ascended into the sky, forging ahead into the distance. After a brief bout of turbulence, the transport vessel settled into a smooth flight. Attention all units. I am the captain of this transport vessel. The big-bellied bird has taken off. We shall enjoy a splendid 13 hours and 25 minutes aloft together. Now, let us get hyped up, shall we? With the resounding strains of heavy metal music reverberating through the interior of the transport vessel. After nearly 13.5 hours in the air, Li Xian and his companions finally arrived at their destination. How swiftly time flies! Unbeknownst to them, they had spent a delightful 13.5 hours together. The destination, the Hung in Defense Military Base No. 3, had been reached. Please disembark from the big-bellied bird in an orderly fashion. Should the opportunity arise, I hope to welcome you aboard my big-bellied bird once more. As the captain of the big-bellied bird continued his lengthy speech, Li Xian descended the stairs on one side. The soldiers within the transport vessel had already begun to form ranks below. While aboard, they had boisterously bragged and exchanged banter, even cursing the captain for the music's poor quality. However, upon arriving at the military base, they fell into a profound silence, behaving with remarkable decorum. The soldiers were burdened with various bags and equipment, lining up to await further instructions. In contrast, Li Xian carried nothing, not even personal belongings, having not returned to the repair shop. Unsure of where to go next, he stood quietly alongside the soldiers. Boom! With a roar of engines, two multifunctional all-terrain vehicles pulled up before the assembly, accompanied by the screech of tires and a cloud of black smoke. The vehicles came to a halt. Li Xian glanced up to see that 5 individuals occupied the 2 vehicles. The 2 drivers were dressed as ordinary soldiers, while the other 3 appeared to be officers. After disembarking, 2 of the officers approached the soldiers to begin the process of receiving personnel and replenishing supplies. The remaining officer advanced towards Li Xian. Li Xian promptly stood at attention, adopting the standard military posture, awaiting the approach of what could be his commanding officer. The officer, appearing to be in his 30s, approached Li Xian. He could distinctly sense the aura of psychic energy emanating from him. 1D3 in turn. Li Xian? The officer inquired, his tone assured despite the phrasing of a question. Sir, I am Li Xian. I know you're a member of the organization, but this is a combat zone. Keep your ID badge concealed. The officer frowned. Yes, sir, Li Xian replied loudly, swiftly removing his badge and stowing it in his jacket pocket. I am the M2 operations officer of this base, Gao Yang. From today onwards, you will join the Blueprint Dispatch Army. Yes, sir, follow me. Gao Yang turned and led Li Xian to the vehicle. After exchanging greetings with the two accompanying officers, he departed with Li Xian. A few minutes of driving later, they arrived in front of a 4 or 5-story building. Gao Yang strode confidently into the structure, while Li Xian observed that Gao Yang's mood appeared to be rather grim, prompting him to refrain from initiating conversation. Along the way, numerous uniformed personnel saluted Gao Yang, with many casting curious glances at Li Xian, who followed closely behind, in silence. Li Xian accompanied Gao Yang into an office. The room was relatively simple in decor, with matte alloy walls and devoid of any peculiar embellishments. Gao Yang saluted a man in military attire, likely in his 30s, seated behind the desk. "Sir, the personnel has been brought in." The officer nodded and replied, "All right, you may leave now." "Yes, soon." Only Li Xian and the officer remained in the office. After a moment's wait, the officer looked up and said, "Li Xian, I am the M3 Defense Supervisor of the Dispatch Army. Lu Quan." "Good day, sir," Li Xian exclaimed, quickly saluting and raising his voice. Lu Quan, seated behind the desk, retrieved a document. With a mere glance, Li Xian surmised it was likely his own file. After studying it briefly, Lu Quan set it down and regarded Li Xian. "I have reviewed your file. You are quite the fortunate one, it seems. How does it feel to join the organization only to be dispatched to a dangerous combat zone?" "Report, sir." "I feel no particular way. It is my fortune to join the organization. Even in a combat zone, I will commit myself to my duties." Lu Quan nodded, saying, "It is best that you think this way. I have perused your file. You have undergone 8 years of military training, primarily focused on basic infantry and armored unit command, correct?" "Yes, sir." Lu Quan scrutinized Li Xian for a few moments, then added, 8 years of training, yet you have never formally entered a unit. Now, as part of the dispatch army at the Hungan Defense Base, you will find yourself among seasoned veterans. As a newcomer, earning their respect may prove challenging. You are fortunate. I currently require personnel, so I present you with 2 options. Lixn remained silent, patiently awaiting Lu Quan to elaborate. Lu Quan continued, "Your first option is to join the 2nd Infantry Battalion, where you will temporarily serve as a platoon commander or within the armored units as a platoon leader. The second option, given your psychic abilities, is to join the mech support unit, operating a D-class mech as a D-class mech support specialist." Upon hearing Lu Quan's words, Li Xian felt his heart race uncontrollably, almost doubling its pace in an instant. After 8 years of military training, he had acquired a profound understanding of both infantry and armored tactics. Without the assistance of that deployment contract, he would only be able to serve as a non-commissioned officer, perhaps merely as an infantry squad leader. However, with a formal contract and the aid of a potion that had transformed him into a psychic, he was fortunate enough to ascend to the rank of officer. An infantry platoon commander could typically oversee 3 combat squads, amounting to around 30 personnel. Yet, in the throes of battle, regardless of how precisely Xian's marksmanship was, how skillfully he maneuvered, or how adeptly he commanded, he would still be nothing more than cannon fodder. In contrast, an armored platoon commander could command approximately 4 armored vehicles, which could be tanks or armored personnel carriers. This role, while slightly superior in survivability, still relegated him to the status of durable cannon fodder. In this age of interstellar warfare, both offensive weapons and defensive shields had seen significant advancements. Infantry could easily be decimated by a single tank shell, reduced to fresh ground meat. Tanks and armored vehicles, too, were not immune, as they could be pierced by individual weaponry, incinerating their crews. However, the mecha, known formally as mobile battle armor, represented a truly commendable profession, with high defenses, formidable weaponry, and, most importantly, an undeniable flair. Mecha pilots enjoyed a greater likelihood of survival, even if the D-class mechas mentioned by Lu Quan still fell under the category of advanced cannon fodder. If Li Xian had joined the infantry or armored units, his chances of survival in the combat zone would indeed align with Gao Binjing's grim predictions. Yet, as a mecha pilot, his survival rate would increase by at least 20 to 30%. "Instructor, I wish to pilot a mecha." Lu Quan nodded in agreement, stating, "A wise choice. As a recruit, even if I were to place you in a command position, let's say leading a platoon of infantry, I would worry that you wouldn't manage it well. Consider yourself fortunate. Recently, the mecha units have suffered considerable losses, otherwise you wouldn't have this opportunity." Seize it well. Thank you, sir, Li Xian replied loudly. However, he hesitated, but I have not learned how to operate a mecha. Would that be a significant issue? It would indeed be a significant issue, Lu Quan replied sternly. Fortunately, the situation has been relatively stable in recent days. Mastering mecha piloting is not as difficult as one might imagine for psychics. I will grant you the time necessary to swiftly acquire the requisite skills. He continued earnestly, of course. I hope you learn quickly, for war will not wait for you to learn at your leisure. Once the conflict ignites, even if you have not mastered it, you must still participate in combat. Yes, sir, I will learn to pilot a mecha as swiftly as possible, Li Xian felt compelled to assure, desperate not to be assigned to another position. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Quan added, I will find you an instructor so you can get up to speed quickly. Thank you, Sir. Lu Quan tapped his smart wristband and called out, Summon Jiang Lu, forget it. Bring me Jiang Lu instead. Before long, a robust man, seemingly around 30, entered the room. Supervisor, you call for me? Jiang Lu approached the desk and saluted. I have good news for you, Lu Quan said with a smile. What good news? Jiang Lu inquired, his face beaming with anticipation. Your combat team has suffered significant losses, so I'm assigning you a new member today. Lu Quan announced cheerfully. That's splendid. Is it him? Jiang Lu exclaimed, turning to Li Xian with excitement. Realizing the situation, Li Xian quickly flashed a friendly smile and nodded repeatedly. If all went according to plan, Jiang Lu would indeed be the instructor Lu Quan had arranged for him. And it was wise to ingratiate himself. Lu Quan cleared his throat and added, Indeed, it is him. However, he is a novice and currently lacks the ability to operate a mecha. You will need to put in extra effort to teach him. Doesn't know how to operate a mecha? Then what can he do? Jiang Lu frowned at Li Xian that he is capable of basic infantry and armored unit command. Li Xian replied sheepishly that a recruit? Jiang Lu exclaimed, Boss, I understand that I may have upset you, but you can't just dump an inexperienced recruit on me. He nearly flailed, his hands pressing against Lu Quan's desk, his frustration palpable. Lu Quan sighed. This is unavoidable. Everyone has suffered losses. Aside from your team, no one is at full capacity. We cannot predict when reinforcements will arrive. That a recruit is still a soldier. They at least contribute to the numbers, which is better than having no one at all. Isn't it, boss? If you could give me a recruit who knows how to pilot a mecha or an experienced infantryman, it would be much better. This one is both a rookie and unable to pilot a mecha. You want me to teach him? Are you trying to get me killed? Jiang Lu lamented to Lu Quan, his expression stern, retorted, This soldier, whether you want him or not, is being assigned to you. I am offering you this recruit as a favor for our long-standing friendship. The next time we receive new recruits is anyone's guess, and your team is down to just 2 members. What? Do you expect to lead with just the 2 of you on the next mission? Jiang Lu was left speechless by Lu Quan's words. Lu Quan concluded, If you truly don't want him, I'll assign him to Old Li. But let me make this clear. The arrival of the next batch of recruits is uncertain. Ugh. Jiang Lu sighed heavily, his face filled with resignation. Fine, I'll take this recruit, he finally conceded. All right, this recruit is now yours. Make sure to train him well. Lu Quan instructed. Yes, boss. Jiang Lu saluted to Lu Quan, then turned to Li Xian, saying, From today onward, you will join Jiang Lu's combat team and learn from him. Yes, sir. Li Xian quickly saluted in response. As they exited Lu Quan's office, Li Xian followed Jiang Lu's lead. All the while, Jiang Lu wore a dark expression, saying nothing. Not wanting to provoke him, Li Xian remained silent, fearful of saying something amiss and incurring his wrath. Eventually, their footsteps halted before a large building. Jiang Lu turned to Li Xian, his stern demeanor softening slightly, though he maintained a serious expression. What is your name, soldier? Li Xian promptly saluted and declared, Instructor, my name is Li Xian. Jiang Lu frowned. Do not call me instructor. Understood, instructor, Li Xian replied obediently. Jiang Lu's frown deepened, but he waved his hand dismissively. Call me what you wish, but I am not your instructor. Yes, instructor, Li Xian continued to respond loudly. Having lived 2 lives, he understood the importance of not being shy in this moment. When it was time to call someone instructor, he must do so without hesitation. Encountering a kind mentor would be a stroke of luck. Conversely, Should he encounter a harsh leader, such deference might invoke a modicum of sympathy, perhaps softening the blow if things turn dire. You've officially joined our team today, so let me explain a few things, Jiang Lu said while opening the alloy door as they walked down the dimly lit corridor. Jiang Lu's voice echoed, "We are a special task force dispatched from Blueprint Biotech Group to Hungen Defense, specifically the Mobile Battle Armor Support Unit. From now on, you're my team member, part of the 5th Squad of the Special Task Force." "Yes, Instructor," Li Xian replied eagerly. The 5th Squad typically consisted of 4 mechas, each piloted by a driver, alongside a supportive infantry squad. Additionally, there was a mechanics repair team. However, currently, aside from Jiang Lu, there was only one veteran pilot named Feng Dai. 2 other drivers from the 5th group have perished in previous battles, and your arrival serves to replace one of them. Hearing this, Li Xian inquired softly, "Master, wasn't it said that the survival rate of mecha pilots is exceedingly high? How could there be such significant casualties?" "Indeed, survival rates are high," the response came, "but that is relative. Compared to the infantry who endure tremendous hardships, mecha pilots certainly enjoy a higher survival rate. However, no matter how high, D-class mechas are not infallible. When fate calls, one must succumb." As they spoke, Jiang Lu led Li Xian out of the dim corridor and into the grand hall. In the distance stood 4 colossal war constructs, causing Li Xian's breath to slow. This is the mobile battle armor, he realized, as he comprehended that the vast interior of the building was a mecha storage facility. Under the illumination, for massive combat, mechas loomed in place. At this moment, Li Xian's identity had been updated to M1D3 trainee mecha pilot. Li Xian. Consequently, his permissions had been automatically revised. As his gaze fell upon the foremost mecha, its chip instinctively began to retrieve information, revealing that it was a D-class model known as the Short Sword Retainer. This mecha stood at a height of 7.13 meters, featuring a humanoid design with the pilot's cockpit situated in the chest area, where the most robust defensive armor was located. The mecha's standard travel speed was 80 kilometers per hour, while its maximum combat speed reached 65 kilometers per hour. The weapon system of the Short Sword Retainer was impressively formidable. Designed modularly, its left arm could be equipped with a 6-barreled 20mm machine gun, alongside options for a 120mm electromagnetic cannon, an 85mm plasma cannon, or a 55mm laser cannon. Each weapon corresponded to a different combat scenario, allowing for timely adjustments based on mission requirements and impending adversaries. The right arm of the Short Sword Retainer could accommodate close-quarters weaponry, a power hammer, power sword, power polearm, or chainsaw sword. Additionally, the shoulders of the mecha could mount 2 missile silos or 2 rocket pods for aerial strikes or to unleash more powerful ground fire. Not only was the Short Sword Retainer offensively potent, but its defenses were equally robust. Its body armor was constructed entirely from D-class military-grade composite alloy, capable of withstanding attacks from various calibers. To breach such alloy armor with its own 120mm electromagnetic cannon, at least 3 shots would be required. This was merely the base armor of the Short Sword Retainer, due to its modular design. The pilot could attach composite armor before combat, sacrificing mobility for enhanced defense. Within the chest cavity, beneath the pilot's feet, lay a special device, the Void Shield Generator. This apparatus could, in conjunction with psychic energy, activate a Void Shield to bolster the defenses of the Short Sword Retainer. The Void Shield enveloped the entire mecha and, through the activation of psychic energy and the supply of internal power, could redirect enemy long-range attacks in a subspace, thereby augmenting the mecha's defensive capabilities. However, the Void Shield was not omnipotent. It had a maximum resistance threshold, should the intensity of an enemy's assault exceed this limit, or should a barrage of attacks overwhelm it. The shield would overload, temporarily incapacitating its defensive function. Furthermore, the Void Shield was ineffective against melee attacks, or when weapons penetrated its interior for direct strikes. In essence, the Void Shield could withstand the vast majority of long-range attacks, particularly those from energy weapons or high-velocity projectiles, but offered little resistance against slower projectiles or close-quarters combat. Nonetheless, the mere existence of the Void Shield significantly enhanced the battlefield survival rate of the Short Sword Retainer. Lacking a head, the mecha did not require a vital area akin to that of a human. The pilot operated from within the chest, where the main systems resided. The mecha drew energy from a subatomic microfusion reactor located at its rear, capable of extending combat endurance by adding solid energy units. Particularly during the use of plasma, laser, and electromagnetic weapons, energy consumption was considerable. Energy was the linchpin of the mecha's operation. Without it, the mecha would lose mobility, becoming nothing more than a colossal, humanoid sarcophagus. Fortunately, mechas typically did not face energy shortages. A single energy refill could sustain operation for over half a month. Gazing at the mecha before him, along with the data provided by the chip, Li Xin felt his horizons broaden. Under normal circumstances, mechas were deemed unnecessary to design a true weapon of war. One would consider that mechas, with their bipedal stability issues, were overly complex compared to tracked vehicles, which are optimal for all-terrain combat. The humanoid design presented a larger target area and a higher center of gravity, making it prone to tipping. Thus, a lower profile was preferable than if weapons were to be wielded like those in Gundam. It would indeed be an exercise in futility. Integrating weaponry into the vehicle structure would be far more efficient. Upon synthesizing these considerations, one would ultimately arrive at the design of a tank. However, the evolution of warfare often leaves weapon designers perplexed. By serendipity, the Void Shield was developed, a defensive mechanism mounted on large vehicles that transformed the nature of combat. With the emergence of this powerful shield on the battlefield, a corresponding spear of equal might had yet to materialize. Astute designers quickly recognized the Void Shield's vulnerabilities, harnessing melee weaponry to bypass its defenses. Thus, humanoid mechas came into existence, piloted by psychics and capable of wielding a variety of potent ranged weapons. Equipped with void shields and employing diverse powered melee armaments, the advent of psychics and the void shield shifted the title of king of ground warfare from tanks to mobile battle armor. Indeed, not merely the king of land combat, but the sovereign of war itself, as mechas could also wield formidable power in the void of space. That, of course, tanks have not been rendered obsolete, much like infantry has not been discarded. Adaptable tanks remain formidable as armored support in warfare. The Void Shield requires psychics to activate and control, which precludes most conventional tanks from utilizing this technology. While tanks still possess substantial armored strength, they can no longer rival the prowess of mechas. Li Xin gazed at the mechas before him, his eyes ablaze with fervor. What man could resist such magnificent creations? Yet, a slight disappointment lingered among the 4 mechas housed within the storage facility. Only the first 3 were in satisfactory condition, while the last one appeared severely damaged. This particular mecha not only had its right arm severed, but also exhibited extensive damage to its chest and abdomen, leaving the cockpit fully exposed, with the cockpit cover and external armor lying askew nearby. Observing the torn wounds and twisted armor on the cockpit cover and outer shell, Li Xin's fervor abruptly tempered. "What is this?" he inquired tentatively. Jiang Lu replied solemnly, "Do you not see? This mecha has been destroyed. Its frontal armor was shredded by enemy forces, and the mecha pilot perished within the cockpit." Jiang Lu guided Li Xin to the shattered armor. Near the severely damaged mecha, several individuals were busily attending to repairs, their attire adorned with clear logistics insignia, indicating they were the mecha's maintenance crew. "Team Leader Jiang," a mechanic called out, prompting Jiang Lu to nod in acknowledgement. Curious glances were cast toward Li Xin, who followed Jiang Lu. Yet the mechanics refrained from approaching, respecting their duties. Jiang Lu gestured toward another mecha, stating, "Not only this one, but this one also sustained damage on the battlefield. However, this one was less severely harmed and has now been fully repaired." As Li Xin drew closer, he discovered that the mecha was riddled with battle scars. The surface of its armor bore numerous scratches. Though seemingly inconspicuous, the markings on the D-class composite military alloy could only have been inflicted by weapons of considerable caliber. Li Xin then glanced at the torn cockpit cover on the ground, along with the external composite armor, which was marred by several massive bullet impacts. However, these were not fatal wounds. The true lethal injury was a gaping tear, as if it had been violently ripped apart. Jiang Lu approached Li Xin's side and inquired, "Do you know what caused this?" Li Xin shook his head. Jiang Lu sighed and explained this was torn open by a power claw, the claw circumvented the void shield defenses and shredded the cockpit cover. Subsequently, a shot from electromagnetic cannon penetrated through the breach into the mecha's cockpit, instantly reducing my comrade to a mere pulp. Although we often clashed, witnessing him in such a state, Jiang Lu's voice trailed off. Heavy with emotion, Lixian could sense the sorrow in the dark-faced man's tone. He almost choked on his words. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Lu turned to Lixian and stated, "Do you see? Even a mecha, revered as the king of war and piloted by a seasoned veteran, can easily meet its demise. And what about you, a mere military trainee who has only studied basic infantry command? Do you truly believe you are superior?" Jiang Lu's inquiry was laden with palpable emotion. Taking a deep breath, Lixian replied, "Master, I will strive to learn the piloting skills and endeavor to survive for a longer duration." Jiang Lu, his expression darkening, retorted, "Some things cannot be mastered merely through earnest study. A rookie piloting a mecha on the battlefield is an obvious signal to everyone. I have a novice here. Do you think you can survive just because you're in a mecha? I assure you, due to the critical impact of mechas on combat, everyone will scrutinize you closely, and should they discover you are a novice, you should be well aware of the consequences of such revelations on the battlefield." Lixian was acutely aware of this, despite having never fought in a war. He had played games before, understanding that in battle, one must target the weak. "That I will work hard to conceal my novice status." "Master," Lixian found himself at a loss for words. First impressions are challenging to change. He was indeed a novice, and Jiang Lu had not erred in his judgment. It was entirely reasonable for him to harbor biases. Or perhaps, to express a genuine perspective, "I told you not to call me master," Jiang Lu nearly roared. Noting the bloodshot eyes of Jiang Lu, Lixian felt certain that within those two mechas lay the remnants of his disciple. As for the fate of the previous disciple, one could easily surmise it was less than favorable, given the state of the mechas. Thus, Lixian chose to capitulate, replying, "Yes." Jiang Lu turned away, and Lixian hurried to follow. "Now that you have joined Group 5, I will teach you diligently. However, you currently know nothing, so you must download several documents. Basic mecha operation, understanding psychic energy, D-class mecha, short sword retainer, advanced mecha piloting techniques. Psychic energy in mechas, usage of the void shield and restarting after overload." A total of 12 courses were enumerated by Jiang Lu thanks to the presence of Chip 0. Lixian had no difficulty recording the names of these courses. However, truly mastering this knowledge would require relentless study on his part. Chips are merely tools. Lixian is Lixian, as the difficulty of acquiring and recording knowledge diminishes, the ability to pose questions becomes paramount. The knowledge downloaded by the chip functions in this manner. Lixian could leverage his permissions to access this information, but mastering it demanded his time and effort. Of course, the advantage of the biological intelligence chip was its capacity for expedited learning. With 2D4 class chips at his disposal, Lixian was assured of a doubled learning speed, which bolstered his confidence in mastering the knowledge more swiftly. Jiang Lu continued, "The war zone is not safe. You should have heard the supervisor's words. When the next battle commences, you too must join the fray. Even if you're dragged into it, you must participate on the battlefield, even if it means acting as a stationary turret or a decoy to draw fire. Therefore, you need to quickly grasp all theoretical knowledge." "Yes, master," Lixian responded loudly. Jiang Lu paused momentarily, but this time he was too weary to address Lixian further, resuming, "This military base lacks mecha simulators. Hence, I will allocate 5 hours each day for you to enter the mecha and practice hands-on. I believe that combining practical experience with theory will accelerate your learning pace. Outside of these 5 hours, you may arrange your time as you wish. You can sleep, wander the base, or dedicate yourself to serious study to increase your chances of survival." "Thank you, master. During these days, apart from eating and sleeping, I will utilize every moment to expedite my learning progress," Lixian felt compelled to assure him. "Suit yourself," Jiang Lu waved dismissively. He led Lixian to a room upstairs, stating, "From today onwards, this will be your dormitory. Though this is your private space, I must remind you to maintain proper hygiene." "Yes, master." Within the base, meals were provided every 6 hours, and mecha technicians were entitled to D-class rations. I've already sent you the location of the cafeteria. Yes, master. Jiang Lu departed. Lixn remained his dormitory, taking a deep, satisfying breath. It had not been easy after so many years on Guansuosi 4. This was his first time having such a spacious room. The cramped repair shop, filled to the brim with various discarded metal parts, made even turning around a challenge. During his schooling as a military trainee at Blueprint Biotech, he shared a room with 8 others. Now, through his efforts, Lixn finally possessed a dwelling exceeding 30 square meters, a significant achievement indeed. Outside the door, a logistics officer delivered Lixn's combat uniform and daily necessities. The 2 sets of uniforms allocated by Blueprint Biotech's defense division resembled formal wear, clearly unsuitable for combat. After changing into his new attire, Lixn entered a state of focused study in his past life. Neglecting his studies had brought him considerable hardship, leading him to approach learning with utmost seriousness in this life. However, fate had not favored him, and on Guansuosi 4, excelling academically was not sufficient. Moreover, much of the knowledge was beyond his clearance to access, leaving him with little opportunity to learn. Seated in his chair, Lixn began to study the courses downloaded onto his chip. Before long, faint psychic energy fluctuations filled the room, a result of his newfound understanding of psychic energy through the relevant course. Simultaneously, he learned various methods of utilizing psychic energy to accelerate his learning. This approach was notably safer than extracting subspace energy as in combat. During this process, Lixn discovered that his psychic energy chip significantly outperformed the D4 intelligent chip from Blueprint Biotech in terms of learning efficacy. Apologies, D4 intelligent chip? Consequently, Lixn began to focus more on acquiring knowledge through the psychic energy chip, channeling more of his psychic energy into it to hasten his learning pace. Basic mecha operation. 31 usage of the void shield and restarting after overload. 23 with the chip's assistance. Lixn's learning could be quantified, and under its influence, his learning speed increased considerably. Yet, the process of learning was tedious and mentally taxing. After diligently studying for 7 or 8 hours, Lixn felt dizzy from the effort. As the intensity of his studies reached a fever pitch, he could even sense wisps of smoke rising from his forehead. When he finally paused his learning, he glanced at his wristband to find that night had descended. The last time Lixn had eaten was in the morning, and given the passage of so much time along with the strenuous intellectual exertion, his energy reserves had long been depleted. At that moment, Lixn felt as though his stomach was ablaze, and he believed he could consume an entire cow. He opened a box beside his desk, which contained his ration of energy paste, flavored energy paste. No less, just as he pulled out a tube, a thought crossed his mind that he checked the time and realized there were merely 20 minutes left until the next meal would be served in the cafeteria. Recalling what Jiang Lu had said, mecha pilots are entitled to D-grade food rations. The mere thought of this made Lixn's mouth water uncontrollably. Casting a glance at the military energy paste in his hand, he tossed it back into the box. Forgive me, military energy paste. It's not that you taste bad. It's just that Lixn must experience the flavor of D-grade food rations, guided by the map on his chip. Lixn, clad in his mecha pilot uniform, swiftly made his way to the cafeteria. On this night, upon Guansuosi 4, the cafeteria was sparsely populated, with most of the occupants being soldiers who had just finished their shifts. Following the dining instructions, Lixn arrived at a window that served the D-grade food rations. Gazing at the food within, he could hardly restrain himself. Saliva pooled in his mouth. The offerings were quite simple. While D-grade was not particularly high, it included meat that Lixn casually selected several meat dishes, deciding he could save the vegetables for another time. After all, meat would suffice to satiate his hunger. He devoured his meal heartily. The taste, in a past life, would scarcely qualify as food, as even fast food would surpass it. If the chef possessed such culinary skills, their establishment would surely close within a fortnight. However, here on Guansuosi 4, where food was critically scarce and most inhabitants subsisted solely on energy paste, the opportunity to savor anything other than paste, particularly meat, left Lixn overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy welling in his eyes. It was delicious, so flavorful. After finishing his late-night snack, Lixn returned to his dormitory and collapsed onto his bed. The intense study session had drained him of energy. although he had spiritual energy to alleviate fatigue. It too was depleted, necessitating rest for recovery. After a brief slumber of 4 or 5 hours, Li Exen awakened automatically. Resuming his studies, as dawn broke, he made his way to the hangar. With a resounding click, Li Exen switched on the lights, illuminating the 4 short sword mechas that loomed like colossal beasts before him. He approached one of the mechas, gently caressing its external armor. Stunning, truly breathtaking, just as he was admiring it. Jianglu arrived. You're here, rather early. I wish to learn more swiftly, Li Exen replied earnestly. Did you review the materials from yesterday? Jianglu inquired. Reporting, Master, I have, but there remains much content I have yet to complete. Li Exen responded loudly. Indeed, he had not finished. Even a single tutorial required several days to fully grasp, let alone comprehend. Jianglu had assigned 12 such courses yesterday. It's normal not to finish. Come, get in. I will demonstrate the operation. Jianglu's tone was serious. The mecha before them opened its external armor and cockpit, revealing the pilot's seat within. This particular short sword mecha had been previously damaged and subsequently repaired. It seemed this mecha was designated for Li Exen. Jianglu soared into the cockpit of the mecha. Witnessing this, Li Exen could only feel envy. This was a manifestation of spiritual energy, and his current reserves were insufficient for such a feat. Li Exen dutifully retrieved a ladder and climbed into the cockpit. The cockpit of the short sword mecha was not particularly spacious, with the pilot's seat at the center and several thrust levers ahead. There were a few buttons on either side, but their number was limited. The mecha's compact size necessitated the compression of the pilot's space to accommodate more equipment, energy, and ammunition. Take your seat, Jianglu instructed calmly. Li Exen complied, while Jianglu perched one foot on the cockpit's edge, remaining standing without closing the hatch. It appeared he intended to keep the cockpit open for this session. Li Exen surveyed the cockpit environment. If the hatch were to close, there would indeed be no space. For Jianglu, the cockpit was relatively confined, yet the seat was ergonomically designed. His gaze traversed the buttons, and the chip automatically provided explanations of their names and functions through its permissions. Contrary to Li Exen's expectations, he had imagined the mecha's interior would be filled with hundreds, if not more, buttons. After all, in his previous life's memories, even fighter jets were crowded with instruments and controls. To his surprise, the buttons and switches within the mecha's cockpit totaled no more than 20. Mechas differed fundamentally from other combat vehicles. Each mecha required a spiritual energy user to operate, whereas tanks and aircraft did not necessarily demand such a pilot. Controlling a mecha relied more on one's spiritual energy rather than an array of buttons. Jianglu, sensing Li Exen's confusion, began to elucidate. Indeed, Master, Li Exen promptly replied. Now, activate the mecha by pressing the switch on your left. Jianglu instructed. Li Exen immediately followed Jianglu's directive, pressing the switch to activate the mecha. He had noticed this switch earlier, but without a command from his superior, he refrained from touching it. As he pressed the switch, a faint buzzing emanated from the mecha, signaling its activation. Even the cockpit illuminated with a soft glow. Short sword mecha activated, an electronic voice announced. Use your smart chip to authorize the connection with the mecha. Jianglu commanded. Li Exen hurriedly authorized the connection, and as Zero and the mecha linked, he suddenly felt the mecha's presence as a whole. Release your spiritual energy and connect with the mecha. Sense its entirety. Jianglu instructed. Li Exen followed Jianglu's guidance, channeling his spiritual energy to perceive the mecha. Indeed, upon connecting the smart chip with the mecha and releasing his spiritual energy, the sensations were entirely distinct. In that moment, Li Exen felt as if a metallic body enveloped him, an additional layer of mecha. This sensation was both wondrous and exhilarating. Observing Li Exen's face flush with excitement, Jianglu remained composed, having witnessed such scenes countless times before. Every new mecha pilot experienced this sensation upon their first bond with a mecha. All right, disconnect. Your first task today is to practice connecting and disconnecting with the mecha. Do this 100 times. Jianglu's voice resonated with authority. Yes, Master, Li Exen responded loudly, promptly severing the connection. Upon disconnecting his spiritual energy, he felt a sense of loss, compared to the mecha's formidable body. His own flesh felt woefully fragile. Then, Li Xian began to follow Jiang Lu's orders, repeatedly connecting and disconnecting from the mecha. After 100 repetitions, his exhilaration gradually morphed into numbness. Although the initial disconnection brought a sense of despondency, it became commonplace with repetition. Next, Jiang Lu guided Li Xian to experiment with further operations. The buttons and thrust levers within the cockpit were intended for non-combat periods. They could maneuver the mecha and execute basic shooting and combat actions. Piloting a mecha required one to conserve their spiritual energy at every possible moment. Otherwise, depleting one's energy on the battlefield would render them merely a living target. Outside the hangar, the dismantled weaponry of the mecha slowly moved with a deliberate slowness. Jiang Lu stood atop the shoulder armor of the mecha, vocally instructing Li Xian, who sat in the now-closed cockpit. This marked the second day of mecha piloting practice, and Li Xian had already familiarized himself with the control buttons. Officially embarking on his journey of operating the mecha. In truth, piloting a mecha was not as daunting as one might imagine. Most individuals, after some practical experience, could swiftly grasp the essentials. Yet, while initial mastery may be straightforward, attaining true proficiency proved to be considerably more challenging. Within the cockpit, Li Xian, brimming with excitement, manipulated the buttons and thrust levers to maneuver the mecha. However, such movement appeared quite rigid, clearly unsuitable for combat in this manner. After a brief period of practice, becoming acquainted with the controls, he began to utilize psychic energy for piloting. Yes, master! In the next moment, the mecha exhibited a newfound agility, executing small steps for slow movement, long strides for rapid advancement, and even jumping in various directions that, at this juncture, the mecha could almost be likened to a giant, albeit lacking the fluidity of a true human. Nevertheless, achieving such movements was no small feat. Considering it was merely a D-class mecha, the sound produced by the enormous mecha during training in the grounds were indeed thunderous, particularly when it ran or leaped. Yet, within the cockpit, Li Xian radiated an extraordinary excitement. It was hard to imagine a man piloting a mecha and not feeling exhilarated. Left punch, right punch, side kick, knee strike, powerful flying kick, defensive block, accompanied by Jiang Lu's command from the mecha's shoulder, Li Xian continually executed various maneuvers, operating the mecha with the thrust levers and buttons. Before he could revel in his newfound abilities, Jiang Lu issued a fresh command. Reluctantly, Li Xian had to set aside his joys of psychic operation and revert to mechanical controls. In the corner of Li Xian's vision, a projection of his learning progress appeared. D1, Class Mecha Close Combat Progress. 5 plus 6.2 chips, double the joy, and the learning curve was rising rapidly. Feel your weapon, and do not make your movements lackadaisical. Aim at the target and fire. Boom! The 6-barrel cannon on the left arm of the mecha roared to life, unleashing a torrent of ammunition. In the training grounds, under the barrage of cannon fire, a target hundreds of meters away was utterly obliterated by the concentrated firepower. Woohoo! Awesome! Li Xian howled in delight within the mecha. The sensation of firing was simply exhilarating. Currently, Li Xian's 6-barrel cannon operated using an electromagnetic system. A standard artillery piece favored by the short sword order, IT required only a power supply and ammunition to ensure a steady stream of fire. However, continuous firing was not feasible. Otherwise, the ammunition would deplete rapidly. Boom! At the center of the 6-barrel cannon was a 120mm electromagnetic cannon, renowned for its formidable power. The projectiles, accelerated by electromagnetic forces, struck their targets at astonishing speeds, capable of overwhelming even a tank. D1, Class Mecha Long-Range Tactical Progress. 36 plus 42. This marked the 19th day of Li Xian's mecha training, and he was fortunate. He had arrived during the unit's rest period, affording him ample time for practice before facing the battlefield. However, his good fortune was drawing to a close on the 20th day. As training concluded, alarms blared throughout the base, prompting all soldiers and officers to prepare with utmost urgency. Within the hangar of the 5th group, Li Xian stood alongside Jiang Lu. 3 individuals clad in mecha suits formed a line, led by Jiang Lu. as they made their way to the command center. Zhang Lu, Feng Dai, and Li Exin. Feng Dai had returned to base on the fourth day of Li Xian's training, having sustained injuries in the previous battle and granted several days of leave to recover. As they approached the command center, beads of sweat formed on Li Xian's palms. There was no escaping the tension. Despite years of foundational training and recent lessons in piloting mechas, the impending reality of war instilled a sense of unease in him. Sensing Li Xian's anxiety, Feng Dai patted his shoulder reassuringly, saying, "Don't be nervous. It's nothing to worry about. We're piloting mechas. Combat is just a matter of firing away. Just enjoy it." Li Exin nodded vigorously. "Okay, Brother Feng." Zhang Lu glanced at Li Exin, yet chose to remain silent, his furrowed brow betraying his thoughts. Upon entering the command building, they arrived in a conference room where several individuals had already gathered, and the number was steadily increasing. Ultimately, Li Xian's gaze settled on a total of 23 individuals present, including himself. The footsteps outside heralded the arrival of M3D-15 Defense Supervisor Lu Quan into the conference room. "Supervisor." Almost everyone stood in unison, saluting in respect. Lu Quan returned the gesture and continued. "After 20 days of rest, it seems everyone is in good spirits. We have a new mission." Lu Quan's gaze swept across the assembled group. Lingering briefly on Li Xian, behind Lu Quan, a projection emerged on the screen, revealing a map. "This is our target. I will grant you access to the details shortly. Li Xian's ship simultaneously received the authorization for this information. As he downloaded, he listened attentively to Lu Quan's continued briefing on the objective. Baixamo Steel Plant. Our mission this time is to retake this stronghold. No sooner had Lu Quan's words fallen than someone murmured under their breath. Why is it this location again? How did Hungan Defense lose this stronghold? How Hungan Defense lost the stronghold was not our concern. Our current task is to seize it once more. This time, Hungan Defense will collaborate with us in the assault. On the front lines, they will deploy a mechanized combined arms brigade, serving as the main force of the attack, while we will support them. On either flank of Baixamo Steel Plant, Hungan Defense will likewise be responsible, with one infantry regiment and one armored battalion assigned to contain and repel enemy reinforcements. Our objective is to secure this stronghold before the Milda Knights and the Order of Retainers can breach Hungan Defense's defensive line. Are we confident? Lu Quan's fierce gaze surveyed everyone present. Yes, the Mecha Division responded in unison with resounding enthusiasm. Excellent. Now let's assign tasks. Group leaders stepped forward. Lu Quan withdrew a slim computer and began delineating assignments. Zhang Lu and several other group leaders gathered around Lu Quan. There were 8 group leaders in total, representing 8 mecha support units, yet the room contained only 23 individuals. Indeed, not only Zhang Lu's 5th group, but also the others were under strength. Li Xian suppressed a sigh, hastily turning his attention to the downloaded materials. This dossier contained the terrain map of Baixamo Steel Plant, along with its historical background. This steel plant, established decades ago, was a large-scale industrial complex. After the onset of war, the steel plant was swiftly abandoned. Yet, even in the absence of workers, the vast concrete and steel edifices, along with the intricate subterranean structures, rendered this place an exceptionally formidable stronghold for combat. The battles at the Baishimo steel plant are not unprecedented. With this latest conflict, it marks the 3rd eruption of fierce fighting here. In the previous encounters, the Hungan Defense and the Blueprint Dispatch Army had effectively cleared the area of enemy forces and secured it for themselves. However, this stronghold holds immense strategic significance, and the Milda Knights, having lost it, remain resolute in their desire to reclaim it. Each time the Blueprint Dispatch Army withdraws, the enemy always capitalizes on their numerical superiority to retake the position. The Milda Knights, while not as powerful as the Blueprint, are nonetheless a formidable adversary present. Neither side appears inclined to engage in full-scale warfare, opting instead for minor skirmishes and probing actions. The previous battles have already established the Baishimo steel plant as a veritable meat grinder for soldiers. Here, not only infantry suffer heavy casualties, but armored units and even mechs face significant loss rates if besieged. The structural integrity of the steel plant, combined with various metallic installations, provides defensive capabilities that rival those of some fortifications. Li Xin surveyed the current situation of the Beishimo steel plant as detailed in the documents, and could not help but click his tongue in astonishment. Many buildings had collapsed into ruins in prior skirmishes. Yet, even in ruin, the remnants are robust. Entering this place would likely plunge one into arduous urban warfare. It is impossible to predict where beneath the rubble an enemy ambush may lie in wait. The Beishimo steel plant is poised to once again serve as a slaughterhouse for the Hungan defense, and the blueprint dispatch army. Ixen furrowed his brow, but gradually relaxed. Fortunately, he was not an infantryman, but rather a mech pilot. The mechs offer a slight edge, for if he were an infantry soldier, the situation would truly be dire, in the previous two contests for the Beishimo steel plant. The casualty rates for infantry and armored troops were alarmingly high. Had Li Xian been infantry, it is likely he would meet the grim fate projected by Gao Bingyin, potentially falling in battle within a fortnight or even a month of the fighting's commencement. The records indicate that the first conquest of the Beishimo steel plant took a month and a half, while the second took even longer, spanning 2.5 months. Both sides recognized the significance of this stronghold. Each time it was captured, it underwent further renovations and fortifications, establishing increasingly complex defensive lines. The casualties from the second assault on the Beishimo steel plant exceeded the first by 26%. And now, the third struggle for dominance was about to commence. The task allocation was complete, and the orders were clear. Each unit was to prepare for deployment to the war zone the following day. After Lu Quan stowed away the computer, he departed. Jiang Lu, having exchanged pleasantries with the other leaders, led Li Xian and the others away. However, this time, they did not head directly to the hangar, but rather advanced to another location. Upon arriving, they found themselves at the military supply depot. Feng Dai noticed Li Xian's bewilderment and remarked, "The leader has come to procure some fine supplies." Fine supplies? You will find out shortly, once inside. They discovered not only Jiang Lu's fifth group, but also other operational teams gathered there. As the queue dwindled, it finally became their turn to receive the number 5D1 energy compound potion. Jiang Lu announced, "The operational mission is commencing again." The supply officer, a middle-aged man, appeared to be acquainted with Jiang Lu indeed, yet another meat grinder awaits. Jiang Lu sighed, shaking his head. "Sign here. Your allocation is 5 vials each. Use them sparingly." The supply officer presented Jiang Lu with a document, both in paper and electronic form. After signing, Jiang Lu received a small white box from the officer, which Feng Dai and Li Xian quickly claimed as well. Feng Dai seemed poised to speak, but refrained upon catching Jiang Lu's glance. "Save it for later," Jiang Lu instructed. Li Xian observed this exchange with curiosity, yet it was evident that no one was inclined to share their thoughts with him. They swiftly returned to the hangar. In a room within the hangar, Jiang Lu activated a projection that displayed the terrain map of the Beishimo steel plant. This massive facility spans an area of 62 square kilometers, nearly equivalent to 10,000 football fields. Moreover, the plant is a multi-tiered structure with subterranean depths reaching 85 meters. It contains nearly 100 kilometers of underground tunnels and numerous entrances of varying sizes. Of course, these are the initial records. After several rounds of intense combat, the terrain has undergone alterations. Some tunnels have collapsed, while others have been buried, and new entrances have emerged due to the collapses. Additionally, the defenders have modified the landscape, making the terrain's complexity several times greater than before. The map delineates the entire steel plant into numerous zones, totaling over 100, each assigned a unique number and color. Jiang Lu pointed to one of these areas, stating, "This is the sector our group will be responsible for next. Our luck seems favorable. According to reconnaissance and prior data, the defenses here are only moderate. Well within our capabilities." A look of delight appeared on Feng Dai's face as he exclaimed, "Indeed, this is good news, but there is bad news as well." Jiang Lu shook his head, continuing, "Due to the preceding battles, many underground tunnels have collapsed, creating areas accessible to mechs. Thus, we must venture underground. That is where the real danger lies." Feng Dai frowned, voicing his concern, "But we are so large. How can we go down there?" Jiang Lu's expression darkened. "Reconnaissance personnel have already detected enemy mechs underground, necessitating our descent into battle. Simply clearing the surface will not significantly aid in capturing the Beishimo steel plant. Damn it. Are these fools trying to get themselves killed? Feng Dai erupted in frustration. Enough with the complaints. We must quickly familiarize ourselves with the information and prepare, Jiang Lu commanded. Yes, boss. Li Xian finally had the opportunity to speak after listening attentively. Jiang Lu turned to Li Xian and inquired. Have you heard of a number 5D1 energy compound potion before? Li Xian shook his head, replying, No, I only just learned about it from the chip. According to the information, the number 5 energy compound potion is designed to restore an energy user's capabilities. Typically, when an energy user's energy is depleted, consuming a vial of this potion can rapidly replenish a significant amount of energy. That IT is a valuable asset in combat, but not exclusively for battle. Regular use of this potion can enhance energy levels, and with prolonged intake, the effects become even more pronounced. However, excessive consumption poses the risk of increasing chaos contamination. Each vial of this potion is priced around 200 energy coins, but it rarely circulates in the market. For someone like Li Xian, whose salary as a member of the Blueprint Biotechnology Group's defense department is only 40 energy coins per month at the M1D3 level. It takes several months to afford even a single vial. As and in turn, his pay is reduced by 5 coins, leaving him with 35 coins. However, due to his deployment to a war zone, he receives double pay, totaling 70 energy coins monthly. Once he officially enters the battlefield, his salary will increase further with combat allowances, amounting to 105 energy coins each month. This salary will continue until he withdraws from the battlefield and returns to the military base. Yet even with such a generous salary, it would still take him 2 months to afford a single vial of the number 5D1 energy compound potion. It is evident how substantial this military supply grant is. Give me 2 vials. I have a use for them. Jiang Lu, with a grave expression, extended his hand towards Li Xian. The smile that once adorned Li Xian's face abruptly stiffened as a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, presenting him with a plethora of reasons to refuse. Yet, one by one, these objections were cast aside. Very well, Master. Li Xian lowered his gaze and proceeded to open the box containing the medicinal supplies. He retrieved 2 vials and handed them over to Jiang Lu. To claim that his heart was not aching would be a falsehood. After calling a master for so many days, he never anticipated that Jiang Lu would be so unyielding. However, Li Xian had no alternative. He was about to enter the combat zone as a newly minted soldier on the battlefield. He required guidance. Even if it came at such a heavy cost, he was willing to pay it. Jiang Lu accepted the vials from Li Xian, turned, and instructed Feng Dai, assist him in adapting to the forthcoming battles, and select the appropriate weapons. Understood, Commander. Feng Dai nodded, then draped an arm around Li Xian's shoulder as they made their way to the mecha. Here, the auxiliary soldiers of Team 5 have been waiting for some time. Auxiliary soldiers serve as the other leg of the mecha division, much like how armored troops collaborate with infantry in combined operations. The mecha division also has its own support teams. Team 5 consists of 4 auxiliary squads, each comprising 10 elite infantry soldiers, accompanied by a team of mechanics, all of whom deploy alongside the mechas. Typically, the mechanics remain outside the battlefield, stationed near command centers or within relatively secure strongholds. However, the auxiliary squads engage directly in combat alongside the mechas. They're tasked with operating tracked vehicles, following the mechas to transport ammunition, and at times, they need to draw closer to assist the mechas with fire support and auxiliary shooting. Their level of danger is significantly higher compared to that of the mecha division, but still somewhat safer than regular infantry and armored troops. Although the mecha division of Team 5 did not receive reinforcements, the replacement of these auxiliary soldiers proceeded swiftly, despite 2 squads having been entirely wiped out in previous skirmishes and additional soldiers having perished. The ranks have now been fully replenished. Feng Dai brought Li Xian before the mecha, sliding a lightweight notebook open and stating, "This time we are heading to the Baixamo steel plant. This battle will not be a brief affair. Do you have any thoughts on the weapons to be equipped on the mecha?" Li Xian shook his head and replied, "I have yet to formally engage in combat with a mecha. My mind is blank. Brother Feng, please assist me in selecting the configuration. My only requirement is to use a power spear for close combat. The power spear is one of the melee weapon options for the short sword attendants. Measuring approximately 10 meters in length, with the spearhead itself extending nearly 2 meters. The material of the spearhead is exceptionally rare, typically crafted from precious metals such as refined gold, which not only provides hardness, but also withstands the immense energy generated by the disintegration field. When activated, the disintegration field envelopes the spearhead in a faint blue electrical glow, capable of disassembling matter at the molecular level. Even the armor alloys of mechas would shatter under the assault of the disintegration field. Li Xian's choice of this weapon is straightforward. Both the power hammer and power sword demand high levels of combat skill. The spear is the only melee weapon he can wield with relative proficiency, as his military training has primarily involved short knives and rifle stabbing techniques. The spear allows him to maximize his close combat capabilities, despite still being somewhat inexperienced. Feng Dai nodded and responded. Very well, I shall configure it according to my thoughts. First, a 6-wheel machine gun is essential, so I will assign you a 20mm electromagnetic cannon. Regarding the main weapon, considering the complex terrain of the Baixamo steel plant and our need for prolonged combat, I suggest equipping an 85mm plasma cannon. For the shoulder-mounted weapon, given the nature of the Baixamo engagement, anti-aircraft missiles will not be necessary. Considering your limited experience, I propose equipping you with 2 serrated ant-type 12-tube rocket launchers. These launchers fire 105mm caliber rockets, which possess substantial firepower. They're effective against both armored units and infantry, often requiring no aiming. Just fire away. For close combat, I shall heed your request for the power spear. Although it may be somewhat constrained within the factory, considering your experience in handling, it is the best option. What do you think of this configuration? After finalizing the setup, Feng Dai turned to Li Xian. Upon hearing Feng Dai's configuration and analysis, Li Xian felt quite satisfied with the weaponry, as he had previously operated all of them. Albeit on the firing range, he had at least familiarized himself with their capabilities. No objections, I trust Brother Feng's configuration. Excellent. Now let's get moving. Arrange the equipment for Li Xian's mecha according to this setup. Feng Dai commanded the mechanics, who had been awaiting further instructions that AS for Mai and the commander's mechas. There is no need for a change in configuration. Just ensure that ammunition and supplies are replenished. Yes, the leader of the maintenance team saluted before promptly directing his subordinates to begin their tasks. With nothing pressing to attend to, Feng Dai ascended into his mecha to assess its condition. Li Xian pondered for a moment, gradually shaking off the earlier sense of being extorted. He had long prepared himself mentally for this. And although it felt somewhat disconcerting in reality, he regained his composure after finalizing the weapon configuration. He too entered the cockpit of the mecha, watching as the mechanics affixed the various weapons onto the machine. Feeling the mecha grow increasingly formidable stirred a sense of exhilaration within him. Suddenly recalling something, Feng Dai opened his cockpit and called out to Li Xian, "What do you think about adding an external armor set to your mecha? It will reduce your agility, but significantly enhance your defense." Li Xian contemplated this. While the external armor would undoubtedly slow down the mecha's movements, the enhanced defense was undeniably appealing. His control over the mecha was still rudimentary. Even if given the opportunity to execute agile maneuvers, he would struggle to do so. Thus, he reasoned that sacrificing some agility in exchange for greater defense would be prudent. At least it would allow him to endure a few more hits when dodging attacks. Therefore, he replied, let's add an external armor set. Consequently, an additional layer of external armor was to be mounted onto Li Xian's mecha. It appeared that the configuration was skewing toward a firepower-oriented approach. Nonetheless, Li Xian found this agreeable. Given his lack of agility and technical prowess in combat, overwhelming firepower would be his strategy for subduing the enemy. First, he would suppress them with firepower, eliminating half of their forces, and then methodically deal with the remainder. This way, there would be no threats capable of endangering Li Xian's mecha. If the enemy was obliterated, none would be able to approach. Before long, as various weapons were installed onto the mecha. The final composite armor was also affixed to Li Xian's machine. From external perspective, this mecha appeared to have gained a noticeable bulk compared to Jiang Lu's, and indeed, Feng Dai's mecha bore a similar resemblance. Affirming his preference for heavy firepower, when Jiang Lu returned from outside and beheld the two mechas that had seemingly grown larger, alongside his own, which appeared slightly slimmer, he furrowed his brow, but refrained from commenting further. Jiang Lu's mecha ultimately did not feature external armor. His chosen weaponry was largely akin to Li Xian's, save for the absence of the two 12-tube rocket launchers. For close combat, he opted for a power longsword. Its massive blade gripped firmly in the right arm of the mecha. That evening, while everyone else retired to rest, only Li Xian remained within his mecha's cockpit. Perhaps it was due to nerves, or perhaps excitement. He resolved to take a nap inside the mecha that night. Before succumbing to slumber, he continued to operate his mech with a subtle manipulation of psychic energy, striving to familiarize himself with the intricacies of his machine. Just prior to his departure, Jiang Lu approached Li Xian's mech and advised, "There is no need to be overly anxious. The battle will not commence with overwhelming intensity. You will have ample time to acclimatize. Be sure to rest well, for it would be unwise to enter combat in a state of mental disarray." From within the confines of the mech's cockpit, Li Xian's voice resonated through the mech's speakers. "Yes, Master, I understand that I will familiarize myself further before resting." Jiang Lu nodded in acknowledgement before taking his leave. Li Xian refrained from utilizing psychic energy, instead employing the mech's control stick and buttons to execute minor movements. Time swiftly progressed to the following day. With the dawn sunlight gracing the military base, an air of fervor enveloped the place. Armed to the teeth, elite infantry clad in red-printed two semi-full battle armor bustled about, laden with gear as they boarded armored vehicles, forming a lengthy procession as they departed the base. Armored vehicles and tanks rumbled out in succession, accompanied by the thunderous sounds of their engines. Subsequently, 23 mechs suspended beneath large transport helicopters took flight from the base. The transportation of mechs was considerably swifter than that of the armored forces, as they were required to reach the forward outpost established by Hung and defense at the earliest opportunity. The helicopters flew at a modest altitude. Inside the mechs, Li Xian and his fellow mech pilots had already settled into their cockpits. Although the journey to the forward outpost was not necessarily perilous, it was far from being entirely secure, necessitating constant vigilance among the mech pilots. Within the confines of his cockpit, Li Xian closed his eyes, while he did not need to control the mech at that moment. He maintained a connection with the psychic energy and the machined eye. In this state, his intelligent chip was linked with the mech's radar, allowing him to survey the surrounding environment. Even with his eyes shut, he maintained a mental awareness of the conditions and circumstances surrounding the mech. This effect stemmed from the synergy between the mech and psychic energy, with multiple sensors surrounding the mech providing the pilot with comprehensive visual data. The mech was formidable, and within its cockpit, Li Xian, clad in his mech suit, had his arms crossed and awaited their arrival at the outpost. Along the journey, no foolhardy enemy dared to disturb the procession of 23 D-class short sword mechs. The transport helicopter arrived at the forward outpost without incident. Although the auxiliary armored squad had yet to make its appearance, Li Xian opened his eyes inside the mech. It detached from the helicopter's harness and advanced slowly toward Jiang Lu's mech. His left arm housed a 6-barreled 20mm electromagnetic cannon, the center featuring an 85mm plasma cannon, while the right arm wielded a powered long spear devoid of a disintegration field that could tee the back of the mech. A substantial backpack was affixed, containing ammunition for the cannon. The cannon's rate of fire was exceedingly rapid. Without a supplementary ammunition system, it would render Li Xian's weaponry ineffective within mere seconds. This large backpack contained only 6,000 rounds of cannon ammunition, which upon calculation would not sustain prolonged firing. However, such concentrated firepower would be insurmountable for any adversary. Even those employing similar mechs equipped with void shields, subjected to such relentless fire for several seconds, the void shields would inevitably overload. Moreover, Li Xian would not engage in battle alone. He would be accompanied by an auxiliary support team. While referred to as support personnel, they were more akin to his ammunition transport squad, operating armored vehicles predominantly filled with munitions for the mechs. Unless the intensity of the battlefield escalated to a degree that obliterated the entire support squad or rendered them incapable of delivering ammunition, Li Xian would remain well-stocked. Maintain vigilance. Jiang Lu's voice echoed in Li Xian's ears. "Yes, Commander. Yes, Master," responded both Feng Dai and Li Xian in unison. This exchange constituted their internal communication, while Jiang Lu maintained contact with higher command. the 20-plus mechs opted for dispersed positions, awaiting within the forward outpost. The soldiers of Hung and defense stationed at this outpost were accustomed to such occurrences, as mechs typically relaxed their guard only after the infantry and armored units had arrived. Fortunately, the duration of this alert state was brief. After more than 2 hours of waiting, the main force arrived at the base. Armored vehicles, tanks, and various large transport vehicles arrived in waves, transforming the outpost into a bustling hub. Subsequently, Li Xian was relieved of any responsibility for coordination and arrangements. He merely needed to heed orders. The only contingent he could command was his auxiliary support team, comprising 2 armored vehicles of a track type. The front of each vehicle was equipped with a dual-mounted 20mm cannon and a 4-tube anti-tank missile launcher, while the rear contained an armored transport vehicle fully stocked with ammunition. This armored transport could replenish Li Xian's ammunition twice, sufficient for most scenarios. The first day within the forward outpost passed without incident. Following the arrival of the main force, the mech pilots deactivated their combat alert status. The mechs were maneuvered into a relatively crude hangar, which was essentially a large pit excavated in the ground and camouflaged with minimal effort. After securing the mech, Li Xian accompanied Jiang Lu to the outpost's mess hall. The auxiliary support team was left to oversee the mechs and hangar, enduring the hardship of waiting until Li Xian and his companions returned before they could partake in their meal. Nonetheless, compared to ordinary infantry, their treatment was somewhat better, as food was delivered to them. Meanwhile, Li Xian and his team indulged in a hearty meat feast, a delightful experience. The following day marked the official commencement of battle. This statement, however, does not entirely encapsulate the truth, for the battle involving the mechs had only just begun, while the infantry had already engaged in combat the previous night. The elite infantry had initiated operations, traversing enemy minefields and infiltrating the outer defenses of the steel mill. After neutralizing several foes, these elite soldiers inevitably clashed with the enemy forces inside the steel mill, following a night of fierce combat. They had secured various small defensive positions, awaiting reinforcements. These positions could be remnants of collapsed buildings, metal furnaces, or corners of workshops. Nighttime skirmishes proved perilous for both the defending and attacking forces, upon the elite infantry occupying the steel mill. They exchanged roles with the enemy's defenders who sought to expel them from their strongholds. Clearly, nighttime was not an opportune time for such confrontations, thus the battles intensified during daylight in a conference room. Jiang Lu continued to instruct Li Xian. Our adversary is the Mildanites, though it is likely that we are facing merely a squad from their ranks. According to intelligence, the forces stationed within the steel mill comprise their retinue, comparable in status to our Hung and Defense Company. Within the Beishimo steel mill, there are at least 1 infantry brigade and several reinforced armored battalions, amounting to approximately 5,500 personnel. Naturally, the combat capabilities of these Milda infantry do not warrant our concern. If they were our only opposition, our 3 mechs could systematically eliminate all visible enemies given sufficient time, unless they were to hide in places inaccessible to our mechs. Our true foes are the Knights of the Mildanites. Like us, they belong to the mech battalions. Before the projection screen in Jiang Lu's office, the silhouette of a mech materialized. Jiang Lu pointed at the mech and stated, "I trust you have already reviewed the data on this mech, but allow me to reiterate. This mech is classified as a D grade, comparable to the short sword attendant. IT is the Knight's attendant mech. As a D grade mech, both the Mildanite Corps and our Blueprint Biotechnology Group have nearly perfected such models. The attributes of both variants are similar, albeit with different emphases. The short sword attendant is a versatile mech, excelling in range combat, fire support, and close quarters combat. However, as you well know, the antonym of versatility is mediocrity. In contrast, the Knight's attendant is more inclined towards melee combat. This is a crucial point for you to note, as your melee capabilities are your weakest link. At this juncture, Jiang Lu cast a penetrating glance at Li Xian. Lixn had no intention of disputing this, for Jiang Lu's words rang true. His proficiency in melee combat was indeed lacking. After all, achieving the ability to pilot a mech onto the battlefield after just 19 days of study and training was no small feat. Mastery of melee practice in a mech requires a considerable investment of time. Within the hierarchical levels of the chip's internal system, Li Xian's melee experience was rated at D1, indicating a novice status. His experience in controlling ranged weaponry in combat was slightly better at D2, only a marginal improvement. This was largely due to possessing 2 chips, combined with the exceptional efficacy of the psychic chip, which had enabled him to attain his current level of competence. After observing Li Xian, Jiang Lu continued his introduction. The Knights' Attendants are a cadre of melee maniacs. Their ranged weaponry is exceedingly rudimentary, hardly surpassing that of a tank, while foregoing ranged attacks. They free up considerable space within their frames, which is then devoted to enhancing their melee capabilities. Their physical strength is greater, their speed swifter. And due to their lack of range proficiency, their void shields are also reinforced, allowing them to withstand more firepower. These warriors typically wield long-handled power axes or power polearms, which is somewhat akin to your own armament. Most critically, they outnumber us. As Jiang Lu uttered these words, his tone grew grave. Outnumber? By how much? Li Xian inquired. Feng Dai sighed and responded, a single combat squad consists of 5 mechs. Do you understand now? In large-scale battles, such a squad makes little difference. But in a battlefield like the Beishimo Steelworks, their numbers will likely confer an advantage. Jiang Lu interrupted Feng Dai, who was poised to continue, saying, do not heed his alarmism. Continuous combat means not only our forces are insufficient, but the enemies are as well. In the last struggle for Beishimo, the opposing combat squad was similarly not at full strength, so there is no need for excessive concern. Feng Dai nodded in agreement, adding, Li Xian, consider yourself fortunate to join our squad. Our leader possesses superior psychic abilities, significantly enhancing our mechs, and is renowned for his combat prowess, even when outnumbered 2-1. Those Knights' Attendants could not best him. In the last skirmish, he managed to turn the tables on 2 attackers. He continued, perhaps this time, you could provide cover against enemy fire with your cannon. And the battle would conclude swiftly. Li Xian felt a slight alleviation of his tension and smiled, replying, if that were the case, it would be ideal. Meanwhile, as they convened, the offensive against the Beishimo Steelworks was already underway. Outside the forward base, artillery units had established heavy howitzers, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the outer defenses of the Milda Infantry Brigade. For a continuous 6 hours, this formidable artillery pounded the periphery of the Beishimo Steelworks, turning it into a wasteland of craters. Such heavy bombardments inflicted limited damage on the enemy. Aside from transforming some ruins into an even more decimated state, they served little purpose. Not only were there intricate tunnels beneath the Beishimo Steelworks, but even within the surface debris, enemy soldiers might be hiding. The primary function of this bombardment was to clear away traps, mines, and other obstacles laid by the enemy. It was common to witness a single shell detonate, triggering a chain reaction of explosions in the vicinity, igniting the anti-tank mines buried by the enemy. Shrapnel flew, flames erupted, engulfing everything in a wave of explosive force and fire. On the mech, Li Xian observed this explosive spectacle through the mech's long-range viewing equipment. These anti-tank mines retain some effectiveness against armored vehicles and tanks, but their impact against mechs is considerably diminished. Low-yield mines inflict negligible damage on mechs, while those with larger payloads are easily detectable by the mechs. The reason the mechs had yet to initiate their assault was due to the coordinated timing with the infantry and armored units. While mechs are formidable, they can easily find themselves in peril when encircled. Currently, the entire Blueprint Expeditionary Force stationed at Hungan Defense consists of merely 23 mechs, necessitating prudence in their deployment. The advanced force comprised an armored mixed battalion from Hungan Defense, accompanied by 2 infantry battalions. Their objective was to breach the outer defenses of the Beishimo Steelworks, while the mech units would provide fire support and precision strikes on enemy strongholds. At the front, a tank company had completed its pre-battle preparations. The tanks from Hungan Defense were of the model Li Xian had piloted previously, known as the Stag Hunter tank. This medium tank is equipped with a primary weapon of a 120mm electromagnetic cannon and a secondary weapon of a 14.5mm electromagnetic machine gun. Such caliber weaponry, when directed at a short-sword attendant mech, would prove lethal if the mech lacked a void shield. The same applies to enemy tanks. Typically, the firepower of these tanks is sufficient to breach their own armor. A direct hit would spell disaster. A tank platoon from Hung-In Defense consists of 3 standard Stag Hunter tanks and 1 command variant .3 tank platoons, combined with a single command Stag Hunter. Form a tank company, totaling 13 tanks. An armored mixed battalion comprises 1 tank company and 2 armored infantry companies. The vehicles used by the armored companies are the short-tailed mouse infantry fighting vehicles, armed with a primary weapon of a 20mm electromagnetic cannon, and armor capable of withstanding typical electromagnetic and laser rifle attacks. For weaponry with calibers below 20 mm, they also provide considerable defensive capabilities. Each short-tailed mouse can transport 8 infantry soldiers, who can disembark and engage in combat once they reach the battlefield. 3 short-tailed mice form an armored platoon, and 3 armored platoons constitute an armored company, supplemented by an additional command short-tailed mouse. In total, Hung-In Defense's armored mixed battalion boasts 13 Stag Hunter tanks and 20 short-tailed mouse infantry fighting vehicles, along with 160 elite armored infantry. Such a composition is quite formidable within Hung-In Defense. From the perspective of this recent battle, the combat formations of the 2 additional infantry battalions are significantly lacking. The organization of an infantry battalion consists of 10 soldiers forming an infantry squad, with 1 squad leader and 1 deputy squad leader. In terms of armament, each infantry squad comprises 5 to 7 riflemen, typically armed with the X-49 rifle, with the possibility of 1 or 2 V-12 electromagnetic rifles. The machine gun team consists of 1 to 2 members, utilizing the 12.5mm electromagnetic machine gun, designated as the N6 Universal Electromagnetic Gun. The anti-tank armor team, also comprised of 1 to 2 members, employs the L3 electromagnetic armor-piercing cannon, with a caliber of 88 mm, or anti-tank missiles. For medical support, 1 medic is assigned to every 3 squads, along with a platoon leader who commands the entire platoon, and a deputy platoon leader who assists in command. A platoon consists of 32 personnel. 3 platoons form an infantry company, commanded by a company leader responsible for the overall combat direction, with a deputy company leader who assists in operational duties and training. The company headquarters also includes 2 communication and administrative personnel, alongside a cooking team from 1 squad. Thus, a company comprises 112 individuals. An infantry battalion consists of 3 companies. Within the battalion headquarters, there is a battalion commander who oversees command and coordination, a deputy battalion commander who aids in tactical deployments and training, and a battalion chief of staff responsible for operational planning, intelligence analysis, and communication liaison. The battalion staff includes 3 to 5 personnel, comprising operations, logistics, and communications officers. The battalion's direct support units include a guard squad, a communication squad, and a reconnaissance squad. In total, an ideal infantry battalion consists of approximately 375 personnel. However, in most circumstances, the battalion's establishment is often incomplete, with troop numbers potentially being slightly lower or higher. As is the case now. After enduring prolonged combat, the total number of soldiers across these infantry battalions is roughly around 300. The front line is occupied by the Stag Hunter tanks, which have formed a small phalanx, their engines roaring to life with a thunderous sound echoing around. Lix within his mech manipulates the controls to follow Jiang Lu, approaching the rear of the tank convoy. The sequence of this assault is as follows: Tank Company, Mech, Armored Infantry Company, Infantry Battalion. A command from the command post crackles through the headset of the Tank Company commander. Commence! Commence! Boom! 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 The 13 Stag Hunter tanks begin to rotate their weighted wheels, gripping the ground with their tracks as they gradually accelerate. In the terrain surrounding the Beishimo steel plant, these tanks can maintain a speed of 70 kilometers per hour, which is quite rapid on the battlefield. Clouds of dust are kicked up by the tank tracks, the vehicles moving like colossal dragons, heading straight for the Beishimo steel plant. Xian glances at the nearby, short-tailed mouse armored personnel carrier, which has also ignited its engine, following suit with the tanks that were moving out. Xian hears Jiang Lu's command. The 3 of them trail alongside the armored personnel carrier, also setting their sights on the Beishimo steel plant. Inside the cockpit, Xian rests his hands on the armrests, a faint glow of psychic energy appearing in his eyes as he enters a state of psychic piloting. The mech can achieve a movement speed of 80 kilometers per hour without engaging in combat, which is on par with the tanks and wheeled armored vehicles. Only upon entering combat mode does the speed decrease slightly due to the need to allocate more energy to various systems, ensuring greater stability during battle. The short sword servants begin to run, their heavy footsteps resonating across the land. The mechs do not walk, but rather move like humans in a run, even leaping forward, covering distances of 20 to 30 meters with each stride. Their void shields remain activated, ever ready to defend against attacks from all directions. The 6-barreled electromagnetic cannon on the left arm of the mech, along with the 85mm plasma cannon, remain charged and ready to fire at a moment's notice. Within the depths of the Beishimo steel plant, in a concealed underground chamber, the area is brightly lit and has been transformed into the command center of the Milda servants. Within the command center, a holographic projection of the Beishimo steel plant is displayed, surrounded by a dozen battle staff busy compiling various data. But to the forefront of the holographic display, the advancing stag hunter tanks. Short-sword servant mechs and short-tailed mouse-armored personnel carriers are represented. Although not entirely accurate to the real-time situation on the ground, it is remarkably close to the actual positions. The stag hunters have almost traversed half the distance to the Beishimo steel plant. At the forefront of the holographic map stands a middle-aged man clad in tactical attire. He wields a lightweight knight's sword. The highest commander of this area, the brigade leader of the 523rd Mechanized Infantry Brigade, Roy. Roy points his knight's sword at the leading 13 stag hunters, stating, "It seems these corporate folks truly believe we do not exist," boldly charging towards the steel plant. "Let us show them what we're made of." "Yes, brigade leader," responds one of the battle staff immediately, stepping aside to contact the frontline units along the outer defenses of the Beishimo steel plant, while the elite infantry of Hungan defense have seized some small strongholds. The majority of the perimeter remains under the control of the Milda Servants Battalion. Even the continuous bombardment of heavy howitzers has not inflicted significant casualties upon them, as the combat orders are issued. Soldiers begin to appear at various defensive outposts along the front line. Inside a collapsed 3-story building, an entire infantry anti-tank team is stationed. The organization of the Milda Servants is quite similar to that of Hungan defense, with an anti-tank team also comprising 2 to 3 members. They have now deployed an electromagnetic anti-tank cannon, with the energy pack connected and the barrel beginning to charge, after being bombarded by these corporate hounds for so long. "It's about time we let off some steam." One soldier controlling the sight chuckles. His assistant, busy loading armor-piercing rounds, glances up and exclaims, "This time, we're definitely going to crack those tanks open." In stark contrast to their relaxed demeanor, another soldier, somewhat stiff, awaits by the anti-tank cannon. The operator is a seasoned veteran, while the one waiting is a rookie. This prolonged battle has not only severely depleted the seasoned soldiers of Blueprint Biotech and Hungan defense, but has also taken a toll on the veterans of the Milda Knights and Servants. However, during defensive operations, rookies can still play a vital role. They need not perform complex tactical maneuvers, but simply focus on lining up their sights and pulling the trigger. Meanwhile, in the command center of the Hungan Defense Outpost, Lu Quan is strategizing with the commander of Hungan Defense, Jizhizhuan. The brigade leader of this mixed battalion holds full responsibility for the assault on the Beishimo steel plant, although Lu Quan's authority is still higher. Observing the positions of the tanks and armored units, Jizhizhuan ponders for a moment before instructing his chief of staff. The positions are nearly set. Have the artillery units release smoke shells, followed by a barrage of standard munitions. Then Jizhizhuan turns to Lu Quan and adds, "Director Lu, we will need the mech units to exert themselves more this time. After the bombardment, I need the mech units to advance past the tanks and be the first to clear out the enemies on the outer defenses. The tank and armored companies will follow closely behind, ready to provide support." Lu Quan glances at the holographic map, nodding affirmatively, "No problem." Soon, command from the rear command center are dispatched to various combat units. In the artillery position surrounding the outpost, these gunners begin loading special smoke shells into their cannons. Boom! Accompanied by the thunderous sound of heavy artillery, the large smoke shells, equipped with delay fuses, soar toward the outer defenses of the Beishimo steel plant. Boom! The massive smoke grenades detonated in midair, unleashing billowing clouds of black smoke that swiftly engulf the surrounding area, obscuring the entire offensive direction of Hungen defense and the tank stationed in the rear. These smoke screens even provided a degree of concealment against radar, leaving the defending soldiers waiting on the perimeter of the Guansuosi steel plant in utter confusion. The smoke would only last for 2 or 3 minutes in such an open expanse. Yet 2 or 3 minutes could yield ample opportunities. The veteran operating the electromagnetic anti-tank cannon momentarily lifted his gaze from the targeting device, cursing vehemently as he stared into the murky expanse ahead. Damn it. These corporate hounds are at it again. The smoke lay just over 200 meters beyond the entire perimeter. If these anti-tank infantry wished to strike at the tanks, they would need to close that 200-meter gap. You too, keep your eyes peeled. Call out when you spot a tank. Yes. The veterans and rookies replied in unison. Amidst the smoke, Li Xian heard Lu Quan's voice in his ear. All teams, pay attention. Task change. Teams 4, 5, 6, and 7 prepare for an assault, targeting regions C-32, C-33, C-34, and C-35. Eliminate all enemy defenders in this area to open a breach for the armored units. Received. Zhang Lu's voice responded. Alongside Zhang Lu were several other team leaders, and their team members had no authority to communicate directly with Lu Quan until their leaders withdrew from combat. Thus, they could only passively accept orders. The eye in the cockpit, Zhang Lu glanced towards the direction of Li Xian's mech and declared, all units, initiate the third combat posture for the assault. 02 received. 03 received. The 3 mechs immediately shifted from their original stances, with Zhang Lu and Feng Dai leading the charge, while Li Xian's mech followed closely behind. Their positions, while not distant, still spanned hundreds of meters apart. Charge! Zhang Lu's steady voice resonated in Li Xian's ear. Taking a deep breath, Li Xian immersed himself in the task of piloting the mech. Bang! The mech sprang into action, leaping forward towards the perimeter of the Guansuosi steel plant. .03. This is your first real combat experience. Keep a close watch on your combat radar and psychic energy. Do not hold back. Eliminate all threatening targets. 01 received. Li Xian gritted his teeth in response. The immense machine, despite its foot's preparation for shock absorption and sound dampening, produced a thunderous noise as it charged forward. Meanwhile, the heavy artillery in the rear opened fire, launching another barrage at the enemy's front line, masking the sounds of the mech's movements. That Li Xian's short sword mech, equipped with a 6-barrel machine cannon on its left arm and an 85mm plasma cannon, was fully charged and ready to unleash a volley upon detecting the enemy. This was his first true battlefield experience in 2 lifetimes. Although he often boasted when not in combat, the palpable atmosphere of the battlefield now made his palms sweat. Zhang Lu and Feng Dai's mechs, though slightly ahead of Li Xian, were only a few dozen meters apart, and with hundreds of meters separating the 3 of them, Li Xian would still have to face a portion of the enemy's fire. Once the artillery bombardment ceased, prepare. Zhang Lu's voice resonated just as the mech was set to breach the smoke screen. Step. From within the dense black smoke, a menacing mechanical figure surged forth on the position of the Milda anti-tank infantry. A rookie shouted, pointing towards Li Xian's direction. It's coming out. The veteran operator reacted almost instantaneously, aligning the targeting device on Li Xian's mech. FCK. The veteran roared in fury. This anger stemmed not only from the mech, but also from his frustration with the rookie. Almost the moment the anti-tank targeting device locked onto Li Xian, both Li Xian's psychic energy chip and the mech's combat radar responded simultaneously. The biological intelligence chip in his mind reacted in an instant, assisting Li Xian in battle by pinpointing his adversary's .3 target units were identified: a collapsed 3-story building, a twisted mass of steel debris, and a location resembling a sewer. Boom! The first target, the 3-story building. Fired first, the electromagnetic anti-tank cannon's penetrator round shot forth with a deafening roar and a spark of electricity, striking Li Xian's mech's void shield. The mech's void shield activated instantly, illuminating in a honeycomb pattern. With ripples appearing across its surface, the penetrator round failed to breach the shield. The veteran manning the anti-tank position had already cursed the rookie's ancestors the moment he spotted the mech. The electromagnetic anti-tank cannon could penetrate the void shield, but it would take more than one gun to accomplish that. Once the mech realized it had been targeted, it could only respond with ruthless firepower. In the instant the trigger was pulled, the two veterans turned to flee, but it was too late. With dual military-grade ships assisting him, Lee Exine swiftly adjusted the left arm's six-barrel machine cannon. Whir, rat-a-tat-tat. Accompanied by a faint electronic buzz, a torrent of fire erupted from the six-barrel cannon. Each 20mm round shot forth from the barrel, crackling with electricity as it accurately traversed the gap, striking within the defensive position. Simultaneously, Lee Exine wasted no time in observing the ensuing reactions, swiftly redirecting the cannon towards the second target, the mass of steel debris at rat-a-tat-tat. Finally, he aimed at the sewer-like location. The machine cannon was less effective there. So the mech's main cannon responded instantly. Zing! A surge of plasma, crackling with arcs of electricity, erupted from the main cannon, sparking and flashing as it struck the sewer. Lee Exine's short-sword mech executed the entire sequence, from locking onto an enemy to firing, within a mere 3 seconds. Almost simultaneously, 3 tremendous explosions erupted from the targets. The already collapsed 3-story building was reduced to mere rubble. In an instant, the small gap from which the penetrator had fired was inundated with at least a dozen electromagnetic shells. Both rookies and veterans alike became nothing more than casualties. Even the fastest veteran could not reach safety in time. The second target, the mass of steel debris, was sent flying, scattering fragments of steel and rebar everywhere. With some bodies clad in tactical camouflage visible among the wreckage, the third target fared even worse. The plasma cannon's immense power wreaked havoc. Due to the sewer being underground, conventional shells could easily be intercepted. However, plasma projectiles were not subject to such limitations. The blast, flames, and electricity swept through the darkened sewer. The soldiers lying in ambush within were almost instantly struck down by the high-voltage surge, regardless of their armor's presence or type. Following the explosion, their bodies were reduced to charred remains, and the sewer itself collapsed, leaving a large crater in its wake. In this counterattack, Lee Exine had no opportunity to feel pity. His actions were almost reflexive in eliminating all enemies. As the 6-barrel machine cannon ceased fire and the plasma cannon began recharging, Lee Exine finally registered the blood mist rising from the 2 positions ahead, side, and continued to maneuver his mech forward. This was war, the brutal struggle for survival. Meanwhile, Jiang Lu, engaged in combat, observed Lee Exine's state. After witnessing Lee Exine's combat response, he silently nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The 3 mechs commenced their sweeping assault. Almost all the ambushed Milda attendant soldiers, upon discovering the initial appearance of the mecha, began to flee almost instantaneously. They could at most contend with tanks and armored vehicles. Now, faced with the mecha, a mere moment's delay in their escape would lead to a dramatically different fate. Target identified. In Lee Exine's mind, the psychic intelligence chip indicated the location of a new target. That position was at least 200 to 300 meters away from mecha. Seemingly an infantry sniper who had been unable to withdraw in time. A sniper, indeed. The left arm of Lee Exine's short-sword attendant was raised directly, and after the 85mm plasma cannon was charged, the chip projected a targeting reticle before him, aligning the target's location within the crosshairs. Zing! Boom! With a single shot, the sniper's position was engulfed in plasma, the ferocious plasma energy tearing apart the surrounding structures. As for the sniper, Lee Exine no longer paid him any heed. He should now be referred to as that unfortunate sniper. Real combat, truly, is the best way to master new technologies. In that moment, Lee Exine felt his control over the mecha deepen further. The short sword attendant navigated through the ruins, and the entire C-33 operational area was not particularly large. The 3 mechas easily swept through it, uprooting various ground defense positions. Lee Exine even spotted the elite infantry of Hungan Defense, who had entered this area the previous night, along with the defensive strongholds they had captured. Thanks to their enemy identification capabilities, these infantrymen were fortunate enough to evade Lee Exine's machine guns and plasma cannons. However, those ill-fated Milda attendant soldiers who had been discovered by Lee Exine were indeed in dire straits. Meanwhile, as the mecha units cleared the front lines, Hungan Defense's tank battalion and armored infantry battalion successfully maneuvered through the smoke, heading straight for the Bikesimo steel factory. The mechas, which had initially advanced somewhat, now returned to the side of the tanks and armored vehicles. Although the mechas were formidable, they were not invincible. If they continued to advance without support, they risked being encircled. Even ordinary infantry, given sufficient heavy firepower, could inflict losses on the mechas, saying nothing of the fact that if a dozen anti-tank electromagnetic cannons or several heavy artillery pieces concentrated their fire on a mecha's void shield, such a focused assault could indeed overload the shield. Relying solely on armor protection, even mechas would struggle to withstand a few rounds of armor-piercing ammunition upon reaching the outer defensive line of the Guansuosi steel factory. The elite armored infantry dismounted swiftly from their short-tailed mouse infantry fighting vehicles, maintaining combat formation as they rapidly deployed. Within the 4 areas already cleared around them, they began to establish their own defensive strongholds and overlapping fields of fire. The battle had only just begun. The surface of the Guansuosi steel factory had already been divided into hundreds of operational zones. Having only secured for thus far, they faced arduous fighting ahead to completely seize the steel factory. Moreover, this was merely the surface combat zone. The underground environment of the Guansuosi steel factory was far more complex, and capturing the underground would require significant casualties. Among the subsequent forces, 2 infantry battalions began to enter the combat zone. Their vehicles considerably inferior to those of the first wave of armored infantry. These mechanized infantry battalions relied solely on ordinary jeeps or large trucks for transport. Their weaponry was also somewhat lacking. But fortunately, under the cover of smoke, they encountered little resistance and successfully reached the Guansuosi steel factory. Inside the mecha cockpit, Jiang Lu's voice resonated. 03. How do you feel? 01. Feeling good. Li Xian's voice was steady, the initial tension in his heart having dissipated. Maintain current status. The battle has only just begun. Yes. In the command center of the Milda Attendant Army Underground, the commander maintained a calm demeanor, as if the captured positions and the fallen soldiers were of no concern to him. I never expected they would deploy mecha directly, muttered the staff officer of the mechanized infantry brigade through gritted teeth. In this instance, with 4 operational zones captured, dozens of soldiers who were forced to retaliate or unable to escape had perished. These soldiers had anticipated a fierce assault once the tanks and armored vehicles cleared the way, only to find themselves on the receiving end of an unexpected and brutal counterattack. The battle had merely begun, yet they had already deployed mecha. Prepare the front lines. We shall slowly engage with their mecha. I am eager to see how much psychic energy they can expend. The brigade commander, Roy, calmly issued new operational orders. This command, though seemingly light, would weigh heavily on the soldiers tasked with its execution, as every word from Roy could cost multiple lives. Within the Guansuosi steel factory, upon solidifying their foothold in the 4 secured operational zones, the Hungyan defense soldiers commenced their offensive against the other adjacent zones. They needed to maximize their territorial expansion, inflicting casualties on enemy soldiers and seizing their positions as the infantry and armored troops launched their assault. The mecha were required to follow suit, with infantry and armored units serving as bait and reconnaissance teams to flush out hidden enemies. The IT may sound cruel, but such are the methods of conventional warfare. Even in the absence of mechs, these infantry and armored soldiers are compelled to engage in such combat. The support of mechs significantly reduces their casualty rates. At this juncture, there is no mandate for every mech to be deployed. For instance, the 5th Squad's mechs have begun a rotation system, with 1 mech moving in a battle alongside the infantry at a time. The remaining 2 are not entirely at rest. They maintain a distance, refraining from using psychic connections, and instead employ propulsion rods to follow. In this manner, a single mech at the forefront can manage straightforward combat, conserving the psychic energy of the 2 mechs trailing behind. Should the fighting escalate or a high-value target present itself, they can swiftly join the fray. Accompanying the 2 mechs are 4 auxiliary infantry teams from the 5th Squad, maneuvering in tracked armored vehicles, carrying ammunition and soldiers. The electromagnetic cannons mounted on the vehicles are operated by soldiers, ever vigilant of their surroundings. Should any unusual activity arise, they're prepared to unleash firepower immediately. At this moment, the one fighting alongside the infantry is Li Xian, with Jiang Lu and Feng Dai preceding him. LIXIN sits in the cockpit, positioned neither too far nor too close behind the infantry, ready to provide immediate support. Among the soldiers ahead, they're not merely infantry. A stag hunter leads the charge, flanked by 3 short-tailed mice. The synergy between infantry and armor is evident as the soldiers disperse to the sides, forming combat groups of 3 or 4 that each group maintains a spacing of 20 to 30 meters, a distance that mitigates the risk of being taken out in one fell swoop, while ensuring concentrated firepower. The stag hunter leads the way, while the short-tailed mice advance and retreat to provide fire support. The rationale for not having mechs take the lead is straightforward. When such combat machines appear on the front line, the enemy tends to vanish, retreating underground like rodents. Thus, even if they were to scour the entire Beishimo steelworks, it would yield little in terms of securing the large stronghold. Capturing this location necessitates not only seizing territory, but also inflicting casualties on the enemy's combatants. The operation is accompanied by a company, with the commander overseeing from the rear. The roar of tank engines echoes through the ruins, while fire control radars scan the vicinity. To the side, an infantry combat group swiftly advances into a small ruin. The point man tosses a grenade inside. Upon detonation, they rush in, verifying the area for temporary safety. They commence constructing a rudimentary defensive line, ensuring they can hold this position for at least the next few hours. The pace of the war's progression is far slower than anticipated. It is not akin to the dramatic portrayal seen on television in Li Xian's previous life, where a lone gunman clears enemy fortifications with rapid fire. Although mechs can indeed accomplish such feats, provided the enemy shows themselves, Li Xian's autocannon or electromagnetic cannon can react instantaneously. However, this requires the enemy to surface. The Beishimo Steelworks is an entirely urban combat environment. In such conditions, leveling the area with heavy artillery or bombers and then moving in would not constitute urban warfare. Previous assaults have transformed the steelworks into a vast ruin. Even with continued bombardment, it remains merely a collection of debris, albeit with shifted locations. This is a setting rife with hiding spots for the enemy. When the enemy refrains from revealing themselves, even if Li Xian were to bombard every conceivable hiding place with plasma shots, it would inflict no harm. Life is precious, and the infantry must find adequate cover during their movements. Every street, every alley, and every ruin may conceal adversaries. The soldiers of Hungan defense are not expendable. They can perish, serve as cannon fodder, but their deaths must hold significance. Advancing to a location necessitates at least 10 minutes of peripheral reconnaissance. If there are still potential hiding spots within, further time must be allocated for thorough checks. The infantry's pace of advancement is considerably slower than one might expect. Ahead, a combat group of 4 swiftly navigates the street, only to encounter a gun barrel protruding from a distance of over 100 meters. Tat tat tat. A barrage of bullets erupts from the weapon, instantly downing one infantryman. The electromagnetic round obliterates the upper half of his body, leaving no chance for survival. Among the remaining 3, one charges forward while the other 2 retreat to their prior cover. Thus, a combat group is effectively split in 2. Requesting support. The squad leader urgently calls for armored assistance over the comms. Not far behind, the Stag Hunter tank's engine roars to life, swiftly advancing to the front. The 120mm electromagnetic cannon locks onto the recently fired position and fires. Boom! A round streaks forth, striking the small cover. Boom! The high explosive shell erupts, sending debris flying. Yet it appears the enemy is no longer present. After firing, the enemy infantry has rapidly repositioned. However, no matter how swiftly they run, they cannot escape far unless there is a tunnel beneath. The Stag Hunter accelerates, its tracks whirling, closing in on the site of the explosion to trace the enemy's escape route. A short-tailed mouse from the rear also joins in, its autocannon unleashing a torrent of fire on suspected hiding spots. Tat 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 tat. Boom boom boom. Every potential hiding place, windows, ruins, and crevices in the vicinity, comes under heavy fire. Yet, after this barrage, no enemy presence is detected. The infantry group swiftly retrieves the body of their fallen comrade under the cover of the armored vehicle, ensuring that the remains are returned, for neglecting this would severely dampen morale. Li Xian, positioned slightly further back, gazes at the blood-soaked ground, letting out a barely perceptible sigh. This is the harsh reality of war, particularly modern warfare, even with the advent of mechs as advanced combat instruments. Infantry remains the most casualty-prone unit on the battlefield. The soldiers continue to advance, with Lee Xian maneuvering his mech forward. Although he does not fire, the mere existence of the mech poses a formidable threat to the enemy. As Lee Xian passes the area where gunfire had erupted, psychic chips and the mech's scanning capabilities detect a slight anomaly below. Just a hint, as the radar shows no signs of life beneath. Yet, hidden in this ruin, which had been ravaged by tank shells, lies a hastily constructed pit. Within it crouches a soldier of the Milda's Servant Corps, clad in urban camouflage and lightweight body armor. This armor provides minimal protection against gunpowder rounds and is utterly ineffective against electromagnetic projectiles. Its defensive capabilities in such intense warfare are nearly negligible. He is draped in a blanket, a costly item capable of blocking electromagnetic signals and evading thermal imaging, even obscuring psychic detection. This is the old soldier's assurance for remaining behind instead of fleeing during the chaos. Given the recent circumstances, had he truly intended to escape, he might have perished long before reaching safety. The Stag Hunter tank had offered him no opportunity for retreat. Now this veteran huddles below, listening to the heavy footsteps nearby, that he realizes that the enemy's mech is approaching. In this moment, the veteran remains composed. Consciously slowing his breathing and even regulating his heartbeat, he trusts in his concealment tactics. Combined with the devastation wrought by tank shells, the area has become a wasteland, making escape exceedingly difficult. It is unlikely anyone will come to investigate further. Lee Xian's mech halts. He had sensed something amiss and was prepared to depart, but hesitates once more. Buzz! The power lance of the right arm was instantly activated, emanating a shimmering blue light from its rigid blade. Lee Xian wielded the lance with the precision of a master, thrusting it fiercely towards the ruins below. Sizzle! The debris was effortlessly pierced through the bricks and reinforced concrete, yielding to the assault. The veteran below froze in terror, for the pale blue blade was less than a meter away from him, but if he merely raised his gaze, he would behold the luminous disintegration field enveloping the blade. Whoosh! The powered lance was retracted, and the attendant Miranda let out a quiet sigh of relief. He chuckled inwardly, thinking, what a useless mech. It was easily evaded. Yet in the very next moment, a plasma cannon shot surged through the aperture left by the lance. Boom! Above, the infantry on either side observed as Lee Xian's mech advanced relentlessly. The left arm of the mech had just unleashed a plasma cannon blast at the ruins below, resulting in an explosion that sent debris soaring. For Lee Xian, firing a plasma cannon was a trivial matter, especially with the mech's energy reserves still remarkably abundant. One shot would hardly affect its endurance. After all, the energy costs were covered by the corporation. So Lee Xian bore no personal expenses. Before attacking, Lee Xian had been uncertain whether enemies lurked below, yet he proceeded nonetheless as the mech passed. A squad of infantry arrived at the location where Lee Xian had just opened fire. One soldier knelt cautiously, casting a glance downward. In that moment, he beheld the devastation wrought by the plasma cannon. The cracks had expanded several-fold, and the bricks within had been reduced to dust. However, the astute soldier spotted fragments of a rifle. He quickly withdrew his head, murmuring, there was indeed someone down there. What a gruesome fate. His squad leader, concealed behind a nearby cover, glanced at the mech's left arm upon hearing this and remarked, gruesome? What constitutes gruesome is dying instantly without suffering. If it were by rifle fire, now that would be tragic. The soldier examining the aftermath swiftly moved forward to the cover's rear, exclaiming, indeed, the poor soul died thoroughly, likely without even a moment to react. If given a choice, I would choose to perish like that. His squad leader smacked his helmet, retorting, are you wishing for death? Think as you will that I prefer to live well and return to find a few women. The soldier, rubbing his helmet in surprise, chuckled. Yes, I misspoke. I too wish to return and find several women. Whoosh, boom. Accompanied by a piercing shriek, an anti-tank missile, trailing a red plume, hurtled toward the hunter. This event seemed to unleash a wave of resistance. This location was an ideal ambush chosen by the enemy, surrounded by relatively high ruins, with tanks and armored vehicles navigating through the center. Faced with the incoming anti-tank missile, the hunter almost instantaneously deployed countermeasures. But to no avail. The missile struck the tank, piercing through the armor and detonating within, effectively turning the turret into a flying projectile, soaring several meters into the air. Bang, bang, bang. Not only was the tank at the front disarmed, but even the short-tailed mouse armored vehicle was hastily retreating, pursued by a barrage of concentrated fire, requesting support. The infantry sought cover, each lowering their heads, firing indiscriminately at potential enemy positions, point one after another. They were engulfed in a fervor of faith-driven shooting. There was no choice. They had fallen into an ambush, and exposing themselves now could lead to dire consequences. Point one armored infantryman, clad in the red-marked 2 half-face armor, had been coordinating with the short-tailed mouse. Yet when the attack commenced, he had no opportunity to evade. The enemy's concentrated fire and cannon fire obliterated him into a mist of blood. Awakens, following closely behind, activated his mech almost instantaneously. His short-sword attendant leaped onto a pile of bricks, and the void shield was powered up to full capacity. The 6-barrel cannon began to whirl as he bypassed the retreating short-tailed mouse. In this dense fire, the short-tailed mouse had but one option: to bulldoze through the onslaught. The firepower ahead was formidable, comprising not only infantry, but also dual-mounted cannons, enemy tanks, and armored vehicles that in this counteroffensive. The enemy had assembled at least 2 tanks, 5 armored vehicles, and over 100 infantry. The enemy's tanks were YR, 6 medium tanks, while the armored vehicles were KR, 4-wheeled armored cars. The fire from both sides commenced an exchange in this confined space. Lee Xian's mech darted past the armored vehicles, swiftly locking onto the enemy ahead as the 6-barrel cannon erupted into action. Rat-a-tat-tat. In an instant, a barrage of cannon rounds burst forth from the mech's left arm, sweeping like a serpent's tail towards the enemy's armored vehicles. Point one of the armored vehicles from the melodic contingent had its cannon operator, eyes ablaze, frantically retaliating against Lee Xian. Yet, the outcome was evident. Lee Xian's mech was shielded by the void shield. The bullets from infantry, tanks, and armored vehicles were all thwarted by the protective barrier. However, Lee Xian's cannon fire was unimpeded, striking like a fiery whip against one wheeled armored vehicle. The lightweight armor of the wheeled vehicle was utterly incapable of withstanding such firepower, resulting in a catastrophic explosion from within. The 6-barrel cannon showed no signs of letting up, swiftly redirecting its fiery lash toward another armored vehicle. Boom! From the moment Lee Xian engaged, he had obliterated 2 armored vehicles in less than a minute. Subsequently, he maneuvered his mech swiftly backward, taking refuge behind a towering ruin, under the concentrated fire of the enemy. Whether from cannon volleys or the electromagnetic cannon of the tanks, the pressure on the mech's void shield intensified greatly. Lee Xian was averse to overloading his shield. Thus, he retreated and began to fire selectively with his cannon. Here, he could evade the majority of the incoming fire, and as he observed the restoration of his void shield's defenses, his heart, which had nearly leaped from his chest, settled back down to that moment. He heard Jiang Lu's voice, nearly bellowing, 03, do not become a stationary target. Get your mech moving. Are you a turret? Don't just stand there and let them hit you. Only then did Lee Xian realize why his void shield had been depleting so rapidly. Indeed, new soldiers on the battlefield often revealed numerous issues. Sometimes, focusing on one aspect could lead to neglecting another. Reflecting on the moment the enemy's wheeled armored vehicle had opened fire, he recognized they had been executing movement shooting, thus wasting much of Lee Xian's ammunition. Meanwhile, his mech, which should have been more agile on this battlefield, had remained stationary, resembling a turret. How utterly disappointing. Jiang Lu's booming voice continued. Is your powered lance merely for show? Charge forward, draw your powered lance, and show the enemy's tanks what you're capable of? Understood. 01, Lee Xian responded loudly, then cast a glance at the nearly restored void shield on the enemy side. The tank commander's face turned crimson as he surveyed the 2 armored vehicles that had been obliterated. Unlike infantry, who could easily retreat and hide in any crevice, mechs posed a greater challenge to pursue. They might simply vanish into a nearby trench, while tanks and armored vehicles could move swiftly. Their ability to withdraw was hampered as they had approached slowly, employing radar jamming to reach their current position. Should they attempt to flee now, they would undoubtedly be pursued by the mechs, leading to dire consequences. Attention, everyone! The enemy mech was clearly piloted by a novice, treating it like a stationary artillery piece. When he shows himself again, concentrate your fire on him. Anything that can be launched. Unleash it all. Understood. Received. One by one, the crews responded, and it was not just the vehicle crews. The infantry was equally ready. Comparatively, the infantry's firepower was not at all inferior to that of the armored units. From their concealed positions, the infantrymen readied their anti-armor weapons. Some wielded electromagnetic anti-tank guns, while others prepared heavy laser cannons and anti-tank missiles. As the enemy busily communicated in fervent tones, Li Xian had already readied himself for a counterattack. His radar indicated that Jiang Lu and Feng Dai's mechs remained at a distance, showing no intention of providing support that it was to be expected with the scale of the enemy forces. In the absence of opposing mechs, this presented Li Xian with a valuable opportunity for combat practice. Inside the cockpit, Li Xian activated his psionic energy to its utmost capacity, firmly controlling the mech as he recalled the intensity of his training. Charge! The 7-meter-tall mech surged forward, rapidly scanning the enemy's fire points with its radar. Target locked. In the next instant, the front of the serrated ant-type 12-tube rocket pod mounted on the mech's right shoulder opened. Bang! 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 With a series of explosive sounds, 12 serrated Ant 105mm rockets launched, trailing white smoke as they erupted from the protection of the void shield. These rockets were not precision-guided, yet at this range. Aided by military-grade smart chips, they were primed to strike their targets as accurately as possible down on the enemy side. The tank commander gripped the communications mic and bellowed, "Fire at him! Concentrate fire!" Boom! The main cannon of the tank roared to life. Rat-tat-tat! This was the rapid-fire electromagnetic cannon of the infantry fighting vehicle, accompanied by the infantry's dual-mounted rapid-fire guns. Bang! This was the sound of an anti-tank missile. Zing! The heavy laser cannon discharged. Rat-tat-tat! The infantry's machine guns and rifles opened fire. However, their collective aim had shifted entirely. Li Xian's mech had finally sprung into action. The mech charged at a speed of 60 kilometers per hour, covering the short distance in the blink of an eye. The 6-wheeled electromagnetic machine gun on its left arm began to spin, its muzzle igniting, producing a sound akin to a fabric shredder reverberating through the surroundings. The torrential downpour of bullets shot toward the position of the armored vehicles, while the recently launched serrated ant rockets struck their targets. Amidst the chaotic counterfire from the enemy, various anti-tank missiles, tank shells, and laser blasts turned the battlefield into complete disarray. The enemy's concentrated fire, unless it was targeted, resulted in most attacks landing harmlessly in open space. They had aimed at the mech while it was firing its rockets, but Li Xian had surged forward almost immediately after launching them. Aside from the anti-tank missiles, laser cannons, and the rapid-fire cannons of the pursuing armored vehicles, all other attacks fell onto the ruins, yielding no effect beyond further destruction of the debris. Meanwhile, the previously trapped short-tailed mouse infantry fighting vehicle emerged, unleashing its firepower while diverting some of the enemy's attention away from Li Xian. Inside the mech, Li Xian was now filled with fervor, disregarding the alarms of the void shield, taking hits as he sped through the wreckage. The 6-wheel machine gun fired continuously. Even with the dual shooting assistance of the mech and the smart chip, it consumed a considerable amount of ammunition. Facing the second armored vehicle, Li Xian unleashed the main plasma cannon of his mech. Zing! A surge of high-density plasma shot through the chaotic battlefield, striking the firing car 4-wheeled vehicle. The crew members of this infantry fighting vehicle, from the commander to the weapon control operator, looked on in terror as the plasma approached an alarming speed. They could see it coming but were powerless to evade. The vehicle's speed was insufficient to escape. And oh, don't! Their fear peaked. The commander howled, terrified in his final moments of life. Boom! The plasma cannon pierced through the external armor of the KR-4, detonating within. Rumble! The plasma ignited the ammunition stored inside the armored vehicle, resulting in a catastrophic chain reaction that shattered the entire wheeled vehicle into fragments. Previously, the explosions of the serrated ant rockets had already incapacitated 3 of the enemy's fire points and had destroyed a wheel on one armored vehicle, rendering it temporarily immobile. Now, it stood as a mere target, absorbing the fire from the short-tailed mouse-armored vehicle. Boom! Clearly, the ultimate fate of the KR-4 armored vehicle was to be obliterated under concentrated fire. As Lee Xin charged through the smoke billowing from the rocket explosions, he finally confronted a tank head-on. The YR-6 medium tank, which was comparable to the Blueprint Group's Hunter medium tank, shared similar combat attributes and operational capabilities. Typically, Lee Xin's plasma cannon, if it struck a tank, would at least disable it temporarily, even if it did not completely destroy it. However, this time he chose a different approach. His mech was now nearly touching the enemy tank. Inside, the tank commander shouted, "Reverse! Reverse! Deploy the jammers! Quick! Release the smoke grenades! Bang! Bang! Bang!" At that moment, the tank crew had executed all possible maneuvers. A barrage of smoke grenades was launched, accompanied by faint explosive sounds. Instantly, clouds of black smoke filled the air around the tank. Quickly spreading, this concealment tactic was effective against other tanks or infantry attacks. But against a mech that operated on a higher level, it proved nearly useless. The mech's targeting system relied not solely on radar, but also on psionic energy. The rapidly retreating tank was utterly exposed in Lee Xin's psionic view. "Die!" Lee Xin growled within the cockpit, swinging the mech's right arm, wielding a power lance. Downwards with tremendous force, the 2-meter-long lance, shimmering with a faint blue energy field, sliced the retreating tank cleanly in half. The disintegration field made the entire process as smooth as cutting through butter with a hot knife. The tank split apart, and the gunner operating the cannon was severed diagonally, perishing instantly. Simultaneously, the ammunition rack was also caught in the disintegration field, igniting many rounds and triggering a catastrophic explosion. Rumble. The ammunition's detonation resulted in the instant demise of the remaining crew members, while the rear section of the tank was completely engulfed, burning fiercely in place. The crew of another tank, witnessing the smoke released by their comrades, rapidly retreated, fully aware that their armored vehicle stood no chance against the encroaching mechs. Simply put, tanks could never match the agility of mechs, which also boasted the advantage of void shields. How could they hope to engage effectively? Lee Xin piloted his mech, bursting forth from the smoke. As the enemy's second tank had already put significant distance between them, the adrenaline that had surged through him after destroying a tank with his power spear had begun to wane. Faced with an adversary that had already retreated considerably, Lee Xin had no intention of pursuing further. Instead, he raised the plasma cannon on his left arm. The plasma cannon, fully charged and aided by its chip, swiftly calculated the enemy's speed and trajectory, locking onto the target with unwavering precision. Zing! The plasma cannon unleashed a torrent of electric arcs and flames, striking true against the retreating tank. The intense current and heat melted through the armor, causing an internal explosion. Boom! The turret of that tank was violently dislodged, flames erupting from above. With the enemy's vehicles neutralized, the remaining combat was markedly simplified. Xin's mech pivoted to face the positions of the enemy infantry that had opened fire, and the 6-barreled electromagnetic cannon on his left arm began to whirl that rat-a-tat-tat. Each enemy stronghold was meticulously targeted by the mech's precise fire. Some infantry, sensing the imminent danger, had already fled. Those who remained either found themselves trapped or blinded by rage. Regardless of their state, every enemy caught in Lee Xin's line of fire gradually succumbed to the relentless assault of his cannon. Buzz, 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 the 6-barrel cannon continued to spin futilely, yet no more rounds emerged. Lee Xin's cannon had exhausted its ammunition. 6,000 rounds had been depleted at an astonishing rate during the fray. However, at this juncture, additional rounds were no longer necessary, as the enemy positions had fallen silent. In the cockpit, Lee Xin issued a command to his auxiliary. "Lao Lu, bring up more cannon ammunition." "Received," came the response from his aide. Lee Xin surveyed the battlefield once more, noting that the returning short-tailed mouse infantry fighting vehicles had begun to disperse and eliminate the remnants of the enemy. The electromagnetic cannon atop their turrets fired incessantly, suppressing the enemy with overwhelming firepower. Simultaneously, the infantry, previously stationed at the rear for cover fire, began to advance, forming small combat groups to cautiously clear out the hidden foes within the buildings. Confronting such adversaries proved challenging for Lee Xin. Even if he were to deploy the plasma cannon within the confines of larger ruins, its effectiveness might be limited. He maneuvered his mech in retreat towards a waiting tracked transport vehicle. Upon reaching it, he jettisoned the spent ammunition pack. The auxiliary utilized the vehicle's mechanical arm to lift a new ammunition pack and connect it to the back of the mech, with the replenishment of ammunition. Li Xian felt a renewed sense of security that in such a battlefield. The six-barrel cannon proved immensely effective. The electromagnetic accelerated rounds were versatile against any target. Not only could they dispatch infantry with ease, but they were equally potent against infantry fighting vehicles and pose a significant threat to tanks, which would suffer under sustained barges. With a series of clicks, the cannon was reloaded, while the auxiliary drove the transport away to retrieve the discarded ammunition pack for reloading. For the mech, the act of firing was exhilarating. For the auxiliaries, however, it was akin to a munitions graveyard. Despite mechanical assistance, the process consumed considerable time. Having reloaded, Li Xian navigated his mech forward, pausing briefly at the ruins of a building. The ongoing conflict to eradicate the remaining enemy infantry did not require his mech's intervention. His gaze shifted to the nearby Hunter tank and the enemy's YR-6 medium tank, which he had destroyed, along with the KR four-wheeled vehicle. These armored units, when deployed against infantry, had been overwhelmingly effective. Yet, when faced with mechs, they found themselves utterly powerless. The dominance of technology, though not immediately apparent in civilian life, was starkly evident in warfare. Should Li Xian's mech not be subjected to concentrated fire in a short span, it would likely remain unscathed. The enemy, however, would face dire consequences as they were systematically eliminated one by the mech. When an era discards you, it does not provide prior notice. Rather, it delivers a harsh kick. Reality is not a game. Games require balance. But reality does not. If something cannot be destroyed, it simply cannot be destroyed. That which is meant to dominate will do so. Thanks to the presence of mechs, their side had only lost a single Hunter tank, taken out by an ambush, and sustained some infantry losses during the skirmish. In contrast, the enemy suffered far greater losses: 2 tanks, 5 infantry fighting vehicles, and over 100 soldiers. Yet, infantry were of little worth. Their value scarcely surpassed that of their own weapons. This was true for both the Milda servant army and the Hungan defense soldiers, including Li Xian himself. He could be sold 100 times over and still not be worth a single mech. As the light of the stars gradually faded, it marked the first night since Li Xian had entered the battlefield. Their lines had not advanced further since the afternoon's intense battle. Rather, they had stabilized their defenses in this area. The vast expanse of the Beishimo steelworks could not be conquered in just a few days. Both sides had prepared for a protracted conflict, and one could only imagine how many enemy soldiers lay hidden beneath the ground of the steelworks. As night fell, after resupplying, some soldiers remained vigilant while the majority retreated a distance to rest. Li Xian's mechs followed suit. Resting within a newly established small logistics base, 3 mechs gathered closely, forming a circle, while auxiliary personnel established a basic perimeter and defensive line around them. Their armored vehicles formed an outer ring, ensuring the safety of the mechs within. Even in a war zone, one could not remain perpetually tense. Rest was essential. Otherwise, like a taut string, it would ultimately snap. In the center, the 3 mech pilots sat together around a fire kindled from oil drums and assorted debris. They were enjoying their first meal of the day, and it was meat. Li Xian savored heartily, finding it far more delectable than the energy paste he had consumed earlier. This food had been delivered from a logistics point set up in the area they had entered that day. Feng Dai, while eating, inquired of Li Xian, "How did you find today's battle?" Li Xian looked up and replied, "Indeed, there is a significant distinction between combat and training. During training, one only needs to focus on aiming and firing. But in battle, there is much more to consider. Often, in the heat of the moment, many details are overlooked and completely ignored. It is common to be overwhelmed at the onset of battle. Perhaps it's just a matter of getting carried away. However, you must be more vigilant moving forward. Dealing with infantry and armored troops is child's play." Feng Dai patted Li Xian on the shoulder and continued, "Our true adversaries are the enemy mechs. The battle has only just begun. Who knows where those savages are hiding? You should practice more to avoid being flustered later." Understood. Brother Phone, once you've finished eating, return to your mech for some rest. This is a war zone, so exercise caution and vigilance, Jiang Lu advised the two after finishing his meal. Understood, Commander. Yes, Master. Phone Dai stretched lazily and remarked, however, the enemy shouldn't launch a night raid on the first day. Should they? You ask me? If I had a say in that, I wouldn't be here, Jiang Lu retorted, ignoring Phone Dai as he turned to board his mech. Seeing this, Li Exine also opted not to linger below. In fact, if Jiang Lu and Phone Dai hadn't already disembarked, he would have preferred to remain in the safety of his mech's cockpit. IT was too dangerous outside, especially with the possibility of a sniper lurking in the distance. Though the cockpit of the D-class mech, the short sword attendant model, wasn't particularly cramped, it certainly wasn't spacious either. Resting inside the mech was hardly a comfortable affair. After all, this model was relatively small, with most of the interior space allocated for equipment and ammunition. As for the driver's comfort, merely having a seat was already quite fortunate, thanks to the integration of psychic energy. Without it, operating such a massive machine would likely require hundreds, if not thousands, of buttons and switches, along with an array of instrument panels and screens. In that case, the cockpit would have to be utilized to its utmost limits, leaving the driver with barely any room to move. Upon returning to the cockpit, Li Exine heard Jiang Lu's voice. We must remain vigilant even at night. Each person will take shifts of 2 to 3 hours. Team 03 will be first. I will be second, and Team 02 will follow. Starting tomorrow, we will rotate in this order. Understood, Commander. Yes, Master. Phone Dai and Li Exine promptly replied. Phone Dai turned to Li Exine and said, although auxiliary troops have been assigned to guard the perimeter, it's always wise to exercise extra caution on the battlefield. I understand. Li Exine nodded vigorously. Caution leads to longevity. Many memories of past wars revealed that failures often stem from the negligence of a soldier or unit, culminating in significant defeats. Lixn was determined not to become a cautionary tale for others. Moreover, while vigilance was essential, it didn't necessitate solely relying on one's eyesight or physical endurance. The mech was equipped with radar, capable of detecting any approaching enemies, eliminating the need for infantry to suffer in their positions, anxiously watching for threats. During his watch, Li Exine even utilized a chip to study, accelerating his mastery of mech knowledge. He reveled in the sensation of knowledge filling his mind, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. I love learning. However, Li Exine was abruptly roused from his slumber in the dead of night. Outside, a raging sandstorm wreaked havoc, affecting even the modified human settlements. The environment of planet Guansuosi 4 was exceedingly harsh. Nevertheless, Li Exine soon fell back into a state of rest. Thus, the first day of combat concluded without the anticipated enemy night raid. In fact, not only on the first day, but for several days thereafter, the battles proceeded remarkably smoothly. It seemed the enemy had lost their will to resist, offering only sporadic counterattacks, sometimes from concealed snipers who would fire a shot and flee, and at other times from infantry resembling guerrilla fighters who would unleash a volley and then hastily retreat. The path-clearing hunters were filled with trepidation, facing daily ambushes. Occasionally, they fell victim to anti-tank missiles or enemy electromagnetic cannons. Fortunately, infantry were stationed ahead of these tanks to scout the way. Otherwise, these hunters would likely prove insufficient in such combat. Infantry casualties were the most significant. Often, scouting missions utilized these soldiers as bait, serving both as combatants and as distractions to reveal enemy fire points. Aside from an initial day of combat, which involved relatively elite armored infantry, the following days saw the presence of soldiers from the infantry battalions, who were equipped with far simpler gear. They lacked even the semi-comprehensive armor protection of the Hongyin 2 model, donning only bulletproof vests with added plates. This level of defense offered some protection against conventional firearms, but against electromagnetic rifles, it was utterly ineffective, easily perforated. Infantry were often treated as expendable resources, a harsh reality of warfare. Tanks were expensive, and armored infantry fighting vehicles didn't come cheap either. Utilizing them for reconnaissance was perilous. A single misstep could result in a catastrophic loss to an electromagnetic shell. The stakes were high. And these armored vehicles also bore the responsibility of providing fire support. Without them, Battles would become exceedingly difficult. In contrast, the ordinary infantry of Hung defense were far more cost-effective. Most wielded standard-issue weapons, and many of their bulletproof vests and plates were purchased out of their own pockets. Moreover, the majority of these soldiers possessed only average combat experience. That it was hard to believe that this was an infantry unit in the age of interstellar warfare. They resembled mere militia. One evening, while gathered around a campfire, Feng Dai offered an explanation for Li Xian's bewilderment. You think they are weak and incompetent, don't you? Though reluctant to admit it, this was indeed Li Xian's sentiment, and he nodded in acknowledgement. They certainly appear that way. I thought those armored troops were already subpar. Yet these infantry soldiers seem even less competent. In Li Xian's mind, he believed the combat proficiency of these veterans should at least match that of the infantry who had once served alongside him in the Great Belly Bird. Sitting beside those seasoned soldiers, he could directly perceive their level of elite capability, which stemmed not merely from their equipment, but primarily from their demeanor, a cold, detached presence. Yet even this might not represent the true elite soldiers of Blueprint Biotechnology Group. For genuine elites would not be deployed to such brutal battlegrounds. Feng Dai chuckled. You're still too young. Do you think this is just any place? Do you think we're in a city under the Blueprint Group's jurisdiction? This is Hung in defense. The soldiers you see here are all seasoned veterans. That we weren't sent a batch of freshly armed recruits who'd barely trained for a month before being thrown in a battle. Count your blessings. Li Xian sighed faintly at the thought of such veterans. Feng Dai continued. In a meat grinder like Baixamo, do you really think that even if we dispatched elite soldiers from the group or a battalion of the expeditionary forces, they would perform significantly better? What do you think? Li Xian shook his head and replied, I doubt in urban warfare. Even if elite soldiers were sent, the outcome would likely be similar. They might perform slightly better, but the expected casualties would still be present. The environment of Baixamo Steelworks, combined with the soldiers of the Milda Attendant Corps, adeptly brought everyone down to their level, leveraging their extensive experience to eliminate enemies. Feng Dai remarked, deploying elite soldiers would likely result in lower casualties, but not by much. That we haven't even mobilized our mechs much lately. As you know, the enemy strikes and retreats, making it difficult for the mechs to pursue. Such a shabby conflict can only be won by sacrificing lives. In the rear, and defense sent in another infantry regiment, over 1,500 men. They truly seemed unperturbed by casualties. As for them, losses were merely a statistic. In the mining towns where the mines have long been depleted, there are countless idle men. That Hung in defense finds it exceedingly easy to recruit soldiers. These recruits have only undergone a month or two of training before being dispatched to the battlefield. What kind of performance do you expect from them? For 5,000, you can enlist a man from a mining area to wield a weapon for Hung in defense for a month. That there's no need for compensation. Just keeping them fed is enough. After all, Guansuosi has no shortage of people. That Li Xian quietly nodded in agreement. Feng Dai's words held merit. Indeed, 5,000 units of currency, this being planetary currency, was the medium of exchange for the general populace outside corporate realms. In contrast, personnel affiliated with the Blueprint Group, along with certain official members of the Mildanite Order, utilized energy currency instead. The conversion rate stood at a staggering 1 to 1,000 in favor of energy currency, which could only be exchanged for planetary currency, not vice versa. By this reckoning, 5 energy credits could compel the infantry of Hung in defense to risk their lives for a month. However, upon deeper reflection, Li Xian realized that he and those infantrymen were not so different after all. The only distinction lay in the fact that his salary was slightly higher. Currently, due to his deployment in a combat zone, Li Xian's income was rather substantial. Yet, the thought of his outstanding loan for chips rendered him silent. Even with his current earnings from the war zone, repaying the loan would take nearly 10 months. Assuming he spent nothing, what kind of life was this? Working to repay a loan. The more he pondered, the more agitated he became. The sole difference between him and the Hung in infantry was perhaps his slightly higher income and the potential for a better future. While they faced a bleak horizon devoid of hope, surviving the brutal battlefield of Baishimo merely meant awaiting the next confrontation. Life was merely a journey. Death was their ultimate destination. This thought flashed through Li Xian's mind, triggering an alarm within his chip. Chaotic pollution levels were rising. The chip's alarm echoed in his mind as he watched the pollution level, which had previously dropped to 13.6, surge to 21.3 due to his earlier contemplation. Finally, after he endeavored to erase that thought and clear his mind, the rise in pollution ceased. Feng Dai quickly noticed Li Xian's altered state and chuckled. "What's the matter? Have you been stunned by reality?" Li Xian hastily composed himself, forcing a smile as he replied, "A bit, but I can handle it." Internally, he was deeply unsettled. He had done nothing wrong, yet the previous pollution level had been a remnant of the psychic energy stimulation compound. Recently, his bodily functions had been unusually smooth, contributing to a significant reduction. Yet, due to a single thought, the level had spiked alarmingly, leaving Li Xian thoroughly shaken. Was this the threat of chaos? He dared not delve further into his thoughts. Fearing that his unguarded musings might once again invoke chaotic repercussions, he cleared his mind, engaging in conversation with Feng Dai, listening to his idle chatter. The recent intensity of combat had lulled them into a sense of complacency. They no longer rushed to their mechs after meals as they had on the first day. That night, despite their lowered vigilance, no dangers materialized. The troops' advance remained steady, with various strongholds falling to the Hungan defense forces. The Mildanite Order's defenses appeared increasingly lax, as if they had relinquished control over the ground positions. Such news was hardly encouraging for the attacking forces. Their objective in assaulting the Beishimo steelworks extended beyond merely seizing this substantial stronghold. They also aimed to inflict casualties on the Mildanite Order's living forces. Currently, one infantry brigade stationed here had suffered minimal injuries, with relatively few soldiers perishing in battle. The cumulative casualties over recent days had yet to exceed 600, which was negligible considering the intelligence reports indicated that this brigade was supplemented with additional battalion units. Given the current casualty figures, losses were remarkably light. The territory captured by Hungan defense now encompassed nearly half of the Beishimo steelworks. Excluding the subterranean levels, the underground conflict had yet to commence. The low intensity of surface battles suggested that at least 4,000 enemies still lurked below. This was hardly favorable news for the assailants. On the 10th day of their incursion into the Beishimo steelworks, Li Xian piloted his mech alongside Feng Dai, stationed behind the vanguard forces. Accompanying the frontline troops was the mech of Jiang Lu. The recent days had seen a lack of severe combat. Their mechs had scarcely fired their weapons. Li Xian maneuvered the control stick, guiding his mech slowly through the area, which had once been the casting district of the Beishimo steelworks. Despite enduring several rounds of fierce contention, this sector remained relatively intact, with its robust architecture and equipment still standing firm. Although the machinery and structures were no longer operational, they provided ample hiding spots for the enemy. As they entered this area, the troops' advance slowed considerably, with few pathways wide enough for tanks and infantry fighting vehicles. Towering, sturdy buildings flanked either side, their defenses rivaling those of fortified positions, even after previous bombardments by heavy artillery. These structures remained largely unscathed. The troops' entry into this area resulted in a casualty rate at least 20% higher than before. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of bullets swept through, decimating an entire infantry combat team. One soldier, still clinging to life, howled in despair at his severed limb. His cries were not born of pain, but rather for the terror of witnessing his own dismemberment through his long-range observation equipment. Li Xian witnessed this tragic scene, shaking his head slightly from the cockpit. The soldier was doomed. His leg had been shattered, he was losing copious amounts of blood, and with no cover nearby, no one dared aid him. These were reinforcements from Hungan defense, whose combat capabilities and training fell short. Had they been the armored infantry from the first day, at least 2 or 3 members of this combat team might have survived. Rescue was futile. Some contemplated ending the soldiers' suffering with a bullet, but deemed it inappropriate, leaving them to helplessly watch as his cries faded into silence. The soldiers continued to fire at the last known location of the enemy. The autocannon of a short-tailed mouse infantry fighting vehicle roaring as flames erupted from its barrel. Boom! 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 A soldier hefted a rocket launcher, and with a puff of smoke, launched a rocket. Kaboom! The explosion obliterated the hiding place of enemy soldiers, engulfing the surroundings in a fiery inferno. Silence enveloped the battlefield as gunfire ceased from both sides, that a soldier approached the position of the recently injured, only to find that the casualty had succumbed to his wounds. Having bled out, for the infantrymen, such occurrences had become all too familiar. Dying in the Beishimo steelworks was a tragically commonplace reality. After scanning the vicinity for any potential enemy positions, the troops resumed their advance. Ahead lay a massive warehouse district, the rooftops of which had already been bombarded by heavy artillery. Yet despite this, the formidable reinforced concrete structures remained largely intact. This area boasted 3 rows of enormous warehouses, each occupying a considerable expanse. Historically, this district had served as a crucial defensive stronghold, where fierce exchanges had occurred during the previous battles for the Beishimo steelworks. The steel doors of the warehouses had been blown apart during prior skirmishes, revealing the dark interiors beyond. Heavy firepower commenced an assault on the warehouses. Boom, boom, boom. The bombardment raged for 10 minutes with no response from within before finally ceasing. A 4-man infantry combat team crouched behind cover. Maintaining vigilance, one soldier peered ahead, surveying the pitch-black interiors of the warehouse, nervously swallowing his saliva. I bet there's definitely a bunch of people hiding in there. Beside him, another veteran produced a cigarette, igniting it before inhaling deeply, exclaiming, "Hiss! You don't need to tell me. If there aren't a few hundred people hiding in here, I'll twist my head off and kick it like a ball." The voice of the commander echoed through his earpiece. "Advance and scout the warehouse." Acknowledged, the veteran took another deep drag on his cigarette, visibly watching it burn down rapidly. Indeed, each puff seemed to diminish it further. "Let us proceed cautiously." As his words fell, several individuals swiftly crossed the open ground in front of the warehouse. A thoroughfare at least 50 to 60 meters wide, devoid of any cover. Behind them, the remaining soldiers maintained a vigilant watch from behind the various structures and heaps of steel debris. The deer hunters and short-tailed mice had taken their positions, their weapons now aimed at the ominous darkness within the warehouse. Even a mecha piloted by Jiang Lu had its 6-barrel cannon leveled, ever primed to unleash fire. The tension was palpable, evident to all who looked on. The 4-man infantry scout team felt their hearts racing, as if they might leap from their chests. They hastily traversed the central expanse of the thoroughfare, pressing themselves against the warehouse wall. The team leader signaled quietly. One infantryman swiftly crouched at the entrance of the warehouse, retrieving several military glow sticks from his backpack. With a quick twist, the glow sticks illuminated, and he hurled one inside the warehouse. Bang! The glow stick's light illuminated the surrounding area, revealing the once impenetrable darkness of the warehouse. That it was far from empty. Numerous pieces of equipment and piles of scrap metal were strewn about. The scout peered inside, detecting no obvious threats. The infantry team began their inspection, not merely limited to this squad, as subsequent units also commenced their entries into the surrounding large warehouses. Tanks and armored vehicles moved slowly along the central thoroughfare, poised for immediate support. Even Jiang Lu's mecha lingered against the wall of one warehouse, maintaining a watchful guard. These warehouses towered at least 40 to 50 meters high. Even the 7-meter-tall mecha appeared as mere toys in their shadow. In the rear portion of the warehouse, the soldiers of the Milda Servant Army had already established a defensive line. The choice of ambush point proved astute, with the surrounding structures exceptionally robust, nearly suitable for fortress use. Furthermore, the warehouse featured passages leading underground, allowing tanks, armored vehicles, and mecha to traverse from below into the warehouse. Inside one such warehouse, several towering mechas stood idle. Unlike the D-class short sword servants, these mecha were more slender in design, their armor appearing lighter. In terms of range weaponry, they paled in comparison to the short sword servants. That a total of 5 mecha were present. 3 of them lacked even the basic cannonry. The remaining 2, while equipped with ranged weapons, only sported the most rudimentary 6-barreled electromagnetic cannons. These were the mecha of the Milda Knights. The Knights' servants, within the cockpit of the mecha, the pilots rested with closed eyes, awaiting the approach of the enemy. Due to the warehouse's unique environment, combined with the surrounding scrap metal and pre-established cloaking devices, these mecha and the concealed troops had left no traces of their presence. One pilot quietly opened his eyes, focusing on the source of heavy footsteps approaching. There, it was the short-sword servant piloted by Jiang Lu. The cockpit lights gradually illuminated. The mecha silently powered up. The pilot smirked, declaring, "The fish are already hooked. Prepare for battle, everyone." Huh. My great axe has been yearning for action. Another mecha pilot sneered. The 5 mecha were not clustered together. 2 positioned themselves in the middle of the warehouse while the other 3 occupied the rear. Beyond this warehouse, soldiers were also ambushed in several other large warehouses. Those concealed in the center of the warehouse could even hear the approaching footsteps of the Hungan defense infantry. The commander within the mecha cockpit roared, "Attack! Show these corporate dogs what they're up against. Let them know who rules this land. Kill!" The other knight servants bellowed, their pilots' figures merging with the thunderous sounds of the mecha in action. Fire! The ambushing infantry emerged from their hidden positions. Tat-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. In an instant, the surroundings erupted into a cacophony of gunfire, bullets shooting forth, flames igniting, and explosions engulfing the area. Not only within the warehouse, but also above it, infantry utilizing infrared concealment nets dragged machine guns and rapid-fire cannons from their recesses. These soldiers rained fire down upon the Hungan defense infantry. The enemy attack. Old 3 has been hit. Forget Old 3. Take cover quickly. Cries of alarm and the sounds of gunfire filled the air, punctuated by the anguished screams of the wounded. Enemy sighted. It's an ambush. Ambush. The commander's earpiece crackled with the din of battle, requests for support echoing amidst the chaos. The deer hunter tanks and short-tailed mice patrolling the road were fortunate to evade direct targeting. Only the infantry that had entered the warehouse and those outside were currently under fire. However, they instantly released a thick cloud of smoke. Bang, bang, bang. Both the deer hunters and short-tailed mice deployed smoke grenades at the onset of the firefight, concealing their presence. Simultaneously, the tank's electromagnetic cannons and the rapid-fire guns of the infantry fighting vehicles began searching for the enemy or firing in the general direction of potential threats. The mecha piloted by Jiang Lu opened fire. His power sword carving a breach into the nearby wall, he positioned the 6-barreled electromagnetic cannon inside the warehouse, utilizing psychic energy and radar to lock onto several enemies within. Boom, boom, boom. The cannon's firepower swiftly silenced nearly half of the ambushing Milda's servant army strongpoints, but of course, this did not imply that the soldiers manning those positions were slain. They were likely just suppressed by the overwhelming fire. Soon, an unexpected shift took Jiang Lu by surprise. From either side of the warehouse's center, mecha suddenly burst through the partially severed walls. A cascade of steel rebar and concrete raining down. 2 knight servants appeared not far from Jiang Lu's mecha. Even further back at the far end of the warehouse, 3 more knight servants emerged. In that moment, Jiang Lu felt his heart plummet. A crisis. A grave crisis. Typically composed, Jiang Lu's voice grew heavier with urgency. He maneuvered his mecha to retreat hastily, simultaneously firing his plasma cannon and 6-barreled electromagnetic cannon at the 2 nearby knight servants. Fall back! Fall back! Jiang Lu's voice resonated in Feng Dai and Li Xian's ears. As the battle raged, Feng Dai and Li Xian had yet to activate their psychic powers to pilot their mecha. Upon witnessing the formidable threat of the knight servant mecha, they immediately initiated their machines. Listening to Jiang Lu's strained voice weighed heavily on Li Xian's heart. Cover 01, as the thunderous roar of Feng Dai echoed in his ears. The simultaneous sounds of his 6-barreled electromagnetic cannon and plasma cannon filled the air. Li Xian, disregarding the instinct to flee, maneuvered his mech forward a few paces until he reached a relatively spacious combat position. He leveled the 6-barreled cannon on his left arm, and the plasma cannon began to rapidly charge its energy. Kill! Inside the cockpit, Li Xian's face flushed crimson as he bellowed, channeling his psychic energy to its maximum, exerting complete control over the short sword attendant. The soft, feeble attacks were no match for the impending doom that awaited them today. Cackles of laughter erupted from the opposing knight's attendant, amplifying the enemy's voice within the cockpit. 1 knight attendant, racing at the forefront, exhibited astonishing speed, surpassing even that of the short sword attendant. Not only was he swifter, but his void shield also boasted a higher defensive threshold. This knight attendant was not armed with long-range weaponry. Instead, he wielded an armored shield, Behind the shield, a deflection field generator was installed, capable of creating an energy field in the vicinity. Most ranged assaults would be distorted by this deflection field, rendering them unable to strike their intended target. However, akin to the void shield, the deflection field could not defend against all ranged attacks. Some swifter and more potent attacks, such as lasers and particle beams, would still penetrate its defenses. Yet, the bullets of the electromagnetic cannons were perfectly countered by the deflection field. Neither Jiang Lu's nor the other two's electromagnetic cannons could directly breach the knight attendant's void shield. The cannon fire was deflected, veering off to the sides. Feeble. Useless, the knight attendant roared. However, his arrogance was short-lived, as Jiang Lu, drawing upon his extensive combat experience, landed a plasma cannon shot that struck the armored shield just beyond the reach of the void shield. Such high-energy attacks fell outside the deflection field's protective parameters that a massive surge of electrical energy engulfed the shield, incinerating the deflection field generator. And soon after, the alloy shield was utterly obliterated by the cannon fire. Behind, Li Exing clenched his jaw, his fervor surging within him. The two serrated Ant-12 tube rocket pods mounted on the short sword attendant's shoulder unlocked instantaneously. Bang, bang, bang. A total of 24 105mm serrated ant rockets, trailing white flames, soared toward the knight attendant at the forefront. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions echoed 24 times. Countless shrapnel erupted, and torrents of flame surged back and forth between the two warehouses. A hot wind swept through from both ends, and even from above. In recent days, only Li Exing had retained the serrated ant rocket pods. Even Feng Dai had stripped this weapon from his mech. Fortunately, Li Exing had not removed them, and today they finally proved their worth. He discarded the two rocket pods, which had become cumbersome without their munitions. Reload. An auxiliary soldier swiftly drove a track supply vehicle to Li Exing's rear. Disregarding the dangers, skillfully utilizing mechanical arms to install two new serrated ant rocket pods at the fastest pace. Beside the two mechs, 3 additional track supply vehicles operated by auxiliary soldiers unleashed a torrent of firepower into the corridor. The vehicle-mounted electromagnetic cannons relentlessly fired shells into the heart of the flames. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Lu swiftly reversed to escape. However, his retreat was painfully slow. Where do you intend to flee? A booming electronic voice resonated as a towering metallic entity burst forth from the remnants of the rocket explosions. Another knight attendant mech sped toward Jiang Lu's mech at an even quicker pace, while the previously mentioned mech remained hunched in the rear. Its void shield had become overloaded, under the barrage of concentrated fire and the detonation of 24 rockets. Even an enhanced void shield could not withstand the onslaught. The void shield's overload required approximately 10 minutes to reset, during which this mech could only rely on its armor for protection. Initially, Li Exing had anticipated that this mech would retreat or exercise caution, awaiting reinforcements from the others. Yet, to his astonishment, this mech showed no signs of retreat, charging forth alongside the leading knight attendant. The ferocity of its tactics sent chills down Li Exing's spine. Withdraw, withdraw, withdraw. The 5 knight attendants were too formidable to confront. Forget about the infantry. Feng Dai's voice crackled through the earpiece, indicating that he was not the only one feeling anxious. He too was clearly unsettled. There was no escape from their 5 adversaries. First, deal with the 2 up ahead. We still have a chance at victory. Jiang Lu's voice resonated heavily in Feng Dai's and Li Exing's ears. Jiang Lu's mech emerged from the corridor between the 2 towering warehouses, intercepting at the passage's mouth. Observing this scene, Feng Dai swiftly drew his power sword, charging toward the front. What a splendid position. Today, I shall face 100 foes alone. This position was indeed advantageous. The corridor between the 2 warehouses was insufficient to accommodate more than 3 mechs in combat, particularly as close combat required even more space. Even if the other 3 mechs managed to arrive, they would likely find themselves bottlenecked in the rear. However, only a fool would make such a move, upon realizing that the enemy was no longer fleeing, but had instead blocked the entrance. The commander of the 3 mechs in the rear laughed heartily in the cockpit. Look, the bugs have ceased their retreat. Get on the roof, leap over them, tear them apart. The 3 mechs in the rear swiftly leaped. utilizing power swords or other energy weapons to break through the walls, leveraging their momentum to ascend to the rooftops. Witnessing this, Li Xin felt a wave of dread. Why could his enemies not be mindless fools? Why did the commander possess the intelligence to strategize in battle? Zila. Up ahead, Jiang Lu had already engaged in combat with the first mech, their power swords clashing, resulting in showers of electricity and sparks. Indeed, Feng Dai had spoken true. Jiang Lu's melee skills were exceptionally formidable. The proclamation of facing two foes single-handedly was no idle boast. Jiang Lu's mech pressed the knight attendant back that if things continued in this manner, the ultimate victor would likely be the short sword attendant squad. However, such a situation could not persist for long. The three knight attendants would reach the battlefield in no more than 30 seconds. At that point, it would become 5 against 2, and even if Jiang Lu were made of iron, how many nails could he drive? Li Xion's mech, capable of ranged attacks, had developed this ability through recent training and not particularly fierce combat. His close combat prowess, however, remained abysmal. With Feng Dai joining the fray, it became 2 against 2, and the short sword attendants began to dominate the two knight attendants. Withdraw. 0-3, retreat. 0-2, if you have the chance, withdraw 2. I will hold them off. The voice of Jiang Lu reached Li Xion's ears, calm yet tinged with a hint of anger. You want me to withdraw? Li Xion listened to the command with disbelief. In that moment, he truly hesitated. At this point, there were still nearly 30 seconds before the 3 enemy mechs arrived on the battlefield. If Li Xion chose to turn and retreat now, he had a substantial chance of escaping. His position was already relatively far back, and currently, there were no enemies capable of restraining him, that if he turned to flee, 30 seconds would be more than sufficient for him to make a significant distance. The enemy's knight retainers lacked formidable long-range attack capabilities and could only watch helplessly as Li Xion made his escape. As for pursuing him, the likelihood of that seemed quite low. There were still 2 short sword retainers on the ground. Rather than chasing after a retreating short sword retainer, it would be wiser to swiftly eliminate these 2. After all, no one could predict when the enemy reinforcements would arrive that a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. Instead of pursuing Li Xion, it was far more probable that they would join in the assault on Jiang Lu and Feng Dai. Thus, there was at least an 80 chance that Li Xion could withdraw from this ambush. Leaving this place and returning to the rear defensive stronghold would significantly enhance his safety. This was akin to Li Xion's team refraining from using mechs to clear the way, opting instead to wait for the infantry to do so. Even a mech equipped with a void shield could not withstand concentrated fire, and once the void shield was shattered, it would merely endure a few more armor-piercing rounds than a tank. Upon hearing Jiang Lu's order to retreat, Li Xion genuinely wanted to turn and run. Yet he ultimately halted his steps. He might escape this time, but he could not count on a second chance. If Jiang Lu and Feng Dai were to fall here, even if Li Xion retreated, he would not find himself in a favorable position. He might end up unable to even pilot a mech. Even if he could still operate a mech, would any team still accept him? Even if they did, who would mentor him like Jiang Lu did? Though Jiang Lu had a somewhat dark demeanor and had extorted 2 vials of energy compound from Li Xion, he had nonetheless genuinely guided him and treated him as a true teammate. However, if Li Xion fled back this time, there would be no one left to regard him as a comrade. In such a battlefield environment, a newcomer with mediocre long-range skills and abysmal close combat abilities would find it exceedingly difficult to survive without a choice. This was truly a choice about life and death. To flee meant he would at least escape this time, but he might perish the next at Tio Stay. However, could mean death here and now. Not only was Li Xion hesitating, even Feng Dai was in a state of uncertainty. He recognized the dire nature of the situation. Despite their camaraderie, he understood just how low Li Xion's combat skills were. If a rookie fled, how could the remaining 2 contend against 5 knight retainers? Would they charge and head first? In an instant, Feng Dai turned to look at Li Xion, hoping to see him turning to run, for then he too could justify his own retreat in the face of his own life. Fleeing was a matter of following his instincts, while holding the line until the last moment was the hallmark of a hero. There was no shame in following one's heart. Yet Li Xion, whose blood was still boiling, chose to embrace the hero's mantle amidst the battlefield's atmosphere. Thus, when Feng Dai used his energy to glance back at Li Xion, he did not see him fleeing. but rather still standing firm with the mech cannon, simultaneously loading the rocket pod. "Give me 30 seconds. I'll return you a miracle." Li Xian's voice echoed within the cockpits of Feng Dai and Jiang Lu. At this moment, he even had the presence of mind to jest. Theoretically, the 6-barrel electromagnetic cannon used by the short sword retainer could achieve a maximum firing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute. However, in the reality of the battlefield, it was unlikely to reach such a rate that a more typical firing rate might hover around 3,000 to 4,500 rounds per minute. This meant that in a minute and a half, he could exhaust the ammunition carried by the short sword retainer. In 30 seconds, he could at least fire off 2,000 rounds. The sound of gunfire erupted. Li Xian did not flee. One of his shoulders had already reloaded the sawtooth ant rocket pod, while the 6-barreled electromagnetic cannon on his left arm unleashed a barrage of rounds, striking towards the two night retainers, especially the one whose void shield had already been overloaded. Boom! 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 The 20mm electromagnetic cannon typically employed a 4:1 ratio of high explosive to armor-piercing rounds. Such ammunition would have difficulty penetrating even the armor of a night retainer without a void shield. Yet if one shot failed to penetrate, then he would simply fire more. Moreover, at least half of the rounds were absorbed by another night retainer's mech. The remaining rounds were directed towards the leg joints of the night retainer lacking a void shield. Pathetic attack. Are you merely tickling me? The mocking voice of the night retainer echoed as the two faced the assault from Jiang Lu and Feng Dai, particularly feeling the strain from Jiang Lu's prowess in close combat. However, this did not inhibit their derision towards Li Xian. Even a slight disruption to his mindset was more than sufficient. With the assistance of two military chips, Li Xian aimed to control the cannon's sweep, directing more rounds towards the night retainer's leg joints in a short span. Loading a 12-barreled sawtooth ant rocket pod was no small feat, and there would be no time for another. Li Xian thrust his power spear into the ground, freeing his mechanical arm to grab another rocket pod, hurling it towards the enemy's feet with all his might. The sawtooth ant rockets did not require launching to explode. Being detonated was sufficient for destruction. Amidst such intense combat, not only were the mechs concentrating fire on the night retainers, but several short-tailed armored vehicles and a hunter's cannon were also targeting the enemy. Everyone understood that if a mech were destroyed, the fate of all remaining would be sealed. Thus, they could only endure the hardship of the infantry for now. Without fire support, their struggle was exceedingly arduous. Step back a few paces. Li Xian's voice reached Jiang Lu and Feng Dai, who instantly spotted the rocket pod landing at the feet of the night retainer. "Well done," Feng Dai bellowed, and the mech quickly withdrew. Bang, 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 bang. Li Xian's mech approached the battlefield, the rocket pod on his shoulder unlocking and unleashing a barrage of 105 sawtooth ant rockets towards the night retainer lacking a void shield. Damn it! Boom, boom. In an instant, the night retainer was engulfed once more in explosions and flames from 12 sawtooth ants. A well-placed shot could take out a hunter if the angle was right. Showcasing the explosive power of such rockets, Li Xian hurled another 12 rockets in a single throw, and with an additional unlaunched rocket pod beneath the night retainer's feet, the explosion ignited the pod, causing a chain reaction of detonations. Boom! The narrow passage was once again filled with flames and explosions. Li Xian watched this scene, his face flushed with excitement. Art! This is the art of explosion, even in this interstellar era. Amidst a plethora of new high-tech weaponry, the new chemical propellant used by the sawtooth ant rockets possessed formidable power. Feng Dai had just taken a few steps back, but Jiang Lu did not hold back. He pressed closer to the explosion's epicenter to distract the enemy. Li Xian observed the aftermath of the explosion. The void shield of the short sword retainer flickered rapidly, each flicker a consequence of the residual shock waves and shrapnel. Damn it! Boom! At the epicenter of the explosion, amidst the billowing flames and swirling smoke, the voice of the knight's attendant resonated, only to be abruptly silenced by a deafening roar. Jiang Lu's void shield, after enduring the final blast, was completely overloaded. Like the previous knight's attendant, his void shield had also reached its limits, and a reboot would require no less than 10 minutes. This scene did not instill fear in Li Xian. Rather, it ignited a sense of exhilaration within him. Not only Li Xian, But even Feng Dai shared in this elation, his bellowing voice filling the cockpit, echoing in Li Xian's earpiece. Well done. That was a splendid explosion. Eliminate them. Without waiting for the smoke to clear, Jiang Lu and Feng Dai charged into the heart of the detonation. Through his psychic abilities, Li Xian swiftly assessed the aftermath of the explosion. This glance brought him a sigh of relief. The explosion had indeed met his expectations that a full 12 serrated ant rockets, although intercepted by the void shield of the preceding Knight's Attendant, still managed to strike the subsequent Knight's Attendant with considerable impact. Coupled with the ignited rocket nest below, this confined area experienced the detonation of an additional 24 rockets. The passageway was narrow, and the shock waves and flames from the explosion were almost entirely compressed within. The enemy's Knight's Attendant could no longer withstand the onslaught. The one without a void shield was pierced by several rockets, detonating from within. The last deafening roar they had heard was the sound of that mech collapsing in an internal explosion. Meanwhile, the Knight's Attendant equipped with a void shield also succumbed to the blast. Its shield overwhelmed. From that moment onward, the tide of battle shifted favorably, transforming from 5 against 3 to 4 against 3. On Li Xian's side, the Hunter tanks seized the opportunity, firing a 120mm electromagnetic armor-piercing round at the Knight's Attendant whose void shield had been shattered. Boom! While the ideal was promising, reality proved rather stark. The tank's armor-piercing shell struck true, yet the outcome was less than favorable. The Knight's Attendant had also equipped external armor, successfully withstanding the blow. However, bereft of allies, the Knight's Attendant now found itself in a precarious 2-against-1 situation. Li Xian maneuvered his mech closer to the battlefield, unleashing a barrage from his 6-barreled electromagnetic cannon to suppress the Knight's Attendant lacking a void shield. As he approached, a small white light burst forth from the destroyed Knight's Attendant, soaring through the cockpit and merging with Li Xian's body before he could comprehend in that instant. His psychic chip emitted an immediate response, capturing unknown psychic signal. Psychic signal decoding in progress. Li Xian's heart raced in alarm. What on earth was this? Yet the battle in reality demanded his immediate attention. Gripping his power spear in one hand and firing his plasma cannon at the enemy Knight's Attendant with the other, he pressed on. Boom! The plasma cannon staggered the enemy Knight's Attendant, but with its external armor, its defenses proved formidable. Jiang Lu's voice then echoed through. Fall back. Exit the warehouse's confines. The remaining 3 mechs are closing in. We cannot engage from this position. Upon hearing this, Li Xian, who had intended to charge forward, swiftly retreated. Simultaneously, Jiang Lu and Feng Dai's mechs also withdrew from the central passage of the warehouse. Above the warehouse, 3 intact mechs were nearly upon them. The warehouse's roof, capable of withstanding heavy artillery, could certainly endure the weight of mech movements. Boom! Just as Jiang Lu and the others retreated, the enemy's 3 mechs leaped down from either side. A height of 40 to 50 meters posed no challenge for the mechs. The concrete floor where the 3 Knight's Attendants landed shattered, forming a massive crater. Useless fools. The leading mech growled, infused with murderous intent, clearly displeased with his 2 companions. Even if they were inept, they should not have been eliminated. Today, I will tear you to shreds. Annihilate them. The icy electronic voice of the Knight's Attendant reverberated through the surroundings as the colossal mechs charged forward. Closing in on the 3 short sword attendants, the leading Knight's Attendant wielded a long-handled power axe, while the other 2 carried a power sword and a power spear, respectively. The Knight's Attendant, whose void shield had been overloaded, also bore a power sword. As the 3 Knight's Attendants surged forward, they exuded an overwhelming presence, especially given the short distance between them. 50 to 60 meters was not particularly far for infantry. For the towering 7-meter mechs, it was practically face-to-face. Clang, sizzle. The clash of power weapons erupted in a thunderous roar. Both sides engaged in a fierce struggle, electromagnetic sparks flying in all directions. 03. Hold on, I have called for reinforcements. Jiang Lu's voice resonated in Li Xian's ear. Among the 3, he was most concerned about Li Xian's position, that if Li Xian could hold out, it would be 4 against 3, allowing them to endure until reinforcements arrived, that if Li Xian fell, they would be left with 4 against 2. jeopardizing their chances of survival. Ixen, still reeling from the shock of the psychic chip's alert, responded, "I will hold my ground." The military-grade psychic chip 0. Unknown psychic signal decoding complete. Psychic signal has attenuated. Please select the desired information to download from the options below. 1. D2, level mech long-range shooting technique 45-2. D4, level general piloting skills 47-3. D4, level MILDA general knowledge 52-4. D4, level general melee piloting skills 5. Bedtime exercise techniques in the heat of battle. Lee Xin received a transmission from 0. 5 options materialized at the corner of his vision. With adrenaline surging, he glanced at all 5 options in a flash. This moment caught Lee Xin off guard. But he had no time to ponder. Moreover, he was currently faced with an onslaught from the Knights' attendants in close combat. Ixen's weakest area was melee combat, although he was unsure of what the download would entail. He had no choice but to select the 4th option. Select the 4th, D4, level Milda Knights attendant melee piloting skills, 41, downloading. In the next instant, Lee Xin felt an influx of melee techniques flooding his mind. And these techniques continued to multiply. The feedback was remarkably evident. His chip's assessment of his melee combat proficiency rapidly escalated. D1, level short sword attendant piloting skills 56.5, 799 D2, level short sword attendant melee combat skills 12. Before Lee Xin could fully process it, his melee proficiency had already surged by a level. With the assistance of 2 chips and his own talent, he had managed to elevate his melee skills to 50% of D1 over the course of 20 days. However, as time progressed, the improvement became increasingly arduous. Particularly in the last few days, his progress had barely increased by 2 or 3 percentage points per day. Yet after the psychic military chip absorbed the unknown psychic signal, the effects were astonishing. In that moment, Lee Xin felt empowered. His control over the mech had drastically improved compared to before. Jazé, I will tear you apart. The knight's attendant wielding a power sword charged at Lee Xin. Its electronic roar echoing around them. Xin steadied his excitement. Even with his newfound D2 level melee skills, what difference would it make? From the recent message, it appears that the knight's retainer, who was vanquished by his own serrated ant rocket, possessed merely D4 level melee skills as his comrade. This knight's retainer's prowess in close combat is certainly not to be underestimated. The short sword-wielding attendant, grasping a powered halberd, activated his psychic energy, causing the 6-barreled cannon on his left arm and the nearly depleted ammunition box on his back to detach automatically. The ensuing battle shifted to close quarters, leaving no time for the use of the cannon, which against a mech would feel akin to a mere tickle. After shedding these burdens, the mech's speed could be marginally enhanced. With a clang, the powered halberd met the enemy's powered sword, erupting in a cascade of electromagnetic sparks. It turned out to be a novice. "Ha! Do not resist," the knight's retainer bellowed. "Your comrade was also slain by a rookie. What are you so excited about?" Lee Xin retorted without hesitation, wielding his powered halberd to fend off the enemy's onslaught. Regardless, the halberd's length surpassed that of the powered sword. On the battlefield, an inch in length equates to an inch in strength. Lee Xin, leveraging his weapon's superior reach, continued to thrust and jab, reminiscent of his practice in school. Feeble. Weak. Below ensued a verbal sparring match between the 2 mech warriors, engaging in friendly banter regarding each other's immediate family. The air was filled with electronic sounds and the clash of powered weaponry. Xn's halberd incessantly jabbed, at times swinging with considerable force. Absorbing melee techniques from the psychic energy signals, Lee Xin felt an overwhelming confidence. His weapon sweeping with grandiosity. With a swift thrust, the halberd lunged toward the adversary, and in such confined quarters, the powered sword proved less advantageous than the longer weapon, although an inch short could spell danger. This principle did not apply to mech combat. Both combatants were too large, and the D-class mechs could not perform overly complex maneuvers. Coupled with the narrow terrain, any attempt by the enemy to close the distance would require them to contend with Lee Xion's halberd's thrusts. Had Lee Xion remained the novice he once was, he might have struggled to respond to the knight's retainer's assault. However, he had since been enhanced. Though he still could not prevail, he could at least momentarily entangle his foe. With a swish, the halberd thrust again, but the knight's retainer sidestepped, evading this jab, while simultaneously driving his powered sword forward along the halberd's shaft. Zing! Die! The knight's retainer roared with arrogance, breaking through the short sword attendant's line of fire. Their mechs nearly colliding, the powered sword effortlessly penetrated the void shield, striking Li Xian's armor. Fortunately, Li Xian had equipped external armor. Otherwise, this strike could have pierced the mech's armor and harmed its internal systems. Slash! Another blow descended, and with the knight's retainer now in close proximity, it was his turn to attack. The powered halberd's agility could not match that of the powered sword, and the terrain-esque constraints offered Li Xian little opportunity for maneuvering. Yet the halberd was not his only weapon. As their distances closed, having sustained a blow, Li Xian thrust his left arm into the enemy's void shield. Boom! A fully charged plasma cannon shot forth from the rear of the void shield, directly striking the enemy mech's lower limbs. Boom! High-energy plasma, arcs of electricity, and flames erupted within the void shield. That moment, the enemy mech became rigid. While not critically damaged, it had certainly sustained injuries that Li Xian maneuvered his mech to leap back. Seizing the moment, as the enemy's reactions faltered to thrust his halberd once more, zing! The powered halberd easily pierced the defenses of the void shield, but at the last moment, the knight's retainer twisted his body. Evading Li Xian's lethal strike aimed at the cockpit, the halberd plunged into the knight's retainer's left arm's gauntlet. Under the force of the thrust, the enemy's armor could not withstand the impact. Sparks and flashes danced around the knight's retainer's left arm as it suffered severe damage. The enemy mech finally began to recover from the effects of the plasma cannon. Both mechs had emerged from the recent skirmish with substantial damage. Li Xian's mech had endured 4 or 5 strikes from the knight's retainer's powered sword, and despite the external armor, it was far from unscathed. The external armor was nearly shredded, while the mech's own armor had been punctured by the disintegration field, resulting in damage to some internal systems. Now, Li Xian could only force this portion of the equipment to operate through psychic energy. The knight's retainer also found little reprieve after taking a plasma cannon hit. A significant breach had melted through the external armor of the lower limb joints, severely compromising mobility. This was a result of the pilot's underestimation. The knight's left shoulder armor had been directly pierced by Li Xian's powered halberd, resulting in grave damage, rendering the entire arm incapable of combat. Internal circuits and actuators had been severed. Mere reliance on psychic energy could not sustain it. The battle between the two had escalated to a near fever pitch. With extensive damage evident on both mechs, inside the cockpit, Li Xian's eyes shimmered with a blue-white glow of psychic energy, tiny arcs of electricity flickering around him. This was the effect of fully unleashing his psychic energy. Only in this state could he entangle the enemy despite his inferior strength. However, maintaining such a state was immensely taxing. Activate the supply. Li Xian growled within the cockpit, but a vial of medicine shot forth from the side of the seat. The D1 grade psychic energy compound, commonly known as a blue restoration potion, priced at 200 energy coins per vial. It took Li Xian 2 months' worth of income to procure just one with his hands occupied. He manipulated his psychic energy to open the vial and bring it to his lips. Gulp! With a swift motion, he downed the entire vial. The anticipated rapid influx of psychic energy did not occur. The digestion and release of such a potion required time. There was no instant restoration upon consumption, and even if such a potion existed, it would be beyond Li Xian's reach at his current level. Sensing the gradual resurgence of psychic energy within him, Li Xian felt a renewed vigor. He tightened his grip on the powered halberd, resuming his relentless assault on the enemy. Yet the knight's retainer, despite the incapacitation of his left arm, possessed ample experience to fend off Li Xian's attacks. After all, mechs are mechanical constructs. While mechanical damage does impact performance, it does not incapacitate them as it would a human. The sole distinction lay in the diminished force of their strikes. However, the knight's retinue, drawing upon their extensive combat experience, engaged in a fierce exchange with Li Xian. If given more time, they might very well succeed in eliminating him, but on the other side, Zhang Lu faced a much more ferocious onslaught. Confronted by 2 mechs. One was evidently the commander of the knight's retinue, while the other was the previously damaged mech. Feng Dai was also locked in battle with a knight's retinue wielding a power spear. Both sides struggling to gain the upper hand. Jiang Lu's prowess was indeed formidable. Even while besieged by two mechs, he managed to hold his ground, occasionally targeting the knight's retinue, whose void shield had overloaded. Triggering a plasma cannon attack, the surrounding combat grew increasingly intense, with infantry suffering the heaviest casualties. Most of them were huddled within their cover, adopting a defensive posture point. One of the three short-tailed mice had already been blown apart, its entire frame engulfed in flames. The condition of the other two short-tailed mice was scarcely better. One was on the verge of collapse, its wheels severely deformed, moving with considerable difficulty. The four auxiliary soldier squads accompanying Li Xian faced dire straits as well, with one auxiliary tracked armored vehicle being effortlessly cleaved by the enemy's knight's retinue. The remaining three armored vehicles continued to operate their electromagnetic rapid-fire cannons, relentlessly bombarding the knight's retinue that lacked a void shield. The situation was even more dire for the Stag Hunter, which had been providing support to the mechs with its 120mm electromagnetic cannon, continuously assaulting the knight's retinue without a void shield. However, it soon became the target of enemy infantry, who bombarded it with shells from their rapid-fire cannons atop the warehouse. Although these shells could not penetrate the armor of the Stag Hunter, they obliterated its targeting equipment, leaving it in a state of disarray. Ultimately, from a height of 40 to 50 meters atop the warehouse, a tail-finned anti-tank missile struck the Stag Hunter from above, decapitating it and sending its turret flying several meters into the air. Not only was the Stag Hunter targeted, but even Jiang Lu's mech came under fire from enemy infantry, when the mech possessed a void shield. It was akin to a lord among infantry. However, once the void shield was compromised, the infantry, armed with anti-tank equipment, were eager to test the mech's mettle. Jiang Lu's mech had already endured at least 2 strikes from anti-tank missiles, its robust armor allowing it to withstand the blows. Yet, sustaining such hits had not come without consequence. Numerous damages had appeared on the mech's exterior armor. Nevertheless, Jiang Lu possessed a clear understanding of his mech's condition. Recognizing that the situation was not yet dire, that he wielded his power sword to parry the attacks from the commander of the knight's retinue, then unleashed another plasma cannon shot from his left arm, striking the other mech. The plasma cannon had the advantage of inflicting significant electrical and thermal damage, incapacitating the enemy's mech momentarily. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Lu swiftly closed the distance, his short sword-wielding retinue's power sword piercing into the cockpit of the enemy mech. The pilot of the knight's retinue gazed in horror at the intruding power sword. No, he managed to utter in a terrified lament before being cleaved asunder by the sword's disintegration field. As an experienced mech pilot, Jiang Lu's combat acumen was unparalleled, allowing him to pinpoint the enemy pilot with precision. In an instant, the knight's retinue mech ceased its movements, collapsing to the ground as it lost control. However, this string of actions came at a cost. While Jiang Lu succeeded in eliminating one knight's retinue, he now had to contend with another enemy's assault. The long-handled power battle axe of the knight's retinue commander came crashing down, and Jiang Lu in the cockpit knew he could not evade this strike. Thus, he raised his left arm, sacrificing it to secure the kill. Boom! The left arm of the short sword retinue, equipped with the plasma cannon, was severed by the knight's retinue's axe, resulting in a series of explosions and arcs of electricity. The rampant currents, explosions, and smoke from the flames filled the air as Jiang Lu turned once more. The tide of battle shifted yet again. Now, 6 mechs remained on the battlefield, 3 short sword retinues and 3 knights' retinues. The balance of power seemed to have evened out, but the reality was far different. The enemy had lost 2 mechs, yet their current state still afforded them the advantage. Jiang Lu's mech had lost its entire left arm, a loss that was more than just the severing of a limb and its plasma cannon. It significantly affected the mech's balance, requiring greater power to maintain stability. This was a stark contrast to the mech that had battled Li Xian, which had merely sustained damage to its shoulder from Li Xian's power halberd, while still retaining its arm. As for Feng Dai, he and his adversary were in a relatively balanced confrontation, with both mechs sustaining damage, albeit not severe. Then there was Li Xian, who faced a more seasoned foe, despite the knight's retinue granting him a handicap by allowing one of his arms to be rendered ineffective. The enemy continued to dominate the engagement. LIXN had been thoroughly beaten, his auxiliary armor jettisoned long ago. His mech's armor bore several deep gashes from sword strikes, with visible electrical sparks occasionally erupting from the mech's frame. While the Exion's mech had not suffered severe damage, the impairment to its systems and armor had diminished its combat effectiveness by at least 20%. Most of the Exion's attacks were evaded by the opponent, with only a few being deflected by the enemy's power sword. The battlefield atmosphere had grown tense following Jiang Lu's elimination of a mech, creating a subtle shift in the dynamics. Feng Dai and Li Xian quickly distanced themselves from their foes. Positioning themselves on either side of Jiang Lu, the enemy's mechs pressed forward, gradually constricting their space. Li Xian's power halberd thrust repeatedly, as the three of them maintained a nearly identical formation, effectively occupying the narrow corridor that stretched 50 to 60 meters. This scenario left the enemy's knight's retinue somewhat hesitant. What should we do? A knight's retinue pilot gritted his teeth, inquiring anxiously. This hesitation also affected the commander of the knight's retinue, whose original plan had been a 5-on-3 engagement, only to be thwarted by the unexpected loss of a mech from concentrated fire. Charge again. The enemy is faltering. The knight's retinue commander bellowed, urging his massive mech to accelerate towards the heavily damaged Jiang Lu. Die, Li Xian roared, thrusting his power halberd with all his might, yet it was effortlessly parried by the enemy commander wielding the long-handled power axe. Swoosh! Li Xian fired a plasma cannon, but the opposing commander's void shield absorbed the impact, rendering the attack ineffective. Kill! Reinforcements were on the way. Holding the line meant victory, Jiang Lu shouted, and his words echoed not only through the comms to Feng Dai and Li Xian, but also blared across the battlefield. The 6 colossal machines clashed once more, but the outcome remained uncertain for the time being. Minutes later, Jiang Lu's overloaded void shield reactivated, yet neither side had achieved a decisive advantage. The fierce combat had resulted in varying degrees of damage to both factions' mechs. After momentarily disengaging, both sides warily observed one another, realizing that if the battle continued in this manner, it would not conclude anytime soon. Noting the enemy's lack of intent to resume the assault, Jiang Lu signaled for Feng Dai and Li Xian to slowly retreat. Fall back, fall back. In the cockpit, Jiang Lu's voice was nearly hoarse. There was no helping it. Such an intense battle had not only stirred Li Xian's blood, but had also sent Jiang Lu's adrenaline soaring to its peak. The short-lived, fierce combat had expended spiritual energy several times more than that of ordinary skirmishes. Each instance of the mecha's high-intensity movement and weapon-wielding, as well as sustaining the void shield, consumed not only the mecha's energy, but also required a significant drain of spiritual energy. Otherwise, every vehicle capable of equipping the void shield would have sought to do so. The 3 mechas provided mutual cover as they retreated cautiously. Not only they, but also the remaining vehicles, whether they were the short-tailed mice or the mecha support vehicles, were hastily fleeing. The infantry positioned further back were likewise bolting, dodging the firepower unleashed by the Milda retinue. Some unfortunate souls positioned closer to the front could only hunker down behind cover, awaiting an uncertain fate. Damn it! The commander of the night retinue mecha bellowed angrily from his cockpit. His gaze was fixed on the 3 short sword retinues that were gradually falling back. Although they had been the ambushers this time, their losses surpassed those of the enemy who had been caught off guard. What had the enemy lost? A few inconsequential infantry, a stag hunter, 2 short-tailed mice, and an armored support vehicle that, in contrast, the Mildanite Order had suffered the demise of 2 knight retinue mechas, an imbalance that was utterly disproportionate. Although they had repelled the enemy's assault, this defensive stronghold in the warehouse would undoubtedly face an even fiercer counterattack from those company dogs. Useless fools! The knight retinue commander piloted his mecha to the side of the 2 fallen machines, one of which had been felled by Jiang Lu. The loss of this particular mecha was relatively light. Its external armor had been torn asunder, bearing numerous scars from the electromagnetic cannon and tank main gun blasts. However, the most lethal damage was inflicted by the power sword, which had penetrated the cockpit, cleaving the pilot in 2 inside the cockpit. Shattered innards and blood were strewn about. The main structure of this mecha was not severely damaged, and it could be repaired swiftly once retrieved. Yet, the other mecha was a different story. It had been obliterated due to the void shield overload, followed by a barrage of explosive fire from the science rockets. Its external armor was nearly shredded, and the cockpit was completely destroyed. This mecha was beyond salvaging, with its internal components wrecked by the fierce plasma and explosive blasts. After dragging away the first destroyed mecha, the Knight Retinue commander resignedly shook his head at the second, acknowledging it as irreparable. The retreating short sword retinues accelerated after leaving the battlefield, discarding the infantry and remaining armored forces that required protection. The area that followed was one already seized, where infantry and the remaining armored units faced minimal danger, unless the enemy dared to counterattack. However, the mechas were another matter. Their large targets and varying degrees of damage necessitated a prompt return to the rear for repairs. After all, no one could predict when the next battle might erupt. The losses of infantry and armored units were not overly concerning, as these forces could be replenished at any time. But the loss of a mecha was a significant blow. Well done. The last to walk away was Feng Dai's mecha, whose cockpit resonated with a voice of relief. He lavished praise upon Li Exin, whose performance had far exceeded Feng Dai's expectations. Among the three mechas, the one in the best condition was Feng Dai's. During the previous engagement, he had found himself evenly matched against the opposing Knight Retinue, with both sides sharing similar capabilities and combat experience. Next in line was Li Exion's mecha, which had taken numerous slashes from the power sword. Had it not been for the auxiliary armor absorbing much of the damage, his mecha would likely have met a similar fate. The worst off was Jiang Lu's mecha, which had not only lost its left arm entirely, but had also sustained considerable damage to its main body. Due to the overload of the void shield, Jiang Lu had endured several hits from the Milder Retinue's anti-tank missiles .03. Your performance was indeed commendable. I thought we were doomed, yet here we are, alive. Jiang Lu's voice was filled with gratitude. Upon returning to the next stronghold, they encountered the hastily arriving reinforcements. This contingent comprised 4 mechas, half a company of stag hunters, and an entire company of armored infantry. The leading mecha visibly relaxed upon spotting Jiang Lu and his companions. Thank goodness everyone made it back. Jiang Lu's voice rang out. Why did the reinforcements arrive so late? The support troop sighed. Today's enemy seems to have taken gunpowder, launching a full counterattack. You are not the only ones ambushed. Other units also faced enemy counterattacks and ambushes. Jiang Lu inquired about the status of other directions. The second and third squads suffered similar counterattacks. The second squad lost 1 mecha. The commander of the support unit replied, his voice laced with resignation, as for the losses in other units. Neither side mentioned them. Yet it was evident that they would be significant. The fifth squad, while not losing any mechas, had seen their armored forces nearly annihilated, with the infantry suffering at least 50% casualties. The second squad, like Li Exion's fifth squad, was now down to just 3 short sword retinues, and with 1 less, it was easy to imagine the scale of their collaborative losses. The commander of the support unit asked, "What was your situation?" Jiang Lu recounted, "We were besieged by 5 knight retinues, that by sheer luck, we managed to destroy 2 of them, and ultimately, the enemy, seeing no way to overcome us, allowed us to leave." What? Jiang Lu's words sent shockwaves through the defensive stronghold. IT was not just the commander of the support unit who gasped. Even Lu Quan, who had been listening from the rear, could not help but exclaim. Within the command center, Brigade Commander Ji Zizhu of the Hungan Defense Mixed Brigade hurriedly inquired, "What is happening?" Lu Quan, who had suffered the loss of a mecha during today's battle, found his face flush with color at that moment. The 5th Squad also faced an enemy ambush, yet they performed admirably, managing to retreat unscathed while taking down 2 knight retinues. "This truly is the only piece of good news I've heard today," Lu Quan remarked, a smile gracing his features. Ji Zizhu's expression brightened somewhat as well, though not as much as Lu Quan's, for he had already seen the casualty figures among Hungan Defense's soldiers in the attacking forces. Observing the toll of 1 stag hunter, 2 short-tailed mice, and at least 60 to 70 infantrymen weighed heavily on his heart. The pain he felt was not for the infantry, but for the vehicles. Each of these machines carried a hefty price tag. When converted to Li Exion's wages, despite his current monthly salary and wartime bonuses totaling 105 energy coins, the price of a short-tailed mouse was still far beyond his reach. A single short-tailed mouse was priced around 25,000 energy coins, with the exact cost depending on the weapon systems equipped at AS for the Stag Hunter tank. Its procurement cost was even steeper. Reaching 55,000 energy coins at such prices, it would take Li Xian decades of diligent saving, foregoing all luxuries, to afford a short-tailed mouse. With even more years of effort, he might manage to buy a Stag Hunter. The cost-effectiveness was truly staggering. In stark contrast, the cost of infantry is exceedingly low. The infantry of Hung Defense is recruited using planetary currency, with a new recruit earning a monthly wage of 5,000. A seasoned veteran's salary may increase, along with various subsidies, potentially exceeding 10,000. This is indeed remarkably inexpensive. When converted to energy currency, it amounts to merely a few or even a dozen units. Losing 50 or 60 infantrymen does not cause Jiji Zhuan any distress. However, the loss of a tank or 2 armored vehicles genuinely pains him. Liu Quan shouts from the side. Old Jiang. Today's performance was splendid. When you return, I shall celebrate your victory. Hurry and bring the mechs back for repairs. Yes, Supervisor. Jiang Lu replies from afar. Meanwhile, Jiang Lu, accompanied by Li Xian and several auxiliary soldiers, struggles to maneuver the mechs back to the forward base. This moment belongs not only to the repair team of the 5th group, but also attracts the repair teams from several other mech units, who rush to assist. The 3 mechs are swiftly loaded onto transport vehicles and taken to the repair base. Equipped with numerous large mechanical devices for the maintenance of the mechs, war entails not only victories and defeats on the battlefield, but also logistical considerations. The mechs of Li Xian and his companions, under the skilled hands of the repair personnel, can regain combat readiness in as little as 1 or 2 days, or 4 to 5 at most. Meanwhile, the enemy's mechs, located beneath the Baixamo ironworks, are unlikely to enjoy such favorable repair conditions. Here, the disparity becomes evident. With a hissing sound, the cockpits of the 3 mechs gradually open. The pilots, Jiang Lu, Feng Dai, and Li Xian, emerge from their cockpits one by one, each cradling a small box containing their personal supplies. For instance, the D1 compound number 5 used by Li Xian during battle is among the items. Wow, Li Xian, your eyes, Feng Dai exclaims, having just climbed down from his mech. What's wrong? Li Xian feels an inexplicable rush of anxiety. Your eyes are as red as if you're about to devour someone. Feng Dai jokes. Li Xian approaches a maintenance vehicle, gazing at his reflection in the rearview mirror. His face remains unchanged, but his hair stands on end, and his eyes are bloodshot, resembling someone who has pulled several all-nighters. Not only does Feng Dai find it startling, but even Li Xian can hardly recognize himself. Jiang Lu walks over to Li Xian's side, pats Feng Dai on the shoulder, and says, "All right, stop scaring him. There's no need for concern. You must have consumed the number 5 compound during the battle." Li Xian nods in affirmation, replying, "Yes. This external manifestation is one of the effects of the number 5 compound. During intense combat, its efficacy is heightened, resulting in such a reaction in the body." Jiang Lu gives Li Xian a reassuring pat on the shoulder, saying, "You did well today." Li Xian smiles in response. "All thanks to your excellent guidance." A smile appears on Jiang Lu's face for the first time since Li Xian has known him, clearly indicating that Li Xian's performance has met his expectations. Meanwhile, the repair technicians have already begun their work, operating mechanical arms to fix the mechs. The condition of the 3 mechs is not optimistic, but fortunately, most of the equipment remains intact. They merely need to replace some parts and wiring to restore the device's performance. Jiang Lu catches the repair team leader and inquires, "What's the situation? How long until we regain combat readiness?" The repair team leader, holding a tablet that is already synchronized with the mech's data, displays a standing diagram of one mech. Li Xian glances at it, noticing that the entire mech is marked in red, with warnings continuously flashing. The repair team leader points to Jiang Lu's mech, stating, "Among these 3, yours has suffered the most severe damage. Based on the estimated repair time, it will take at least 5 days to regain combat capabilities." The repair team leader clicks his tongue in disbelief. The damage is indeed severe. Compared to the main body of the mech, the left arm and plasma cannon being severed is among the less critical issues. "Look here, this is the worst damage." He zooms in on the tablet to reveal the mech's rear. This shot was likely from an enemy armor-piercing round, which penetrated the rear armor of the mech and nearly detonated your energy core. This damage is presumably from an anti-tank missile, he says, pointing to another significant tear. The damage here is also quite severe. It's astounding that your mech was able to return at all. This Area S equipment is nearly 40% destroyed. If it had taken any more damage, your mech would have been completely incapacitated. What luck! The repair team leader exclaims, then points to Li Xian and Feng Dai's mechs, saying, "These two mechs have sustained lighter damage, likely due to the void shields not being overloaded. They should only require 2 days of repairs before they can regain combat readiness. The equipment has not sustained much damage, and replacing the external armor is a matter of just a few hours." Jianglu nods in understanding. "All right, got it." Before they exit the repair hangar, a group approaches from a distance, led by Defense Supervisor Lu Quan. "Old Jiang, today's performance was splendid. After a day of bad news, finally, I have heard something good from you. Come, let us go for a battle report." Lu Quan's voice is filled with uncontainable joy. Jiang Lu, also smiling, responds, "Supervisor, having fought so well, can't we take a moment to rest?" Lu Quan's eyes widen in disbelief as he retorts, "Rest? Is my office sufficient for your rest?" Jiang Lu immediately deflates, forcing a smile. "That's plenty. More than enough." On the other side stands Jiji Zhuan, the commander of the Hungan Defense Mixed Brigade, who is equally beaming with joy, offering a slight applause to Jiang Lu. "Li Xian and Feng Dai, you truly performed admirably today. Did you hear that? 2 high-ranking officials have come to celebrate with you, and you're still not satisfied?" Lu Quan laughs heartily. "Satisfied, very much so." Jiang Lu nods vigorously. The group then returns to the command center within the forward base in a medium-sized conference room. The video data collected from the mechs and returning soldiers has already been uploaded. Currently, the footage recorded from the 3 mechs is being played. The primary focus of the footage is Jiang Lu's mech, as it was the first to engage in combat. The subsequent footage from Li Xian and Feng Dai shows their mechs maintaining a state of manual readiness in the rear, not yet participating in psychic piloting. The scene depicts the orderly advance of the troops, including thorough inspections of the surrounding warehouses, revealing no significant issues. This row of vast warehouses is inherently suitable as a defensive line. As Lu Quan and Ji Zhuan observe the footage, they engage in conversation and analysis. Ji Zhuan remarks, "I recall this location in the previous 2 assaults on the Baixamo ironworks. Fierce battles erupted here. The structure of these warehouses is incredibly robust. Even the 152mm howitzer cannot breach it unless airstrikes are utilized. However, due to the complex electromagnetic environment in this area, neither side can deploy aerial forces, forcing us to tackle this challenge head-on." Lu Quan inquires, "What were the casualty figures during the previous battles here?" "The casualties were significant," Jiji Zhuan replies. "During the second assault on Baixamo, we likely lost at least 1 reinforced infantry battalion here. With tanks and armored vehicles totaling around 10, the losses were quite substantial. To capture this area, we will likely need the support of the mech units." While Jiji Zhuan speaks, he glances at Lu Quan. Without hesitation, Lu Quan assures him, "Rest assured, the mechs will participate in this battle, and the promised vehicle supplies are already en route." Upon hearing these words, Jiji Zhuan's expression immediately became more animated. Sitting a little further back, Li Xian observed the interactions among the group, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. It seemed that despite suffering a significant loss today, he could still greet the members of the 5th Squad with a cheerful demeanor, indicating that Lu Quan had already promised to provide support for his mixed brigade. Previously, he had gleaned some information about Hungan defense from the chip, though his access was limited to rather superficial details. Hungan Defense is a subsidiary under the Defense Department of Blueprint Biotech Group, not wholly owned. Its primary source of revenue derives from undertaking combat and defensive missions assigned by the Defense Department of Blueprint Group. As a defense company, their operational forces represent their greatest asset. However, what constitutes their strength? Ordinary infantry certainly does not count, as such troops wield little combat effectiveness against mechs. Armored vehicles are truly the cornerstone of Hungan defense. Possessing these vehicles grants a significant advantage in typical combat scenarios. Although tanks and infantry fighting vehicles may appear vulnerable, easily destroyed by an infantryman wielding an anti-tank missile or an electromagnetic cannon. They nonetheless exert considerable dominance over infantry. When two forces of equal strength and command engage, the side equipped with armor vehicles will undoubtedly prevail, suffering fewer casualties. Hung Defense likely operates its own independent financial system. They receive task funding from Blueprint Defense to sustain their operations. However, they lack the capability to produce weaponry. Most of their arsenal must be procured from Blueprint Group. Thus, for Blueprint Biotech Group, it is merely a matter of channeling funds, subsequently expending some on weaponry, all while amassing a significant number of soldiers willing to fight for them. This arrangement is undeniably advantageous. Within the conference room, the attendees continue to watch the collated battle footage, observing the sudden appearance of the enemy's ambush. Their firepower and the concentrated barrage from various fire points, as the battle erupted, the enemy's Knight-class mechs made their entrance. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Even Lu Quan, Ji Zhuan, and several operational advisors present in the room straightened in their seats. On the conference table, remote equipment was set up for the members of other mech support teams to participate in this operational seminar from a distance, despite the absence of active combat. Attention heightened as they prepared to witness how Jiang Lu and his team of 3 short sword-class mechs would confront 5 Knight-class mechs, managing to destroy 2 of them. Inside the Bixamo steel plant, a mech team huddled together, their pilots seated within their cockpits. The commander urged pay attention, analyze the enemy's tactics, and learn from the 5th Squad's combat methods. The 2 mech pilots responded in unison, "Yes, Commander." As the battle reached its climax, 5 against 3, the tension was palpable, evident in Jiang Lu's demeanor. The relentless barrage of electromagnetic cannon fire, coupled with Li Xion's 24 serrated ant rockets, rendered the combat scene fiercely intense. In the footage, Jiang Lu roared, "0-3, retreat." This moment weighed heavily on the hearts of all watching the recording. Clearly, Jiang Lu believed he had no hope of survival and was sacrificing himself to afford his teammates a chance to escape. Another operational team, the one that had lost a mech today, watched in sorrow as the remaining 2 members could no longer contain their tears. One of their comrades had perished on the battlefield while covering their retreat. Initially, they had managed to suppress their grief. But witnessing Jiang Lu's plea reignited their heartbreak. In the conference room, some operational advisors discreetly glanced at Li Xian, already aware of the combat designation associated with this mech team. 3 unmistakably referred to Li Xian. It was evident that in this battle, 0-3 did not abandon his teammates for the highest chance of survival, but chose to remain and engage in combat. This was apparent. Otherwise, 2 short sword-class mechs, regardless of driving prowess, could never hope to escape the onslaught of 5 Knight-class mechs. In the footage, Li Xion's voice emerged. "Give me 30 seconds, and I'll deliver a miracle," as the rocket pods and serrated ant rockets detonated again. The tide of battle began to shift. The first Knight-class mech was utterly destroyed, and the second was left severely damaged. It was Li Xion's actions that fundamentally laid the groundwork for their victory. The subsequent footage showcased an intensely chaotic scene, with relentless bombardments from long-range artillery, concentrated electromagnetic cannon fire, and the sweeping strikes of powered weapons employing decompression fields. The mechs engaged in close-quarters combat. Jiang Lu finally noticed that Li Xion's melee skills had remarkably improved in such a short time, no longer resembling the clumsy attempts seen during training. Once the recording concluded, they observed the mechs covering every possible retreat for the infantry and vehicles before finally departing. Ji Zhuan nodded repeatedly. The casualties among the infantry and vehicles accompanying the 5th Squad were indeed significant, but the mechs had accomplished all they could to protect and cover these soldiers and vehicles, even when their own conditions were far from optimal. Soldiers on the battlefield inevitably face casualties, yet they must not die in vain or be abandoned. Ji Zhuan held a deep satisfaction with the 5th Squad. Not only would the losses incurred during this period be compensated, but he was also pleased with these individuals. Lu Quan turned to Li Xian, nodding appreciatively. "You, my boy. Well done. You executed this battle splendidly. I will commend you." Upon hearing this, Li Xian was overjoyed and exclaimed loudly, "Thank you, Commander. Will there be a reward?" In his mind, he fantasized about the prospect of earning a substantial reward, having taken down a Knight-class mech, an exceedingly valuable asset. The price of a mech would undoubtedly be even steeper, and Li Xan had indeed established a significant merit. If he were rewarded with several thousand high-energy units, he could envision treating himself to a luxurious residence for a few days of rest. Look, back then, I wanted to assign Li Xan to you, yet you hesitated. Lu Quan remarked sternly to Jiang Lu now. If you think Li Xan is inadequate, I'll reassign him to old Li and the others. Jiang Lu quickly plastered on a smile. When did I ever say I didn't want him? Commander, you must have misremembered. I said I want this kid. I've invested so much time into training him. I've grown fond of him. You can't transfer him away. A jovial voice emanated from the remote device at the conference table. Old Jiang, you don't want Li Xan. Lu Quan, hurry and bring him over to me. I'll take good care of him. Jiang Lu bellowed. That old rascal should have been assigned to me from the start. But it's not too late now. Li Xan, you better wait for me. I'm driving over right now. The atmosphere in the conference room was now filled with lightheartedness, providing a moment of relief amidst the tension of battle. Lu Quan clapped his hands on the table, interrupting the chatter, and delivered a summarizing statement. All right. Li Xan has performed admirably in the 5th Squad, and Jiang Lu has also done well with the new recruits. Li Xan, you will continue with the 5th Squad. I have high hopes for you. Yes, Commander. Li Xan promptly stood and responded loudly. Ah. How fortunate it would have been had you assigned him to me back then. From the remote device, the frustrated voice of Li Data echoed. It was not merely their admiration for Li Xan's combat prowess that caught their attention. In the eyes of these seasoned pilots, Li Xan's skills in piloting mechs were insignificant. Among the 20-odd pilots, each one surpassed Li Xan by a considerable margin. He was, without a doubt, the bottom of the barrel, merely a newly trained rookie. However, this rookie had been tempered by the fires of battle and possessed a mentality slightly superior to that of an average novice pilot, making him a valuable asset on the battlefield. What they valued was not Li Xan's piloting skills, but rather the man himself. In the chaos of war, a teammate with exceptional combat skills was a coveted asset for all. Yet a comrade one could trust with their life was even more desirable. If given the choice, many would likely prefer the latter. Have a battlefield ally upon whom one could rely for life and death was a source of great envy. The recent footage clearly depicted a fatal outcome. Even though Jiang Lu had allowed Li Xan to escape, this was a command from the commander. Li Xan chose not to flee. Instead, he turned to join what appeared to be a suicidal mission, which earned him the respect of many. Even among the other veteran mech pilots, few could have made such a choice in that dire situation. Piloting skills and combat tactics could be honed with time, but the character to instinctively stand alongside one's comrades amidst the ferocity of war was something that could not be cultivated. One could argue that if Li Xan were part of their squad, he might not be the strongest in combat. Yet, having him as a teammate would certainly bring a sense of reassurance, alleviating fears of abandonment. What a splendid ally he would be, as the discussion and analysis of the footage concluded. The attendees in the conference room gradually dispersed. In the end, Lu Quan turned to Jiang Lu and said, "The items you requested have arrived. You can collect them for me shortly. This must be prepared for him, right?" Jiang Lu nodded but refrained from elaborating further. Subsequently, Lu Quan patted the curious Li Xan and remarked, "Work diligently with your master. Learn well. You are quite remarkable, and your master thinks highly of you." The item he exchanged for is not inexpensive, nor easy to acquire. Without hesitation, Li Xan replied, "Understood, Supervisor. I will surely follow my master closely." "All right, let's go." Jiang Lu followed Lu Quan out, while Li Xan watched Jiang Lu's retreating figure. Filled with uncertainty, initially, he had thought that Jiang Lu's request for 2 vials of number 5 energy compound was an attempt to extort him. However, from their recent conversation, it seemed that Jiang Lu had procured this item to exchange with Lu Quan for something else. Or perhaps it was intended for him. Was he misjudging Jiang Lu's intentions? Carrying this confusion, Li Xan followed Feng Dai back to the maintenance hangar. In the days to come, they would likely remain there until the mechs were fully repaired. On the way back, Li Xan and Feng Dai engaged in extensive conversation. Initially, they were merely colleagues who had just met. After all, they had only known each other for just over a month. However, Following today's battle, Li Xian had fully integrated into the team, transforming from mere acquaintances into comrades forged in the crucible of survival. This relationship was undeniably different from that moment onward. Shortly after Li Xian returned to the maintenance hangar, Jiang Lu reappeared, holding a small black metal box. Li Xian, come here. Hearing Jiang Lu's voice from a distance, Li Xian, who had been near the mech with Feng Dai, turned to see Jiang Lu preparing to enter a small conference room. He hurried over, with Feng Dai curiously trailing behind. Upon entering the room, Li Xian's gaze fell upon the contents of the table, and he instinctively felt a surge of anticipation. Master, did you call for me? Jiang Lu nodded and gestured for Li Xian to take a look at the small metal box. Open it. Feng Dai, having followed into the room, immediately whispered, Is this the thing? Li Xian could not help but glance at Feng Dai. Bemused by his cryptic remarks, he pulled the box closer, unlocking it to reveal a vial of deep blue liquid, accompanied by what appeared to be an instruction manual. Jiang Lu explained, back when we were at Base No. 3 of Hung in Defense, I took 2 vials of number 5D1 energy compound from you, and this is what I exchanged with Supervisor Lu. Master, what is this? Li Xian gazed at the exquisite vial, hesitant to reach for it. This is the number 3D1 energy fission compound. Consuming it can significantly increase the amount of energy you control. Upon hearing Jiang Lu's words, Li Xian struggled to lift his eyes to meet the vial. The growth rate of an energy wielder's energy was typically slow. Even with meditation and other practices to hasten this growth, the progress remained modest. Previously, when he acquired the number 5 energy compound, it had been indicated that the substance would restore depleted energy while providing a slight increase. Now, Jiang Lu produced this number 3 energy compound, which bore the term fission. How potent could its effects be? Feng Dai leaned against the table, exclaiming, Li Xian, this is a remarkable item. His tone brimmed with desire and envy for the vial. Generally speaking, we wouldn't have access to such a compound. If the leader managed to procure a vial from Supervisor Lu for you, those 2 vials of number 5 you have would hardly suffice. I suspect he added something extra. Surprised by the revelation, Li Xian turned to Jiang Lu and inquired, Master, is that true? Jiang Lu waved his hand dismissively, saying, Rest assured, it's not as exaggerated as Feng Dai claims. While this item is indeed challenging to obtain, mainly due to our lack of authority, it's a trivial matter for Supervisor Lu did AS for adding something extra. That's simply not the case, given that you just activated your energy and were heading to the battlefield. Supervisor Lu had no qualms about my request for this compound. Put it bluntly, trading 2 vials of number 5 for this number 3 is quite fortunate for you. Thank you, Master. Li Xian expressed his heartfelt gratitude immediately. No need to thank me. This was exchanged with your number 5 compound. When I took those 2 vials from you, if you hadn't secretly cursed me behind my back, I would have been quite pleased. Jiang Lu joked, his mood evidently lifted. Li Xian promptly retorted, Master, how could I ever speak ill of you? You are my dearest friend. All right, enough flattery. Jiang Lu waved his hand. This is indeed a remarkable item. Jiang Lu added, clicking his tongue in appreciation. Use this compound in a couple of days. It should double your energy. Li Xian asked in astonishment. Really? The effects are that strong? Feng Dai chimed in. Of course it's strong. This is an absolute gem. Well, since your energy base is low, it may seem exceptionally potent. Once your energy increases, the effects may not be as pronounced. Jiang Lu clarified. Li Xian gently grasped the vial of No. 3 compound as if it were a precious treasure. Master, I have no other tasks today. I might as well use it now. He was eager, as his energy levels were alarmingly low, barely sufficient for combat. In more intense encounters, he had depleted an entire vial of number 5. Who could afford that? Unlike Jiang Lu and Feng Dai, who had fought even more fiercely today, yet had not exhausted their energy as he had. The more energy he possessed, the greater his sense of security as a rookie on the battlefield. Li Xian felt acutely vulnerable. Jiang Lu waved his hand. No need to rush. Your current state isn't suitable for use. Look at your face and then observe your appearance. Today, you have utilized the number 5 compound and cannot revert to number 3. Moreover, considering Lu Tu's intentions, he seems poised to commend us, and perhaps there will be delightful surprises tomorrow or the day after. The number 3 compound requires a digestion period of at least 3 days, so you must not miss out on the celebration. Li Xian, filled with joy, inquired, "Celebration? Will there be rewards? How many energy coins can we earn?" "Perhaps thousands?" Li Xian was in dire need of money, burdened with debts that would take a year of frugal living on his salary to repay. Jiang Lu shook his head and remarked, "That seems unlikely. Is that even possible?" Li Xian retorted, "A knight retainer must be quite expensive. After eliminating one, shouldn't there be some cash reward?" Jiang Lu chuckled, "Though you have vanquished a knight retainer, it was accomplished while piloting a company short sword retainer, which is the principal source of output. Rest assured, the reward should satisfy you, as our contributions are indeed commendable." Harboring thoughts of awaiting the reward, Li Xian returned to the lounge within the hangar. This was also Jiang Lu's suggestion, as Li Xian had consumed a vial of the number 5 compound and needed to maintain a state of rest to better absorb the effects of the medication. In the room, Li Xian placed the box containing the number 3 compound at the bedside. Within the confines of the base, it was relatively safe. Li Xian lay down on the bed and began to review the information regarding the number 3 compound. To his astonishment, he discovered that he lacked the necessary permissions to search for this compound. Apologies, the requested number 3D1 psychic fission compound could not be retrieved. It may not exist in the database. Or your permissions may be insufficient. Permissions. This undoubtedly indicated a lack of authorization. Frustrated, Li Xian vented his anger momentarily on the bed before abandoning the idea of further searches. Permissions could only be enhanced by elevating one's employee rank. Subsequently, Li Xian began to rest. However, it was unclear whether the intensity of today's battle or the effects of the number 5 compound were blame, but it took Li Xian quite a while to fall into a deep sleep. During this slumber, he experienced an extended dream. In this dream, he seemed to transform into a camera, observing a young man under the dominion of the Mildenite Corps. The dream spanned a considerable duration, during which Li Xian witnessed the young man's growth, the activation of his psychic abilities, his enlistment in the Mildenite Corps, and his ascension to become a pilot of a knight retainer. He watched as the young man began combat training, maneuvering the knight retainer. Eventually, Li Xian grew dissatisfied with merely being an observer. During the young man's melee training, he felt as if he had become that young man. Controlling a melee-capable knight retainer in combat practice, in this process, Li Xian lost track of time. 1 day, 2 days, a month, 2 months. Within the psychic chip in Li Xian's mind, a line of characters quietly appeared. D2 level mech melee combat. When the dawn of the following day arrived, Li Xian opened his eyes, feeling invigorated. Despite spending an entire night dreaming, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. He glanced at the log of the psychic chip, and upon viewing the final data, he was momentarily stunned that D2 level mech melee combat 18. Seeing this number, Li Xian was elated. He instantly recalled the dream he had the night before, realizing that the enhancement of his melee skills was undoubtedly linked to that dream. Furthermore, it was also connected to the psychic signal absorbed on the battlefield. The dream clearly represented the memories of the mech pilot whom Li Xian had destroyed. However, he had merely experienced a rapid passage through the life of that individual from an observer's perspective. Of course, it was not solely an observer's role. During part of the melee training, Li Xian had also participated. Simultaneously, Li Xian harbored doubts. Since he could absorb the psychic signals from enemies, why had he not absorbed the signal from the second mech that Jiang Lu had destroyed? Li Xian pondered this, formulating 2 hypotheses. 1, that he could absorb the signal from the first mech because he had destroyed it himself, while the second mech had been eliminated by Jiang Lu. The second possibility was related to distance or time. Li Xian recalled that while absorbing the psychic signal, it had mentioned discovering a dissipating psychic signal. This implied that these psychic signals would begin to disperse rapidly. After all, Li Xian had only one option for download, and the download rate for melee combat stood at merely over 40%. When Jiang Lu destroyed the second mech, Li Xian had been positioned at a distance and lacked the opportunity to approach, which might have resulted in the complete dissipation of the second psychic signal. Upon realizing this, Li Xian felt a sense of profound loss, angrily slapping his thigh. However, there was no point in regretting what had transpired. The situation had been dire, and there had been no chance for him to risk his life to get closer. Such reflections could only be clarified in hindsight, after all matters had concluded. Once he comprehended these thoughts, Li Xian tidied up his personal hygiene and proceeded to the lower repair hangar. There he engaged in conversation with Feng Dai. Feng Dai, draping an arm around Li Xian's shoulders, inquired, "How on earth have you managed to improve your melee combat skills so swiftly? Just yesterday, you seemed to struggle with your footing, and now you can hold your own against the enemy's night retainers." Li Xian contemplated the dream from the previous night and replied with a smile, "In my dreams, I practice mech combat." "Oh, come on. Are you trying to show off now?" Feng Dai retorted, promptly, playfully choking Li Xian. "Help! Help!" Li Xian struggled. It appeared that their recovery was proceeding well. While Li Xian and Feng Dai engaged in playful banter, Jiang Lu returned from outside, accompanied by Lu Quan and several others. Feng Dai and Li Xian hastily released each other, straightening up before saluting Lu Quan and the others. "Good day, Supervisor." Lu Quan nodded in acknowledgement and continued, "We have come to present the rewards for yesterday's battle." As a veteran, Feng Dai had known Lu Quan for some time and immediately asked, "Lu Tu, how come the rewards are being distributed so quickly?" "What are the rewards?" Lu Quan smiled. "You have all earned commendations, and we cannot afford to delay. The battle is not yet concluded. The ceremony will be brief." With a serious expression, Lu Quan declared, "M1D 5 Mech Division. Jiang Lu, present." Jiang Lu promptly stepped forward to stand beside Li Xian and responded with military precision, in recognition of your commendable performance during the battle on July 25th. 6123, in your composed command of the Blueprint Biological Technology Group's Defense Department, you are awarded the Silver Brave Sword Medal." With that, Lu Quan retrieved a silver medal shaped like a sword from the combat tray, held by an aide, and affixed it to Jiang Lu's chest. "Thank you, Commander." Jiang Lu responded with enthusiasm. Lu Quan then turned his gaze to Feng Dai. "M1D 4 Mech Division. Feng Dai, present." Feng Dai stood at attention, in recognition of your commendable performance during the battle on July 25th. 6123, you are awarded the Black Brave Sword Medal. "Thank you, Commander." Feng Dai beamed with joy, like a child receiving a treat. Finally, Lu Quan's focus landed on Li Xian, M1D3 Intern Mech Division. "Li Xian, present." Li Xian eagerly exclaimed. "In acknowledgement of your commendable performance during the battle on July 25, 6123, as an intern mech pilot, you maintained composure under the command of your superior, successfully engaging in combat and destroying an enemy D-class night retainer. The Defense Department of Blueprint Biotech Group has bestowed upon you the following commendation: the M1D3 Internship Mecha Division. You will conclude your internship 5 months early and officially become a member of the Blueprint Biotech Defense Department. You are awarded a Silver Sword of Valor Medal." After finishing the announcement, Lu Quan took out a silver sword medal and affixed it to Li Xian's left chest. "Young man, work hard. I have great faith in your future development," Lu Quan said, patting Li Xian's shoulder in approval. "Thank you, General. I will certainly strive diligently and contribute to the group." Li Xian shouted enthusiastically. Lu Quan nodded slightly, his face breaking into a smile. "Indeed." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Quan departed, leaving behind the 3 mecha operators from the 5th group, along with the members of the maintenance teams in the hangar. The maintenance team members gazed at Li Xian and the others with envious eyes. Their ranks were far inferior to those of the 5th group members. Most of the individuals in the maintenance teams were M1F level soldiers. Only a select few, who possessed core knowledge, like the leaders of the maintenance teams, held the status of official Blueprint employees. One member of the maintenance team looked at Li Xian in front of him, his eyes nearly reflecting his envy. Smack. His team leader slapped his hat. "Focus and work hard. It's just a medal, you know." The young man's tone was filled with admiration. "Don't envy him. He earned it through hard work. Why don't you try?" The leader joked. "I would love to, but they wouldn't want me." The young man shook his head and continued to immerse himself in the task of repairing mechas. Like that young man, Li Xian also gazed at the silver sword medal on his chest, finding it quite appealing. However, he pondered whether it was a bit hasty to reward him with merely a medal for destroying a mecha. Yet, seeing the uncontainable joy on Jiang Lu and Feng Dai's faces, He suspected that the metal might not be as trivial as he initially thought. Observing the cheerful expressions of the two veterans, Li Exin, the newcomer to the group, inquired, "Master, what is the significance of this metal? Is it really just a simple reward from the group? I had expected a monetary reward 1,000 or 1,800 energy coins." Jiang Lu, pleased, removed his own medal and looked at Li Exin, saying, "It's quite normal not to understand as a newcomer. Let me explain. The metal is not as simple as you think. Just look at Feng Dai's barely contained smile to gauge its value." Li Exin noticed that Feng Dai, upon hearing Jiang Lu speak, could not suppress his grin. He then glanced at his own silver medal, realizing it was even a rank higher than Feng Dai's. Shouldn't he be even more delighted? The medal represents a significant honor within the group. Possessing a medal signifies recognition of achievements, and only those who have rendered service to the group can be awarded such distinctions. As soldiers under the Defense Department, the medals we typically receive are weapon-related, with the sword being the most basic form of recognition. Higher tiers include the second-level sword medal and the Valor Guardian medal. Among others, beyond that, I have yet to encounter any higher distinctions that I it merely in honor. Certainly not. Upon receiving your first medal, you automatically unlock the merit system, which you can explore in the Chip S permissions when you return. Our medals come with merit points upon first award. The Black Sword medal carries 100 points, while the silver one should be worth 200 points. Moreover, these points are not one-time rewards. Each month, the Black medal earns 5 merit points, while the silver one accrues 10. Li Exin began to understand, asking, "So, can these merit points be exchanged for anything?" Jiang Lu regarded Li Exin with satisfaction, saying, "You are quite perceptive. Merit points can be exchanged for various items. For instance, the D1 level psychic compound you used yesterday can be obtained for 10 merit points. The third psychic fishing compound, which you received, requires around 30 merit points." Li Exin exclaimed, "So expensive." Then he quickly followed up, "Master, since you exchanged that third compound for me, didn't you also use a bottle of the fifth compound?" Jiang Lu patted Li Exin's shoulder, saying, "That's in the past. Besides, I didn't incur a loss. You actually saved both our lives." Li Exin felt touched. He had known Jiang Lu for such a short time, yet he was willing to invest so much in him. "All right, enough of the sentimental talk, or I might kick you. Just focus on practicing. Not dragging down the fifth group in battle is the greatest repayment you can offer." Jiang Lu's expression turned serious as he spoke to Li Exin. "Yes, Master, I will train diligently. I will strive not to hold back the fifth group. Just watch my performance." Li Exin repressed his gratitude, choosing to prove himself through actions in the future. Meanwhile, Feng Dai cheerfully tucked away his bronze valor sword medal, resting a hand on Li Exin's shoulder, saying, "Ah, had I known, I would have taken down a knight retainer too. You both have silver medals, and I'm stuck with a black one that I suspect Supervisor Lu is deliberately targeting me." Jiang Lu chuckled, "You should be grateful for that black medal, without any accomplishments." "Idea I've given you nothing at all." Feng Dai replied with a frown, "You're ruthless. You're even harsher than the supervisor." What did you just say?" Back in his room, Li Exin swiftly utilized the military smart chip to inquire about the medal's information. At that moment, he felt elated, even lying on the bed and whistling. The 6-month internship had concluded ahead of schedule, signifying a slight increase in his salary. Moreover, benefits previously unavailable to him were now accessible. Li Exin glanced at his salary system, laughing contentedly. His current salary structure includes a base salary of 40, a D-level mecha pilot subsidy of 20, a war zone allowance of X1, and a combat subsidy of X1. All totaled, Li Exin's monthly salary had soared to 180 energy coins that he murmured, "Being a full-time employee is truly delightful. Such generous benefits. How could I possibly spend all this money? I haven't even finished spending the 100 coins from last month. And in just 29 days, my next paycheck will arrive. Being a full-time employee at the group is significantly better than being an intern. Even though there's only a 1-day difference, his salary has nearly doubled. Previously, with allowances, his total was merely 105 coins, and now, in just 1 day, it had inflated to 180. Most crucially, the work remained the same. And that's not all. Considering the merit points, he also accumulates 10 points each month. And based on the price of the D1 psychic compound, which reportedly costs at least 200 energy coins on the market, implies that Li Xin could earn an additional 200 energy coins each month. Such exhilaration, no single word could encapsulate it. Li Xin joyfully accessed the metal and merit point systems, confirming exactly what Jiang Lu had described. The Blueprint Biotech Group Defense Department's metal system was officially activated for Li Xin, who observed rows of metals, feeling no urge to click on them. These metals could simply be recognized by the chip. He had no need for personal identification. Furthermore, apart from certain award ceremonies, no one would carry these metals around casually. Subsequently, Li Xin opened the merit point system to review the offerings. Currently, the exchangeable items suited to Li Xion's level were rather limited. Most options held little allure, with only a few psychic potions being somewhat enticing. Li Xian even spotted the potion he had initially used to activate his psychic abilities, the level 7 stimulant psychic compound. Even though it was a D4 level item, it only required 10 merit points. At that moment, Li Xian sighed softly, realizing that he was still using a D1 level compound. Had there been this D4 level at that time, the process of stimulating psychic energy might have proceeded more smoothly. However, it wasn't long before Li Xian regained his composure and resumed his research on the achievement points and medal system. Contrary to his expectations, he had believed that accumulating several medals would allow him to receive achievement points monthly. To his dismay, the organization proved to be less accommodating. The achievement points for medals could only be claimed for the highest one attained. Should Li Xian earn another golden medal of valor next time, he would no longer be able to claim points for the silver one he currently possessed. Cursed capitalists. After familiarizing himself with the medal system, Li Xian informed Jiang Lu and Feng Dai, and then prepared to consume the level 3 psychic fission potion in his room. For this potion, Li Xian had made extensive preparations, conserving his energy and adjusting his state to its optimal level. After retrieving the potion, he gulped it down in one swift motion, after approximately 3 to 4 minutes of waiting. The potion began to be absorbed by Li Xian, and he felt his psychic energy starting to boil that moment. In his meditative state, Li Xian perceived his psychic energy rapidly fissioning, causing a slight discomfort in his body. His room was devoid of any electronic devices, all of which he had previously moved out. The surging psychic energy rampaged within Li Xian, with arcs of electricity appearing around him, accompanied by crackling sounds. The tiny arcs flickered incessantly, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. The quantity of psychic energy within him continued to increase, and the aura of danger emanating from him grew ever stronger. At that moment, Li Xian's control over his psychic energy was considerably diminished compared to before. This state persisted for about an hour, during which the turbulent psychic energy gradually calmed down. After some time, Li Xian finally reopened his eyes. He exhaled slowly, feeling an indescribable exhilaration. With the consumption of this level 3 psychic fission compound, he sensed that his psychic energy had at least doubled. This was merely the most intense reaction. For the next 2 days, such effects would continue, albeit at a less intense rate. The single vial of the level 3 psychic fission compound had augmented Li Xian's psychic energy by threefold. Of course, due to his initially low reserves that if he were to consume it again, such effects would not be replicated. What a shame, he thought, that the name promised fission. Li Xian had presumed that with a larger base, he could gain even more psychic energy, which was indeed regrettable. He glanced at himself in the mirror, observing his flushed complexion and hair standing on end, and mused, even in such a disheveled state, "My handsomeness remains unaltered." After a brief tidying up, he made his way downstairs. Following repairs, the mechs belonging to Li Xian and Feng Dai were nearly completed, with only Jiang Lu's mech still undergoing maintenance, its left arm having been replaced. Just as the maintenance chief had indicated, the left arm was indeed the easiest to fix. It merely required a complete replacement, and the necessary parts were available in the base. The restoration of other equipment would take significantly longer. Upon seeing Li Xian descend, Jiang Lu inquired, "How do you feel after taking the potion?" Li Xian replied, "I feel fantastic. I wish to try several more vials." Jiang Lu shook his head, stating, "You must not consume this potion too frequently. The next time should be at least 20 days from now, that if you take it multiple times in the future, you may be able to shorten that interval. Otherwise, continuous consumption will severely damage your body, and the rate of contamination will increase more rapidly. Upon hearing this, Li Xian sighed and nodded in agreement. Indeed, after several days, he had managed to reduce his contamination level from 21.3 to 15.5, but following the intake of this potion, it had surged back to 22 if he continued to take it. The contamination would likely rise even higher. Li Xian certainly did not wish to become a psychic practitioner tainted by chaos. Thus, he had to slow down the pace of potion consumption. Regrettably, his authority was still too low, and he lacked sufficient funds that he believed that if he had access to higher-grade potions, the effects would undoubtedly be more pronounced and the contamination levels correspondingly lower. Since you just took the potion today, there's no need to train in the mech. Begin practicing again in 2 days, Jiang Lu instructed. Yes, master, Li Xian responded. How many days do we have for rest? He inquired. Not too long. I estimate we have at most a week. Jiang Lu pondered for a moment before replying, Is it really that long? Li Xian exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, we primarily need to wait for the vehicles. This time, the organization is likely sending some vehicle support to Hong'an defense, and once they arrive, a new round of offensives will commence. So that was it. 5 days passed swiftly, just as Jiang Lu had predicted. A new military operation was set to begin following the arrival of the organization's vehicles. A Pelican-class transport vessel slowly descended outside the Beishimo Steelworks forward operating base. The hatch opened, and vehicles began to disembark under the guidance of soldiers. Meanwhile, in the open area of the base, a group of soldiers clad in Hong'an defense uniforms stood in neat rows. They were all seasoned veterans, specifically armored troops, tasked with receiving this batch of equipment. Seated in an armored off-road vehicle, Li Xian observed the vehicles being unloaded, counting them. This time, the support was indeed substantial. They had sent an entire 2 companies of hunter medium tanks and a complete battalion of short-tailed mice. The 2-company formation consisted of a total of 2,600 tanks, while the battalion of short-tailed mice comprised 30 vehicles, along with 2 command models that served solely for command and did not participate in combat. Wow! Exclaimed Jiang Lu, taking a sharp breath as he gazed at the armored vehicles disembarking from the Pelican transport. Li Xian looked over. There was a brand new type of tank, appearing significantly larger than the hunter tanks. Furthermore, these tanks retained the livery of Blueprint Biotech Defense rather than being altered to Hong'an Defense's colors. Li Xian had never seen such tanks before, let alone acquired any information about them. He glanced at his ship and commanded it to retrieve information on the tanks while asking Jiang Lu, Master, what kind of tank is this? Jiang Lu replied, This is the Skullbreaker heavy tank, specifically designed to counter mechs. This was bound to make things difficult for the enemy. If their mechs faced such tanks, they would not have a pleasant experience. Li Xian widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, This tank is designed for mechs? Indeed, Jiang Lu nodded. However, it can only effectively target sea-level mechs and those below. For higher-level mechs, it would have little effect. Nevertheless, when it comes to dealing with night retainers, they will have a tough time. Incredible! Li Xian exclaimed in admiration. At that moment, information about the heavy tank had already appeared in Li Xian's chip. The Shattered Skull heavy tank boasted a primary weapon of a heavy plasma cannon and a secondary weapon of a 14.5mm electromagnetic machine gun. Its armor was composed of the same material as that of the Short Sword Knight's mecha, constructed from D-grade military alloy. This heavy tank could also be equipped with additional external armor to enhance its defensive capabilities. The crew consisted of 5 members, notably excluding any psionics required to activate the Void Shield, with the armor's thickness and defensive strength surpassing even that of the mecha. The long-range combat capabilities of this tank were on par, if not superior, to those of the mecha. After all, the Short Sword Knight's mecha struggled to penetrate the void shields of similarly ranked mechas with a single shot, whereas the Shattered Skull could accomplish this feat. Upon examining the tank and its formidable plasma cannon, Li Xian felt that even being seated within a mecha might not guarantee safety. The heavy plasma cannon, an energy weapon, could overload a D-grade void shield with a single shot. If fortune favored them, the mecha could be perforated alongside the void shield. Conversely, if luck were to abandon them, another shot could obliterate a D-grade mecha outright. Even a C-grade void shield could merely withstand a couple of plasma cannon blasts before succumbing. Li Xian boldly speculated to Jiang Lu. Since we possess the shattered skull, might the enemy also have comparable weaponry? Jiang Lu, still focused on the shattered skull heavy tank, replied, "Worry not. They undoubtedly do. The question is whether they will deploy it in this engagement. In any case, we must exercise caution this time. Our previous advance was smooth, as we had yet to encounter such a formidable defensive stronghold. Now, the situation is uncertain." Ixen ventured further. "During the last ambush, we did not face any heavy tanks. Master, do you think the enemy at the Biximo Steelworks lacks such tanks?" Jiang Lu shook his head, stating, "I cannot ascertain the enemy's intentions or confirm their vehicle specifications. However, it is prudent to remain vigilant. We must update our weaponry for this engagement." Lixa nodded, inquiring, "Master, what updates should we implement for our weapons?" "Let each person add an alloy armor shield, to be mounted on the left arm," Jiang Lu instructed. "Understood, Master." Upon returning from the vehicle loading area, the maintenance team within the hangar began their tasks anew. They repositioned the weapons of the short sword knight, relocating the six-wheeled electromagnetic cannon and the plasma cannon to the lower sides of the left arm. This adjustment slightly affected the weapon's center of gravity, but the issue was minimal. Simultaneously, they procured a knightly kite-shaped shield. This armored alloy shield stood an impressive 4.5 meters tall and 3 meters wide, with thickness surpassing that of the short sword knight's own armor, resulting in a 12 reduction in mobility when wielded. Nevertheless, carrying the shield was deemed worthwhile despite the reduced speed. The armor itself was designed to withstand enemy anti-tank missiles with ease, and the shield possessed a deflection field capable of redirecting various enemy attacks elsewhere. This feature significantly alleviated the defensive pressure on the void shield, though this was merely one of its advantages. Given their concerns about the enemy wielding heavy weaponry like the shattered skull, possessing this shield meant that even if the void shield were breached by a single shot, the additional armor shield would withstand the overload, thus affording the mecha precious time to evade or react. Ixen's mecha armament remained largely unchanged from before. The left arm housed the six-wheeled electromagnetic cannon alongside the plasma cannon, while the right arm was equipped with a melee weapon, the power spear. On the shoulders rested two serrated Ant 12-tube 105mm rocket pods that, in terms of defense, an additional armor shield was included, complemented by external armor. This external armor had previously saved Li Xian's life. Without it, he might have been eviscerated within the cockpit. However, the weight of the armor had its drawbacks, notably reducing speed. External armor decreased speed by 10, while the armor shield reduced it by 12. The overall speed of the short sword knight had diminished by 1/5. Yet fortunately, the armor shield could be discarded at will, should a rapid maneuver be required. Relinquishing the armor shield could prove essential. Although the cost of this armor shield could consume several years of Li Xian's salary, it was inconsequential, as it was funded by the corporation. Jiang Lu and Feng Dai's weaponry remained consistent with their previous engagement. Jiang Lu merely added an armor shield, while Feng Dai opted for a few more enhancements, reloading the rocket pods. Evidently impressed by Li Xian's prior bombardment, that a new round of combat commenced. Ixen and his comrades had entered the frontline stronghold, where all soldiers and commanders poised for the upcoming offensive. Inside the mecha cockpit, Li Xian scrutinized a projected map displayed by his ship. This was the map of the previously mentioned large warehouse district. In his ear, he heard the voice of Lu Quan from the command center. "Attention all units, this is the operational target for this mission. The B3 area, also the large warehouse district, comprises a total of 8 significant warehouses. Previously, the 5th Mecha Support Team, alongside collaborating infantry and armored units, faced an ambush here. According to the latest intelligence, the defenses have been further fortified. Many defensive structures are now visibly deployed, eliminating the need for ambush tactics. The enemy will undoubtedly seek to delay us here for a while. Given the current circumstances, this is not a location we can easily capture. This battle will see the 5th and 6th Mecha Support Teams join the fray. Additionally, we will deploy 2 platoons of Shattered Skull tanks, totaling 6 tanks, for fire support. Our defense will mobilize an infantry battalion, a tank company, and an armored company as the main assault force that in the rear. We will position 2 artillery battalions to provide heavy fire support for this operation that I expect everyone to completely eradicate the enemy's defensive stronghold within 3 days. Understood. The collective response echoed. The number of troops for this operation was indeed substantial. In the environment of the Biximo steelworks, even a considerable deployment could hinder troop movements. The present forces represented the maximum feasible contingent for this area. Any further increase could prove excessive and might restrict troop mobility. Infantry and armored units had already advanced to optimal positions while the Xian and his comrades maneuvered their mechas closer to the battlefield. The sixth team, joining the Xian in combat, consisted of 3 mechas led by Kuqian, with mecha master Zhang Kangel and Luo Hang. The composition of this mecha squad was undoubtedly superior to that of the fifth team, as all 3 were seasoned veterans having undergone extensive coordination. This time, the corporation was indeed making a grand investment. Kuqian's voice resonated over the public channel that IT truly is a grand investment. Should we breach this stronghold and coordinate with attacks from other directions? The enemy will have nowhere left to retreat above ground. Securing this location will allow us to initiate underground combat. The sooner we achieve this, the better. Jiang Lu calmly analyzed the situation. Old Jiang, do you think we might all earn silver sword medals this time? Kuqian inquired with a smile. Jiang Lu chuckled. Can my words carry weight? If they could, I would not only award you silver, but would bestow golden ones upon you all, 2 each. Boom, boom, boom. As the conversation among the Xian and the others unfolded, the battle ahead had already commenced. The first to initiate the assault was the artillery unit stationed in the rear, consisting of 2 battalions of howitzers, each armed with 152mm artillery pieces. Each battalion deployed 8 guns, totaling 16 howitzers that were required to unleash a full salvo of rounds before the ground troops commenced their attack, in the blink of an eye. 16 shells rained down upon the enemy's defensive positions, transforming the area into a raging inferno. The sturdy warehouses trembled under the bombardment, clouds of dust cascading from above. Yet, this was merely the facade. The resilience of these warehouses far exceeded the capabilities of the howitzers to compromise. The structures here would necessitate heavy aerial munitions or orbital bombardments to breach. However, the complex electromagnetic environment surrounding the area rendered aircraft incapable of precise strikes, resulting in the absence of air support for orbital bombardments from starships. That was even less feasible. Due to the subspace storm, the starry skies around Guansuosi had been sealed off for over a century, preventing starships from venturing out, let alone conducting orbital strikes. Within the confines of the warehouses, and even atop their roofs, defensive positions of the Milda retinue were established. The rooftop fortifications were relatively rudimentary and were quickly obliterated under the artillery fire. Perhaps the enemy had anticipated this, hence the simplicity of the defenses atop the warehouses. The true fortifications lay within the warehouses themselves, where the dimly lit interiors provided ample cover. Inside one of the warehouses resided the enemy's makeshift command center, presided over by an infantry battalion commander. The organizational structure and troop strength of the Milda retinue bore similarities to that of standard military units, albeit with a slight increase to a full-strength infantry battalion. Alongside various personnel from the battalion headquarters, likely numbered around 400, these troops were distributed across 5 large warehouses, with 4 positioned at the forefront, serving as the mainstay of the infantry lines to intercept enemy advances. Within the defensive perimeter of several warehouses, armored vehicles were conspicuously absent. Instead, 2 squadrons of tanks were deployed in such combat scenarios. Particularly during defensive operations, armored vehicles do not play a significant role. Even the tank's utility was limited. Within the confines of the warehouses, they were primarily utilized as fixed artillery platforms. Temporary defensive positions had been constructed for these tanks, with only the gun barrels, perhaps half a turret, protruding from cover. In the 5th warehouse, there were also 2 complete squads of knightly retinue, comprising 10 D-class mechs, which served as the defender's backbone. The Milda battalion commander, arms crossed before his chest, awaited the cessation of enemy fire. Coordinated fire between infantry and artillery is an effective combat strategy. However, it was not particularly applicable in this engagement. The soldiers of Milda, sheltered within the warehouses, found that the effects of the enemy's heavy artillery bombardment merely resulted in severe tinnitus. They were poised to retaliate against the advancing enemy through the firing apertures at the warehouse's front. As the bombardment abruptly ceased, Battalion Commander Harris opened his eyes and communicated to all units. The enemy's artillery has stopped. Prepare for defense. Understood. In that instant, all soldiers swiftly returned to their combat positions. At this moment, the forefront warehouses resembled a hedgehog bristling with spikes. The soldiers wielded an array of weaponry, from traditional firearms to electromagnetic rifles and even electromagnetic machine guns. Numerous anti-tank weapons were at their disposal, including electromagnetic anti-tank guns and guided missiles. With such a stronghold in place, the enemy would find it impossible to seize this position without incurring significant casualties. Harris declared confidently that I can already envision the devastation among those corporate forces. Beside him, the battalion staff officer chuckled. As the defending forces, they maintained a tightly knit defensive line around this warehouse. Even the 4 large warehouses at the front were partitioned into 5 distinct defensive lines. Even if the enemy endured heavy losses and breached the warehouse, they would only have overcome the first layer of defense. The only concern now lay with the enemy's mechs. Harris gazed beyond the defensive line. Thus far, the enemy's mechs had yet to make an appearance. However, it was merely a matter of time before they did. Once the infantry had accurately recorded the defensive fire points, these mechs would advance under the protection of their void shields, obliterating all defensive positions. Fear not. I'm not the fool I was last time. This time, I will ensure the enemy's mechs return to them in pieces. A voice rang in Harris's EA or .it was a voice that radiated arrogance and ferocity. Through mere words, Harris could sense the brutality of the speaker. It was the commander of the knightly retinue. Milton, too, possessed the confidence of formidable strength with 10 knightly mechs in such a small-scale engagement. They held overwhelming power. The strength of mechs increases with their numbers. With only 1 or 2, there would be concern over the void shields being compromised. However, as their numbers grew, such worries diminished. Even if the void shields were overwhelmed, there would be comrades to take their place. When a knightly retinue approached the enemy, the true battle would commence, unleashing a tempest of destruction upon the enemy lines to the front as the artillery fire ceased. The infantry commenced their assault. Small combat teams utilized cover to advance toward the warehouses. Rat-a-tat-tat. Within the warehouse, the mildewed defensive infantry opened fire, creating a cacophony reminiscent of popping corn. The sounds of gunfire erupted everywhere. With the cover of the warehouse, the infantry hardly dared to aim. Simultaneously, all attacking troops from hung-in defense huddled behind their cover. They either activated faith shots or peeked out just enough to aim and fire. Rat-a-tat-tat, bring up the grenade launcher. A squad leader positioned behind a column bellowed orders to the rear. Soon, a 35mm grenade launcher was dragged to the forefront. An experienced soldier, stationed behind a simple barricade, set up the automatic grenade launcher, which utilized a drum magazine containing 20 grenades. Fire. Target their firing openings. The squad leader peered around the column, assessing the enemy's defensive apertures. Understood. The veteran soldier sat down, half reclining behind the cover as he operated the automatic grenade launcher. Boom, boom, accompanied by wisps of white smoke. Grenades erupted from the barrel, hurtling toward one of the warehouses. The walls of these warehouses bore remnants of old ventilation openings and windows, now repurposed as firing ports for the mildewed soldiers. Boom, boom. The grenades impacted the warehouse walls. Despite being aimed, the accuracy was still quite disheartening. Most grenades struck the walls, igniting explosions that produced small fireballs, accompanied by shrapnel and smoke. Out of the 35mm grenades fired, only a single lucky shot found its mark, striking an enemy firing port. Boom! The firing port atop the warehouse fell silent. The 35mm grenades, though limited in power, still managed to inflict harm within the confined space of the firing port, leaving 2 mildewed soldiers bloodied and battered. One soldier stationed behind the firing port was instantly killed, the explosion occurring mere inches from his head, causing him to collapse to the ground. Another mildewed soldier, situated nearby, was not spared. Shrapnel from the blast tore through several areas of his body. The shockwave of the explosion knocked him down as well. Medic! Medic, come quickly! The comrades beside him swiftly lunged towards the fallen soldier, hastily examining the wounds of this disoriented individual who had been struck by the shockwave. Shrapnel had pierced his face, arms, and even his side, with blood gushing forth relentlessly. Fortunately, the lethality radius of a 35mm shell is relatively limited, and the impact of the fragments diminished with distance. This spared the second soldier from fatal blow, and though the injuries were considerable, they were not life-threatening. With proper bandaging, he could rejoin the fray. Even if surgery were required to extract the shrapnel, he could recover completely within a fortnight. An infantryman carrying a medical kit quickly ascended to the floor above, first arriving at the shooting hole that had come under attack, where he casually assessed the condition of the first soldier who had faced the shelling directly. The soldier's helmet had been blown off, leaving him with only half a head, with a mere glance. The medic sighed and placed the body down, stating, "There's no saving him. Let us drag him down later." He then hastened to the second soldier's side, where he began a swift examination and initiated basic first aid, helping the wounded soldier descend rapidly. Meanwhile, on the other side, soldiers of Hung in defense, having just discharged a grenade, quickly pulled back with their automatic grenade launcher. One soldier carried the launcher, while another bore the tripod, both sprinting away with great speed. Once such a fire point has been activated, retreat is imperative, as the timing of enemy counterattacks remains uncertain. Indeed, within the warehouse of the Milda army, a squad commander was directing his troops, aiming a rocket launcher at the recently targeted fortification. Blow him to bits. With a hiss, a fireball shot forth amidst a plume of white smoke, tracing a distorted trajectory before detonating behind the targeted cover. "Ha ha! Foolish Milda dogs, you think you could take me out? Dream on." Not far away, an old soldier, loading the grenade launcher, observed the recent explosion and erupted with excitement, his assistant laughing heartily beside him. The thrill of narrowly escaping death after such a rapid retreat was exhilarating and fortuitous for them. Elsewhere, a machine gunner from Hung in defense took cover behind a shattered wall, unleashing a torrent of fire. The electromagnetic bullets traveled with remarkable speed, and at such distances, they experienced minimal drop. However, accurate targeting required not only skill, but also the ability to withstand the recoil of the machine gun. Da-da-da. The gunner unleashed a barrage towards the enemy's line of shooting windows, but not every window necessarily housed an adversary. Typically, even infantry would change positions after sustained fire. Remaining static would be exceedingly perilous. Not to mention the potential presence of snipers, though they were scarce in the chaos of battle. The enemy was more likely to employ heavy firepower, as the machine gunner swept his fire across the shooting holes. Da-da-da! Several rounds struck one of the openings behind which a Milda soldier stood. Bang! The soldier was hit by the electromagnetic bullet, his chest torn apart. Although he wore body armor, it could only withstand conventional firearms. Against the electromagnetic rifle's ammunition, its protective capabilities were virtually null. The bullet easily penetrated the armor's plates, striking his chest cavity, whereupon it spun violently, obliterating his insides. The tremendous force even knocked him off the floor, leaving a large pool of blood beneath him. The machine gunner from Hung in defense was not as fortunate. Before he could reposition, he became the target of a Milda sniper hidden within the warehouse. A single bullet found its mark, striking the prone gunner in the head. Bang! In an instant, his head exploded like a smashed tomato, splattering the area with gore. The intensity of the conflict was staggering, with Milda infantry falling as casualties while Hung in defense soldiers also perished on the battlefield. Amidst the smoke and chaos, bullets, grenades, and various rockets were continuously fired and exploded that a soldier could kill an enemy one moment, only to find himself dead the next. In such fierce combat, the lives of infantrymen were exceedingly fragile. Their weaponry was a paradox, capable of delivering devastating blows, such as an anti-tank missile dismantling a vehicle, yet equally susceptible to a single bullet ending a life. Moreover, the firepower unleashed in such confrontations encompassed more than just bullets. Requesting tank support, a squad leader from Hung in defense lay flat behind their cover, as their unit was nearly paralyzed by the enemy's concentrated fire. The opposing force boasted superior firepower and fortified positions, rendering the Hung in infantry unable to raise their heads. Even relocating became a daunting task. No one dared to shift positions under such heavy fire. Yet remaining stationary offered no guarantee of safety, as a shell or rocket could obliterate them at any moment. Upon hearing his infantry's call for assistance, A platoon leader quickly communicated with the armored units. Shortly thereafter, a hunter tank maneuvered to the rear of their position, revealing only its cannon. Behind the enemy's firing positions, a machine gun team that had just relocated continued to open fire. Operated by a duo, the gunner's face flushed as he roared while pulling the trigger. A deluge of bullets erupted from the muzzle, raining down upon the enemy outside. Inside the hunter tank, the commander directed the crew to lock onto the enemy's fire point. "Give them a good shelling. No problem, I'm on it." The fire control operator grinned malevolently, having zeroed in on the point still spewing flames. "Load high explosive rounds." Boom! A high explosive shell shot out, striking the fire position with pinpoint accuracy. Rumble! The shell detonated at the shooting window, engulfing the area in flames and shrapnel, obliterating the two-man machine gun team within a bloody mist. Behind the shooting window, two soldiers were torn apart by the explosion, their armor offering no protection against such devastation. Tank! That direction! Anti-tank team, take them out! The Milda squad commander bellowed, his team quickly locking onto the hunter tank. Yet in the next instant, the vehicle receded, disappearing behind cover. The Milda anti-tank units struggled to locate their enemy. Even the infantry were now reluctant to expose themselves, mostly opting to take aim and then duck back down on a battlefield, the only sounds that resonated were the crack of gunfire and the clatter of spent shells. A soldier, having emptied several magazines, swiftly withdrew to a nearby cover to regroup. Here, they established a temporary rest point. He sat on the ground, retrieving ammunition from his pack while observing the battlefield, reloading bullets. Not far away, Lee Exion's mech surveyed the scene through its targeting systems. It seems these infantrymen really do just shoot until they run out of ammo and then clock out. Watching them is quite entertaining. Jiang Lu, overhearing, glanced over and replied, "What is so entertaining about it? You're just lounging in the mech cockpit." That is true. However, their respite would be short-lived. It was soon time for their deployment. The frontline infantry commander had relayed intelligence on the enemy fire points to the mech commander. The firepoint map had been updated. Mech support units deploy. Lee Exion, you're up. Jiang issued combat orders from below the building that we shall provide cover from the rear. If enemy mechs appear, do not hesitate to retreat. Lee Exion exhibited not a trace of hesitation. Understood. He needed the experience of battle, and this trench warfare presented a splendid opportunity. Furthermore, with a considerable distance between the two sides, Lee Exion merely needed to engage from a back, making it a prime moment to enrich his own experience. Within the cockpit, Lee Exion began to channel his psychic energy, which surged rapidly, filling the mech entirely. The 03 short sword attendant commenced action. The mech's void shield activated, while its armored shield dangled from the left arm. When firing, he would merely need to pivot the armored shield to achieve targeting and firing efficacy. Before Lee Exion's eyes, through the chip's targeting system, various fire points on the opposing warehouse were marked .0. Calculating firing parameters. Estimating enemy fire points. Calculation complete. Commence firing. A faint buzzing sound began to resonate as 6 electromagnetic cannons whirled. Tat, 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 tat. A torrential downpour of bullets erupted from Lee Exion's left arm, accurately striking each firing aperture. Boom! 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 One after another, the firing points were hit. The impact of the 20mm cannon shells was negligible against armor targets, yet devastating for infantry. The infantry fire points were obliterated, with entire walls of fire points rendered silent in nearly the same instant. However, despite the mech's formidable capabilities and the chip's remarkable calculations, not every fire point could be accurately predicted. Inside the warehouse, chaos reigned supreme. At least half of the enemy fire points had been neutralized by Lee Exion, with the remnants of Milda's soldiers' dismembered limbs strewn across the ground. Blood pooling everywhere. Viscous blood dripped down from the floorboards. Target the mech. All anti-tank weapons. Unleash upon it, roared the commander of the Milda squad stationed at the rear. Following his command, several anti-tank teams swiftly took their positions, not only within the warehouse directly before Lee Exion, but also focusing their concentrated fire from 3 other warehouses. Unlike infantry, who could easily conceal themselves behind minimal cover, mechs were excessively large and, having already opened fire, could not hide their presence. Tat, tat, tat. Bang! A cacophony of firepower rained down upon Lee Exion. yet it posed little threat. Anticipating the enemy's counterattack after a series of shots, Li Xan raised his armored shield in defense. As the deflection force field began to take effect, the majority of the incoming attacks veered off course, landing harmlessly nearby. Bullets, small projectiles, and even anti-tank missiles were diverted. Boom! A rocket's trajectory was altered, crashing into the side of Li Xian's mech, exploding without inflicting any damage on his machine. Not far away, a group of infantry, hidden in a recess, observed Li Xian's mech with envy. One soldier looked up and remarked, "This mech is incredible. Thank goodness we weren't standing nearby. Otherwise, that rocket could have been our doom." His squad leader, half reclining in the pit, lazily replied, "Us? Of course, we would have been the ones hit. You better remember, while mechs are great when mechs are on the battlefield, infantry should stay as far away as possible." Understood. The new recruit nodded vigorously. "Oh, you really think we can withstand the kind of firepower mechs can?" Another veteran peered out, glancing at the silenced enemy fire points, saying, "Look at the other side. It's a disaster. We should just fire a couple of shots and call it a day. Unless it's our turn to be the frontline troops. Otherwise, let us just finish our ammo and clock out." Ha! The veterans chuckled at this remark. Meanwhile, Li X, oblivious to their banter, awaited the enemy's heavy fire to cease before pushing his shield aside to resume his assault. Sizzle! A plasma cannon shot toward another warehouse's fire point, followed by a barrage from the machine cannons. However, this time was different from the initial onslaught, but on the Milda side, all soldiers on the first defensive line heard the command from various commanders: "Fall back to the second defensive line." The infantry hastily retreated from the first line, preparing to allow the enemy to advance for a counterstrike. Following the second round of fire, the results of Li Xian's efforts were relatively diminished. Observing the silenced enemy fire points, Li Xian began to report. 03 reporting, enemy fire points have been temporarily neutralized. 01 received. Fall back to replenish ammunition. Jiang Lu responded, subsequently relaying orders to the command center. Soon, new combat orders were issued, not directed at Li Xian and his team, but rather aimed at the Hungan Defense Forces. That a platoon leader instructed the squad leaders below: "Send someone forward to scout the enemy situation." Meanwhile, 3 Hunter tanks also received their directives. The tank commander, previously stationed atop the turret, quickly donned his helmet and agilely climbed into the tank. Boom! The 3 Hunter tanks emerged from their cover, rolling onto the roadway in front of the warehouse. "Fire a flare," commanded the tank commander from within one of the tanks. Bang! A flare soared into the warehouse. Although the effect inside was minimal, it at least provided a brief glimpse into the warehouse's interior. At the entrance of the warehouse lay a desolate scene, dominated by shattered bricks and nearly devoid of any cover. It was evident that the enemy had established a new defensive line here. Securing victory in this battle would not be an easy feat. Li Xan's mech withdrew slightly to the rear, where he reloaded ammunition while observing the situation ahead. The infantry cautiously advanced, halting just outside the warehouse's walls. They were acutely aware that entering could expose them to a barrage of enemy firepower. "Toss in some glow sticks," commanded the leader of one combat team. One by one, the soldiers produced military glow sticks, snapped them open, and tossed them into the warehouse. Although light illuminated the interior, no one dared to venture inside. Everyone observed the absence of cover within the warehouse, making it too perilous for any infantryman to charge recklessly in. Not even armored vehicles or mechs were brave enough to enter under such circumstances. However, combat could not cease due to the daunting nature of the situation. After swift discussions among the commanders, action commenced at the front. A squad of infantry rapidly traversed the passage between warehouses, positioning themselves behind a row of 4 warehouses. They established a rudimentary defensive line, preparing for potential support from the 2 enemy warehouses at the rear. If all went according to plan, they even contemplated launching an offensive from behind against the 4 warehouses ahead. "Deploy smoke grenades," commanded the officer. Soon, the 2 artillery units in the rear loaded specialized ammunition, firing massive smoke grenades into the passage behind the warehouses, effectively isolating the rear row from the central row of 4 warehouses in the passage. A soldier hurriedly approached the warehouse entrance and tossed a glow stick inside. Upon witnessing the scene, he immediately felt overwhelmed. Report: the rear of the second warehouse is also fortified with enemy defenses. It's going to be tough to breach. Upon receiving this intelligence, the commanders were immediately filled with disquiet. Initially, they had envisioned a pincer maneuver that would surely disperse the enemy's defensive firepower. However, upon further inspection, it became clear that an assault from the rear was entirely unfeasible. The only alternative was to press forward and launch an attack directly from the rear of the third row of warehouses. Yet this would stretch their front line excessively. A single infantry battalion, supplemented by the current armored units, simply could not manage such an extensive operation. Moreover, the enemy possessed mechs, and if the front line were drawn too thin, the enemy could easily amass their mechanized forces, potentially neutralizing one direction of their attack in a single thrust. "What shall we do?" inquired the battalion commander, Jisung, as he conferred with his staff. Everyone appeared rather perplexed. The situation within the warehouses was far more complex than it appeared at first glance. Although the first row of warehouses had been secured by Hung in defense, this was a deliberate sacrifice on the part of the Mulata retinue. While they intended to utilize this cluster of warehouses for defense, time was of the essence, and they could not fully exploit all three rows. Their forces were insufficient. However, the latter two rows of warehouses were being utilized exceptionally well. Beyond the overt defenses, there existed interconnected passages underground, allowing infantry to reposition and even enabling tanks to maneuver back and forth, regardless of whether the enemy opted for a dispersed assault on these warehouses or concentrated their troops. They would inevitably face a barrage of concentrated fire. Unless the entire warehouse complex was dismantled, the cost and casualties would be monumental. "What shall we do?" Jisung lamented, feeling quite at a loss. His aide, along with the commander and staff of the armored units, engaged in urgent discussions that it was not only the armored units personnel. Even the commander of the mech support units joined the discussion remotely. Could the mechs break a path? Jisung was the first to pose the question to one of the mech units' aides displayed on the projection. Without hesitation, the aide responded, "That is not an option. The mech units are not in abundance at this time. That if our mech units were fully staffed, we might consider it. But as it stands, we must conserve our resources in case of losses." "What about the Skull Crusher?" inquired Jisung's aide. "That too is unfeasible. It is designated for dealing with enemy mechs, and we must preserve this trump card." Jisung sighed upon hearing this and turned to the aides, whose expressions were a mixture of concern and resolve, stating, "Then we shall press on with a direct assault." He commanded the tanks and armored vehicles to launch smoke grenades into the warehouses, instructing them to demolish the ground within to forcibly create cover. "Understood, Commander." The front lines swiftly received orders from the command center, and a series of coordinated actions commenced. First, the mech units, 6 in total, activated their void shields and navigated through the central passage between the first and second rows of warehouses. Next, the armored units sought out cover, while those without cover maneuvered back and forth within the central corridor. Finally, the infantry established rudimentary positions within the first row of warehouses. They were prepared to take down the enemy one warehouse at a time, necessitating a lockdown of the other warehouses. The second row of warehouses was temporarily designated B1 through B4. The initial assault would target warehouse B1 outside the warehouse. A hunter vehicle had positioned itself at the entrance, its cannon just visible while the rest remained concealed behind the wall. Bang, bang, bang! Smoke grenades suspended around the Hunter S turret were densely deployed into the B1 warehouse. In the next moment, the grenades rapidly released a thick grayish-white smoke, which not only obscured visibility, but also interfered with infrared and radar detection. "Engineers, move out," commanded a platoon leader urgently. "Yes, platoon leader." 2 teams of engineers, summoned to the scene, stared into the pitch-black interior of the warehouse, obscured further by the smoke. Point 1 engineer nervously swallowed, and under the guidance of the squad leader, they charged into the B1 warehouse. "Phew," one engineer whispered, relieved that the enemy could not see them at present. Though he spoke, his hands were busy with their tasks. "Get to work, no time for chatter." The engineer squad leader frequently looked up to monitor the situation through the smoke ahead. Rat-a-tat-tat. On the opposite end of the warehouse, the Mulata retinue opened fire with several machine guns, spraying bullets into the smoke ahead. "What are the enemies up to?" mused the soldiers of the Mulata retinue. Though they continued their relentless fire, upon hearing the enemy's attack, the engineers from Hung in defense quickly dropped to the ground. "Fire cover!" bellowed the commander outside B1 warehouse, and in the next moment, rat-a-tat-tat. Bang! Soldiers crouched at the entrance, along with those behind the walls, and even the hunter, all simultaneously unleashed fire into the smoke. This assault was more terrifying than a faith-based attack. Both sides fired blindly through the smoke. Unable to discern silhouettes or pinpoint firing locations, their shots produced mere sounds without effect. Load grenades, commanded the mulatto retinue. Several fire support teams brought forth grenade launchers. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Small grenades detonated at the warehouse entrance. Although neither side could see the other, the defenders had long since established firing coordinates and maintained clarity regarding the entrance's position, but a series of grenades claimed the lives of several Hungan defense soldiers positioned at the entrance. The soldiers nearly scattered at the first explosion, only daring to crawl over to recover the bodies of their fallen comrades after a considerable time had passed. Bang, 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 the hunter's turret, now reloaded with smoke grenades, continued to release them, shrouding the enemy's vision once more. After some time, a few engineers, hunched over, emerged from within the warehouse. "How is the preparation?" the platoon leader inquired of one engineer. "All set, just wait for the sounds." However, they still refrained from detonating. Triggering the explosion now would alert the other three warehouses, causing them to prepare in advance, putting the engineers at risk. Thus, after placing explosives in the first warehouse, the engineers hurried to set up in the remaining three warehouses. During this period, the most consumed resources were smoke grenades and explosives, yet for Hungan defense, this was merely a small expenditure. Once everything was in place, with the engineers pressing the detonation buttons, a series of explosions erupted within the warehouses. Boom! Flames leapt skyward, only to be thwarted at the warehouse's ceiling. Some flames even belched from the entrance, demonstrating considerable force. Inside the exploded warehouse, the landscape had drastically changed. The original concrete floor lay shattered, resembling a series of trenches. Although these trenches were uneven and varied in depth, they sufficed as a rudimentary defense, preventing the infantry from charging in a battle unprotected against enemy fire. "Quick, advance!" the commander shouted repeatedly, as combat teams of infantry, leveraging the smoke cover, surged into the warehouse. Some even carried sandbags to establish makeshift cover within. The enemy sensed something amiss, continuously unleashing fire into the smoke. However, at this juncture, the impact on the soldiers was minimal. Invisibility skewed the accuracy of rifle and machine gun fire. Hungan defenses, smoke grenades had enveloped the area for several hours. Even if the enemy soldiers had good memories, they were bound to make mistakes. The formal assault commenced from B1. While the other three warehouses were not idle, as some infantry had also entered to carry out feigned attacks. Rat-a-tat-tat, bang, bang, as the smoke from the B1 warehouse dissipated. Both sides immediately engaged in an intense exchange of fire, with an array of machine guns and cannons unleashing their wrath. To our astonishment, they had managed to excavate a trench right before our defensive line. A captain from Milda gritted his teeth and declared, "Unleash heavy firepower. Show them what we're made of." Yes, rocket and artillery teams hefted their formidable weapons into position. Bang, bang, bang. Hiss, the shells of grenades and rockets, trailing white smoke, landed within the trenches of Hungan defense, yet yielded little in terms of results on the side of Hungan defense. Heavy firepower was not absent either. Rockets and grenades were relentlessly retaliated in kind. In comparative terms, the enemy's defensive line was sturdier and better constructed, but what did that matter? Even the most formidable defenses would eventually face the day of breach. Outside the warehouse, tanks on the gentle slope gradually lowered their turrets. Under the guidance of infantry inside the warehouse, the tank commander adjusted the firing angle of the electromagnetic cannon. Fire! Hit them with a high explosive round. Boom! Kaboom! With the launch of a high explosive shell, one of the enemy's firing points was instantly silenced. The battle raged fiercely, soldiers inching forward to extend the trench, while engineers set explosives and hurled them onto the ground ahead. The ensuing violent explosion created a sizable crater, easily transformable into an individual foxhole with minimal repairs by infantry. Boom! A rocket launched from within the warehouse exploded against the front armor of a hunter tank. Although it failed to penetrate the armor, it did obliterate one side of the tank's tracks. Requesting support, the tank crew quickly called for assistance. Lixian witnessed this scene. He maneuvered his mech to the entrance of the B-1 warehouse, extending its right arm to drag the tank away from the doorway, averting the risk of a secondary assault. "Since we're here, let's provide some fire support for the infantry," Jiang Lu said. Xi nodded in agreement. Understood. In the next moment, he had positioned the mech behind a wall, revealing only the 6-barrel rotary cannon. Utilizing fire control and targeting systems, Lixian swiftly scanned for concentrated enemy firing points to rat-tat-hat-at. The 6-barrel rotary cannon began to spin and fire, unleashing a torrential downpour of ammunition upon the enemy's defenses. The impact of the ordnance shattered some of the less stable, semi-permanent fortifications. Shrapnel from the explosions swept across the entire line. Although not overwhelmingly destructive, it effectively suppressed the enemy's fire and inflicted casualties on some of their infantry. However, almost immediately, enemy tanks sheltered within the warehouse sprang into action, unleashing electromagnetic rounds that landed upon Lixian's void shield. The enemy also had tanks inside the warehouse, though the infantry in front were not their concern. Sensing the attack on the void shield, Lixian swiftly maneuvered the mech back. After a brief pause of several seconds, he extended his left arm and fired an energy cannon. Hiss, rumble. A furious torrent of plasma and flames engulfed an enemy position, incinerating their infantry into charred remains. AS for the tanks. Lixian merely cast them a fleeting glance before abandoning any thought of assaulting them. These tanks were shielded with minimal exposure. Moreover, even the plasma cannon could not effectively deal with tanks concealed behind cover. At this moment, it seemed more advantageous to eliminate enemy infantry instead. With the support of the mech, the casualty count among Milda's infantry surged significantly. Should they storm into the warehouse and directly assault the enemy's defenses? Watching the unfolding chaos within, Lixian felt a surge of eagerness. Don't act rashly. We still do not know where the enemy's night retainers are. If we charge in, we might find ourselves cornered in a confined space, unfavorably positioned against their short sword retainers. Jiang Lu calmly analyzed the situation while deftly maneuvering the mech, observing the enemy's movements. Inside the warehouse, the Milda Vanguard Station to B-1 began to experience mounting casualties in the face of enemy assaults. The enemy's mechs have arrived. We cannot withstand this. The cries of the infantry reached the mech units, yet they remained indifferent. They required the enemy's short sword retainers to lower their guard, for that would be the moment for the night retainers to strike. Meanwhile, infantry from the other 3 warehouses began to use underground passages to provide support to the B-1 warehouse. Over on Lixian's side, Luo Hang from the 6th Squad also piloted his mech to join the fray, with one mech positioned at either side of the warehouse entrance, delivering fire support. The dense barrage of electromagnetic cannon fire from Lixian's plasma cannon and Luo Hang's laser cannon could maximize their effectiveness in the confined environment. The plasma cannon was primarily designed to inflict harm on the enemy, utilizing electricity and intense heat to eliminate soldiers. In contrast, Luo Hang's laser cannon was intended to target the firing points, directly penetrating the defensive structures. He even managed to seize an opportunity to detonate one of the tanks hidden behind cover. Lixian retreated once more to replenish his ammunition. Jiang Lu's anxious voice reached his ears. The enemy's night retainers have mobilized. Almost immediately, Lixian's mech radar detected enemy signals, prompting both mechs to swiftly retreat to join the ranks of the other 4, that opposing them stood a full 10 night retainer mechs. Converging from 3 directions. In that moment, gazes locked onto the night retainers. Everyone felt the long-awaited confrontation was at hand. In the command center, Lu Quan sprang to his feet, bellowing, "Crusher! Move up! Quickly crush them!" The Crusher unit, which had been lurking behind cover, sprang to life upon hearing Lu Quan's command. .13 colossal beasts roared to life as their engines thundered, the Crushers rapidly advancing from their concealment. The enemy's frontline mechs, wielding armored shields, prepared to withstand the concentrated fire of their charging foes. The commander of the night retainers wore a fierce expression, his psychic energy fully activated. 10 against 6. Let these corporate dogs know our might. Charge! Annihilate them! The night retainers roared, striving to minimize their mech's exposure behind their armored shields, rapidly closing the distance to Li Xian and his comrades. What a bunch of brutes! Jiang Lu's derisive voice echoed within the mech cockpit. Do not fire prematurely. Let the Crusher strike first. Understood. The distance between the two forces was already minimal, with the Knight retainers charging across the warehouse in just a minute's time. As they surged through the corridor, they presented the Crushers with the perfect targets. The heavy Crushers had finally amassed their energy. This type of tank was no insignificant threat. However, the time consumed for each shot is equally considerable. It takes nearly a minute to fire a single shot, and were it not for these tanks continuously preparing their energy in advance, the feasibility of firing even the first shot at such a short distance would be highly questionable. No. How could there be a Shatterer? A driver from the Knight retinue spotted the Shatterer ahead, and the chips within the mech and his brain instantaneously identified the model of this mech. Inside the mech cockpit, the flashing red lights caused the mental state of several individuals to explode in an instant. Defend. Hold the armor shield. A driver from the Knight retinue bellowed. Aim at the target. Fire. ZZZZ. A brilliant blue beam erupted from the Shatterer's cannon, infused with boundless power, striking precisely at the charging Knight retinue. The armor shield extended beyond the void shield, but after a moment of resistance, it was pierced, followed by the outer void shield. The immense plasma energy was redirected into subspace, unleashing its destructive force. However, the intensity of this attack caused the void shield to overload. After 2 rounds of consumption, the potency of this plasma discharge had diminished, and its trajectory had also been slightly altered. Boom! Even though the shot was weakened, it still pierced through the Knight retinue's mech. Fortunately, the cockpit remained intact. Unfortunately, it severely damaged many of the devices beneath the cockpit. Despite protective measures, the dissipating plasma energy incinerated numerous pieces of equipment. This was merely the first attack from a single Shatterer, which had already rendered one Knight retinue completely inoperable. With 2 platoons of Shatterers, totaling 6 units, reaching their combat positions, it was a moment that resembled a massacre. Meanwhile, in the command center of the Milder Retinue Army Underground, Commander Roy slammed his fist onto the table in anger. Damn it! Are the intelligence personnel incompetent? Why wasn't there an update on the enemy transporting Shatterers? The brigade commander remarked that there was no information regarding the mobilization of these Shatterers, and the intelligence agency failed to detect anything. The advisors had equally grim expressions. They needed to order the Knight retinue to retreat. Every soldier that could escape should do so. Roy's eyes burned with fury as he observed the real-time broadcast through the equipment integrated within the Knight retinue, witnessing the immediate destruction of 3 Knight retinues. The void shields had overloaded, and the mechs were pierced. Such a plasma discharge cannon could easily penetrate C-class mechs, making it exceedingly simple to deal with these D-class mechs. To avoid being killed by the Shatterers, the mechs would have to maneuver in open areas, utilizing agile movements to evade attacks. This was their only chance. Once struck by the plasma discharge cannon, survival was nearly impossible, and even if they did not perish, they would be gravely injured. Given the current situation, escape seemed unlikely. The advisor lamented, "Da-da." Roy roared in agony. On the other side, at the outpost base of Hungan Defense, Lu Quan and Zhizhuan were cheering. Well done. Give him a thorough pounding. Lu Quan's face was aglow with delight. The Shatterer tanks were assembled by him specifically to ambush the enemy mechs. Unfortunately, on the other side of the battlefield, the enemy mech had yet to appear, while the fight at the warehouse had already escalated dramatically. 2 platoons, 6 Shatterers, concentrated their fire, directly obliterating 3 Knight retinues. The remaining 3 Knight retinues had also experienced overloaded void shields and suffered severe damage to their systems. Send the hunters. Bombard them fiercely, Zhizhuan commanded in a voice bordering on a roar. This was the perfect moment to earn merit. If they could seize this stronghold, the entire offensive line in Area B would be rendered unobstructed, with no formidable defenses remaining. After issuing their combat orders, Lu Quan and Zhizhuan were satisfied and returned to their seats. Lu's fortunes were about to rise. Surely after this battle, his rank would ascend. Zhizhuan smiled. It was still too early to say, but gaining merit was always welcome. Taking this place will certainly bolster your accomplishments. Gee. The 2 exchanged smiles, and the command center was abuzz with excitement. Kill. Do not give them a chance to escape. Jiang Lu roared. charging alongside Li Xian and Feng Dai toward a group of enemies. There were still 3 mechs left, one with an overloaded void shield and the other 2 in relatively good condition. In the 6th group's attacking direction, 2 knight retinues had intact void shields. Centrally, there were also 2 knight retinues whose void shields were overloaded and systems severely damaged. This was the easiest target to capture. But if the Shatterers could handle it, bringing in more mechs would be utterly unacceptable. Wasn't he that merely stealing the glory? The most challenging direction was that of the 5th group, but the reward for seizing it would be the greatest. Most importantly, this was the closest passage to the 5th group. Jiang Lu and Feng Dai surged to the forefront, with Li Xian following closely behind. Bang, bang, bang. The 12-tube serrated ant rocket launcher on Li Xian and Feng Dai's shoulders opened instantly, their steps barely pausing to allow for rocket targeting. Bang, bang, bang. A total of 48 105mm rockets were launched in rapid succession without pause. The passage ahead was engulfed in a massive inferno, littered with the flames and shrapnel from the exploding rockets. The flames were confined by the warehouse walls on either side, forcing the explosive power to compress. No. The mech with damaged equipment and overloaded void shield stood no chance of survival amidst such an explosion. The body was irrevocably damaged and the cockpit was utterly destroyed to AS for the pilot. He was beyond saving. My void shield can't hold, a driver from a knight retinue exclaimed, as his mech's external void shield flickered once before entering a state of overload. In the next moment, his face turned pale as he succumbed to psychic backlash. Though he quickly suppressed the sensation, his body was still affected. The battle would not cease due to the enemy's overloaded void shield. Rather, it would escalate into an even more intense confrontation. 3 short sword retinues nearly instantaneously activated their left arm main cannons. Boom! Unfortunately, this time, 1 knight retinue stepped forward, using its remaining void shield to absorb 3 shots from the plasma cannons. Its void shield held firm. Even after enduring 3 shots, it did not completely overload, but Li Xian had no intention of letting it off easily. Virum. Tat tat tat. The 6-barreled electromagnetic machine gun on the left arm of the short sword retinue began to spin, unleashing a torrent of bullets towards the enemy mechs. Boom, boom, boom. Every 3 high-explosive shells interspersed with 1 armor-piercing round, bombarding the enemy's void shield in a relentless barrage. Such an assault posed a significant threat to the enemy's void shield, especially as it neared its defensive limits. Accompanied by the intense gunfire, the enemy's void shield ultimately could not withstand the onslaught, overloading just as they were about to engage in close combat. In that moment, Jiang Lu and Feng Dai, who had been charging swiftly, came to an abrupt halt. Well done. No more close combat. Let us take them out from a distance. Jiang Lu and Feng Dai's voices echoed within the cockpit. Why engage in close combat with foes they could eliminate from afar? After all, shells cost nothing, and the energy was reimbursed by the group. There's no escape. Let's clash with them. A driver from the knight retinue shouted through gritted teeth. Charge! The 2 mechs quickly pivoted, initially intending to flee. However, now that the void shield is shattered, where can one escape? Rather than leaving one's back exposed to the relentless onslaught of ranged attacks, it is preferable to engage in close combat, even if it leads to mutual destruction. Observing the enemies charging towards them, Jiang Lu and Feng Dai remained unperturbed, directly placing their armored shields before them. 03, you continue with the ranged assaults. 02, and I will hold off the enemies. No problem, Li Xian responded. Die. The knight's retainer roared, wielding a power axe that struck against Feng Dai's armored shield. The defensive capability of such a shield was comparable to that of short sword retainer's body armor. Yet its thickness was even more formidable. Even a power axe could not penetrate it with a single blow. Like a T that moment, Li Xian had already dashed past the remains of the destroyed mech. Suddenly, the psychic chip relayed a notification, capturing dissipating psychic signal, transcoding psychic signal. Upon seeing this notification, Li Xian was instantly filled with joy. What a stroke of luck! He had not forgotten the benefits he had reaped the last time he intercepted a psychic signal. The advantages had been immense. One could say the previous psychic signal had saved Li Xian's life. Zing! A plasma cannon shot from Li Xian pierced through the defenses of Jiang Lu and Feng Dai, landing squarely on a mech's cockpit. Boom! The immense electrical surge and heat engulfed the entire mech, momentarily incapacitating the knight's retainer. Though this lasted but a brief second, it was enough for the battle-hardened Jiang Lu to seize the opportunity. He thrust his left armored shield forward, delivering a powerful blow directly onto the knight's retainer's chassis. Following that, his power sword lunged fiercely. Kill! The power sword pierced through the enemy's armor, even as the knight's retainer's pilot began to recover from the temporary paralysis. The power sword had breached the armor, rendering some of the equipment inoperative. But that was not the end. Having pushed aside the armored shield, Jiang Lu unleashed another blast at the opposing knight's retainer. The intense plasma shot struck the very breach created by the power sword. The concentrated plasma surged into the knight's retainer's internal systems, overwhelming its circuitry and damaging numerous components. The combat capability of this knight's retainer was now diminished by over 50%. "Taste my spear," Li Exan roared from the cockpit. I could see this moment. The six-barreled electromagnetic cannon posed little threat to the enemy mech. The plasma cannon also required charging time, so Li Exan, while firing, discarded his armored shield and continued to close the distance. Seizing the opportunity, he gripped the power spear tightly and thrust it out from beside. Jiang Lu's aim was the enemy's cockpit. Unlike Jiang Lu, who merely utilized his right arm for a straightforward thrust, Li Exan's strike harnessed the full power of his mech's limbs with ample kinetic energy. Sizzle! The light blue spearhead, aided by tremendous force, pierced through the enemy's cockpit as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. Accompanied by a shower of electric sparks, the knight's retainer's pilot let out a final scream, only to be obliterated by the disintegration field. The body was cleaved in two, blood gushing forth, before being evaporated by the disintegration field. Capturing dissipating psychic signal, transcoding psychic signal. Another one? Li Exan's heart soared with joy. It seemed fortune favored him today. No. Die for me. The last remaining knight's retainer, in a frenzy, swung its power longsword, but facing a 3-to-1 situation. It was left with little room for retaliation. This time, Li Exan barely had the chance to claim a kill, as Jiang Lu and Feng Dai continuously used their shields to block and counterattack. With each counterstrike, they inflicted wounds upon the enemy using their power weapons. Sometimes, the plasma cannon would fire, further slowing the knight's retainer's movements. Initially, Li Exan had considered seizing the kill, but ultimately decided against it. On the surface, he had already slain one, and together with Feng Dai's simultaneous rocket barrage, they had also destroyed another knight's retainer. This haul was not insignificant. As the group commander, Jiang Lu's recognition of Li Exan's achievements effectively elevated his own standing. Moreover, the credit for the second mech they had jointly vanquished also belonged to him. Only Feng Dai had not reaped any rewards during the last battle, and Li Exan could not openly claim the kill this time. It would be imprudent and detrimental to camaraderie. After all, Feng Dai was currently bearing the brunt of the enemy's counterattack, making Li Exan's pursuit of glory even less justifiable. Ultimately, under the continuous harassment of the trio's plasma cannons, the knight's retainer was pierced through its cockpit by Feng Dai's power sword. The third knight's retainer had fallen in battle. What a thrill. This time, each of us has a knight mech's accomplishment. Feng Dai exclaimed, his voice brimming with uncontainable joy. All right, stay vigilant and quickly assess the situation of the others, Jiang Lu added, his tone revealing a hint of happiness, yet still cautious. Ixen dutifully retrieved his discarded armored shield while listening to Jiang Lu's exchanges with the other commanders. The fifth group had already dealt with their immediate foes. How were the other units faring? All taken care of. Both of them are down. The commanders of the sixth group and 2 tank platoons reported their status. By comparison, the tank platoon had resolved their battle the quickest, as they faced only a single mech on their front line. Once their plasma cannon had charged, a single shot had sufficed. The speed at which Jiang Lu's group and the six groups Ku Qian dispatched their enemies was roughly comparable. At that moment, Li Exan's ship finally relayed a new notification. Unknown psychic signal transcoding completed. Psychic signal has diminished. Please select the desired download information from the options below. 1. D2 level mech range shooting techniques 67.2. D4 level mech general driving techniques 36.3. D4 level general mech close combat techniques 43.4. D4 level Milda general knowledge 63. Li Exan's heart leaped with joy. What was meant to come would eventually arrive. Compared to the last time, one option had been removed, yet four valuable choices remained. Currently, both his close combat and range combat skills were at D2 level. But the range techniques were easier to practice and carried less risk. Without hesitation, Li Xin chose the third option, D4 level general close combat techniques. Following that, he felt his psychic energy rapidly depleting, accompanied by a tingling sensation at the scalp. Amidst the prompt from the chip, the progress of his own mech's close combat skills was escalating at an astonishing rate. The D2 level general close combat technique ultimately settled at D2 level 52. Absorbing the combat experience from a slain pilot enabled Li Xion's close combat skills to advance to a degree that would typically require at least 2 months of rigorous training to achieve. The effectiveness of this enhancement was truly formidable. Just as Li Xion completed the absorption of this psychic signal, the second mech psychic signal was also decoded and rapidly absorbed. Next came the third signal. This time, upon seeing the number, Li Xion exhibited even greater excitement, oblivious to everything else around him. Point 3. D5 level General Mech Combat Skill 88. This was the most powerful psychic signal he had absorbed, revealing a D5 level combat technique. Moreover, it was not only of a higher rank, but also the most comprehensive. The previous two techniques had only around 30 to 40% completeness, while this one exceeded 80%. This level should be on par with Jiang Lu's combat capabilities. Regrettably, even such a skilled fighter, when confronted with an equally matched opponent and under the siege of Li Xion, found himself at a disadvantage. Download initiated. Li Xion selected this third option, and in the next moment, an array of combat techniques was inundated into his mind like a flood. His close combat skills surged at that instant. D2 General Mech Close Combat Skill 74, D3 General Mech Close Combat Skill 1-14. Who? It was overwhelmingly powerful, exceedingly powerful, Li Xion murmured to himself, although he was aware that the download of this psychic signal would yield a significant boost. He never anticipated it would be so substantial. Gazing at the skill levels within the chip, he felt an indescribable exhilaration. D4 level General Mech Close Combat Skill 3. This was a meteoric rise. He had directly ascended to D4 level. His talent was simply extraordinary. Li Xion's face radiated with uncontainable excitement. He had finally shed the limitations of a novice and gained an increased chance of survival on this battlefield. This battle was undeniably worthwhile. Not only were there rewards post-battle, but he could also reap such benefits while in combat. He adored these knightly retainers. Li Xion thought chaotically, now that his close combat skills had surpassed the baseline. He was no longer a pushover in this war zone. Even Feng Dai, as he had heard, possessed merely D4 level close combat skills. In comparison, Li Xion's close combat skills had eclipsed his ranged attack capabilities, which had become a weakness. However, this was not a significant issue. At least concerning the knightly retainers, it was manageable. In the warehouse, the captain of the infantry regiment of the Milder retinue appeared as if he had lost his soul. 10 knightly retainers had vanished without a trace. "Captain, what should we do?" An aide urgently inquired. "How many personnel do we have left?" the captain asked, taking a deep breath. "Only a little over 200 remain. We lost just 1 tank, and the rest are in decent condition," the aide promptly replied. "Report to the brigade commander and request a retreat." The captain painfully closed his eyes. Yes, the retreat report swiftly reached Roy. His eyes were nearly bloodshot with rage. 10 knightly retainers had simply disappeared. Though he had prepared for losses, he had not expected them to be so severe. Upon receiving the withdrawal request from the infantry at the defensive point, Roy slammed his hand on the table. "Withdraw. I knew you would say that." The chief of staff quickly reassured, "Brigade commander, we should let the troops retreat. Without mech cover, they will face total annihilation if they don't." The enemy, aware of the absence of mech threats, would undoubtedly send in short sword retainers to attack the warehouse. Why then? Retreating might become impossible. Roy knew the chief of staff was correct, but he could not swallow his indignation. Nevertheless, he had to grit his teeth and suppress his anger, stating solemnly, "Let the infantry retreat, leaving behind some gifts at the position. Even in retreat, we cannot allow the enemy to seize this stronghold so easily." "What about the entrance to the passageway beneath the warehouse?" the chief of staff inquired. Roy scoffed, "Leave the entrance for the enemy. The surface battle is merely an appetizer. Descending below will be their place of demise. Yes, the infantry regiment and armored units, upon receiving the retreat order, acted without hesitation. The infantry captain commanded the soldiers, infantry, set up a minefield. Even in retreat, we must delay the enemy's advance. Armored units, proceed downstairs. Soon, the unusual situation of the Milda forces was detected by the soldiers of hung in defense within the warehouse. The enemy is retreating. Open fire. Hold them back. The company commander quickly deduced the intentions of the Milda forces simply from the diminishing firepower. Tanks, hurry up. The company commander urgently called for support, even though they knew the enemy was retreating. The vast open spaces in the warehouse were not places for infantry to charge recklessly. Boom! With the roar of tank engines, one after another, the stalker tanks entered B1 warehouse. Open fire! Boom! The heavy artillery of the tanks struck the remaining firing points. Simultaneously, the tanks, in a state of high-speed charge, swiftly advanced toward the enemy's defenses. Run! The tanks are here! The infantry, still laying mines, quickly retreated toward the underground passage, hoping to hinder the enemy, barely managed to draw out their anti-tank missiles when they noticed their comrades fleeing in a panic. Glancing again, they saw the rapidly approaching stalker tanks, and they no longer dared to linger. Don't show your heads. Let's escape too. The secondary gunner merely poked his head out to take a look, triggering a hail of bullets from the tank. Now, even the primary gunner feared to expose himself, grabbing the anti-tank missile and fleeing. Halfway through, he abandoned even the missile. What the hell? Why are they all running so fast? The primary gunner fumed, swiftly avoiding the minefield and diving into the underground passage, hastily retreating. The stalker tanks soon reached the enemy's defensive line and then came to a halt. They were indeed tanks. But the height of this defensive line was excessively daunting, standing at least 2 to 3 meters high and incredibly sturdy. Not to mention their tanks, even infantry would find it challenging to ascend. The tanks halted a distance away from the defensive line, continuously firing machine guns, occasionally launching a shell or two. However, the rear of the defensive line seemed to have fallen silent. Not a single person was firing. The infantry behind the stalker observed this scene, and the commander swiftly issued orders. Charge forward, get behind the tanks, that a few of you go up and assess the situation. Damn it, they can't all have fled. A short-tailed armored vehicle swiftly entered the warehouse, then advanced toward the enemy's position. The infantry boarded the vehicle, using it to scale the defensive line. Point 1 vigilant infantry soldier raised his head, scanned the area, and quickly reported, "Indeed, there's no one here. The defensive line is completely empty. They've all fled." Upon hearing these words, the officers, non-commissioned officers, and even the soldiers ranked below felt a wave of relief. Who among the respectable truly enjoys warfare, especially those at the lower echelons? The battalion and even higher-ranking commanders, positioned further back, face significantly lower casualty rates even if combat ensues. However, for the officers, non-commissioned officers, and soldiers at the platoon and squad levels, the risk of casualties is alarmingly high. The soldiers continued their search, and soon, one of them triggered a minefield, detonating an enemy-laid booby trap. A single grenade claimed the lives of 2 infantrymen from hung in defense, prompting everyone to exercise heightened caution. Outside the warehouse, the mech units received news of the enemy's retreat. Instantly, Li Xin and his fellow mech pilots halted their advance, with the enemy in full flight. There was little purpose in proceeding further. The task of securing the battlefield could be left to the infantry. Li Xin and his comrades remained on guard as the infantry took the entire afternoon to clear the enemy's minefield. Remarkably, only those initial 2 soldiers lost their lives, albeit through unfortunate circumstances. The cleanup operation proceeded smoothly, and the mechs withdrew to the rear of the occupied warehouse to avoid enemy fire. Following the capture of this stronghold, the mech units found themselves in a position of relative ease throughout the entire theater of operations. The enemy remained largely unprotected on the surface. Even when skirmishes occurred, they swiftly retreated, offering no opportunity for sustained engagement. Under such conditions, the exchange of casualties favored hung in defense, with losses on their side often exceeding those of the enemy. The adversaries, adept in ambush tactics, would fire a few shots or launch a barrage before vanishing without a trace. At this stage of the conflict, the enemy showed no intention of continuing to engage, hung in defense and blueprint on the surface. Within the command center, Lu Quan and Ji Zhuan were engaged in dialogue. Ji sighed, remarking, "The current casualties exceed those from our earlier assaults on fortified positions. The enemy scurries away like rats, leaving us no chance at all." Lu inquired about the status of the enemy's underground exits. All discovered exits have been sealed. Aside from a few major openings, the rest have been blocked to prevent the enemy from launching surprise attacks. Ji elaborated that on the projection screen in front of them. A topographical map of the Beishimo steel mill was displayed at IT. Was evident that the facility had been nearly completely occupied. Numerous flags marked the map, with black indicating sealed underground exits and red denoting those still accessible. The black flags vastly outnumbered the red, as the Beishimo steel mill originally boasted dozens of underground exits, including small ones with elevators and staircases, as well as larger ones designed for vehicles to transport goods and materials. Not only could infantry pass through without issue, but even tanks and mechs could navigate these routes with ease. Moreover, following several rounds of attack and defense at the Beishimo steel mill, both sides had excavated numerous new exits, some of which only allowed single-file passage. It was through these channels that infantry from the Milda forces emerged to launch surprise attacks with firearms and rocket launchers, constantly vexing the hung-in defense soldiers. Each time an exit was discovered, it was promptly filled with concrete. While this measure could not permanently seal the exits, it significantly increased the difficulty for the Milda troops to reopen them. In addition to the challenges posed by excavation, smaller exits were monitored daily by patrols, while larger ones had combat units stationed nearby to trap the enemy inside. Yet despite these efforts, completely confining the enemy underground proved impossible, let alone capturing them effortlessly. There were certainly additional passages leading to the underground of Beishimo steel mill that remained undiscovered, since the capture of the enemy's fortified position at the large warehouse. Li Xin and his mech units found themselves with little to do. The surface of the Beishimo steel mill was devoid of any stubborn defenses, thus eliminating the need to expend the mech's energy on further clearing operations. At this moment, over 20 mechs were divided into groups, stationed at various defensive points, all of which had access to underground passages. The vigilance and defense of the mechs, combined with the preserved entrances to these underground passages, would serve as vital routes for the main force to enter and purge the enemy from below. Within the upper stronghold, 2 mechs engaged in close-quarters combat, their powered weapons sheathed, merely practicing their skills. "Charge!" cried a mech wielding a powered spear, lunging at its opponent with ferocity, executing swift thrusts and slashes that showcased the weapon's versatility. The powered spear could function as both a long spear and a polearm. The opposing mech adeptly evaded, demonstrating remarkable agility despite its towering height of over 7 meters. The combatants were Li Xin and Feng Dai, both possessing a melee combat proficiency rated at D4. This marked their 7th day of training, with the past few days being relatively idle for the 5th squad. At this juncture, Li Xin and Feng Dai's true combat abilities were likely comparable. However, during training, such prowess must not be exhibited. Should he display skills on par with Feng Dai, it could lead to suspicion from both Feng Dai and Jiang Lu, who might then question whether he had been tainted by chaos. It was indeed a perplexing situation. Li Xion's rapid advancement in close combat was remarkable. Having become a mech pilot merely 2 months prior, it was inconceivable for one to transition from a novice to a seasoned veteran in such a short span. Even he occasionally questioned whether he had succumbed to chaos, though he had yet to reveal such doubts. The melee continued, with their powered weapons clashing repeatedly. Li Xin, taking the offensive, relentlessly thrust and slashed with his powered spear, while Feng Dai focused on defense, skillfully dodging and occasionally parrying with his powered sword or armor shield. Utilize your spear to target his lower body. Jiang Lu's mech, stationed nearby, occasionally offered guidance. Li Xin promptly heeded Jiang Lu's advice, directing his attacks towards Feng Dai's lower region. This strategy soon rendered Feng Dai's defenses somewhat strained. This is unacceptable. Always on the receiving end of the assault is hardly enjoyable. And how on earth are you progressing so rapidly? You can't possibly be a genius. Feng Dai's voice echoed within the cockpit, reverberating around them. Of course, I am a genius. If I weren't, how could I be fortunate enough to team up with you all? Li Xian retorted with a hearty laugh. Yet his onslaught did not relent. He realized he must maintain the facade of a prodigy. The recent guidance from his mentor aligned perfectly with his own combat experience. D4 level melee techniques were inherently aimed at attacking Feng Dai's lower body. However, he could not assertively pursue such tactics. Instead, after receiving his mentor's instruction, he swiftly grasped the concept. This would lead others to perceive him as a genius capable of rapidly assimilating guidance and applying it effectively. The persona of a genius was undeniably advantageous, not only serving to disguise him, but also facilitating access to greater resources and support. Li Xian absorbed the enemy's psychic signals, transmuting them into his own knowledge, which significantly augmented his array of experiences. If one does not maintain the persona of a genius, it would be rather conspicuous to suddenly reveal oneself as possessing D4 level melee combat skills. Such attention is unwelcome for Li Xian. A gradual and subtle enhancement of abilities is the safer path. During this period, whenever he found himself with idle time, Li Xian would engage Feng Dai and Jiang Lu in practice. Initially, he feigned D2 level melee combat techniques, gradually progressing from there. Li Xian's mech leaped forward, the power spear in its grasp delivering a heavy downward strike. This sudden assault caught Feng Dai off guard, the spear colliding with the shoulder of his mech. "You little sneak," Feng Dai exclaimed. "What do you mean sneak attack?" Li Xian retorted immediately. The two continued their fierce exchange. Jiang Lu interjected, "Feng Dai, you ought to be more vigilant. If you remain so lax, it won't be long before Li Xian's melee skills catch up to yours." "How is that possible? He has only been training for such a short time," Feng Dai questioned incredulously. "If my guess is correct, Li Xian's current melee combat skills should have reached D3 level." Jiang Lu inquired of Li Xian. "Indeed, Master, I am now at D3 level in melee combat," Li Xian candidly replied, which was indeed a reflection of his temporary display. Of course, his true prowess was at D4 level. Truth be told, his disguise was not particularly convincing. For instance, that last attack clearly exceeded the expected level of skill. D-level melee techniques are inherently rather basic, and Li Xian's current pretense was not an easy feat, however, as they were all teammates. Neither Jiang Lu nor Feng Dai harbored any suspicions. "Wow, have you been using drugs? How can you be at D3 level already?" Feng Dai exclaimed in astonishment after hearing the conversation between Jiang Lu and Li Xian. "Quick, tell me what you've taken. I want some too." "No such thing. I've merely endured battles, thinking about practicing combat techniques every night, coupled with our daytime training, hence my skills have improved rapidly." Li Xian feigned embarrassment as he explained, Li Xian's talent is remarkable. I could sense his quick adaptation to the mech during our previous training. Jiang Lu's voice carried a hint of amusement. "Good buddy, you can't possibly be a genius. If you keep this up, I might just have to cling to your coattails," Feng Dai jested. "Rest assured, brother Feng. Once I've thoroughly mastered your melee combat techniques, I'll certainly cling to your coattails and take you along for a life of luxury." Li Xian replied with a grin that you're quite the bold one. "I've made up my mind. No more passive defense. I shall take the initiative, taste my sword." Days passed in a blur of training. Li Xian focused on honing his melee skills, occasionally practicing ranged attacks as well. In the 3 instances of absorbing energy signals, he opted not to adopt the ranged attack techniques of the night retinue pilots. The reason was simple. Their ranged skills failed to pique his interest. The most formidable among them was merely at D3 level, only a slight improvement over Li Xian, as Jiang Lu had noted, possessing 2 chips, especially one of mysterious military origin. Li Xian's rate of advancement was astonishingly swift, truly befitting the title of genius. Bang, bang, bang. After another round of targeted shooting, Li Xian slowly retracted his weapon, having emptied an entire ammunition box. His ranged attack skills had now reached D276. He was now flourishing in both ranged and melee combat, the former relying solely on his innate talent, while the latter was bolstered by absorbed energy experience. Following the conclusion of his shooting training, Li Xian maneuvered the mech back to the defensive stronghold. As he walked, he pondered, "I now possess 2 D4 level military chips, granting me such formidable learning capabilities. undoubtedly enhanced by my inherent aptitude. If my chips were even superior, will my learning efficacy not be even greater? This seems a foregone conclusion. The computational power of biological intelligence chips surely escalates with their level. If I could acquire a C-level military intelligence chip, or even a B or a level, what would my learning speed be like? Could I perhaps elevate my ranged or melee skills to D5 within a month? Lee Exian dared not dwell on such thoughts further. Prolonged contemplation might extinguish his motivation for learning and striving. After all, the disparities between individuals, particularly regarding their familial backgrounds, can sometimes be more pronounced than the differences between humans and dogs. Lee Exian's monthly salary, combined with combat zone earnings and various allowances, might not even equate to the monthly living expenses of a pampered corporate pet. The fact that he could absorb enemy energy signals, coupled with the energy chip, was already an extraordinary stroke of luck, placing him well ahead of others. There was no room for further indulgence. All he needed was to work diligently, believing that a bright future awaited him soon. With these thoughts in mind, Lee Exian returned to the lounge within the stronghold. Exiting the cockpit of his mech, he stepped into the rest area. Although the mech offered heightened safety in the combat zone, the cockpit space remained somewhat cramped. When the opportunity arose, it was prudent to take a break. The surface of the Behemoth steel factory, at least in the areas already secured, was relatively safe. Inside the lounge, Lee Exian reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. His fingers danced with tiny arcs of electricity, his energy lightning. Despite not having systematically studied energy spells, the lethality of his energy lightning had become quite formidable. During this period, he had consumed 2 vials of compound number 3, resulting in a near doubling of his internal energy. According to the monitoring and statistics of the biological intelligence chip, Lee Exian's energy level had now reached D321. This was the power of financial investment. However, he could not afford to continue such expenditures in the short term. Damn it, how on earth could the chaos pollution level decrease more swiftly? Lee Exian felt a twinge of frustration. As the recent continuous use of energy, coupled with the intake of compound number 3, had caused his chaos pollution level to surge. It had now reached 35, which temporarily hindered his ability to frequently practice melee combat with the mech. He could only afford to fire the mech cannon occasionally to alleviate some stress. Lee Exian continued to practice energy lightning. Feeling the arcs dance around him at this point, his energy lightning had developed a preliminary level of lethality. The lightning could now reach approximately 50 meters, capable of incapacitating a person with a single strike. Even without a mech or weapons, he possessed sufficient self-defense capabilities. After some practice, Lee Exian retracted all of his energy, ceasing its usage. Employing energy without a mech posed a danger. Initiating energy usage was akin to igniting a torch in the dark subspace. Point 1 could never predict when a subspace demon might pounce. If the enemy were to launch a direct assault, the meager spiritual energy possessed by Lee Exian would indeed be insufficient. The days of respite have finally come to an end. Calculating the time, it has been 2 months since Lee Exian entered this battlefield, and the entire surface area of the Behemoth steel factory has been thoroughly leveled, transforming it into an occupied zone of Hungan defense. The subsequent task at hand involves dealing with the enemy's subterranean defenses, a challenge of considerable difficulty. The combat environment underground is vastly inferior to that on the surface, particularly for the attacking side, where visibility is severely compromised, an issue that cannot merely be resolved with night vision devices. Even with such apparatus, the visibility remains less than optimal compared to daylight conditions. However, this poses little challenge for mechs, which can discern every detail even in these depths, matching their clarity in daylight. Moreover, the integration of radar and spiritual energy allows for the effortless detection of any entities. The sole drawback lies in the underground environment, which hampers the maneuverability of the mechs, especially regarding long-range combat. Conversely, this setting is quite advantageous for the enemy's nightly vassals, who can obscure their signals and potentially lie in wait in some shadowy corner, ready to strike decisively as the short-sword attendants pass by. Yet before long, the majority of the forces have been pulled back to base. The reason? Intelligence reports indicate an increase in enemy troops, with reconnaissance revealing that enemy mech units have directly infiltrated the subterranean levels of the steel factory. For safety's sake, the mech units of the Expeditionary Army have been ordered to retreat. In the dining hall of the forward base, the mech divisions of the 5th and 6th groups sat together, sharing a meal and engaging in casual conversation. The enemy had bolstered their ranks, and the Expeditionary Army had requested reinforcements. Rumor has it, however, that this time, the incoming support might not be very promising. K. Ichian of the 6th group whispered to Jiang Lu in the front row. How do you know? Jiang Lu inquired softly. I overheard a bit while I was scrounging for food at the landing, but the commander didn't delve into the details. I suspect it's about right. Kuqian murmured, in this underground environment of the Behemoth steel factory, how could we possibly take it without incurring casualties? With our mere 20-odd mechs against an increased enemy force, isn't that akin to throwing water into a well? Kuqian continued in a hushed tone that that's true. During surface battles, the Myrdanite Order has hardly exerted themselves. Now that they have reinforced their ranks, they remain passive. I can only surmise that they are preparing something substantial for us down below. Jiang Lu replied, his tone tinged with resignation. Let us hope for some seasoned veterans. If we get more fresh recruits in this place, we'll truly be in dire straits. Sighed Kuqian, and I doubt that's likely. How could the veteran groups be dispatched to such a location? This has devolved into a brutal melee, and the elite veterans would not be squandered here. Jiang Lu lamented. The main issue is that the short sword attendants are ill-suited for underground combat. The environment there is not conducive for them to perform optimally. Just a few days ago, I took my mech for a spin down there, and it was perfectly tailored for the knightly vassals. If they were all veterans, we might achieve a decent exchange ratio, but with fresh recruits, it's hard to say. Kuqian shook his head that if no veterans are coming, they might as well relocate us. After listening for a while, the Exian pondered, if fighting underground is so challenging, why not just obliterate this place? The steel factory has been reduced to this state. It should have lost all strategic value. If the enemy is underground, wouldn't blowing this place to smithereens bury them all? Jiang Lu shook his head in response. That's not a decision within our purview. Such matters are determined by those above. You think we desire the ruins of the Behemoth steel factory? What we truly seek, only they know. K. Ichian nodded in agreement. Moreover, this factory isn't easily destroyed. The structural complexity below is quite high, with a significant safety rating. Even employing high-yield nuclear munitions, it's uncertain whether it could collapse here. Using alternative methods would be even more challenging, unless we utilize shipborne weaponry. But given the current electromagnetic conditions and subspace storms beyond the planet, no vessel dares to venture forth. Alas, in such a place, it seems we can only expend lives. How many perished here previously? Li Xen asked anxiously. K. Ichian patted Li Xian's shoulder. Do you know how many mech support teams were at Base 3 before? Didn't it just have 9? Li Xian recalled from what Lu Quan had introduced him to upon arrival. Certainly not. Supervisor Lu is an M3 level defense commander, and he wouldn't oversee merely 9 mech support teams. Kuqian explained to Li Xian directly. You haven't been here long, so it's understandable that you're unaware that I suspect old Jiang hasn't shared this with you either. The commander at Lu's level is M3, while both Jiang Xian and I are M1 level group leaders. Didn't you notice something amiss? With this, Li Xian began to grasp the situation. There seems to be a missing level. Indeed, we appear to be lacking an M2 presence. In Base 03, apart from our mech units, there are also the armored units of the Expeditionary Army. These mixed armor divisions are quite fortunate. The typical combat is handled by Hung in defense, while the more challenging engagements fall to us. Hence they remain idle. Elaborate. There were originally 2 mech squadrons within Base 03, each commanded by M2 level officers, with 10 mech support teams under each squadron. Therefore, our expeditionary force was initially intended to be fully equipped with 2 mech support squadrons, totaling 80 mechs. Why then are there so few now? Li Xen asked, bewildered. That's precisely because of this. Kuqian sighed, casting his gaze towards the projected map of the Behemoth steel factory ahead. Did everyone else perish? Li Xen exclaimed. Alarm point 80 mechs can't possibly be reduced to just you few. Can they? After hearing Kuqian's words, Li Xian felt an overwhelming sense of danger surrounding the Behemoth steel factory. This casualty rate is simply too high. Not at all. What are you thinking? Jiang Lu interrupted Li Xian's speculation. While the last assault on the Behemoth steel factory did incur significant losses, it wasn't as exaggerated as you imagine. Of course, the losses were considerable, with over 20 mechs lost, rendering both squadrons incomplete. Thus, during the recent lull in hostilities, the incomplete teams were withdrawn to replenish their ranks. Our squadron, unfortunately, had the misfortune of losing our squad leader in a previous battle after another squadron was reassigned, along with his direct operational team. That explains why our current squadron is so diminished. After Jiang Lu's explanation, Li Xian gained a clearer understanding of the present circumstances. However, his trepidation remained unmitigated. The casualty rate was indeed alarming, especially for a mech unit, where capturing the Behemoth steel factory had already cost a quarter of their forces. And now, in the squadron Li Xian found himself. Luck was not on their side, as they had not returned to replenish their numbers, and their commander had perished. And oh wonder, the supervisor was of M3 rank, directly commanding the mech unit. He had thought that the command authority lay higher within the mech division. With this realization, it was evident that the arrival of reinforcements was no longer a matter of speculation, but a certainty. However, the question of what level of units would come to their aid remained uncertain. Leaving Li Xian feeling quite overwhelmed, he contemplated this, yet found his thoughts spiraling aimlessly. His rank was simply too low. He remained at the bottom of the food chain within this mech unit, having just transitioned from an intern to a full-fledged member with no real authority. Although Li Xian had achieved results in the previous 2 battles and could proudly display 2 silver swords of valor on his chest, it did not alter the fact that he held little sway within this unit. Jiang Lu sighed. The Behemoth steel factory has descended into utter chaos. I doubt any elite veterans will be dispatched here. Li Xian, perplexed, inquired, shouldn't such battles employ seasoned veterans? Only then can the casualty figures be mitigated. That if we rely on rookies like myself, the fatality rate will undeniably escalate, resulting in substantial losses of valuable mechs. Jiang Lu shook his head and replied, precisely because this is a dismal skirmish, the likelihood of deploying elite troops is diminished. Once we descend underground, the survival rate of veterans does not exceed that of novices by much. There are certainly passages left by Mierda that can support the enemy forces below. The worth of an elite veteran pilot far surpasses that of a mech, should a veteran perish here. What then becomes of future engagements? Conversely, here, a rookie pilot who survives a few skirmishes becomes a veteran, and we could trade these novices for season knights, which is quite advantageous to Li Xian's eyes brightened suddenly. If mech pilots are more valuable than the mechs themselves, why is our salary so meager? Jiang Lu and Kuqian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yiqian remarked, the value of elite veteran pilots is indeed high. But that is relative. Just because you're useful does not automatically entitle you to a higher salary. Alas, this is truly disheartening news, Li Xian sighed. Well, our income is already considered high. Just think of the earnings of those infantry and armored soldiers. It doesn't seem so bad in comparison. Kuqian chuckled. Upon reflection, Li Xian realized that had he not been fortunate enough to become a mech pilot, but instead joined the army as an infantryman or armored soldier, his income for the month might not even suffice to cover his loan for purchasing chips. If that were the case, it would indeed be a dire situation, after toiling relentlessly on the battlefield for a month. To end up with nothing left, unable to pay off debts, what kind of future would that hold? Yet Li Xian still had a question. He asked, shouldn't reinforcements arrive before the battle commences? Why are they being added halfway through? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lu shook his head and said, there's no telling what the reason might be. The standing troops of Blueprint are few. Most soldiers and mech divisions retire after a few years, becoming reserves. This is not a crucial battlefield. Our presence here is merely to bolster Hungan defense. Thus, dispatching reinforcements is quite challenging, akin to being the unloved child of the family. Furthermore, the procedures within the conglomerate are exceedingly cumbersome. If they manage to send reinforcements before we finish this skirmish, consider yourself fortunate. I had assumed that during a battle, these processes would expedite. Li Xian recalled the bureaucratic procedures and attitudes of the administration when he previously sought a transfer, which were indeed exasperating. We are fighting, yet the conglomerate is not entirely engaged in the conflict. We have grown accustomed to this, and it's normal for you, being new, to find it perplexing, Feng Dai remarked with a smile. However, When we initiated combat, although our numbers were somewhat scant, it was sufficient. The enemy, in a defensive posture, would not leave too many mech units on the surface. Casualties among infantry are universally high, but mech casualties predominantly occur underground. Initial intelligence indicated that the enemy had no more than 20 mechs at the Simuo steelworks. Yet, they must have passages leading directly to Simuo, and intelligence suggests they have reinforced their numbers. It is uncertain how many knight retainers they currently have below. Regardless, this battle is likely to be a brutal meat grinder, Kuchian lamented. After hearing the news of incoming reinforcements, nearly 10 days passed. Finally, reinforcements arrived at the base. This time, a fleet of over a dozen Pelican-class transport ships darkened the skies, filling the airspace above the forward base. They could not land simultaneously. Instead, they descended in succession, while others circled overhead. Emerging from a descending Pelican-class transports were several short-sword retainers, appearing remarkably pristine in contrast to the weathered mechs of the Exian squad, as the short-sword retainers lined up neatly within the forward base. The veterans who had originally stood in formation suddenly sensed something amiss. Yi Qian's voice resonated in the 5th Squad's channel. Old Jiang, this doesn't look right. What else with the numbers? I don't know. This does seem somewhat off, Jiang Lu replied. The mech units that had emerged had already surpassed 70, with the number continuing to escalate, while more transport ships hovered above, as more mechs entered the base. Li Exine even caught sight of larger mechs making their appearance. What kind of mech is that? He inquired. Ahead loomed a mech that stood a third taller than the short-sword retainers. Not walking out on its own, but being towed by a tractor. Its ranged and melee weaponry appeared significantly larger than that of the short-sword retainers, in the realm of land combat mechs. The adage often holds true, bigger is better, and more is preferable. A larger frame signifies more equipment, longer and heftier weaponry, greater firepower, and extended endurance. Jiang Lu's steady voice announced, "This is a C-class mech, the Vanguard type." A C-class mech, Li Exine exclaimed. Does that mean they fall under the command of M2 rank officers? Indeed, our squad leaders are typically C-class vanguards, and I cannot believe they have sent 5 vanguards this time. Jiang Lu's tone was filled with astonishment. Unprecedented. This is an overwhelming deployment at this moment. The number of D-class short-sword retainers amassed within the base had already reached nearly 170 or 80. Even if 40 mechs constituted a squad, alongside the veterans already present, it amounted to 5 squadrons of mech units gathered here. However, despite the substantial reinforcements, Li Xian and his comrades felt no sense of joy. While an increase in support is generally a good thing, an excessive number does not necessarily bode well. This many mechs have arrived. It cannot merely be for the Simuo steelworks, Kuchian murmured. The numbers are excessive. There are at least 5 squadrons here, plus the 5 vanguards. This isn't just about taking Simuo steelworks. It could very well turn this place upside down, Jiang Lu reflected. This is gearing up for a significant conflict. Listening to the voices of the 2 squad leaders, Li Xian sensed the undercurrent of fear in their tones. Li Xian pondered. It is true that only those in the rear relish the notion of war. While the front line may yield opportunities for glory, it is also fraught with peril, especially for the foot soldiers. Now, I find myself feeling uneasy. Previously, mechs held absolute dominance on this battlefield, even if danger lurked. It primarily threatened the infantry and armored troops, but now, the dynamics have shifted. D-class mechs have become mere foot soldiers. The positions once occupied by Li Xian and his comrades have now been assumed by the C-class mechs, who have become the true rulers of the battlefield, relegating Li Xian's D-class mechs to the status of ordinary units. As all the mechs continued to land, the armored jeep of Lu Quan approached the lineup of the 9 original mech squads. Lu Quan was the first to speak. Do you see all these short-sword retainers? The original 20 or so veteran short-sword retainers simultaneously opened their cockpits, awaiting Lu Quan's next words. Lu Quan smiled. These mechs are the newly assigned reinforcements for our dispatched troops. What do you think? One squad leader jokingly remarked. Lu 2, with so many units, can we take a break now? Lu Quan laughed and chided. Return. For the time being, that's hardly an option. The mech pilots before us are all fresh recruits. newly trained and yet to set foot on the battlefield. If you return, who will lead them? It's hard to believe. But nearly 200 mechs are manned solely by novices, exclaimed Kuchien in astonishment. Not quite, came the reply, but it's close enough that I end this batch of mech troops. They're only a little over 20 seasoned veterans, all of whom are team leaders, while the rest are either rookie pilots or reservists recalled from retirement. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lu gaped in disbelief, gesturing towards the rows of mechs. Are all of these just rookies and reservists? Lu Ta, you can't be serious. Lu Quan's expression darkened as he retorted, do I strike you as someone who jokes around? He continued, there are two pieces of good news. Which would you like to hear first? Kuchien interjected, good news? With all these mechs being piloted by novices, what could possibly be good? Ignoring Kuchien, Lu Quan pulled out a tablet and announced, the first piece of good news is that this batch of mech troops is entirely assigned to you. What do you mean? At that moment, not only Li Xian, but everyone else appeared puzzled. From now on, your combat teams will be disbanded and integrated into the front lines, serving as team leaders. What? Lu Tuo, what's going on? Almost everyone present whispered their inquiries that Lu Quan fixed his fierce gaze on them, saying, do you see those 5 C-class pioneers? That is the second piece of good news. Among your original 9 team leaders, 5 will have the opportunity for promotion. Shortly, when I finish announcing the promotion notices, your ranks will all rise to M2. This revelation left no one daring to interrupt Lu Quan, as they were all stunned by the news. They had all noticed the 5 pioneers, but none had anticipated that they were meant for them. 5 among you will become squad leaders, while the others will serve as team leaders. The original 9 team leaders exchanged glances, each reflecting a mix of confusion and a hint of competitive spirit. Li contemplated. Team leader, a term he had heard before, referring to a temporary wartime structure that typically commands 3 squads within a platoon. Although they had all been team leaders before, this change would create a distinction among the 9 of them, as the authority held by a squad leader far surpassed that of a team leader. But what on earth was happening today? Why the sudden shift? Lu Quan continued, I know many of you are puzzled. Feel free to ask, and I will clarify. Jiang Lu was the first to raise his hand. Report. Ask away. Why the sudden elevation to M2 for a select few, and why are we being reinforced entirely by novices and reservists? Lu Quan placed his hands on the jeep's armrest and replied slowly. The situation is quite complex. Real warfare has commenced, and while we initially had more seasoned veterans ready to assist, that is no longer the case. Instead, we must focus on training new recruits and reactivating the reserves. This is merely the first batch of soldiers. Once we completely secure the Beishimo steelworks, we will continue to advance and even increase the number of recruits. Not only here, but other battlefronts are also receiving new soldiers. Albeit in smaller numbers, you are fortunate to have the group support, allowing you to ascend directly to M2. But we are not at sea level yet. How can we command the pioneers? Kuchien queried. Not yet, but soon you will be. Lu Quan elaborated. Along with the mechs, we also have C5, level number 3 psionic fission composites. These agents are sufficient to elevate your psionic abilities to sea level. Some of you have been on the verge of D5, level psionic capacity for a while now. Using this compound, breaking through to sea level should pose no issue. Lu Quan further explained. Then, another team leader inquired, among us 9, who will be the squad leaders, and who will be the team leaders? Lu Quan smiled slightly and said, it's simple. Whoever breaks through to sea level first gets to choose. There are only 5 squad leader positions, so it's first come, first served. The competitive atmosphere grew even more palpable among the 9 team leaders. Aside from you 9, the other veterans are also fortunate. Your levels will be elevated to M1D5, allowing you to lead a new support team comprising 3 other recruits. Jiang Lu glanced at Li Xian, momentarily taken aback before reporting, Lu Ta, what about Li Xian? Lu Quan cast a meaningful look at Li Xian and remarked, Li Xian is equally fortunate. He will be promoted 2 levels directly, having only joined the group for a little over 2 months. He is seizing this opportunity to rise to M1D5. He will also lead a mech support team. What? Now was Li Xian's turn to be bewildered. While promotions and raises were welcome, wasn't this a bit rapid? Just over 2 months, and his rank had soared to match that of Jiang Lu. Many gazes turned towards Li Xian, filled with various sentiments: envy, confusion, and scrutiny. Report. Li Xian inquired with uncertainty. Isn't this too swift? Am I not also a rookie? Lu Quan held a favorable view of Li Xian, as he had been the one to arrange for Li Xian's entry into the mech support unit. Lu Quan chuckled. It is a bit quick. You're quite lucky. The higher-ups decided to promote all 9 of our mech support teams in one go. They likely didn't anticipate that the holder of the Silver Brave Sword Medal would be a newcomer like you. However, I don't believe they made a mistake. Li Xian, you must also have confidence. Although you've only recently joined our mech support team, you have already earned the Silver Brave Sword Medal in just 2 months. You deserve this promotion. Lu Quan's words resonated loudly as his gaze swept across the faces of the others. In comparison to Li Xian, I believe the rest of you are also fortunate. As some among you lack even a single silver-medaled Li Xian, a rookie has bravely fought on the battlefield and has already earned 2 kill stars on his mech. Meanwhile, among you veterans, there are those who have trained longer yet lack kill stars. Reflect on your commitment to battle and training. In contrast to Li Xian, I feel that some of you have merely stumbled upon this fortunate opportunity for promotion and raise. Lu Quan's admonition left several veterans feeling a hot flush on their faces. Indeed, some had just thought that Li Xian was exceptionally lucky, like a pig riding the wave. Yet, after Lu Quan's remarks, they felt as if they had been slapped across the face within the group. Earning the Silver Brave Sword Medal is no trivial feat. It requires the destruction of an enemy mech of the same level, with considerable contribution to the kill. Merely assisting or having a minor role would yield only a black medal. The awarding of a silver sword medal indicates that the group has acknowledged Li Xian's critical role in destroying 2 enemy mechs, and Li Xian has already earned 2 Silver Brave Sword medals. If one disregards driving skills and focuses solely on kill counts, his achievements are hardly inferior to those of seasoned veterans. After Lu Quan's reprimand, he turned to everyone and asked, "Are there any further questions?" A team leader inquired, "Since they are all rookies, when do we commence combat?" Lu Quan nodded, acknowledging the question. "That is an excellent query. While they have undergone mech piloting training, their individual combat skill levels are still low. As for the reservists, they likely forgot much of their training after several years of retirement, and they lack real battlefield experience. Therefore, you will undergo 2 weeks of training and integration before proceeding to the surface of the Beishimo Steelworks to establish a defense. As for when the battle will commence, it entirely depends on when the enemy can no longer restrain themselves and emerges from the underground." Lu Quan's words instilled a sense of reassurance in all present. Upon hearing Lu Quan's statement, Li Xian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no immediate need to lead these new recruits in a battle, with my close combat skills rated at D4. I should not falter in front of the new soldiers they ask for command and management experience. I have no cause for concern. After 2 lifetimes and 8 years of foundational military training, my knowledge is far from negligible. A promotion and a salary increase. What a delightful turn of events. Lu Quan surveyed the group and declared, "If there are no further questions, the 9 of you will follow me. The new appointments have been transmitted to your chips. Go and receive your new team members." "Understood." Before departing, Jiang Lu cast a glance at Li Xian and communicated through the mech's comms. "Li Xian, there's no need to be nervous. Just remember how I usually conduct myself. And do likewise." Feng Dai added, "Indeed, Li Xian, you can do this. Your D3 level close combat skills are on par with these new recruits, and perhaps even superior, especially since you have actual combat experience. Rest assured." "Master, Brother Feng, I am more than capable." Li Xian responded that if any issues arise, do not hesitate to ask me. That if I am unable to respond during a critical moment, consult Feng Dai. Jiang Lu instructed. Feng Dai, make sure to keep an eye on Li Xian as well. "Yes, Commander." "All right, Master. If I encounter any problems, I will seek your guidance promptly." Li Xian nodded in agreement. Jiang Lu continued, "I will strive for a swift promotion. Should I become a squad leader, I will do my utmost to have both of you assigned under my command." Li Xian smiled and said, "Master, you must do your best. I believe you will be the first to advance." "Commander, keep pushing forward. I have faith in you." Feng Dai chimed in with a smile. "All right, I won't keep you any longer. I must take my leave." Jiang Lu followed Lu Quan out, and Li Xian received a promotion notification on his chip. Promotion notification Congratulations, Mr. Lee Xin. Your employee level has now advanced from M1D3 mech pilot to M1D5 mech support team leader. May you continue to strive in your new position and contribute even greater to the organization. Blueprint Biotechnology Group, Defense Department. On September 5, 6123, having joined the company just over 2 months ago, Lee Xin achieved a remarkable 5-level leap in employee ranking, a feat inseparable from his innate talent and hard work. Of course, a touch of luck certainly played a role. Now, Lee Xion's salary structure has undergone another transformation. Initially, at the D3 level, his base salary was 40 energy coins per month. Now that he has reached D5, each level increases the salary by 5 coins, bringing his new monthly income to 50 coins. The organization remains as frugal as ever. Base salary of 50 plus D-level mech pilot subsidy of 20 plus mech support team leader subsidy of 20 plus combat zone allowance X1 plus combat allowance X1 equals 270 energy coins per month. Previously, Lee Xin received 180 coins monthly. Now, it has risen to 270, a significant increase in income. Gazing at this figure, Lee Xin felt as though his money was inexhaustible. Indeed, it truly was, as his living expenses were now covered by the organization. His weaponry, also provided by the mech, was at his disposal for both training and combat. In his daily life, Lee Xin had little need to spend money. The only occasional expense was purchasing the No. 3 psychic compound to enhance his abilities. However, even this compound was not to be used recklessly, as he could only afford to use 2 tubes per month. Currently, he had yet to exhaust the 400 contribution points earned from the medals awarded for defeating 2 Knight Retainers. Nonetheless, having money is certainly better than being broke. Although his monthly salary was just over 200, it did not hinder him from operating a mech worth over 10,000 energy coins in combat. After reviewing the notification and calculating his salary, Lee Xin officially followed the navigation on his chip to lead his team. The navigation displayed several notifications. The first provided information about the 3 new recruits under Lee Xion's command, including their training bases, performance records, and current combat skill levels. The second outlined the mech hangar assigned to Lee Xion's combat team. While somewhat rudimentary, it contained all essential equipment that Lee Xion considered himself fortunate, as this base housed only 40 hangars, sufficient for a squadron. His hangar was within this base. Others would have to travel to adjacent bases for theirs. The third notification detailed the support soldiers assigned to this mech team, including a mechanic squad, 3 auxiliary soldier squads, and their equipment, along with information about the accompanying gear. Lee Xion first opened the notification regarding his 3 mech pilots. The trio consisted of Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping at this moment. All 3 held the rank of M1D3 intermech pilots, the same level Lee Xion had occupied over 2 months ago. Unless they achieved notable accomplishments, they would have to wait at least 6 months for a chance at permanent status. Lee Xion reviewed their training records one by one, feeling a mix of relief and apprehension. All 3 were standard graduates, with commendable yet not exceptional rankings. Their records indicated that both their ranged and close combat skills were rated at D3. This meant that while these interns possessed a certain level of combat capability, they were not particularly formidable. This situation bore both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage lay in Lee Xion's ability to swiftly earn the intern's respect and compliance with his orders, thanks to his own skills. The disadvantage, however, was evident. When heading into battle, having teammates of insufficient strength could pose a significant risk. The graduation comments for all 3 were somewhat similar, leading Lee Xion to suspect they might have been generically written without much individual consideration. To truly understand the personalities of these interns, he would likely need to spend some time training with them and facing the realities of the battlefield. Within the base, 3 mechs stood in formation. These short sword retainers were equipped with basic weaponry, appearing ready for immediate deployment. To their sides, spaced several dozen meters apart, stood other short sword retainers awaiting their turn. Most of these individuals were classmates from the same mech pilot academy for psychics. In the team's communication channel, the newly formed trio was engaged in hushed conversation that were quite fortunate to be dispatched to Hung in defense for combat. I hear the intensity of warfare here is significantly lower than in other battle zones. Wei Qian's voice carried a note of excitement. Indeed, if we had been sent to Fort B-12, That would have been a real disaster. Gon Honkai chimed in eagerly. I have a classmate assigned to Fort B12. I heard he went straight into battle the next day and has since gone completely untraceable. It's likely he faced a grim fate. Gon Honkai's tone turned somber. One could have anticipated that hung in defense. Originally one of the earliest battle zones to enter combat, would now be considered among the least intense. Wei Qian expressed a similar sentiment, that we still don't know how capable the veteran squad leader assigned to us is. Although the warfare here is somewhat milder, the enemy consists of knight retainers, skilled in close combat, clearly not something we new recruits can handle. Ling Yanping's tone was steadier. Let's hope we get a strong veteran. If we end up with a subpar one, we'll surely suffer alongside him when we hit the battlefield. Wei Qian mused. Here they come. I see the veterans approaching us. Gon Honkai lowered his voice instinctively while using his psychic abilities and radar to observe Li Xian and the others marching in formation. Look at their mechs. Those battle-hardened machines exude a sense of menace that far surpasses our brand-new models. Wei Qian expressed his astonishment, his gaze fixated on the screen within the mech's cockpit, observing the myriad of scratches etched into its armor. Our squad leader has arrived. Oh. 2 silver kill stars. He has already dispatched 2 mechs of the same rank, 2 knight retainers. The usually composed Ling Yanping found it difficult to contain his excitement, erupting into exuberant shouts over the communication channel. The insignia of kill stars, which denote honor, is categorized into 3 types: black, silver, and gold. A black kill star signifies the defeat of a foe of a lower tier or an assist kill. A silver kill star represents a kill against an opponent of equal rank, while a gold kill star denotes the defeat of a higher tier adversary. These opponents must at least be mechs. Other armored vehicles obviously do not qualify for the kill star insignia. It seems our veteran is quite formidable. Just moments ago, I observed 2 veterans, only one of whom bore a kill star while the other had none. What a windfall! Ling Yanping excitedly lowered his voice. Really? That is fantastic. Though I may not have been diligent in my studies at school, being assigned to such an impressive veteran is well-deserved. Haha. Wei Qian's voice also carried a hint of excitement. At last, Li Xian's short sword retainer approached the mechs of the 3. They gazed at the retainer before them, noting the marks of battle, the scars left by artillery and energy weapon strikes. It was as if they could sense Li Xian's murderous intent, causing their voices to involuntarily quiet down. Yet in truth, Li Xian possessed no such murderous aura. Even if he did, it was not something that could be felt from within the mech. It can only be said that the current atmosphere stemmed from their own imaginations upon witnessing Li Xian's silver kill star. Wei Qian, Gon Honkai, Ling Yanping. Open the cockpit. Li Xian's calm voice emanated from the mech, his tone devoid of any fluctuations. Yes, Commander. The 3 promptly opened their cockpits. The trio of young men clad in identical mech suits seated within it. Li Xian too opened his cockpit, taking a moment to observe the 3 with a placid gaze. From the information provided by the chip, Li Xian was already familiar with their appearances. After taking a good look, he slowly spoke. From today onward, you shall be members of the 2nd Squad, 7th Mech Support Team. I am your leader, Li Xian. Let us begin with you. Introduce yourself. You have 30 seconds. Yes, Commander, the 3 replied in unison. Wei Qian was the first to introduce himself. Report, Commander. I am Wei Qian from Blueprint Biotechnology Group. My father is Wei Dong, a quality trainer in the M2D9 Quality Control Department that I graduated from the Right Mountain Military Academy, specializing in mech piloting, and I am proficient in both ranged and melee combat. As Wei Qian eagerly finished his introduction, he looked at Li Xian with anticipation. Li Xian's gaze narrowed slightly, regarding him as a low-ranking 2nd-generation official from Blueprint Biotechnology Group. The chip in Li Xian's possession began to automatically retrieve information about Wei Dong. However, as he had anticipated, no data could be found on Wei Dong. Nonetheless, he did manage to uncover some information regarding the position of M2 level quality trainer. Fortunately, Li Xian's current clearance had been elevated slightly. Otherwise, accessing this information would have posed a challenge that a quality trainer is an assistant-level position at Blueprint Biotechnology, yet it is not a managerial role, but rather a specialized technical position, from a cursory glance. This role appears to be a mere figurehead, and in terms of authority, it is quite minimal when calculated by the power content formula. Although it shares the M2 designation, it holds significantly less power compared to other positions, rendering its occupant somewhat marginalized. The Exan regarded Wei Qian and said slowly, Wei Qian, your self-introduction was commendable. From now on, I will train you to become a competent frontline soldier. When you encounter enemy knight retainers, you shall boldly declare that your father is an M2 quality trainer. Do you understand? Wei Qian stammered. I ask you if you understand. Li Xian immediately raised his voice, fixing a stern gaze upon Wei Qian. Whether Li Xian exuded murderous intent, he himself could not ascertain. However, being addressed in such a near-bellowing manner by a superior officer, compounded by Wei Qian's prior imaginings, rendered him compliant. He straightened his posture and shouted, Understood. Next, he attempted to say more, but Li Xian had already shifted his attention to the next individual, instructing, Next, I expect a serious introduction. Yes, Commander, report, I am Gan Honkai. I am Ling Yangping. After Wei Qian's moment of naivety, the other two recruits appeared considerably more subdued. Li Xian held little concern regarding Wei Qian's background. After all, he was merely the offspring of an M2 level official, which was not particularly noteworthy. Had his father been of M3 or M4 rank, Li Xian might have been inclined to offer him some leniency. And M2 merely held a slight edge over Li Xian, and they were not even from the same department. Li Xian's formal allocation was within the Defense Department of Blueprint Group, which bore no connection to the Quality Control Department. Should Wei Qian dare to overstep, Li Xian would not hesitate to discipline him severely. Now, activate your mechs and follow me. After listening to the introductions of the three, Li Xian piloted his mech, turning to lead them toward their assigned hangar. The journey was marked by silence. Li Xian remained quiet, and the recently admonished Wei Qian dared not utter a word, while the other two sensed the unease and refrained from speaking as well. Thus, the four mechs arrived at their designated hangar. Inside the hangar, 10 armored vehicles were already stationed, 8 of which were auxiliary vehicles equipped to carry munitions for mech use during combat, along with a rapid-fire cannon. The remaining 2 vehicles were maintenance units belonging to the mechanics team, typically remaining within the hangar unless long-distance operations necessitated their deployment alongside the mechs. Before these vehicles stood Li Xian's team of auxiliary soldiers and mechanics. A total of 50 personnel, with 40 auxiliary soldiers and 10 mechanics. The auxiliary soldiers would accompany Li Xian in a battle, while the mechanics generally did not need to. These 10 mechanics could only perform basic repairs and maintenance on the mechs. Should a mech sustain damage in battle, additional mechanics would need to be coordinated for repairs. Upon the mechs entering the hangar, all personnel immediately saluted. Inside the mech, Li Xian had already reviewed the data on this batch of auxiliary soldiers and mechanics. Similar to the mech unit, at least half of these auxiliary soldiers and mechanics were new recruits, while the other half were veterans, albeit veterans who had yet to see combat. Point 1 could say they had merely served for a slightly longer duration in military. Li Xian, descending from his mech, opened the cockpit hatch and gracefully floated down. This was his moment to display his psionic prowess, one of the techniques he had mastered since reaching D3 level psionics. Of course, his current psionic ability only sufficed for ascending and descending from the mech. Any further distance was beyond his capabilities. Nevertheless, the display was adequate for the occasion, in stark contrast to Li Xian's smooth descent. The other 3 clumsily climbed down from their mechs. Salute! The squad leader of the auxiliary soldiers, the team leader of the mechanics, and all subordinate auxiliary soldiers and mechanics saluted in unison. Li Xian reciprocated the gesture alongside the 3 others. From this moment forth, you shall officially join the 2nd Squad, 7th Mech Support Team, serving as auxiliary soldiers and mechanics. Please introduce yourselves briefly. Yes, Commander. Report. I am Peng Hongwei, currently the squad leader of the 7th Mech Support Team. Auxiliary soldiers. Report. I am Feng Jing. Report. I am Li Junfa. Report. I am Zhuang Hu. Report. I am Le Shu Wen, the leader of the mechanical team. In the mech, Li Xian had already reviewed the materials regarding these auxiliary soldiers and mech technicians, gaining a considerable understanding. From this moment onward, these individuals would serve under Li Xian's command. On the surface, it seemed that Li Xian was only directing 3 rookie mech technicians, but beneath him were a full 50 personnel. Among these auxiliary soldiers and technicians, the squad leaders and team leaders were seasoned veterans, well-versed in the standard operational procedures. The auxiliary soldiers were to commence their regular training, while the technicians began honing their skills in the maintenance and repair of the mechs. You three, park the mech properly and hand them over to the technicians for inspection. Yes, Commander. Yes, Team Leader. Everyone responded loudly, and in that moment, Li Xian felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment within that, and oh wonder some individuals are drawn to management and power. The sensation of merely issuing commands and having everyone comply is truly intoxicating. Moreover, these are soldiers. When they follow Li Xian's orders on the battlefield, it is the same. Upon his command, all present must act. Li Xian's gaze deepened, and at that moment, he savored the taste of power. Having experienced 2 lifetimes, he now had new aspirations that I shall ascend step by step. I too shall become a squad leader. And I shall oversee defense. I aspire to be a defense manager. I aim to become a top decision-maker at Blueprint Biotechnology Group. The allure of power is exquisite, leaving most who have tasted it unable to forget its flavor. Yet, with power comes the responsibility to fulfill the obligations that accompany it. Just like Li Xian, who is still merely a minor M1D5 level mech support team leader, with numerous ranks above him yet to be attained. His authority can only be exercised within this confined space. Over these few dozen individuals that a command from above necessitates immediate execution. At the same time, he must ensure that his 54 personnel achieve victory on the battlefield with minimal losses. The specific tasks of the auxiliary soldiers and technicians do not require Li Xian's direct supervision. He merely needs to assign them. The only individuals he must keep a close eye on are Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping. After temporarily entrusting the mech to the technicians for maintenance, Li Xian led them to a small conference room in the hangar. Once everyone was seated, Li Xian began to question them one by one. Wei Qian, what is your mech piloting skill level and combat rating? After a brief reprimand from Li Xian, Wei Qian became notably subdued. This was quite typical. Some individuals may exude arrogance in school or daily life due to their comfort zones. But once they step outside and face formidable pressure, they often become meek. Wei Qian responded earnestly. Report, Commander. My psychic energy level is D3, and my mech piloting skills, as well as both long-range and close-quarters combat techniques, have all reached the graduation standards of Yushan Military Academy, rated at D3. Li Xian nodded, refraining from immediate comment as he turned his gaze to the second individual, Gan Hongkai. Gan Hongkai, being quite astute, did not wait for Li Xian to speak and proactively declared, Report, Commander, I am the same. All my levels are D3. Ling Yangping added, Me too. Li Xian's gaze swept across the faces of the three, carrying a hint of pressure as he employed a touch of psychic energy technique. During their eye contact, Wei Qian appeared more forthright, while the other two exchanged a glance and instinctively averted their eyes. Observing this, Li Xian's heart sank. Oh no! Could it be that these three have falsified their graduation credentials? As a veteran of slacking off in school in both this life and the last, Li Xian had once been careless, but in this life he had diligently attended military training school and emerged as an outstanding graduate. In his previous life, he was entirely oblivious, spending his youth engrossed in gaming, failing courses and barely managing to graduate thanks to the leniency of his teachers. Looking at the trio, Li Xian was reminded of his own past. With this thought, his eyes narrowed slightly, fingers tapping the table as he said, Since you have joined the military, you must be truthful. I can overlook your previous fibs, but now I need you to earnestly disclose your long-range and close-quarters combat levels. Answer honestly, and I will not pursue your earlier statements. However, tomorrow, I will require you to board the mechs for piloting training to AT that time. It will not be limited to long-range practice. You will also need to engage in close-quarters combat training with me. Deceiving me now will not shield you from the truth tomorrow. Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping exchanged glances, their faces betraying an awkwardness. Oh no, this is truly a predicament. Li Xian felt a chill run down his spine. Although he desired obedient subordinates, they could not be incompetent. Otherwise, on the battlefield, it would be Li Xian against three, and they would falter under pressure. Li Xian clenched his fists beneath the table. Wei Qian was the first to speak. Report. Commander, we must confess my close-quarters combat skills are indeed not at D3. Lixan inhaled deeply and asked in a hushed tone. What level are they? Wei Qian hesitated before admitting. I only have D276 in close combat. Only lacking in close combat. This was somewhat acceptable to Lixan, then turned his gaze to the other two, inquiring, What about you two? Gan Honkai nervously swallowed, stating, I am similar. My long range is only D285. And my close combat is D267. Ling Yanping appeared resigned, saying, My long range is D295, and close combat is D279. Upon hearing this, Li Xian felt a wave of darkness wash over him. The throbbing vein in his temple pulsed as he struggled to contain his anger. How did you achieve graduation with these levels? Furthermore, does your graduation certificate not state D3? Wei Qian, sensing Li Xian's fury, murmured, Strictly speaking, we are not yet graduates. We have only completed 2 years. A normal program lasts 4 years. Li Xian's anger subsided slightly. But his confusion deepened as he asked, What is happening? How are you graduating early? Gan Honkai, noticing Li Xian's temper seemed to ease, replied, We graduated from Yushan Military Academy, which is considered a second-tier academy by blueprint. We heard that the demand for mech pilots in the military has surged, so we were expedited through graduation. Lixan, perplexed, queried, Is the group not concerned about depleting resources by hastily graduating individuals like you? After all, piloting a mech is not something one can master easily, especially within a school environment. Lixan had excelled due to his 2 chips and his constant practice on the mech. The academy experience, however, often involved more time in training pods. Now, Yushan Military Academy was using future students who had yet to graduate. What would they do next? Responding to Li Xian's inquiry, Wei Qian clarified, That is not the case. Although we were hastily graduated, the group still has schools for continued training. For instance, Qingmu Military Academy is an elite academy under blueprint, and its students have not been affected by the war. We might be considered cannon fodder, brought forth for use in intense battles. After hearing this, Li Xian could only shake his head and finally asked, What is your total piloting time? Wei Qian replied, My piloting time is 126 hours. Upon hearing this, Li Xian had already gathered sufficient information. I have 135 hours. I have 113 hours. Li Xian fell silent. Although he had not attended a mech military academy in the traditional sense, however. Over the past 2 months, he has essentially immersed himself in the mecha. Excluding time for rest and vigilance, the hours spent piloting the mecha for combat, patrol, and training easily amount to 300 to 400 hours over the span of just over 2 months. Li Xian let out a slow breath. So, your studies at school mainly revolve around the simulation chambers? Wei Qian replied, Not at all, Commander. The focus is primarily on theoretical knowledge, as the simulation chambers consume a lot of energy, and we rarely get the opportunity to use them. Upon hearing this, Li Xian could only sigh in no wonder he could catch up with their years of study and training in just 2 months. The combination of theoretical learning and simulation training is undoubtedly beneficial. It accelerates the learning curve for pilots, enabling them to grasp skills more swiftly and reduce losses. Li Xian lacked experience in this regard and had endured considerable hardships during practical training. It was only due to Jiang Lu's sense of responsibility that Li Xian was trained up. Moreover, with Li Xian having downloaded 3 psychic signals, his progress was remarkably swift. Although these downloads primarily consisted of close-quarters combat techniques, they also enhanced his piloting skills. In light of this, it seems that Li Xian is more than capable of leading these 3 recruits. The only concern is what would happen when they are thrust onto the battlefield. This is not a genuine recruit training base. This is a war zone. Beneath the Bikesimo steel factory, there are mechas and troops from the Mirror retinue, and after 2 weeks of training, a battle could commence. Furthermore, it is uncertain if they will even have 2 weeks of training. Who knows when the Mirror retinue might launch an attack? Time is of the essence, with the recruits having over 100 hours of piloting experience. Li Xian needs to expedite their training. Thus, Li Xian announced, I have gathered sufficient information regarding your circumstances. The original training plan is no longer applicable. Starting this afternoon, I will implement a new training regimen for you. Wei Qian paused for a moment and asked, Commander, shouldn't we rest for a day first? Moreover, Aren't the mechas currently undergoing maintenance by the mechanics? Li Xin raised his voice. Rest? You at your age, and at this time, still wish to rest. Combat could erupt at any moment. In the next second, a shell could send you into eternal slumber. You still wish to rest. No more of that. We will begin training this afternoon. The three recruits shook their heads in unison. Commander, what should we start practicing first? Ling Yangping inquired. Li Xin glanced at the three of them and stated, from now on, you need not call me commander. You may address me as team leader or head. Understood. Team leader. Yes. Head. Li Xin stood up and declared, your close-quarters combat skills are far too weak, and our enemies are the melee-focused knights of the Mierda Order. Thus, the focus of your training will be close-quarters combat. Unless there are pressing matters, aside from allowing the mechas to halt at night for maintenance, you will remain in the mechas at all other times. Wei Qian grimaced. What about meals? Meals, restroom breaks, everything, Li Xin replied sternly. Training commenced swiftly. For these three recruits, Li Xin directly replicated the training techniques that Jiang Lu had imparted to him. They first went through the procedures step by step. Fortunately, Li Xin's close-quarters combat skills in the mecha had already reached D4 level. Had he still been at D2, it would have been truly embarrassing. Now Li Xin was nearly 2 levels above them, and having been on the battlefield, he could swiftly educate these recruits inside the mecha. Li Xin crossed his arms and observed the three recruits as they practiced close-quarters combat maneuvers. This was the same combat routine Li Xin had learned from Jiang Lu, though it primarily involved punches and kicks. It could be adapted for all types of weaponry, be it power swords, power axes, or power spears and halberds. Such techniques are essentially combos. Not all can be utilized on the battlefield, but even employing a portion of them is vastly superior to aimlessly flailing about with a weapon. How lackluster your strikes are! Speed it up! On the training ground, Li Xin's short sword attendant faced off against Wei Qian and the others in their mechas, both sides executing the same set of mecha boxing techniques. It was evident that Li Xin's training speed and intensity were noticeably higher, making the movements of the three recruits appear sluggish in comparison. Training to operate a mecha is inherently different from training as a human. Even with psychic control, a mecha operator cannot maneuver the mecha as fluidly as they would their own body. If your speed is lacking, are you intending to serve as a target for the enemy on the battlefield? After completing a set of punches, Li Xin maneuvered his mecha beside the three recruits, continuously correcting their mistakes. Head, we're already moving much faster than we did in school. Dare to speak out? You LL practice an extra hour today. Yes, head. Mecha training was the most anticipated segment for Wei Qian and the others of the Yushan Military Academy, with just over 100 hours of practical machine training over 2 years. It's easy to imagine how eager they were to pilot mechas. However, despite their enthusiasm, they found themselves training relentlessly every day with only 4 hours of sleep. They had 1 hour for eating and other necessities. Aside from these 5 hours, the rest of their time was consumed by Li Xin's rigorous training regimen, which was exceedingly demanding. They were beginning to feel mentally overwhelmed, for hours might induce fatigue in an ordinary person. But for a psychic, it was merely normal exertion. Their current state was a result of excessive training frequency. Nevertheless, this frequent practice had its advantages, as their rate of improvement was rapid. The theoretical knowledge they had previously studied and the insights gained from the simulation chambers were swiftly validated through Li Xin's practical training, significantly accelerating their skill level advancement. Each day, Li Xin trained alongside them, initially focusing on fundamental skills such as piloting the mecha, striking, and range shooting. By the third day, they began engaging in pair battles within the mechas. As long as the power weapons were not activated to breach the force field, they posed no risk to the mechas, allowing both sides to practice without reservations, should any damage occur to the mechas. The mechanics would be busy during their sleep hours, typically managing to rectify these minor issues within 4 hours. Compared to close-quarters combat, Li Xin had limited instruction to offer regarding ranged attacks. After all, his own mecha's ranged attack skills were only at D2 level, lower than those of the three recruits. If he attempted to teach them, it would likely be easily discerned on the battlefield. If you dare to be distracted, as your enemy, I would have already pierced your cockpit. At the break of dawn, the training ground echoed with the resounding roars of Li Xin. Engaged in mech combat training with him was Wei Qian. The relentless training of recent days had truly subjected Wei Qian to a torturous ordeal, leaving him yearning for respite. However, the results were undeniably apparent. Their practice over the past few days equated to more than a month of learning during their time in school. The interplay of theory and practice served as the swiftest means of acquiring knowledge. Reflecting on his initial days of learning under Jiang Lu, Li Xian now comprehended the challenges that Jiang Lu had faced. After all, at that time, Li Xian was utterly unacquainted with anything, merely a blank slate as a psychic warrior. Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping, while new recruits at least possessed a foundational understanding and could comprehend commands. Li Xian had been completely in the dark, requiring instruction from the very beginning. In this moment, he finally grasped why Jiang Lu had worn a perpetual frown during those long days of training. It was indeed infuriating. While the three new recruits had some grasp of piloting, there were times when Li Xian felt a surge of frustration. At that time, he knew nothing, and Jiang Lu, despite his grim demeanor, rarely resorted to anger or reprimands. At this juncture, Li Xian truly appreciated the kindness of his mentor, exclaiming, "Captain, I assure you, I am not distracted. Your skills are simply too advanced. I cannot keep up. Perhaps we should let Gan Hongkai take a turn. I believe he could benefit from some extra practice." Wei Qian spat in exasperation. There was no alternative. He had been compelled by Li Xian to extend his training hours in mech combat. Among them, Wei Qian had the strongest foundation and the greatest potential to swiftly advance to D3 level melee combat skills. For Li Xian, the possibility of battle loomed ever closer. Should Wei Qian achieve D3, he could help alleviate some of Li Xian's burdens once conflict erupted. As for Li Xian himself, he was acutely aware of his D2 level melee capabilities. Apart from trading wounds for precious time, he felt utterly impotent during his first combat after downloading his initial psychic signal. He too was at D2. Even the injured knight retainer opposing him could easily overpower Li Xian with a single arm. Had it not been for Jiang Lu resolving the threat, Li Xian doubted he would have lasted much longer. Currently, Gan Hongkai and Ling Yangping were at that very level. They might manage to entangle a knight retainer. But if they encountered a squad of knight retainers in battle, Li Xian could only prepare to lay down and await his fate. After all, his current strength was akin to that of an ordinary knight retainer. He lacked the prowess Jiang Lu had previously exhibited, and the gap was still considerable. Li Xian speculated that Jiang Lu's melee combat skills were likely constrained by his psychic level, which had yet to reach C-class. Otherwise, he would have long since attained C-class melee combat proficiency. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Li Xian noticed a familiar figure beyond the training ground. It was Jiang Lu. Li Xian promptly ceased his mech combat, instructing the three new recruits. "You three continue your practice. Do not slack off. I shall return to assess your progress." "Yes, Captain," they responded in unison. Li Xian returned the mech to the hangar and hastened outside to the training ground. Jiang Lu stood outside, observing the three mechs still engaged in their exercises. "Master, have you broken through?" Li Xian exclaimed as he sprinted over, his voice preceding his arrival. Jiang Lu's complexion was notably flushed, his hair standing on end. Li Xian recognized this state all too well. After consuming the third-grade psychic compound, one typically exhibited such a reaction. Jiang Lu nodded, stating, "Indeed, I have ascended to C-class after my breakthrough. I came to check on you and Feng Dai." "Master, which number were you in the breakthroughs? Were you able to choose the squad leader?" Li Xian inquired eagerly. A smile broke through Jiang Lu's stern expression as he replied, "Fortune favored me. My strength is commendable, and I was the third to break through. Thus I have chosen to become the squad leader." Upon hearing this, Li Xian's spirits soared. "That's splendid. Now someone can watch over me." This was truly joyous news. "Master, can I remain in your squad?" Li Xian asked. Jiang Lu chuckled. "Rest assured, I have already spoken with Captain Lu, and both you and Feng Dai will be reassigned to my squad." A wave of relief washed over Li Xian. "How are you finding the training of these three new recruits? Is it proving difficult?" Jiang Lu inquired. Li Xian exhaled deeply, replying, "Master, you must come to my aid. These three recruits are only at D2 for both melee and range skills. still far from D3, although my training with them over the past days has yielded some improvement on the battlefield. Their capabilities are likely not much different from my own experience in the warehouse, that he acknowledged the gap in their levels and was aware of the specifics. Jiang Lu nodded in understanding. Let us visit Feng Dai. I just came from Captain Liu and wanted to see you before heading there. If we delay, that rascal will surely voice his discontent. The two made their way to Feng Dai's hangar. From a distance, they could hear Feng Dai's exclamations of frustration. Peering into the training area, Li Xian observed that, like himself, Feng Dai was focusing on training new recruits in melee combat, compared to ranged attacks. Melee combat was far more perilous for mechs. When ranged attacks faltered, chips could assist, and mechs did not operate in isolation, supported by infantry and auxiliary troops providing firepower. Furthermore, knight retainers were not particularly adept at ranged combat. Thus, for the time being, the new recruits could afford to set aside their ranged skill practice. Feng Dai soon spotted Li Xian and Jiang Lu, and after instructing the new recruits to continue their training, he joined them outside the training area. Jumping down from the mech cockpit, he exclaimed with delight, "Captain, you've broken through?" "Indeed, I am now your squad leader," Jiang Lu affirmed. "Wonderful, now we have a solid backing." Feng Dai shot a knowing glance at Li Xian. "You're always thinking about that," Jiang Lu teased. "Not taking advantage of solid backing would be foolish. Don't you agree, Li Xian?" Feng Dai chimed in. Li Xian nodded vigorously. Indeed. Upon my arrival, I heard you cursing. What's the situation?" Jiang Lu inquired. Feng Dai's expression soured as he lamented, "Do not even mention it. I am filled with frustration. These three veterans, recalled from retirement, have minds as wooden as logs, dull and clumsy. Their skills are subpar, and they seem to have forgotten everything. They bombard me with questions during training. If only they were like Li Xian. I could manage 10 recruits like him. With recruits like these, I can barely handle 3 without feeling overwhelmed. All right, let us refrain from excessive complaints. After all, we are in a war zone, and conflict could resume at any moment. Exercise a bit more restraint when training them," Jiang Lu calmly advised after listening to Feng Dai's venting. Feng Dai sighed deeply. "It's not easy. Sometimes I even reminisce about our days in the 5th unit." Suddenly, his demeanor shifted, and he quickly added, "No, I should not reminisce. We have finally received promotions and pay raises. There is no room for nostalgia." "Ha!" Li Xian and Jiang Lu erupted in laughter. "Starting tomorrow, I will carve out some time to observe the new recruits in your unit and help address their issues early on," Jiang Lu said after their laughter subsided. "Understood, Master." Feng Dai beamed with joy. "Captain, you must teach us for several days," Feng Dai urged eagerly. Jiang Lu shook his head. "I fear that is not possible. Having just taken command of this squad, I have much to attend to the very least. I must ensure fairness across the board." Feng Dai and Li Xian, "You should communicate frequently." "Yes, Master. Whenever I encounter difficulties during my training, I seek Feng Ji's guidance." Li Xian assured that not worry. "Even in your absence, we maintain close contact." Feng Dai chuckled as well. "Indeed, it is so, for this is Li Xian's first command. Although he possesses considerable maturity, there are still certain experiences he lacks. He frequently seeks counsel from Feng Di. In the ensuing days, Jiang Lu would occasionally visit Li Xian's training ground. It must be said that under Jiang Lu's formidable prowess, his guidance proved remarkably effective. Not only did the 3 recruits benefit, but even Li Xian himself gained a great deal. After yet another session of instruction from Jiang Lu, Wei Qian's face was alight with joy. "Why melee combat level has now reached D3. He exclaimed, "Splendid, splendid." Li Xian felt equally elated. At last, he had a mech battalion at his disposal, and he no longer had to lead 3 mere cannon fodder. Li Xian turned to Gan Hongkai and Ling Yangping, encouraging them, "You too must accelerate your practice. In the coming days, I shall devote more energy to your training." "Yes, boss," Gan Hongkai and Ling Yangping replied, their faces marked by weariness. They were already exhausted from the rigorous training, and witnessing Wei Qian's even greater fatigue was disheartening. Although they understood they were in a war zone where combat could erupt at any moment, human nature's inherent laziness is not easily overcome by all. Now that Wei Qian had managed to endure, the arduous days ahead seemed to have shifted to Gan Hongkai and Ling Yangping. Time passed in this relentless training. Each morning, Li Xian would face off against Gan Hongkai, while Wei Qian would spar with Ling Yangping. In the afternoons, they would switch partners. The unfortunate Gan Hongkai and Ling Yangping had almost no time to rest, training even more than Li Xian had before. They nearly exhausted their psychic energy each day before they could finally rest. Li Xian had to balance theoretical knowledge along with his later combat and patrol duties at the Baixamo Steelworks. Therefore, in terms of training intensity, his was not nearly as demanding as that of the three recruits. Once Li Xian's melee skills improved, he would practice with them again, which would serve as a solidification of fundamentals, yielding significant benefits for him as well. 2 weeks swiftly slipped by. This period was not solely dedicated to training the three recruits. It could also be viewed as Hungan Defense's process of troop deployment. Not only was the Blueprint Dispatch Army integrating new recruits, Hungan Defense was simultaneously training new soldiers, recruiting a large number of adult males from the mining district to incorporate into the military. This was to replenish losses from previous battles while also providing support to the Baixamo Steelworks. The war zone had now been upgraded, as there were already 5 squadrons of mechs present. The auxiliary troops and mechanics for the mech forces alone numbered 2,500. When accounting for infantry and armored troops from the dispatched army, the Blueprint forces here totaled over 10,000. The Blueprint Dispatch Army had augmented the station forces to a full division along with an additional tank regiment. This combat division comprised 3 infantry regiments, 1 artillery regiment, and 1 armored regiment. The combat capabilities and weaponry of these soldiers far surpassed those of Hungan Defense's troops. The training intensity for these soldiers was also quite high. Although the Blueprint mech recruits were numerous, there was still a significant number of ordinary infantry. The cost of ordinary infantry is relatively low, and once combat commenced, the Blueprint group promptly re-enlisted retired infantry. These soldiers and armored personnel possessed ample training experience, albeit many had not truly seen battlefield action. However, this was not a major concern, as their experience remained valuable, and given the modern warfare context, with their side currently holding an advantage, there was ample time for them to adapt. In a conference room designated for the 2nd Squadron, the 10 team leaders along with Squadron Leader Jiang Lu convened. A military terrain map appeared on the front 3D projection, standing beside the map. Jiang Lu held a slender command stick. The 2-week adaptation period had passed, and it was now time to prove their mettle. Our squadron's combat mission has been issued by the Dispatch Army Command. It is time to evaluate the results of your training. New recruits, do you have confidence? With Jiang Lu's words, a resounding affirmation echoed throughout the conference room. Yes. Yet despite the enthusiastic response, the faces of the attendees were clouded with concern. What's the matter? Why the long faces? Jiang Lu inquired, his expression darkening. 1 team leader sighed. Squadron leader, the training and adaptation period was too brief, and the quality of this batch of recruits is quite uneven. If we head to the battlefield like this, we are likely to sustain losses. Indeed, squadron leader, the recruits in my group are as clueless as fools. I truly have no words left, another added. Jiang Lu's expression grew stern as he responded. I did not come here to listen to your complaints. The recruits assigned to you are fairly consistent. The military mission has been dispatched. Even if you are given 3 headless chickens, you must take them into battle. Then, with a shift in demeanor, Jiang Lu continued, however, this time we are fortunate. I had good luck during the draw. Our mission is one of the better tasks assigned to the 5 squadrons. What do you mean? Squadron leader? Asked Zhong Quan, the leader of the 10th group within the 2nd Squadron, who was an experienced mech soldier alongside the recruits. Among Jiang Lu's 2nd Squadron, only Li Xian and Feng Dai were his former subordinates. The rest were new additions. Feng Dai led the 6th group, while Li Xian helmed the 7th. Jiang Lu opened a large map before him and explained, in this draw, our squadron has been selected to initiate the 3rd wave of attack. The 1st and 5th squadrons will carry out the 1st and 2nd waves, while the 3rd and 4th squadrons will be tasked with peripheral defensive operations. Hearing this, Feng Dai remarked, by that logic, it seems the 3rd and 4th squadrons have a more favorable mission. Jiang Lu nodded in agreement. Their tasks are indeed better, but not as advantageous as they may seem. Intelligence has revealed 5 external entrances leading to the Baixamo Steelworks. Those two squadrons must first launch an assault to seize the enemy's outer positions and hold them while we take full control of the interior of the Baixamo steelworks. The enemy will undoubtedly dispatch reinforcements to maintain control over the steelworks, ensuring that the combat will be intensely fierce in this regard. We are indeed fortunate. Launching the third wave allows these inexperienced recruits time to acclimate to the battlefield environment, commented the leader of the first group. Nong Shuang. Others nodded in silent agreement. At this juncture, every second gained was beneficial for the recruits, allowing them to experience the atmosphere and alleviate some pressure before entering combat. Zhang Lu pointed at the projection before him and said, "All right, let us now commence the formal combat briefing." "Yes, squadron leader." The team leaders responded in unison. At Zhang Lu's signal, the 3D map of the Baixamo steelworks began to expand and unfold. The surface buildings gradually vanished, revealing several routes leading to underground entrances. The entire Baixamo steelworks appeared as if it had been meticulously dissected. Zhang Lu indicated the map before him, stating, "Beneath the Baixamo steelworks, there are 4 major zones. A, B, C, and D, each further divided into subsections from A1 to A4. Thus, there are a total of 16 underground areas within the steelworks. Each zone is a vast subterranean space, approximately 40 meters high, sufficient for our mechs to unleash their combat capabilities. These underground spaces are interconnected by multiple large passageways, forming a complex network that the enemy has undoubtedly fortified. Among these passageways, the widest spans over 100 meters, while the narrowest is still 35 meters wide, which is navigable for mechs. Our immediate adversary lies within the subterranean sea district. The operational objectives of the 2 preceding squads are to secure insertion points 1 and C2, while our task is to capture insertion point 3. Of course, this marks merely the initial wave of our mission, and subsequent developments will depend on the progression of the battle. Now, let us open the map of the C3 area. I urge everyone to study it diligently. The 3D schematic of the Baixamo steel plant's underground layout expands instantly before us. The C3 area is extensive, which signifies that it can accommodate a considerable number of foes. Originally, this region was a large casting workshop, with colossal and robust metallic apparatus that could serve as formidable defensive structures. However, these large-scale casting machines possess an advantage. The passageways between them are sufficiently wide to facilitate the transportation of raw materials and finished products. Many of the low-lying devices, such as conveyor belts, have been utterly obliterated in earlier skirmishes, and now we can expect only a few remnants of ruins. The C3 area comprises a total of 4 passageways, 2 in the front and 2 in the back, each measuring 50 meters in width and over 30 meters in height. The dimensions of these passageways allow for the effortless passage of mechs. Zhang Lu pointed towards the front passageways of the C3 area, stating, "Our assault will commence through these 2 front passageways, designated as passageways 24 and 25. That behind the C3 area lie passageways 26 and 27, through which the enemy can reinforce and retreat. To initiate combat in the C3 area, we must pay careful attention to the 2 passageways ahead. If the enemy commander is not a fool, he will undoubtedly station heavy troops here, who will be coordinating with our forces." Han Zhong inquired, identifying himself as the leader of the 8th Squad. "We will be supported by an infantry battalion from Hungan Defense and a platoon of stalkers," came the response. "Did the group not dispatch infantry and armored units? Why were we not allocated any troops?" Feng Dai sighed. "Fighting in these underground conditions is a mess. The infantry sent by the group will perform no differently than those from Hungan Defense. That, on the contrary, their tasks in outer skirmishes will prove more significant." Zhang Lu explained succinctly. "Now, let us proceed to allocate operational tasks," Zhang Lu declared with gravity. The other squad leaders straightened, awaiting the assignment of tasks. Squads 1 through 4, your mission is to initiate the assault and breach the enemy's passageways 23 and 24. "Facilitating our forces' direct entry into the C3 area?" "Yes, squadron leader," responded Nong Shuang, Yang Haoquang, Yu Mingjun, and Ho Jingwei in unison, representing the leaders of the 1st through 4th squads. Squads 5, 6, 9, and 10. Your task is to swiftly seize suitable defensive positions upon entering the C3 area and to establish a defensive stronghold. We must secure our footing here. Yes, squadron leader. Echoed Qian Su, Feng Dai, Tong Yu, and Zhong Quan, the leaders of the 5th, 6th, 9th, and 10th squads respectively. Finally, Squad 7 and 8, you shall act as the reserve unit, advancing alongside me and remaining combat-ready at all times. Zhang Lu's gaze lingered on Li Xian. Yes, squadron leader. Li Xian and Han Zhong responded emphatically that Li Xian is the leader of Squad 7, while Han Zhong commands Squad 8. Very well. The circumstances in the C3 area have undoubtedly changed significantly since before. The information regarding the underground structure of the area has been distributed to your chips. Commence a thorough study of this material. We will conduct a tactical simulation in half an hour. I expect no one to be unaware of the area's layout. Yes. After a full afternoon of simulations and familiarization, each combat squad of the 2nd Battalion gained a deeper understanding of the subterranean C3 area. It undeniably stands as a bastion of the enemy's fortified defenses, or rather, the entire C district is poised to erupt into fierce combat. The Beishimo steel plant, despite its numerous underground entrances, offers the most suitable access points for mech operations in the C district. Both the Blueprint and Hungan Defense are aware of this, as are the foes of the Mildanites below. In contrast, although B district and a district also feature passageways, they will not serve as the primary assault direction this time. At the onset of battle, only small-scale forces will engage in feigned attacks to divert the enemy's attention. Lixn returned to the hangar, where the 3 new recruits gazed at him expectantly. What are you staring at? Li Xian queried, widening his eyes. Boss, are we about to commence our assault? Wei Qian asked eagerly. The other 2 also fixed their eyes on the exit. Nodding, Li Xian affirmed, indeed, the offensive will officially commence tomorrow. Are we really going to fight? Gan Hongkai nervously rubbed his hands together. Do you think they brought you here just for a charade? Li Xian patted Gan Hongkai on the shoulder, adding, you're in luck. We are part of the 3rd wave of the attack, and our squad functions as the reserve. You will have ample time to acclimate to the battlefield conditions. Let us celebrate quietly. Really? Ling Yongping exclaimed joyfully. As the reserve unit, could it be that we won't even need to engage in battle, with the other squads resolving the enemy? Observing his teammates' blend of optimism and trepidation, Li Xian chose not to dampen their spirits. Instead, responding with a smile, what you say is not entirely implausible. Although we are uncertain of the enemy's numbers underground, one thing is evident. They certainly will not outnumber us. Rest assured, this time is safe. Now, let us begin to allocate weapons for you. Tonight, familiarize yourselves with them and ensure you rest early to be well prepared. Yes, boss. The 3 recruits responded enthusiastically. Next, Li Xian set about equipping himself and the 3 new recruits. As they would be heading underground, the power trident he previously wielded would be impractical, as it might not be effectively deployed. Therefore, Li Xian opted for a power sword, a 5-meter-long weapon, with the blade itself measuring 4 meters. For his secondary weapon, given that close combat was inevitable, he decided against the 6-barreled electromagnetic cannon, which is useful for clearing out lesser foes, but of limited effectiveness in mech combat. Thus, Li Xian's primary artillery remains the plasma cannon, while his secondary has been upgraded to a 55mm laser cannon that, in essence, Li Xian's mech is now equipped with 2 main cannons. The consequence of this dual artillery setup is a temporary surge in firepower, albeit with an extended charging time. However, Li Xian deemed this manageable, as achieving a concentrated fire in the underground environment would already be a considerable feat. Additionally, his left arm is outfitted with an armored shield. As defense is paramount in such subterranean territories, Li Xian also loaded external armor, transforming into a heavily armored warrior. When skill is insufficient, one must rely on equipment. Regrettably, Li Xian had to forego his beloved serrated Ant-12 tube rocket launcher this time. His short sword assistant was already heavy enough. Adding a rocket launcher would likely hinder his performance in close quarters. After completing his equipment setup, Li Xian surveyed his mech, feeling satisfied with the arrangement. Under these circumstances, this configuration represented the best he could achieve, especially without the 6-barreled electromagnetic cannon, which eliminated the need to carry heavy ammunition. Should the melee phase commence, Li Xian's movements may become even more agile than before. Equipped with Li Xian, the weaponry of the other 3 new recruits appears significantly more extravagant, IT is essentially a replica of Li Xian's previous battlefield attire, featuring an armored shield, a primary plasma cannon, a secondary six-barreled electromagnetic cannon, and two serrated ant rockets mounted on his shoulders. His right arm wields a power sword, encased in heavy external armor. Each of them resembles a cumbersome, heavy infantryman, maximizing their firepower to its fullest potential. This ensemble of ordnance, if utilized effectively, could potentially overload the void shields of at least two knightly vassals that, of course, precision is paramount. Nevertheless, Li Xian remains unconcerned, as the upcoming combat zone is far from an open space. What Li Xian was capable of achieving, these new recruits are certainly capable of as well. Within the forward base, mechs and armored support vehicles begin to depart from within the facility. These units leave in a staggered manner. Some traverse the steelworks grounds, heading toward more peripheral locations, which serve as the enemy's entry points and defensive positions. Others have already begun to slowly pass through the large entrances, entering the subterranean areas. By the time it is Li Xian and his team's turn to set out. It is already afternoon. Li Xian observes the three new recruits before him. Although they have trained in mech operation for several more years than he has, they have yet to step onto the battlefield. Their expressions fluctuate, sometimes pale, at other times filled with fervor. This mirrors Li Xian's own past sentiments, oscillating between the dread of impending combat and visions of glory after achieving remarkable feats in battle. Li Xian approaches the trio, adjusting their gear and soothing their nerves. He then produces his medals, two silver bravery medals emblazoned with crossed swords, which he proudly affixes to his chest. You have often inquired about the battles that earned me these two medals. Yet I have refrained from sharing my tale until now. Allow me to recount my story. Upon hearing Li Xian's words, Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping's eyes widen with excitement. You may find it hard to believe, but I joined this unit merely 2 months ago, fortunate enough to become a mech pilot. After just 20 days of training under our squadron leader, I was thrust into combat. Imagine my mech proficiency after such a brief training period. In just a few days of battle, alongside our squadron leader and the leader of Group 6, we faced an onslaught from 5 enemy knightly vassals. What do you think would happen if it were you in that situation? That sounds far too dangerous. Wei Qian exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, it was perilous. We genuinely feared for our lives. Li Xian stated gravely. The squadron leader had already resolved to hold the rear for me and the leader of Group 6. Allowing us a chance to escape, he gestured toward his medal. Oh, you see this? It is the military honor I earned from that battle. Li Xian caresses his first medal. The 3 recruits cannot help but be drawn to the gleaming silver emblem. The squadron leader urged me to flee, yet I was compelled by his teachings and the bond we shared as comrades. In that moment of fervor, the thought of abandoning my comrades was inconceivable. I unleashed a full barrage, rockets, the main cannon, and the electromagnetic cannon all firing in unison. In an instant, I obliterated one of the knightly vassals. Thus this medal found its way into my possession. In that battle, I, a mere rookie, achieved a kill against one of the knightly vassals. Despite facing 5 knightly vassals, we managed to bring down 2 of them. Therefore, the enemy's knightly vassals are not as formidable as you might envision. If you wield your firepower wisely, you too can achieve victory. Picture your mechs adorned with kill marks. Envision the military honors you will receive, and contemplate the rewards from the Ministry of Defense. At this moment, Li Xian resembled a charismatic leader, fervently inspiring the 3 recruits and the auxiliary troops. His words were not solely directed to the trio, but also intended for the auxiliary soldiers. You too share in this potential. My 2 medals were earned with the assistance of my comrades in the auxiliary units. I gained honors. They too received their rewards. Several of my brothers have transitioned into formal roles within the organization, and I look forward to introducing you to them when we meet again. At this, not only did Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping feel a glimmer of hope, but the 40 auxiliary soldiers also sensed a promising future beckoning them. Ling Yangping's face flushed crimson, a clear sign of his rising enthusiasm. He excitedly inquired, "Boss, is everything you say truly the case? Have I ever deceived you?" Li Xian replied with a slight smile. "Feel free to inquire around the base to verify my claims. I assure you, you are fortunate to be under my command. extremely fortunate. Thanks to my arrival, our previous leader, who had served for years at the M1D5 level, has finally been promoted to M2 Squadron Leader. The leader of Group 6, veteran Feng Dai, has also stepped up to lead. Each of them now proudly wears their silver bravery medals, all of which were earned after my arrival. I myself, from a mere intern, have risen to become the leader of the M1D5 mech support group in just over 2 months. Is that not serendipitous? In battle, what is paramount? Luck. With me by your side, bullets and shells will veer away from you, while military honors and spoils will come rushing toward you. Li Xian gazes at Wei Qian and the others. Imagine the moment you return to the blueprints with medals adorning your chests, having successfully transitioned to formal status. Envision the rewards and opportunities that await you as official members of the organization. Under my leadership, none of this is a mere fantasy. It is the reality of your future. Do you desire such a future? Yes, the chorus of voices echoed loudly. That was too soft. I can't hear you. Yes, still too soft. Yes. The roar within the hangar nearly shattered the heavens, as everyone seemed to expel half of the air from their lungs in their fervent response. Li Xian observed the youthful faces before him, flushed with excitement. Not just the new recruits, but even the veterans who had been recalled after years of service, displayed a rosy countenance, breathing heavily, their minds flooded with the bright future Li Xian had painted. This was the power of collective morale. Had Li Xian been speaking to only 1 or 2 individuals, even his most impassioned speech might not have swayed them. Yet, in this collective atmosphere, under the bonds of camaraderie inherent in military, emotions became magnified and amplified. I pilot the mech, you command the auxiliary armored vehicles, and we all share a promising future. Now, everyone, prepare your gear and conduct a final inspection of your vehicles. Prepare to set off. Yes, with renewed vigor, everyone busied themselves, checking their weaponry and equipment with utmost enthusiasm. Li Xian watched this scene with satisfaction, only to suddenly sense something amiss. Turning around, he was met with the astonished stares of Jiang Lu and Feng Dai. Recognizing their expressions, Li Xian understood they had undoubtedly overheard his motivational address to the recruits and auxiliary soldiers. A wave of embarrassment washed over him. This was undeniably awkward. He hurried over to them. As he approached, Jiang Lu and Feng Dai continued to regard him with expressions akin to that of a creature from another world. Li Xian, did you have any other side professions before this? You, my friend, your fervent cries have stirred my blood to a boiling point. It is evident that you possess a remarkable talent. Feng Dai, with an arm slung affectionately around Li Xian's shoulder, nearly throttled him in his enthusiasm. Jiang Lu, equally moved, remarked, Li Xian, I never realized you had such a gift. I could truly believe you should take on the role of squad leader. I reckon that after you speak to the entire squad, everyone's combat efficacy would soar by 30%. Li Xian chuckled modestly, replying, Master, Brother Feng, you are exaggerating. I am not nearly that impressive. Feng Dai tentatively suggested, how about you give a talk to my team as well? Li Xian shook his head fervently, saying, Brother Feng, please don't put me in a difficult position that I could manage a talk with a small group, but addressing yours feels improper. Jiang Lu then patted Feng Dai on the shoulder, saying, all right, Lao Feng, if you wish to speak, just transcribe what Li Xian just shared. That should suffice. Feng Dai nodded vigorously and excitedly turned back towards his hangar, exclaiming, you make a valid point. I must commence immediately, or I shall fall behind. After Feng Dai departed, Jiang Lu also patted Li Xian's shoulder, gazing intently at him as he said, what you said is true. Your arrival has brought fortune to both me and Lao Feng. Li Xian, I hope you find even greater luck this time. Li Xian took a deep breath and replied, yes, Master. Who says Jiang Lu cannot brainwash? Clearly, he's quite adept at it. Li Xian led the 7th squad out of the hangar. The troops swiftly traversed the open terrain outside the Biximo steelworks, arriving at an entrance. Upon entering the steelworks, even on the surface, the sounds of gunfire from below echoed ominously, inside the cockpit of the mech. Li Xian heard Jiang Lu's voice. Without further ado, everyone, escort the newcomers underground. Maintain vigilance and be mindful of their mental state. This is an excellent adaptation phase, and I hope each squad can utilize this time before formally entering the battlefield. Yes, squad leader, one by one, the small teams, accompanied by their auxiliary soldiers, entered the subterranean realm of the Biximo steelworks through the underground exits. This entrance, measuring 80 meters in width and 40 meters in height, resembled a gaping maw, mercilessly engulfing the mech forces. Not only the mech troops and their assistants, but also infantry and armored units from Hung and defense gradually filtered in, entering the depths in small formations. Each combat group from the second squad descended into the underground at 3-minute intervals. From this moment forth, it was imperative for the newcomers to feel the atmosphere of the battlefield. Their available adaptation time was limited. Thus, it was crucial to expedite their acclimatization. The fewer comrades by their side, the greater the tension and thrill they experienced. Enhancing their adaptability, Exine led his group of 3 mechs and 8 tracked armored vehicles underground. The light of the surface world momentarily faded from their presence. The heavy footfalls of the mechs and the rumbling of the armored vehicles reverberated through the passage. Inside the tunnel, there was a complete absence of light. For infantry, the visibility was dreadful. However, the mechs fared better, able to see reasonably well despite the lack of daylight, aided by psychic energy and radar systems. Form a defensive formation and advance. Exion's voice resonated through the squad's channel. Yes, Captain, the 3 new recruits responded swiftly. The 4 mechs arranged themselves into a diamond-shaped defensive formation, with Wei Qian leading the way in his mech to the left and right flanked Ling Yangping and Gan Hongkai, with Li Xian bringing up the rear. This was the standard formation for squad movement and combat, with Wei Qian's close combat capabilities rated D3, thus positioning him as the vanguard. Lixn served as the squad commander. Remaining at the rear unless circumstances necessitated otherwise, he was the soul of this squad. In the chaotic theater of war, anyone could perish, including commanders. However, if death were to follow a certain order, a proper military force should ensure the commander is the last to fall. The loss of a soldier merely signifies the demise of one individual, while the death of a commander signifies the potential loss of command over the entire unit. Even if a new commander were to assume control, they would not match the previous leadership. If a soldier falls, it is but one life. If a commander falls, an entire army may be lost. For instance, if Wei Qian, the vanguard of Li Xion's squad, were to perish, Li Xian could still lead the remaining 2 recruits into battle. Even post-conflict, a single replacement soldier could restore their combat capability. Conversely, if Li Xian were to die, the squad would be doomed. The survival of the 3 remaining members would be in jeopardy. Of course, Wei Qian was not the sole point of the formation. Ahead of him were 2 tracked armored vehicles, with the auxiliary soldiers truly leading the charge. Proceed with caution. Although the danger here is minimal, all actions must adhere to the training protocols. Li Xian continued to issue orders. Yes, Captain. The mech troops advanced slowly, as if there truly were enemies on the defense ahead. Each tactical maneuver and reconnaissance action was executed meticulously. While Li Xian and his team trained here, fierce combat raged ahead. Boom! Tat 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 tat. The cacophony of weapon fire and explosions echoed throughout the underground. Originally, the soundproofing in the subterranean space of the Biximo steelworks was quite effective, as it was a site for casting and forging. Without proper soundproofing, the noise could drive employees to the brink of madness. However, following several rounds of intense skirmishes, the area was now a chaotic mess, rendering the soundproofing utterly ineffective. The sounds of fierce combat resonated throughout the underground expanse. Boom, boom, rustle, rustle, rustle. The violent detonation sent fine dust and debris cascading down the passage. After advancing a short distance, the mechs halted their progress. Moving further would bring them into the heart of the firefight. Ahead, the first squad's 40 mechs were engaged in combat. Naturally, they did not all engage simultaneously, as the skirmish site could not accommodate such a large number of mechs in the C1 area. The enemy's resistance was remarkably tenacious, with a cacophony of gunfire and explosions echoing in every direction. Even with the intensity of the fighting, capturing this area would likely take the troops 2 to 3 days. The enemy's will to resist was immensely strong, their firepower dense, with various infantry strongpoints, attacking vehicles, and even mechs contributing to the barrage. While Blueprint and Hung in Defense trained reinforcements above, the enemies of the mirrored retinue below were not idle. Under the watchful eyes of intelligence personnel, they too bolstered their ranks and utilized existing equipment and rubble to construct numerous defensive fortifications that, of course, these fortifications would not necessarily keep the enemy at bay indefinitely. However, it allows the attacking side to incur casualties with every advance. With the aid of more robust defensive fortifications, even with the support of mechs, the infantry of Hung in Defense cannot advance at a notably faster pace than on the second day of combat. Li Exan, accompanied by 3 new recruits, departed from the rear passage to occupy a position slightly closer to the front lines. By this point, it was already the second day of battle, and compared to the first day, Wei Qian, Gan Honkai, and Ling Yangping had calmed down from their initial fervor. Yet, after a day of acclimatization, they no longer exhibited the same level of agitation and anxiety as on the first day. At the very least, their faces were no longer pale, nor were their hands and feet trembling. Aside from a few battle enthusiasts, it is rare for anyone to step onto the battlefield for the first time without feeling any nervousness. Upon reaching their new position, they could clearly observe the dense web of firepower exchange between the two sides in the subterranean space. Bullets were being fired, many of which were tracer rounds that in the dim light. These munitions formed a continuous line, even weaving into a net, with a plethora of bullets, artillery, missiles, and plasma cannons emerging incessantly. The mechs are formidable, yet they are not invincible. Even with the void shield, they cannot withstand the concentrated fire of infantry for long. Moreover, the crucial factor is that within such a passage, only a limited number of mechs can be deployed at once. A single mech, after just a minute or two, must retreat. There is no denying that while the mech possesses a void shield, its instantaneous firepower is not significantly more ferocious than that of 2 or 3 hunter tanks. Furthermore, due to the massive size of the mechs, they pose an equally significant threat, prompting the enemy to focus their attention on them. The void shield cannot hold out for long. If one wishes to avoid overloading it, retreat is the only option. Lixn led his team to observe the unfolding battle from a distance. Not only were Li Xian and his recruits lined up in the rear, but even the mech operators of the first squad engaged in combat were waiting in line not far away. It would be unwise to crowd into the passage, as any unforeseen circumstances could trap them. The 3 new recruits activated their void shields, immersing themselves in the battlefield atmosphere. Lixn, since they had acclimated sufficiently, and spoke up. "What do you think of the battlefield upon seeing it?" Gan Honkai responded, "It's a bit more intense than I imagined." "Ugh." The sound of Wei Qian retching echoed. "Boss, I've already thrown up several times. Close your mic when you're vomiting." "Ugh." This time, it wasn't just Wei Qian. Even Ling Yanping was affected by his retching. Hearing the sounds of vomiting through the headset, Li Xian couldn't help but shake his head. The resilience of these 3 was even less than his own. When he first entered the battlefield, he managed to refrain from vomiting, at worst appearing pale and trembling. Lixn chuckled. "It seems I made the right decision, bringing you to see this firsthand. Otherwise, what would you do if you started vomiting when it was your turn to fight?" "Boss, can we step back a bit and take a break?" Wei Qian's weak voice came through. "A break? At this moment, you're thinking about resting? Show me when you can vomit no more." Li Xian replied loudly. "Boss, I'm going to throw up to death." Wei Qian lamented. Lixn reassured him, "Don't worry. The mechs are equipped with life support systems. You won't have any issues, and besides, you're all psychics. It won't be so easy for you to falter. See, getting accustomed beforehand is better than vomiting during combat." Li Xian resolutely dismissed the requests of Wei Qian and the others. The second day's battle was incredibly fierce, with fallen infantry and destroyed armored vehicles littering the battlefield. In the face of such heavy firepower, being vaporized was a stroke of luck. Some bodies were reduced to nothing more than a puddle of ketchup. It was precisely this grim spectacle that overwhelmed the trained Wei Qian and Ling Yangping. In contrast, Gan Honkai surprisingly exhibited the highest level of composure, which earned him Li Xian's respect. But on the third day, Li Xian continued to bring them to observe the battle, urging them to contemplate their own combat strategies based on the ongoing clashes. The frontline battles raged with exceptional intensity, a situation that persisted for 5 days until the mechs of the first squad and the infantry of Hungen finally secured the C1 area. During this time, both the infantry and armored units suffered considerable losses. Not to mention the infantry, even the mechs incurred damage. The first squad lost 2 mechs, both manned by new recruits. The reason for their loss was straightforward: under concentrated enemy fire. The mechs' void shields were overwhelmed. The new recruits, either due to excessive anxiety or other factors, failed to evacuate in time and had their cockpits destroyed in such an aggressive state. Losses were inevitable, casting a shadow over the hearts of the mech operators in the first squad. It is worth noting that in this battle, the enemy had not even deployed their mech units for close combat, instead opting for remote attacks from the rear. If the enemy were to launch a close-quarters assault, the consequences could be dire. On the day after securing C1, the C2 area was also captured. Next, it was the turn of Jiang Lu and his second squad to mobilize. All units, conduct another scan of the mechs. Prepare for deployment. Li Xian's voice resonated in the ears of the 7th group of new recruits. After several days of acclimatization, the recruits were in much better shape. 02 ready. 03 ready. 04 ready. Move out. Within the cockpit, Li Xian's psychic energy was already activated, and the mech began to advance slowly. A reserve unit. Their combat sequence was positioned at the back. In front of them were 4 combat teams. A total of 16 mechs preparing for battle. Previously, they could only watch others engage. Now, it was finally their turn to step into the fray. The passageways of 23 and 24 loomed like gaping maws, awaiting the infantry and mech units of Hung in defense to enter. The defending force. The enemy of the Murta's servant army had long since cleared the passages. The 200-meter-long corridor had no cover whatsoever. Even the dust was a remnant of the previous day's battles. Such a passage could be described as a death trap. In the face of such conditions, Hung in defense had made ample preparations for their assault. They had modified the hunter tanks, adding heavy armor to the front. The armor resembled solid steel walls, pushed forward by the hunter tanks, revealing only a narrow gun port capable of a 30-degree swivel. The remainder was shielded by armor. The infantry would advance alongside the armored units, with only a small contingent moving forward at any given time, simultaneously pushing ahead while countering enemy fire. This armor was impervious not only to infantry bullets and rapid-fire artillery, but also to plasma cannons, laser weapons, and even the energy weapons of mechs. This strategy was born from lessons learned in previous battles and was primarily designed to target vehicles and the mech units following behind. As for the infantry, at this juncture, they were merely supplementary forces. Fire! Blow them to smithereens. The commander inside the hunter tank bellowed, venting his anger and fear. Boom! The Murta's servant army stood dumbfounded, staring at the advancing armor that resembled a wall. The hunter tanks and mech units followed closely behind. This approach left them utterly bewildered. Aside from being a bit slow, there were virtually no issues with it. The armored wall stood 3 meters high, effectively shielding the tanks behind it. Moreover, the thickness of the armor rendered the weapons on the defense line's attacks as futile as mere tickling. Aside from the fact that the progress of these hunters resembled that of a tortoise, it was flawless. The commanding officer of the Murta's servant army slammed his fist on the table in front of him, angrily proclaiming, "Do these corporate dogs possess no sense of honor whatsoever? How can such a repugnant method of attack exist? Commander, at present, direct fire weapons have nearly lost their efficacy. Even plasma and laser weapons cannot penetrate this layer of armor in short time." The officer sighed and added, "As for projectile weapons, our heavy artillery is rendered ineffective in this narrow passage. Weapons like anti-tank guns are also incapable of breaching the armor. What weapon can possibly strike the enemy behind the armor?" The commander helplessly pinched his brow. The officer replied, "I fear that only grenade launchers can temporarily target the area behind the armor. Then let us commence fire. We cannot allow the enemy to approach so easily." Understood. Soon, the positions of the Murta guards erupted with fierce gunfire. All grenade rounds and launchers were firing incessantly. However, such firepower posed minimal threat to armored vehicles, primarily inflicting casualties on infantry. The hunters steadily advanced through the artificial defenses, while a small group of mechs, similarly bearing shields, continuously unleashed fire upon the enemy's defenses. Observing this progress, Jiang Lu decided to rotate all groups into action, allowing them to experience the battlefield atmosphere and the sensation of firing firsthand. A mech squad could hold the front line for about 1 to 2 minutes before needing to retreat for recharging the void shields. Initially, the combat plan had allocated only 4 squads as shock troops for the 2 passages. But now 10 squads were set to rotate in. Soon, it was the turn of Lee Xian's 7th group. Sensing some tension among the team members before the battle, Lee Xian jested, "There's no need to be nervous. Our task is quite simple. Spend a few seconds rushing to the side of the hunter tank. Raise your right arm with the shield, and then let your mechs unleash all their firepower upon the enemy's positions. After 2 minutes, when the void shield nears its limit, spend a few seconds returning. This mission will be over. Consider it a simulation exercise. Do you understand?" Lee Xian inquired loudly. "Understood." Wei Qian and the other 2 responded in unison. "Let us move." This time, Lee Xian took the lead without waiting for Wei Qian to act as the vanguard. The 3 recruits felt a bit anxious, and at this moment, Lee Xian needed to play a leading role to motivate them. The mechs charged forward, and behind them, Wei Qian, Gan Honkai, and Ling Yangping shouted in unison. Following Lee Xian into the fray, as Lee Xian surged ahead, he kept a watchful eye on the 3 recruits. Whether he fired or not was secondary. His primary concern was their performance. "Hold your armor shields properly. This will help us endure the enemy's fire for as long as possible." "Yes, boss." Sometimes, anxiety only manifests before the action begins. Once the recruits entered the battlefield and charged forward, they found everything to be remarkably straightforward. Their energy weapons were temporarily suspended at the back of the mechs, with mechanical right arms holding the shields to deflect enemy fire. Even if the enemy's knightly retainers charged through the fire, they had ample time to switch the shield to the left arm and retrieve their energy weapons with the right, upon reaching the rear of the hunter tank. Lee Xian immediately raised the shield, while the plasma cannon on his left arm swiftly locked onto the enemy with the assistance of the chip, firing. Zing! Boom! In the next moment, a massive fireball erupted from the targeted enemy position, accompanied by faint blue electrical discharges that don't dawdle. Fire quickly with the chip's assistance. Lee Xian commanded while firing. Wei Qian had just raised a shield and began to redirect the dense hail of bullets and various projectiles aside. Halted by the armor wall of the hunter, da-da, he roared, lifting the 6-barreled electromagnetic cannon, and with energy surging through, a torrential downpour of bullets, enhanced by tracer rounds, lashed out towards the enemy's position. Ling Yangping remained relatively silent, but he unleashed his attacks even faster than the vociferous Wei Qian. The 3 recruits' plasma cannons and 6-barrel machine guns continued firing, turning the enemy's defensive positions into a spectacle of flames and electrical discharges. Do not be stingy with your rockets. Are you hoping to take them back home for breeding? Aim and unleash everything. Lee Xian bellowed through the squad's comms, his voice nearly piercing the eardrums of the 3 recruits. "Yes, yes, yes." Wei Qian echoed like a parrot. Bang, 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 zing, zing, zing. Soon, as the saw ant rocket pods were opened, rocket after rocket soared with white smoke towards the enemy's positions. Boom! In an instant, the defensive positions at the end of the enemy's passage were engulfed in a series of explosive flames. At this moment, it felt as if a pot of meat stew was being cooked within the steel confines of this passage. The several dozen meters of passage, coupled with the defenses beyond, were nearly all bombarded with rockets. However, the enemy had semi-permanent fortifications, and under such an assault, their losses were relatively minor. Flames surged through the firing ports into the fortifications, igniting the air and consuming oxygen violently. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The recruits' electromagnetic cannon ammunition was depleted, and all rockets had been launched. The instantaneous firepower of the mechs was simply overwhelming. In total, they had unleashed a staggering 18,000 rounds of 20mm electromagnetic cannon fire. Along with 72 saw ant rockets, converted to shrapnel, it would blanket the entire position. Finished, how does it feel? Lee Xian asked. Awesome. Ling Yangping roared exuberantly, and Lee Xian could almost envision his flushed face within the cockpit. Wei Qian and Gan Honkai followed suit, shouting in agreement that, if it feels good, let us withdraw. Let the next group come in for their turn. Lee Xian chuckled, then maneuvered the mech to pick up the shield and began to retreat. The 4 mechs swiftly returned to the rear of the passage, covering 200 meters in just a few seconds. Even as they exposed their backs, It had no impact, for the enemy's fire points were still reeling from the rocket bombardment. Upon reaching the rear of the passage, Li Xian promptly commanded, "Quickly replenish ammunition and prepare for combat." "Yes, boss." Ling Yongping responded swiftly, then began to swap out the auxiliary soldiers and replenish his electromagnetic cannon ammunition while loading 2 new SAW ant rocket pods. "Boss, when will it be our turn to go back out for another round?" Ling Yongping's voice brimmed with excitement over the squad comms. Li Xian smiled. "What's this? No longer nervous and eager for another go?" Ling Yongping replied, "Not nervous anymore. I just want to fire with all my might." "What about the rest of you?" Li Xian inquired of the other two. Wei Qian and Gan Hongsai's voices sounded somewhat subdued, yet they were no longer as tense as before. "I also want to go for another round." Li Xian nodded silently. Their morale was high. He recalled his own first experience on the battlefield. Feeling similarly, the excitement was hard to contain, with his heart pounding like a drum, making sleep impossible that night. This opportunity for long-range firing was indeed an excellent training experience. In warfare, close combat and range engagements offer entirely different sensations. Long-range combat might lack the visceral bloodshed, as the distance blurs clarity. However, close combat is entirely different. The sensation of a power sword slicing through flesh and mechanical feet, crushing foes, embodies a brutality that is unimaginable in ranged warfare. Watching the 3 recruits load their ammunition, Li Xian turned to communicate with squad leader Jiang Lu. "Master, when can we be scheduled for another round? How is it? Has this training method proven effective?" Jiang Lu inquired with a smile. Li Xian candidly replied, "Indeed, this approach to training the new recruits yields commendable results. Just wait. Not only does your team require training, but so do the others," Jiang Lu continued. "I have already instructed the frontline stag tanks to reduce their speed, precisely to grant you more time for practice. That won't adversely affect our offensive plans, will it?" Li Xian asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Jiang Lu paused momentarily before responding. "There will undoubtedly be some impact, but it is worthwhile. Moreover, our offensive pace has surpassed the original schedule, and we still possess ample time." "Very well, Master." Though Li Xian did not receive any special privileges from Jiang Lu, he was mentally prepared for it. Jiang Lu, now a squad leader, could afford to look after Li Xian a little more, yet it must remain subtle within the current squad, apart from Li Xian and Feng Dai. All others are newcomers, making it a crucial period for Jiang Lu to consolidate their loyalty. Behind the scenes, Jiang Lu had already placed Li Xian in the reserve team. However, overt favoritism must be avoided. On the front line, continuous rounds of mechanized assaults left the enemy within the Mierda defense line in dire straits. The commander of Mierda was visibly enraged, his eyes ablaze as he bellowed, "Use explosives, blow them up as the enemy tanks advance." Yes, currently, even the direct firepower and heavy artillery on Mierda's side were unable to target the stag tanks concealed behind armored walls. This modification, albeit unsightly, proved remarkably effective. The armored wall in front of the tanks had become pockmarked, with some sections even breached, yet the stag tanks remained unscathed. It must be said that, at times, heavy armor could be more effective than a void shield. Of course, this was also due to the enemy's lack of time to assemble specialized equipment to counter such tactics. Laying explosives in front of the defensive line was indeed a clever strategy. Due to the armor, the stag tank's visibility was significantly hindered. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, engulfing the entire passage in flames and scorching heat. The first stag tank that entered the explosive zone was propelled skyward by the blast. The munitions within the tank ignited in a secondary explosion, further amplifying the devastation. Watching this scene unfold from the lead mech, Jiang Lu's expression remained calm. War is no child's play for those who step onto the battlefield. Death is an all-too-common occurrence. Countless infantry and armored soldiers had perished while advancing into the C1 and C2 zones, and even 2 mechs had been destroyed. Yet now, employing a new strategy, they had lost only 1 stag tank and a few infantry. Successfully pushing the front line to this position, which was quite commendable, beside the lead mech stood a command armored vehicle. The commander of Hungan Defense remarked, "The enemy has discovered a countermeasure. It will be somewhat challenging to employ this tactic again." He added, "Now, let the mech units launch the assault. Prepare for coordinated operations." Jiang Lu's demeanor remained composed, his voice steady as he replied, "No problem. As long as the mech units charge forward, we will surely follow, closely behind." As the battle reached this critical juncture, it was time for the mechs to deliver the decisive blow. Over the command channel, Jiang Lu's voice resonated. "After reconnaissance, we have gathered intelligence on the enemy's defensive points within the passage. The number of enemy mechs behind is unknown, but it likely isn't substantial. Thus, our next operational plan is as follows. Groups 1 to 4, prepare for the first wave assault. Groups 5 to 10, ready yourselves for the second wave. Everyone, give it your all, and let us seize the enemy's defense line in one fell swoop. Upon entering the C3 zone, do not charge recklessly. Instead, establish defenses to welcome the subsequent units." Do you all understand? Understood. The pre-battle preparations commenced swiftly. One by one, the mechs readied their munitions. The explosives previously set by Meerta's auxiliary forces had been triggered by the stag tanks and infantry, clearing the path for the mech's assault. The entire passage was rendered unobstructed. The only concern remained: what kind of defensive preparations the enemy would have in place after the assault, and whether formidable foes awaited them. The mechs poised for the charge had already positioned their heavy armored shields in front of them, that a single row represented an entire combat unit, for mechs formed the maximum that could navigate this passage. Observing the cleared pathway ahead, Jiang Lu commanded, "Advance! Kill! Crush them!" The commanders of the first and second groups roared, leading their new recruits like an iron wall against the enemy's defenses. The sound of the mechs charging through the passage echoed like a collapsing mountain. The soldiers within the Meerta defense line, witnessing the shield-wielding mechs surging forward, felt a chill run down their spines. The enemy's mechs had launched their assault. The infantry cried out in frantic alarm. Attempting to alert their comrades and the commanders at the rear, in an instant, all fire points unleashed their fury. Rifles, machine guns, rapid-fire cannons, electromagnetic guns, anti-tank artillery, and more. Some audacious infantry even hurled explosives directly into the passage. The combined effects of tracer rounds, electromagnetic artillery, and plasma cannons illuminated the entire corridor. However, these attacks had little immediate effect on the mechs. The armored shields they wielded, coupled with their deflection fields and void shields, were capable of repelling this onslaught. As the four mechs charged together, they distributed the enemy's fire, prolonging the duration for which the void shields could hold. The defensive line within this passage was not an insurmountable barrier for the mech units. The reason the mech units hesitated to breach it was due to uncertainty regarding the number of enemy mechs waiting behind. Charge. Following suit, the second row of mechs began their assault. Once the mechs initiated their charge, it was imperative to fill the ranks with sufficient numbers all at once. Otherwise, should the frontline mechs fall into a siege, losses would be inevitable. Pairs of mechs surged into the passage, braving the enemy's fire as they advanced. Fire at will, the leader of the first group bellowed. The frontline mechs unleashed a volley of rockets from their shoulders. Boom! The enemy's defensive line within the passage was engulfed in flames, the explosion suppressing their firepower with scorching debris. Kill! In a swift motion, the mechs broke through the short corridor, targeting the fortress ahead as their primary objective point. One mech thrust the barrel of its plasma cannon into the fortress's firing aperture. Inside the fortress, the infantry operating the rapid-fire cannon beheld a flash of azure lightning. No, don't, sizzle. The azure plasma erupted from the cannon's mouth, penetrating the fortress's interior. Boom! The plasma surged forth, igniting the ammunition storage below with a blinding conflagration. The explosion, though it did not obliterate the fortress, produced a fierce blue blaze that erupted from the firing aperture, resembling the exhaust of a fighter jet. Die. The leader of the first squad, Nong Shuang, bellowed as he thrust his power sword deep into one of the bunkers below. The thick, reinforced concrete walls were rendered utterly defenseless against the disintegration field of the energy weapon. The 4-meter-long blade pierced the interior of the bunker, and with a powerful sweep, the mech dispatched the soldiers within, severing them with grim efficiency. Charge forward. Do not linger. Leave the frontline soldiers to your comrades behind. In the command channel, Jiang Lu's voice thundered, issuing orders to Nong Shuang and his first batch of mechs. Upon receiving the command, Nong Shuang led 3 mechs into a relentless assault, From behind the defensive line, several knightly attendants emerged, one of whom shouted, "You shall progress no further." In the next instant, a massive power axe swung down towards the advancing sword-wielding attendants. "Ignore them. Raise your shields and charge ahead." Nong Shuang roared out, "Ah, charge!" Inside the cockpit, the new recruits echoed their leader's fervor, brandishing their shields as they surged forward without hesitation. Boom! The mechs collided with a resounding crash, their enormous forms creating a cacophony of sound. The passive defensive knightly attendants were even knocked off balance by the impact. A few sword-wielding attendants found themselves being overwhelmed from behind. The new recruits, lacking in skill, struggled amidst the chaos, leaving the knightly attendants momentarily dazed. The second wave of mechs swiftly arrived, followed by the third and fourth. Li Xian's group was part of the 4th Assault Unit. Press on, stay calm, and disregard the infantry within the defensive line. Our enemies are the knightly attendants. Eliminate them. If we cannot defeat them, then raise your shields and defend against their attacks. We outnumber them. Victory is ours. Victory! The new recruits echoed back with fervor. Within the squad channel, Li Xian's voice rang out, commanding attention in this critical moment when his leadership was essential. His booming voice reverberated in the ears of the 3 new recruits, leaving them no room for doubt or anxiety on such a fierce battlefield. It was often unnecessary for the new recruits to overthink matters. Their presence in the fray allowed the veterans to seize more opportunities for decisive strikes against the enemy. Without hesitation, he surged forward with the 3 new recruits towards the passage. As they passed through the enemy's defensive line, Li Xian disregarded the foes completely, charging headlong. Upon reaching the C3 area, clarity emerged. Within the C3 zone, mech units were engaged in combat everywhere. In fact, within a small sector, the enemy's knightly attendants were not fewer than those of the 2nd Squad, at least not at this moment. Behind the defensive line, there were over 20 knightly attendants, the sword-wielding attendants that had surged and were now embroiled in a chaotic melee, with new recruits holding their armored shields steadfastly against the knightly attendants' relentless assaults. The energy weapons left deep gashes on the armored shields, and, at times, even pierced through them entirely. With the arrival of the 4th wave, the numerical advantage expanded further, as 8 squads had now entered the fray, totaling 32 mechs against the enemy's mere 20 or so knightly attendants. Although the knightly attendants boasted superior close combat capabilities, their numbers were simply too few. Once Li Xian's group entered, they found themselves in a favorable position of overwhelming their foes. However, this did not imply that the knightly attendants were at a disadvantage. Nearly every knightly attendant possessed a close combat proficiency around D4, facing new recruits with a likely lower proficiency of D3. They could still manage to hold their ground. The ears of Li Xian were filled with the shouts of the 3 new recruits, their emotions indistinguishable between tension and exhilaration. Boom! A missile struck Li Xian with precision. Yet his void shield absorbed the impact. In the heat of battle, he swiftly scanned the enemy's fire points within the C3 area. This moment, not only were the knightly attendants fiercely engaged with the sword-wielding recruits, the enemy fire points within the C3 zone were also unrelentingly targeting the sword-wielding attendants. Such an aggressive assault tactic had its drawbacks, even if the 2nd Squad outnumbered the enemy mechs. "Stop the shouting! Open fire and strike the enemy's fire points," Li Xian commanded the 3 new recruits. "Yes, boss," Ling Yangping responded promptly, and in the next moment he began firing. The other 2 new recruits followed suit, engaging the enemy. Meanwhile, Li Xian held back, searching for a critical opening amidst the chaotic battlefield that could decisively turn the tide. Though the sword-wielding attendants outnumbered the enemy, they remained in a defensive posture. A single misstep from a new recruits could lead to losses that, as the 7 squads, 3 new recruits unleashed a barrage of fire. Li Xian found it challenging to distance himself from them. If he strayed too far, those recruits could easily fall prey to the enemy. Not to mention, even Li Xian's own capabilities on such a battlefield rendered him an ordinary soldier before he could find assistance. However, 2 knightly attendants charged towards Li Xian's group. "Suppress the enemy's fire. Do not give those new recruits a chance to be targeted." The voice of the commander resonated in the knightly attendants' headsets. "Yes, The two knightly attendants stormed towards Li Xian's unit. Observing the battlefield, Li Xian felt a surge of alarm. Could they prevail in a 4-2 confrontation? The prospect weighed heavily on his mind. Yet he had no choice but to stand his ground, knowing he needed the recruit support. The enemy knights are approaching. Wei Qian, raise your shield. Li Xian strove to suppress his nervousness, striving to keep his voice calm. Yes, boss. Wei Qian's voice trembled slightly. Li Xian roared. Do not panic. Treat them like mere radishes. Trust in your strength. Hold up your shield. Look around. See how the recruits weaker than you withstand the enemy's assault. So can you. Yes, boss. Wei Qian shouted back. Li Xian then quickly instructed the other two new recruits. Provide fire support. Once you've expended your ammunition, rush in to assist in close combat. Yes, boss. Li Xian's commands came swiftly, ensuring everything was in order before the enemy arrived. He raised his primary weapon in his left arm, unleashing a plasma cannon and a laser cannon towards one of the knightly attendants. Boom! Inside the knightly attendant, the pilot sneered. This rookie is mine. Li Xian discarded his armor shield with a swift motion, drawing his power sword and charging towards the foe. Wei Qian, guard my flank. Li Xian gripped his sword with both hands, prepared to engage the enemy with an all-out offensive, disregarding defense. Following orders, Wei Qian raised a shield to protect Li Xian's side, adhering to the combat techniques Li Xian had taught him during training. Relying on new recruits to engage the knightly attendants independently was a gamble. Even if they bore shields, it was a shaky strategy that could easily lead to disaster. However, fighting alongside a veteran made a significant difference. Clang! Li Xian's power sword clashed with the knightly attendant's weapon, sparking arcs of electricity from the collision of their disintegration fields. The mechs, controlled by psychic energy, exhibited remarkable agility that Li Xian's D4 level close combat skills were not inferior to those of the knightly attendant across from him. In the rear, Ling Yanping and Gan Honkai swiftly expended all their rockets and electromagnetic shells, bellowing as they rushed forward to provide support. Both wielding shields, the situation became instantly clearer. The dynamics shifted from a passive 2-on-2 defense to a decisive 4-on-2 confrontation in the theater of battle. 1-on-1 skirmishes and 2-on-4 engagements are fundamentally different. Even with psychic energy in play, the disparity between the Knights' retainers and the short-sword attendants was negligible. The only significant difference lay with the pilots. Wei Qian, Ling Yanping, and Gan Honkai, though all novices, wielded their shields in a manner that made the Knights' retainers somewhat hesitant to attack. To penetrate an armored shield with powered weaponry requires sustained assault. Although the recruits lacked experience, a formidable tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves in the short term. The soldiers of the 7th Group faced no significant issues with close-quarters attacks. However, this state of affairs could not endure. Their current resilience was largely due to the armored shields in their possession. These shields offered commendable defense, even against powered weaponry. Yet, the true potency of powered weapons lies in their ability to disrupt force fields. Repeated strikes could inevitably damage a portion of the shield. As the frequency of assaults increased over time, it was certain that the shields held by the recruits could not withstand the onslaught indefinitely. What would they do then? Rely on the recruits' combat skills to fend off seasoned Knights retainers skilled in close combat. Keek, I shall shatter your shield and see how you endure. The pilot of the Knights retainer taunted mercilessly, as the powered sword in his hands slashed relentlessly. Wei Qian's armored shield had already been reduced to tatters. As the battle escalated, Wei Qian discarded the battered shield and took up the powered sword to defend himself. Yet the technical gap rendered his defense increasingly challenging. Had it not been for Ling Yangping's timely shielding from the side, Wei Qian might have faced immediate demise. The recruit's defense faltered under pressure, leaving Li Xian as the primary target of the onslaught. The Knights' retainers, seasoned veterans, were acutely aware that the core of this combat unit was Li Xian. Should they eliminate Li Xian first, the remaining 3 novices would be easily dispatched, their morale crumbling in the wake of their leader's death. At that point, would the recruits still dare to defend? They might very well flee in terror, a rookie leading 3 other rookies. Die for me! The Knight's retainer roared, accelerating the strikes of his powered sword. the air around the mech vibrating with the unleashed psychic energy. The buzzing of the disruption field, coupled with the sounds of clashing swords and parries, rendered the battlefield a cacophony of chaos. Inside the cockpit, Li Xian's eyes blazed red, fully activating his psychic energy. Wei Qian had already been forced back by the enemy's mech attacks, sustaining damage, and was replaced by Ling Yongping. Li Xian found himself facing the equivalent of 1.5 Knights Retainers, one directly opposing him while the other distracted the recruits, occasionally launching fierce strikes at Li Xian. Within the cockpit, Li Xian's forehead began to emit wisps of steam, a sign of his brain racing at high speed, his blood surging. Fortunately, he had 2 chips to assist him, allowing him to withstand the onslaught with great difficulty. His melee combat techniques were maximally enhanced with the chip's assistance. Each of the enemy's movements was recognized by the chips, automatically generating corresponding defensive and offensive strategies in his mind. However, what Li Xian possessed, the enemy also had. From the chip's perspective, the Knights Retainers similarly utilized biological intelligence chips. Yet their intelligent chips surpassed the Blueprint Group's biological intelligence chips in strength. The battle between the two sides was not merely a clash of mech pilots, but also a contest of chip capabilities. Li Xian swung his sword once more, executing a horizontal slash towards the Knight's Retainer, the mechanical arm transmitting immense power through its mechanical muscles. Bang! The enemy, wielding the powered sword, blocked the attack. Simultaneously, they launched a rapid counterattack. The powered sword, augmented by a faint blue disruption field, lunging towards Li Xian, he could only sidestep, his psychic energy guiding the mech with agility. AS1 who had downloaded numerous melee techniques from the Knight's Retainers. Li Xian had gained considerable insight into their combat habits and tactics. 8 times, it felt as though the 2 Knights Retainers were merely sparring in a training ground, before he could evade the first strike. The second Knights Retainer swung their powered sword at him. Ha die! They bellowed, their attack a culmination of years of unspoken synergy. In that instant, Li Xian's chips whirred into overdrive, his mind racing to calculate how to evade both assaults. In such a brief span, how could he devise a suitable strategy? Li Xian raised his powered sword, laboriously parrying the second mech strike. However, at that moment, the first mech transitioned from thrusting to slashing, delivering a horizontal cut. Clang! Just in time, Ling Yongping arrived to support, utilizing his powered sword to block the lethal blow aimed at Li Xian. Phew! Under the immense tension, Li Xian exhaled deeply, having genuinely felt death was perilously close. In that moment, he had no choice but to clear his mind, focusing all his attention on the battle against the Knight's Retainers. Beep, beep, beep. D4 military smart chip utilization too high, requesting to unlock and enter overclock mode. The chip in Li Xian's mind began to sound alarms, simultaneously inquiring. Overclock! Enter overclock! Li Xian bellowed, even unconsciously roaring aloud. In the next moment, the military smart chip implanted in his brain officially entered overclock mode. In this state, the chip's performance, limited by material constraints, saw an overall enhancement of at least 20. Both computational power and operational thread stability experienced significant improvement. This was immensely beneficial for analyzing the enemy's movements, weapon trajectories, speed, and strength during every second of close combat. Once in overclock mode, Li Xian's reflexes quickened, and with the chip's computational support, he could swiftly deduce the optimal response to each of the enemy's actions. Moreover, he allocated nearly all the chip's computational power to melee combat. Damn it, this kid has overclocked. The Knight's Retainer pilot roared in a fit of rage, his voice laced with not only anger, but also envy and fear. For mech pilots, the overclock state is something everyone aspires to possess. Its effects are exceedingly potent, rivaling the advantage of having a powerful trump card. Yet, not everyone can enter this state. It requires a high level of integration with the chip and complete mastery over psychic energy. Furthermore, the chip's intervention in the pilot's ranged or close combat is not particularly high, as its computational power is spread across various functions. However, once in overclock mode, the user can allocate the vast majority of computational power to a specific combat focus, compressing the power needed for other functions. On the surface, it may appear that the chip only enhances performance by 20. In reality, When all computational power is devoted to melee combat, the enhancement could reach as high as 50 to 60. Such an increase is profoundly significant. However, mastering overclocking is no simple feat. Among 100 individuals, perhaps only one can achieve this mode. This state derives from psychic energy, with the chip serving merely as a medium. To unlock overclocking, one must possess at least a modicum of psychic talent. Kill him. He must not live. The knightly retainer roared, heedless of the new recruits flanking him, intent on slaying Li Xin. Ixion's combat abilities had significantly improved following his overclocking, allowing him to suppress a knightly retainer. This was hardly surprising. While the human brain possesses considerable computational potential, it pales in comparison to the vast processing power of a chip in close combat. The personal skills of a mech pilot are paramount, yet the computational support provided by the chip is even more crucial. The chip's processing power and data analysis capabilities enable the mech pilot to discover the optimal attack and response strategies. However, these strategies require execution by the pilot. If a pilot's skills are inadequate, the chip's superior strategies and suggestions become futile. Yet Li Xian was different. His close combat skills had reached D4, allowing him to adeptly utilize these strategies and techniques. Li Xian was in excellent condition and poised to excel further. This was due to his possession of two chips, one being a biologically embedded intelligent chip and the other a psychic replication chip. Upon the first chip entering overclocking mode, the psychic chip swiftly initiated alerts and inquiries. The psychic chip unlocked and entered overclocking mode. Remarkably, this chip bypassed the inquiry phase and immediately selected the optimal strategy for Li Xian. Delightful, Li Xian bellowed. In that moment, clarity enveloped his mind, as the effects of both chips rendered the enemy's movements and attacks predictable. The chip's calculations even forecasted the enemy's subsequent trajectories, including their assaults. As the knightly retainer's mechanical arm lifted, the psychic scan and chip calculations informed Li Xian of the enemy's imminent actions. He discerned precisely where the enemy's power sword would strike and the speed and force behind it. At that moment, the enemy's every move was laid bare before Li Xian, transformed into quantifiable data. Each step taken by the opponent was accompanied by a multitude of mathematical formulas, their solutions directly input into Li Xian's mind. In that instant, Li Xian rivaled a master of weapons. The enhancements brought about by the psychic chips overclocking were particularly pronounced. The D4 biological intelligent chips overclocking mode only augmented overall performance by 20. In contrast, the psychic chips overclocking mode could enhance performance by 30. Furthermore, after the chips entered overclocking mode, Li Xian could allocate the processing power more effectively. The cumulative boost to Li Xian's close combat abilities from both chips approached an astounding 100. Such a figure was indeed remarkable. The impact on the battle was unmistakable. Within the cockpit, Li Xian's eyes shimmered with a silvery psychic luminescence, electric arcs cascading from the corners like flowing tassels. Not only he, but even the short sword retainer mech exhibited tiny arcs of electricity flickering around its exterior. The current state of the mech exuded an intimidating aura. "You wish to kill me? I'll put you to death first," Li Xian roared, his voice resonating through the mech's loudspeakers. Upon entering overclocking mode, not only had he analyzed the enemy's movements with precision, but even his own mech's directional actions. Angles and methods of motion were being optimized by the chip's calculations. "Kill. All together now. I refuse to believe he can eliminate both of us in such a short time," one knightly retainer bellowed. Casting aside a nearby recruit, disregarding their entanglement to join the fray against Li Xin. Xian sword strikes became swifter and more powerful. The mechanical arm of the short sword retainer delivering immense force complemented by the perfect angle. With Li Xian's psychic assistance, this strength surged like a tidal wave. Clang! The power swords clashed, and utilizing the right angle, Li Xian sent the enemy's power sword soaring high. The power sword, propelled by tremendous force, pierced the enemy's mech. Even as the enemy desperately twisted their body in a futile attempt to evade, they could not escape this strike. Within the cockpit, Li Xian's gaze remained unyielding, despite a twinge of disappointment regarding his recent actions. According to the chip's original plan, this strike was meant to penetrate the enemy's cockpit. The enemy's instantaneous reaction, coupled with Li Xin's insufficient technique, prevented this blow from achieving its maximum potential. Nevertheless, the power sword embedded within the mech's body, alongside the disruptive force field, inflicted damage on the knightly retainer's equipment. The exterior armor was breached, the circuitry and core exposed, with electric sparks erupting. "Help me!" The pilot of the damaged mech cried out in terror. In that moment, he was genuinely panicking. Initially, he had been on par with Li Xin's skills, perhaps even slightly ahead. Now, however, Li Xin was crushing him with overwhelming superiority. In this state, the pilot envisioned his instructor. A C-class mech pilot. The pressure Li Xin exerted upon him rivaled that of a C-class instructor. Bang! Li Xin withdrew the power sword embedded in the enemy's mech, then parried another mech's attack, delivering a swift kick that temporarily repelled it. All these actions unfolded in the blink of an eye. The repelled knightly retainer no longer warranted Li Xin's attention. The three recruits, though inexperienced, were soldiers nonetheless. Witnessing Li Xin's dominance, their morale surged at one-on-one. They could not best the seasoned veteran to 3-on-1. Surely they could not falter. "Charge! Kill him!" Wei Qian roared. "Damn it!" Gan Honkai echoed his sentiments, his frustration from being suppressed throughout the battle finally finding an outlet. Ling Yangping emitted a primal scream. The three short sword retainers swarmed the knightly retainer, and with no significant difference in the mech performance, the knightly retainer found it exceedingly difficult to escape in a one-on-one scenario. The knightly retainer opposing Li Xin was in dire straits. "I cannot perish here," the knightly retainer bellowed. "Ha! This time, your words hold no weight," Li Xin shouted, his movements unwavering. The speed of his power sword strikes intensified. And even as the knightly retainer continuously blocked, more and more wounds appeared on its chassis. "Kill!" Li Xin roared once more, the power sword descending with ferocity. The knightly retainer's pilot felt a wave of despair wash over him. At this juncture, it was impossible to defend against the enemy's strike. Ultimately, he resorted to sacrificing his left arm to gain a moment's respite, raising the mech's left arm with great difficulty. Boom! Li Xin's power sword cleaved downwards. The massive, broad blade, augmented by the overhead disruptive force field, severing the knightly retainer's left arm. Deprived of its left arm, the knightly retainer's power diminished, and the loss of balance necessitated greater exertion to maintain stability. The knightly retainer's pilot screamed in terror within the cockpit, relying on muscle memory to continue controlling the knightly retainer in a counterattack. Yet, in such a compromised state, with the mech damaged and his spirit shattered by Li Xin, achieving even 60 or 70% of his full strength was a considerable feat under these circumstances. Even encountering Li Xin prior to his overclocking would not guarantee victory. How much less so against the enhanced, overclocked version of Li Xin? The knightly retainer was now thoroughly outmatched. Li Xin roared incessantly, channeling his psychic energy as the chip continued to analyze the enemy's offensive and defensive strategies. That a series of mathematical and physical formulas flashed within the chip, guiding Li Xin to discover the most flawless trajectory for his assault in this tangible world. "Let me slay you." With a powerful thrust, Li Xin's kinetic sword deflected the enemy's weapon before the knightly attendant could react. With the assistance of immense force and a decomposing force field, the kinetic sword pierced through the enemy's cockpit. Outside the cockpit, having already been struck several times by Li Xin, the sword followed the previous wounds and encountered no resistance whatsoever. Capturing unknown psychic energy signals. Psychic signal decoding in progress. The knightly attendant is slain. Li Xin withdrew the kinetic sword from the enemy's cockpit, its pristine condition unblemished due to the decomposing force field. The knightly attendant, now riddled with scratches and emitting black smoke, collapsed like a mountain of gold toppling a jade pillar. Boom! In the distance, an electromagnetic cannon struck Li Xin's short sword attendant. Yet this projectile was effortlessly thwarted by Li Xin's void shield. Ignoring these distant foes, Li Xin recognized that once the knightly attendant on the battlefield was dealt with, the adversaries from the Mierda contingent would merely pose a minor inconvenience. Meanwhile, the knightly attendant, besieged by three short sword attendants, found itself in a precarious situation. Although the recruits were not particularly formidable, facing 3 opponents at once was no easy feat. This was not a mere contest of human might. In the case of infantry combat, disparities in individual strength might allow seasoned veterans to overpower several recruits. However, the dynamics of mecha combat were distinct. In closely matched scenarios, performance relied solely on the operator's skill for fine-tuning. A knightly attendant could dominate in one-on-one encounters and maintain an advantage in 2-on-1 situations, deftly deciding where to strike or retreat. Yet in a 3-on-1 scenario, that advantage dissipated. The trio, Wei Qian, Ling Yangping, and Gan Hongkai, each chose a different direction to assail the knightly attendant. Although they were not particularly skilled, their years of training provided them with a basic level of combat proficiency. Once the tension subsided, their instinctive combat awareness kicked in. All 3 short sword attendants bore injuries. Yet the knightly attendant was not in prime condition either. Observing the battlefield, Li Xian chose not to allow the recruits to continue their unrelenting assault. Instead, he directly entered the fray, while the recruits might eventually manage to slay the knightly attendant. There was also a risk of the knightly attendant retaliating and inflicting serious wounds. Such an experience could benefit the recruits in the long run, but on the battlefield, the safest course of action was to eliminate the enemy swiftly. There would always be opportunities to train in a perilous battlefield. This was not the ideal training ground, to the very least, not at this moment. The overall battlefield still maintained an equilibrium, with numerous enemy soldiers within the C3 zone. They wielded various heavy artillery that could assist the knightly attendant in restraining the short sword attendants. Just moments ago, Li Xian had noticed several void shields being destroyed. Short sword attendants with overloaded void shields resembled fruit stripped of their skins, attracting enemy fire. Under such circumstances, Li Xian knew he could not afford to train. He had to swiftly eliminate the enemy and lead the recruits to assist others. This was the path to victory. Wei Qian, shift to the side. Li Xian's voice reverberated in the squad channel. Startled, Wei Qian, who had been deeply engrossed in the battle, instinctively moved aside before his mind fully registered the command. Li Xian joined the battlefield. Wei Qian finally grasped the situation. He shouted, "Boss, did you already kill that one?" "No way. Impressive." The recruits exclaimed in excitement. "Slay it," Li Xian calmly uttered. Disregarding the recruits' astonished exclamations, the kinetic sword swiftly sliced through the unresponsive knightly attendant's rear armor. "Impossible! How could you kill him so quickly?" The knightly attendant's pilot howled, disbelief saturating his tone. Yet he would soon have no choice but to abandon his incredulity. Like the short sword attendants, the knightly attendants had their energy and propulsion systems located in their backs. While Wei Qian's short sword attendants carried a backpack filled with electromagnetic cannon rounds, making their backs appear robust, knightly attendants rarely equipped long-range weaponry. If they did, it was typically energy-based. This left Li Xian's attack free to devastate the rear armor. With a single strike, the enemy's rear defense was torn asunder, and the energy system was breached. A torrent of energy erupted from the wound, accompanied by plasma and sparks. At this moment, the knightly attendant quickly turned, preparing to confront Li Xian. The attack on the knightly attendant's energy system would not result in an immediate explosion, but it would certainly have consequences. The most benign outcome would be an accelerated depletion of energy, accompanied by various adverse effects, such as potential catastrophic failure or overheating that could compromise other armor and equipment. Regardless of the specifics, it signified that the knightly attendant's life was nearing its end. The destruction of the energy system caused the temperature inside the cockpit to soar, red warning lights flashing incessantly. The mecha pilot was drenched in sweat, his expression a mask of despair. He had never anticipated such a rapid shift in the battle's dynamics. Just moments ago, they had held the advantage, able to nearly overwhelm the 4 recruits. Yet, in the blink of an eye, one recruit had surged in power and was now overclocked. How could this happen to me? The mecha pilot screamed as he turned to engage Li Xian. However, in his current state, Li Xian perceived every one of the pilot's movements with crystal clarity. Each step the knightly attendant took, each counterattack and block, was evident to him. The knightly attendant's anguished cries resonated like heartbreaking melodies to those who heard them. Yet, Li Xan remained unfazed, his kinetic sword tracing swift arcs as it continuously parried the enemy's weapons, leaving deep gashes on the knightly attendant's frame. The three recruits did not idle. They pressed their attacks from the sides and rear. The kinetic swords of the recruits were no different from those wielded by seasoned veterans. When employed skillfully, they were lethal. The knightly attendant's armor was methodically shredded by their strikes. Ultimately, amidst the mournful wails of the knightly attendant as pilot, the mecha erupted in an explosive conflagration. The intense heat and flames from the energy leak engulfed the entire machine, igniting blue electronic flames that danced wildly. The blaze soared skyward, reminiscent of the fiery exhaust from a fighter jet's engine, capturing unknown psychic energy signals. Psychic signal decoding in progress. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Within the cockpit, Li Xian gasped for breath as he turned to survey the other battlefields. At that moment, Jianglu's C-class Vanguard model mech had also entered the fray. In comparison to the short-sword attendants, the Vanguard mech was significantly larger. Generally speaking, in the realm of mechs, a greater size often translates to enhanced speed, increased strength, and formidable power. A C-class psionic. Jianglu's presence on the battlefield was akin to cleaving through vegetables with ease. The knight attendants were no match for the Vanguard, which dispatched foes at a speed far surpassing that of Li Xian in his hyper-accelerated state. In the corridor, reinforcements in the form of tanks and armored infantry continued to surge forth. They swiftly cleared out the remaining enemies at the end of the passage and advanced into the C3 zone. Initiating fire assaults on distant adversaries, the tide of battle had firmly turned. After eliminating the second knight attendant, the phrase suddenly crystallized in Li Xian's mind. He promptly commanded the chip in his mind. Exit hyperacceleration mode. Receiving command, the two chips simultaneously exited hyperacceleration mode. Li Xian's state within the cockpit instantly waned. His gaze returned to normalcy, albeit tinged with a hint of confusion, stripped of the enhancements provided by the hyperacceleration. He reverted to being an ordinary short-sword attendant mech pilot. The once acute awareness of his foes began to fade, leaving him with a tinge of wistfulness. He exhaled a deep breath and commanded the three new recruits. Target the enemy's long-range fire points. Alleviate the firepower pressure on our comrades. Yes, boss, Wei Qian and the others responded loudly. This time, they coordinated to eliminate a knight attendant, and they instantly felt a reduction in the tension that had gripped them since entering the battlefield. Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping maneuvered their mechs to deliver precise strikes against the enemy's long-range firepower. As for the enemy mechs, their assistance was no longer needed, with numerical superiority and Jianglu's Vanguard mech joining the battle. The situation became exceedingly clear, greatly enhancing the mech advantage for the Blueprints faction. Li Xian continued to engage the enemy at range. He calculated his gains and losses from the encounter. Firstly, the most significant reward was mastering the technique to enter hyperacceleration. For others, achieving hyperacceleration was challenging, but with the aid of my psionic chip, I could reboot and enter hyperacceleration mode at will. Compared to the standard combat mode, hyperacceleration was undoubtedly powerful. It was akin to doubling the effectiveness of conventional combat. In such a scenario, I believe that even facing one against two or three would pose no problem. However, after scanning the residual psionic energy within himself, Li Xian reminded himself, generally, if the enemies can be dealt with using conventional mode, then one should refrain from entering hyperacceleration. This mode consumes psionic energy far too rapidly. Were it not for the relatively small number of enemies this time, I might have exhausted my psionic energy before eliminating them all. Yet upon further reflection, if I cannot defeat an enemy in hyperacceleration mode, then resolving them in conventional mode would be even less feasible, and I might even find myself on the losing end. Overall, hyperacceleration mode was indeed a coveted trump card that all mech pilots envied. Once unveiled, foes who were previously formidable became mere trifles. Moreover, this time I had acquired another 2 psionic signals. This haul would not be meager. Speaking of psionic signals, the first signal had already been completely decoded. Unknown psionic signal decoded. Please select the desired information to download from the options below. 1. D2, Class Mech Long-Range Shooting Techniques 89-2. D4, Class Universal Mech Piloting Techniques 68-3. D3, Class Mulata General Knowledge 46-4. D4 Class Universal Mech Melee Combat Techniques 76 on this battlefield. Li Xin felt no hesitation and promptly selected the fourth option, enhancing his strengths further. This was the true path to survival in combat. As the psionic signal began downloading, Li Xion's melee combat level swiftly ascended. D4 Class Universal Mech Melee Combat Techniques 11-15. His mind was flooded with various melee techniques. Practicing and envisioning combat scenarios, all of this rushed through his thoughts. Once it passed, Li Xian shook his head to dispel the chaotic sensations. After fully absorbing the psionic signal, he noted his gains. Firstly, his melee level had risen to D4. Class Melee Techniques 57. Subsequently, his psionic level also increased to D4. Class 23 after absorbing this signal, a win-win situation. Moreover, after absorbing this signal, his previously nearly depleted psionic energy had been completely replenished. A smile graced Li Xion's face. Now, even if two knight attendants appeared, they would not pose a threat to him, but rather serve as fodder for his continued growth. Soon, the second psionic signal was also fully decoded. Li Xion's gaze swiftly bypassed the other options and zeroed in on his favorite point 4. D4 Class Universal Mech Melee Combat Techniques 45 download. A new round of downloading commenced. However, once the dust settled, Li Xion furrowed his brow. After fully absorbing this psionic signal, his melee combat techniques rose to 65, and his psionic level reached D4, Class 42. Upon reviewing the data, Li Xion pondered. So, if the opponent's skill level is lower than my own, does the absorption effect diminish? It was still D4 class, albeit at a lower percentage. Yet after absorption, it only increased by A. If the enemy's skill level were even lower, would the effect be worse? Nevertheless, the enhancement of psionic energy continued unabated, indicating that this aspect was unaffected by skill levels. It remained constant. However, this indirectly suggested that if my psionic level increased, absorbing signals with lower psionic and skill levels would yield significantly diminished returns. Li Xion sighed softly but then reassured himself. In this world, how can anything be perfect? I possess this psionic chip, and I am fortunate enough to absorb the psionic signals from the enemies I defeat. Even if it cannot be entirely flawless, it is still a stroke of great luck. One must not harbor excessive expectations. Regaining his composure and feeling slightly stronger, Li Xion turned his attention to the remaining enemies. Now, those enemy mechs were either fleeing or surrounded by a throng of short-sword attendants. At this moment, Li Xion refrained from seizing any further kills. He had already claimed 2 enemy mechs in this battle. If he were to forcefully assist others now, they might not express gratitude. Therefore, Li Xion chose to target those distant enemies, the infantry and armored troops, who were relentlessly firing as the battle progressed. His void shield still retained at least half its defensive value, and it was slowly regenerating. This was certainly not good news for the enemy's non-mech forces. Boom, boom, boom. The mech charged forward rapidly, its massive frame and heavy footsteps drowned out by the cacophony of gunfire from both sides. Zing! After a brief charge of energy, the plasma cannon on the left arm aimed at a continuously firing bunker and unleashed a shot. Boom! In the next instant, the bunker was engulfed in crackling arcs of electricity. High temperatures and flames. The Mulata soldiers within were instantly turned to charred remains. Ah, the enemy mechs are advancing. Heavy firepower, all aimed at the mech in front. The squad commander roared in terror. Had the advancing foes been infantry or armored troops, he would have been far less concerned, but the enemy was mechs. Who could withstand that? In an instant, an array of firepower converged upon Li Xion. Electromagnetic rifles, rapid-fire cannons, electromagnetic artillery, anti-tank missiles, rocket launchers, and more unleashed their fury. All units, fire support now. Li Xion calmly issued his command through the squad channel. Yes, boss. Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping immediately maneuvered their mechs into a charge, simultaneously unleashing fire from their plasma cannons and the still-loaded electromagnetic machine guns in hand. After giving the order, Li Xion propelled his short sword-wielding attendant towards the enemy's defensive position with increased speed. Boom! The mech leaped slightly, and with a sweeping motion of the power sword, it obliterated a series of anti-tank missiles. The explosions reverberated. These detonating missiles posed no threat to the power sword. which was equipped with a decomposing force field. Although the C3 area was sizable, it was insignificant for mechs. Li Exine's charge and slight leap brought him directly into a defensive stronghold. Die! A blond, blue-eyed soldier roared, peering from behind cover, brandishing an anti-tank missile on his shoulder. Unfazed by the provocation from the insignificant insect beneath him, Li Exine lowered the main cannon on his left arm, revealing a 55mm laser cannon. Whoosh! Boom! A crimson laser shot forth, creating a massive crater in the ground below. The AS for the Melita's soldier who had once hefted the anti-tank missile. He was likely reduced to mere remains. Each discharge from Li Exine's primary weapons necessitated a recharge before firing again. Though somewhat slow, as long as the mech's energy supply remained stable, firepower was not a concern. However, within this defensive position, Li Exine needed no further shots. His power sword was the finest weapon at hand. All fortifications crumbled before the might of the power weapon, easily sliced apart. A reinforced concrete bunker, which could withstand heavy artillery, was effortlessly cleaved open by the 4-meter-long power sword. The enemy soldiers inside were swiftly reduced from a few to mere fragments. Some soldiers manning the defensive structures, upon sighting Li Exine, turned to flee, especially those with underground escape routes who might manage to evade. Yet, those attempting to escape from above faced a fate nearly sealed. Such ordinary defensive positions offered little protection against mechs. Soon, one defensive stronghold was thoroughly cleared by Li Exine and his team. Charge! Charge! The commander of Hung-In Defense bellowed, directing his troops to seize the enemy's positions and eradicate hidden foes. This battle had been exhilarating, with minimal casualties leading to the complete collapse of enemy defenses. Several infantry fighting vehicles swiftly emerged from the corridor, racing towards the newly acquired positions. Bang! The doors of an infantry fighting vehicle swung open, and a throng of soldiers poured out, packed in like sardines. As the doors opened, the soldiers rushed out eagerly on the battlefield. The defensive capabilities of armored infantry fighting vehicles were notably inadequate. They could be easily demolished by a dozen rounds from machine guns or a single tank shell. Even a soldier's electromagnetic cannon could send them flying. However, the undeniable advantages of infantry fighting vehicles lay in their troop transport capabilities, along with their carrying capacity and defensive potential, while riding in an infantry fighting vehicle might not guarantee safety. Nearly all soldiers would opt for it over traversing on foot. Indeed, although infantry fighting vehicles lacked robust defenses, infantry soldiers were even more vulnerable. Unless the battlefield rendered infantry fighting vehicles a burden, the vast majority would prefer to ride in them. Soldiers swiftly dashed into the bunkers, engaging in fierce gunfire with the remaining enemy forces. In no time, they had fully occupied the position, while Li Exine and his team retreated to the corridor entrance. Assistance, resupply ammunition. Li Exine commanded through the command channel. The support troops quickly mobilized their armored vehicles, charging from the corridor. The intense combat had left them with no opportunity to join the fray. Although they were tracked armored vehicles, their armor thickness was akin to cardboard in such a fierce battlefield that a single misstep could lead to them being obliterated by enemy fire, while the loss of an armored vehicle was a minor setback. The real trouble lay in the potential detonation of the munitions aboard, which could have catastrophic consequences in such a densely packed line. If munitions suffered a chain explosion, the impact would be far-reaching, potentially affecting surrounding vehicles. It was only because the tides of battle had decisively shifted in favor of the blueprint forces that Li Exine dared to call for support from the assistance. On the armored vehicle, the support troops operated mechanical arms to replace the ammunition packs for the electromagnetic cannons onto the mechs of Wei Qian and his comrades. You see those two mechs over there? Wei Qian's mech raised its right arm, pointing at the remnants of two Knight-class mechs not far away. This time, we truly made our mark. It's a pity you weren't in the fray. Wei Qian's words brimmed with regret, yet also pride. It was their first time on the battlefield, and they had achieved results, although they had succeeded through a 3-to-1 and even 4-to-1 advantage. The outcome remained a testament to their prowess. Point 2. You're all incredible. A new recruit peered from the armored vehicle, his face alight with envy as he gazed at the wreckage of the mechs ahead. Captain Li is truly formidable, the veteran vehicle commander remarked in admiration. Unlike the new recruits, The veterans possessed a deeper understanding of the battlefield dynamics. They had just been connected to Li Xian's command channel. While they could not speak, they could hear Li Xian's directives. The recent battle had been intense, and Li Xian had fought valiantly. If only we had been there, perhaps we could have shared in the glory. The new recruit murmured. The veteran vehicle commander cast him a sidelong glance, patting his shoulder and gesturing toward the nearby burning short-tailed mouse-armored vehicle. You see that? If we had emerged earlier, we might have ended up like it. Captain Li is a good man. He waited until the battle was nearly over before allowing us to join. Had we come out too soon, we might not have garnered any achievements. But the danger would have been certain. The new recruit gazed at the several burning, short-tailed mice, remnants of Hung and Defense's armored infantry fighting vehicles that in the recent fierce battle, they had surged forth alongside the hunters' tanks. Those fortunate enough to survive remained intact, while the unfortunate had become mere wreckage. One short-tailed mouse blazed fiercely, its turret and doors blown off by a violent explosion. To the rear, a charred body lay face down. The uniform of Hung and Defense had been incinerated, leaving behind a helmet and weapon nearly fused with the remains. Scattered across the ground were several pools of gore, the remnants of fallen infantry. On the battlefield, not everyone could see the corpses. Sometimes, in the confined array of exit points, it was even impossible to avoid them. The bodies crushed beneath vehicles and mechs became mere mush. Blood coated the ground, and severed limbs littered the area. Witnessing this scene, the new recruit felt his stomach churn violently. Ugh! The veteran sat within the confines of the armored vehicle's cockpit, igniting a cigarette as he gazed upon the scene before him. Reminiscent of a hellish inferno, he took a deep drag, casually resting the cigarette in the observation port of the armored vehicle, allowing it to smolder slowly. Tendrils of smoke delicately ascended from the burning cigarette, gradually wafting out of the armored vehicle. Once the three mechs had successfully replenished their ammunition, Li Xian, who was maintaining vigilance nearby, spoke into the command channel. All right, auxiliary troops, do not withdraw. Accompany the mechs into battle. The combat was nearing its conclusion, the danger diminished, and it was an opportune moment for the auxiliary troops to familiarize themselves with the fray and adapt to the circumstances. Understood, Commander. Several squad leaders of the auxiliary troops hastily responded. Soon after, additional auxiliary armored vehicles stationed at the rear surged forward through the passage. Rat-a-tat-tat. The rapid-fire cannon atop the armored vehicle erupted, unleashing a relentless barrage of fire upon the enemy positions that continued to return fire. Meanwhile, Li Xian had retrieved the armored shield, holding it aloft in front of him to deflect incoming enemy attacks. You three, maintain your offensive formation and press forward. Li Xian commanded the three rookies. Spare no enemy that you can eliminate. Yes, squad leader. The rookies affirmed, while Li Xian himself did not engage directly in the combat. Instead, he trailed behind with 8 auxiliary armored vehicles, akin to his previous training under Jiang Lu. Allowing the new recruits to participate in battles that posed minimal risk to the mechs, that he remained at a safe distance, ensuring he could provide support at any moment while also offering a semblance of security to the auxiliary troops. The auxiliary troops' defenses were lacking. A single misguided shot from an anti-tank missile could spell disaster for them. Li Xian was determined to cultivate seasoned soldiers, not corpses left in battle at rat-a-tat-tat. The 8 armored vehicles continued their relentless assault, suppressing the enemy's fire points ahead. Wei Qian and his companions surged forward with remarkable speed, adopting their training formation, wreaking havoc upon the enemy positions. How could the enemy's infantry and armored units withstand the onslaught of the mechs? As the auxiliary troops arrived at the position, all primary enemy fire points had been neutralized. Charge forward. Clear the remaining foes swiftly. If you encounter a difficult spot, call for support immediately. The auxiliary troops swiftly disembarked, plunging into the defensive position. Except for the vehicle commanders and gunners, the rest had already plunged into the battlefield below. The armored vehicles patrolled the area, swiftly engaging any enemies they encountered at this moment. The remaining enemy combatants were primarily infantry, desperately holding their ground against the armored vehicles, which posed little threat to them. In a small crater, 2 soldiers from the Mildeservant army were hiding. This crater had corners, making it difficult for the auxiliary troops outside to deal with the Milde soldiers even if they were discovered. Throw grenades. Cover me. One auxiliary soldier shouted for his comrades to assist, simultaneously pulling the pins on several grenades and tossing them into the angled, uneven crater. Boom! 2 grenades detonated, sending a plume of dust and explosive smoke billowing from the crater. "Are they dead?" one auxiliary soldier inquired of his companion. "I don't know. Should we check?" the other auxiliary suggested, cautiously peeking over the edge and stealthily inching closer, moving quietly while keeping his ears perked. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, he opened fire in a frenzy, scrambling out of the crater in a panic. "Not dead. They're still alive. Call for support. Get a flamethrower infantry up here," the auxiliary soldier yelled as he emerged, his body trembling from the adrenaline. Before long, a flamethrower infantryman was summoned to the scene. Boom! A searing flame erupted from the flamethrower, engulfing the crater. The chilling screams of agony echoed forth. The C3 area was swiftly captured, and the Milda retinue defending this territory either perished in battle or surrendered their weapons. Naturally, the number of surrendering soldiers was quite minimal. The brainwashing techniques employed by the Milda retinue were remarkably sophisticated, possibly due to the fact that many of these soldiers had family members still in the rear, thus holding leverage over them in the hands of the Milda Knights. Only a small fraction of the soldiers chose to surrender, and most of them bore injuries after the conquest of C3. The 2nd Squadron enjoyed a few days of respite. The infantry of Hungan Defense first established a defensive line in the C3 area to prevent a counterattack from the enemy and to reclaim the territory. The acrid scent of gunpowder and the lingering flames of battle had yet to dissipate, yet the soldiers busied themselves once more. Once he had some free time, Exine approached the knight's retinue, whose cockpit he had pierced, resulting in the death of its pilot. This time he intended to scavenge for spoils that on such battlefields, acquiring loot is no easy task. Even the knight's retinue he had slain, if still usable, would belong to the group's finances. What he could claim were merely the personal belongings of the knight's pilot. Utilizing his mechanical arm, he opened the cockpit hatch with a metallic creak. The cockpit, penetrated by his power sword, was fully opened, revealing a grim sight to Exine. The pilot had been impaled through the center by the power sword, cleaving him vertically into 2 halves, with a small portion of the upper body completely disintegrated. The remaining pieces of the corpse appeared charred, and the blood had long since dried within the cockpit. With a sigh, Exine shook his head. The face of the corpse had been obliterated by the disintegration field, rendering it impossible to discern even the enemy's features that in contrast to his own practices. Before heading into battle, he would bring nothing along, merely placing his supplies on the mecha, primarily energy paste and the No. 5 spiritual energy compound. To replenish his spiritual energy, he utilized his spiritual energy to first relocate the enemy's corpse to the ground. He had not sunk to such depths of disdain, nor did he harbor significant hatred towards the Milda Knights. For both sides were merely serving their respective masters. After transferring the corpse, Exine began to search the enemy's cockpit. The cockpit of the knight's retinue was fundamentally similar to that of the short sword retinue. Perhaps all the weapons and vehicles across the 4 celestial spheres were of a similar design. Exine quickly located a compartment on the side of the cockpit. After using his spiritual energy to open it, a small drawer was extracted. Inside the drawer were 3 vials of the number 5 spiritual energy compound, all resembling the ones Exine utilized. He whistled with delight, speculating that these vials might have originated from blueprints once sold to the Milda Knights. Of course, it was also possible that trade exchanges still occur between the 2 parties. Though such dealings might not be overtly acknowledged, they undoubtedly existed in the shadows. Exine carefully stowed away the 3 vials, deeming them his rightful spoils. However, he dared not use them immediately. He needed to return and test them first, lest he meet an untimely demise not on the battlefield but in a more insidious manner. Within the box, there were also some trinkets, none of which held significant value. Ultimately, a photograph appeared in Exine's hand. The image depicted a European man with blonde hair and blue eyes, emblematic of the dominant demographic among the Milda Knights. During the colonial era, populations had become mixed, yet distinctions in ethnicity remained. Within the blueprint group, the majority of humans were of Eastern descent, while the Milda Knights primarily comprised white and black populations. In the photograph, the man appeared to be in his 30s, standing beside a similarly aged, beautiful woman. The woman cradled an infant, while a small boy stood before the man, a picture of a blissful family of four. Observing this scene, Li Exine couldn't help but sigh. Glancing at the nearly unrecognizable corpse on the ground, he pressed his earpiece and instructed the assistant soldier, "Old Li, send 2 people over to the knight's retinue to gather the bodies." "Understood, team leader." Soon, a squad leader from the support team arrived with 2 others beside the knight's retinue. Li Exine pointed to the cockpit pilot's corpse on the ground, saying, "Take him out and bury him." The squad leader, upon seeing the body, promptly signaled for the support soldiers to retrieve a body bag. Placing the corpse within in the end, Li Exine placed the inconsequential trinket from the drawer into the body bag, ensuring that the photograph was carefully placed in the deceased's hands. Following this, he handed some of the less valuable, yet still worthwhile items to squad leader Li, instructing, "You all can take these back and share." Squad leader Li repeatedly declined, but upon seeing Li Exine's earnest expression, he ultimately accepted. He then loaded the body into an armored jeep, which drove along the passageway out of the combat zone. After exiting the battlefield, they arrived on the surface, where squad leader Li finally broke into a wide smile. As the soldiers drove, he sat in the passenger seat, pulling out the items Li Exine had given him. Among these were some pens, trinkets, and a few knickknacks, totaling around 10 energy coins. For Li Exine, these are not particularly valuable items, but for the support soldiers, it was a delightful windfall. "This one's for you. This is yours, and the last bit is mine. No objections, right?" Squad leader Li divided the small pile into 3 portions, with each of the 3 men receiving a share, although the value of each portion might not be equal. They were close enough. Team leader Li is truly commendable. Not only is he fierce in battle, but he's also generous, squad leader Li remarked, donning a mechanical watch he had received. "Indeed, I never expected that in collecting a body. Team leader Li would also share some spoils with us." One of the support soldiers chuckled. "Not bad. Following team leader Li, we've certainly profited." The soldiers' faces were alight with smiles. The vehicle came to a halt in a desolate area outside the Beishimo steelworks. Squad leader Li disembarked, saying, "All right, let's bury him here, brothers." After some effort, a shallow grave appeared before them. Glancing at the mechanical watch on his wrist, squad leader Li sighed and addressed the body in the bag. "For the sake of your watch, brother, I'll give you a deeper grave." This time, Li Exine had slain 2 knights' retinues, but he could only lay claim to one of them. The other had been rendered nearly unrecognizable due to the destruction of its energy system and equipment. Incinerated almost entirely. Even if there were any valuable items inside, they were likely reduced to ashes. After Li Exine finished cleaning the battlefield, Jiang Lu approached. Not just Jiang Lu, but also Feng Dai and several other squad leaders. "Master," Li Exine turned and called out as he saw Jiang Lu coming over. Jiang Lu's face was beaming with a smile, his eyes filled with pride. In contrast, the expressions of the others were more varied, most displaying envy. Jiang Lu remarked, "You killed 2 knights' retinues this time?" Li Exine nodded, then shook his head, saying, "Not quite 2. I killed 1, and the other was taken down collectively with my team members." "Not bad, not bad. 2 in total," Jiang Lu exclaimed with admiration. Feng Dai, standing nearby, said enviously, "Li, have you truly entered the super-frequency state?" At this moment, not only was Jiang Lu fixated on Li Exine, but others shared a similar gaze. Li Exine surveyed the expressions of all present, smiling slightly as he replied, "That's right, Brother Feng. I was fortunate enough to enter the super-frequency mode. Thank goodness I did. Otherwise, our squad might have suffered casualties." Super-frequency, super-frequency. Feng Dai murmured upon hearing this. "You little rascal. Is there some sort of secret? How is it that you suddenly achieved overclocking? Please enlighten me. I am utterly envious. I simply wanted you to thrive. How did you improve so dramatically and even overclock at that?" Feng Daichong approached and clasped Li Exine's shoulders, shaking him vigorously. The other team leaders nearby, upon hearing Feng Dai's words, could not help but erupt in laughter. Li Exine reciprocated by placing his arm around Feng Dai's shoulder, earnestly stating, "Brother Feng, it is all due to your excellent teachings. In the heat of battle, I recalled your guidance, and I immediately overclocked. You rascal." "All right, old Feng, enough of your antics," Jiang Lu chuckled. Achieving such a state of overclocking is not easily replicated. Yet Li Xion's ability to enter this mode is undoubtedly a boon for our entire squad. Then, Jiang Lu turned to Li Xian and said, "When you have a moment, I will gather everyone together for you to hold a sharing session. Share your insights and experiences. It might prove beneficial for everyone." Li Xian nodded and promptly agreed. "No problem, Master. I'm available at any time. Good, I will arrange a time," Jiang Lu replied with a smile. Following this, Li Xian engaged in light-hearted banter with the other team leaders for a while. At that moment, Li Xian, who had previously been regarded by the other leaders merely as a fortunate rookie, had officially integrated himself into the ranks of seasoned veterans within the squad. Previously, others referred to Li Xian as the lucky rookie. However, that perception had shifted. Li Xian had now demonstrated his prowess. In this recent battle, not every veteran managed to slay the Knight Companions. Throughout the entire confrontation, only 13 Knight Companions were defeated, with Li Xion's team accounting for 2 of them. After Jiang Lu entered the fray, he swiftly took down 4 Knight Companions. Thus, merely 7 Knight Companions were eliminated by the other squads. The remaining Knight Companions wisely retreated upon sensing the peril. Despite the overwhelming numerical advantage, nearly double the troops could not subdue all 20 Knight Companions. This fact subtly highlights the disparity between mecha rookies and veterans. Li Xion's capabilities have garnered the recognition of all. In overclock mode, the Knight Companions stood no chance against him. Such strength, is it not sufficient? Previously, when others referred to Li Xian as a lucky rookie, it bore a hint of sarcasm. They mocked him for having ascended to a team leader role merely 2 months after joining. Some speculated whether Li Xian would quickly reveal his limitations on the battlefield, resulting in losses for his entire team. To their surprise, Li Xian executed a stunning reversal by overclocking, and it seems that among the entire second squad, his combat effectiveness now rivals that of Jiang Lu. Although Li Xion's overclocking may not be sustained during that fleeting moment, he could effortlessly eliminate any adversary that now call him a lucky rookie would only be infused with envy. Who could possibly not be envious? It is indeed enviable. Nong Shuang from the first squad gazed enviously at Li Xion's retreating figure, led away by Jiang Lu, and exclaimed, overclocking, "If I could just enter that mode, I would be willing to be promoted and compensated handsomely," earning a plethora of medals. Beside him, Han Zhong, the leader of the 8th squad, stood in stunned silence, remarking, "How is it that you seem to gain everything effortlessly?" Nong Shuang shot him a sidelong glance and replied, "I've already begun to fantasize. Should I not dream a little bigger?" Li Xian had not been walking alongside Jiang Lu for long before Feng Dai stealthily followed suit. "Li Xian, you rascal, I truly cannot bear it. How on earth did you suddenly overclock?" Feng Dai exclaimed, embracing Li Xian and shouting, "Brother Feng, let me share my secret with you," Li Xian whispered conspiratorially. "Really?" Feng Dai immediately lifted his head, eagerly inquiring. Jiang Lu patted Li Xian on the shoulder, chuckling, "Look at this little rascal. How could he possibly have a secret? Furthermore, entering overclock mode varies from person to person. What he claims and the actual execution are 2 entirely different matters." Now, Li Xian, do not mislead Feng Dai. He is not particularly bright, so do not make him more foolish. "Yes, master." Li Xian grinned. You've truly learned to be mischievous." Feng Dai laughed heartily. "Next time we return to base, you must treat us to a grand feast." Li Xian smiled and nodded. "Absolutely, I shall treat you to the finest." In conclusion, Jiang Lu, Feng Dai, and Li Xian had become the closest of comrades within the entire second squad. Jiang Lu and Feng Dai had been fighting side by side for an extended period. Although Li Xian's time in the squad was short, his remarkable skills were a product of their training. Moreover, they had faced peril together during their initial encounter with 5 Knight Companions. The bond and camaraderie among these 3 surpassed that of the other leaders and rookies within the squad. Ultimately, it was Feng Dai and Li Xian who were truly Jiang Lu's trusted confidants. Li Xion's newfound strength also ensured that Jiang Lu's influence within the squad would remain robust. The sharing session proposed by Jiang Lu successfully commenced the day after the battlefield was cleared. However, the gathering was not without its challenges, as the turnout was overwhelming. The initial venue for the sharing session was merely a small tent hastily erected in the C2 area, intended for just 40 individuals from the squad. Yet upon hearing of the event, the first squad's Kachin brought his entire team of 40 along. Not long after, the mecha operators from the 5th squad also crowded into the small space. With so many attendees, there was no choice but to expand the venue. Fortunately, the area was a wasteland, and with minimal effort, a new space was prepared. Though the site appeared somewhat chaotic, not a single mecha operator voiced complaints. Ultimately, even Liu Quan sent personnel to set up remote equipment, and 2 other squads responsible for assaulting the outer perimeter also established remote setups. What began as a gathering of 40 turned into a sharing session for 200. Although those capable of mastering the chip overclocking mode were approximately 1 in 100, however, it is evident that within the ranks of the Blueprint Dispatch Corps, there exists no presence of the 2 individuals among the 200 mech pilots. Currently, only Li Xian appears fortunate, having mastered the overclocking mode. The initial viewing is also of Li Xian's combat footage. The video begins with the assault of the 7th squad's mechs, where Li Xian boldly charges out of the passage. Engaging in combat against the enemy's long-range fire, as the 2 enemy knights close in, the atmosphere of the video becomes increasingly tense. Those present share in the experience, especially with over 100 rookie mech pilots in attendance. In the C1-C3 offensive zone, the 1st, 2nd, and 5th squadrons encounter resistance from enemy mechs. Only the 2nd squadron suffers no losses, while the other 2 squadrons incur casualties that in the heat of the previous battle. Many rookies trembled with anxiety, and now, as they observe Li Xian's combat, they can feel the tension radiating from the 3 rookies accompanying him. The visuals of the battle need not be elaborated upon. By the end, everyone feels it was a resounding victory, exhilarating beyond measure. From being overwhelmed by 2 knights to swiftly retaliating after activating overclocking mode, the turnaround is thrilling for the rookies, who wish they could take his place. After the video concludes, Li Xian begins his presentation. Regarding overclocking mode, although the proportion of individuals implanted with biointelligent chips is not particularly high, it is not exclusive to mech pilots. Similarly, it is not solely mech pilots who can access the overclocking mode. Rather, the impact is significantly greater for those who have mastered IT in various fields. Individuals who have harnessed the chip's overclocking mode have shared their experiences, with methods varying widely and effects differing as well. It is challenging to pinpoint replicable elements, yet nearly every fortunate individual who has mastered overclocking feels compelled to share their insights. After all, the probability of mastering overclocking mode is markedly higher after listening to such accounts than without. During battle, I sensed that I had maximized the chip's utility. Even as the enemy's assaults continued, the chip assisted my combat, yet I found myself at a loss for solutions as my computational capacity waned. Ultimately, I was fortunate to enter overclocking mode, likely due to the dire circumstances. This necessity for overclocking mode stemmed from depleting the chip's computational abilities amidst a critical situation. Thank you all for attending my presentation. I conclude here. After finishing, Li Xian bows slightly. Applause. In the next moment, thunderous applause erupts throughout the venue. A true hero indeed. Among the audience, a rookie mech pilot gazes at Li Xian with uncontainable envy. I wish I could also master overclocking and emulate Captain Li. Why wasn't I assigned under Captain Li's command? A rookie glances towards Wei Qian and the others. The 3 rookies under Li Xian's command are now clapping so fervently that their hands have turned red. Their faces beaming with joy. That was exhilarating, absolutely thrilling, Wei Qian murmurs while applauding. Gan Honkai grins so widely that his back teeth are nearly visible, though Li Xian stands on stage as his subordinates. Wei Qian, Gan Honkai, and Ling Yang bask in the glory as well. While it is Li Xian who shines from certain perspectives, his brilliance reflects upon them too. The military operates as a cohesive unit. And this time, they have made a name for themselves. Though they only managed to defeat a knight through a coordinated assault, they still tasted the thrill of battle. Moreover, in the subsequent combat, the trio's performance was commendable. Standing out among the rookies, as the applause subsides, a holographic projection of Liu Quan appears on the table ahead. Attention! In an instant, over 100 mech pilots in the venue, along with dozens more from the other 2 squadrons watching remotely, rise simultaneously to salute. Liu Quan returns the gesture briefly before stating, "Recent battles have been intense, and our forces have achieved commendable results. In just a few short days, We have secured 3 regions. I believe it won't be long before we capture the remaining 13 regions. Here, I wish to particularly commend the 2nd Squadron. Lu Quan's holographic projection turns towards the 2nd Squadron at that moment. All members of the 2nd Squadron involuntarily sit up straighter, puffing out their chests. The 2nd Squadron has demonstrated the fastest enemy elimination rate, with no losses among their mechs. Not only have they suffered no losses, but the infantry and armored units accompanying them also experienced the lowest casualty rates. Here, I hope everyone will applaud the 2nd Squadron. Applause. The venue erupts once more in thunderous applause. Lu Quan continues. This is a war. And how we minimize our losses while winning battles swiftly and safely is of utmost importance. Li Xian, a relatively inexperienced squad leader, based on the recent combat footage, has outperformed many veteran leaders. Not only has he entered overclocking mode, but his leadership in guiding his squad surpasses that of numerous leaders present. The expression on Lu Quan's face grows serious as he adds, many squad leaders have yet to step out of the role of a mere soldier. You are not only ordinary mech pilots, but also commanders of combat teams. Your mission extends beyond fighting the immediate enemy. You must also care for your comrades and provide them with optimal commands and guidance. Many of our comrades are fresh from military academies, lacking experience. Yet their soldierly spirit and zeal are undeniable. I urge all squad leaders to learn from Li Xian. Be not only courageous in battle, but also adept at management, able to effectively command all members of your team. In the command center, I do not wish to receive reports of soldiers falling in battle or mechs being destroyed. What I want to hear is news of victories and enemy kills. Do you all have the confidence to lead your comrades and achieve victory after victory? Yes, indeed. Lu Quan nods in satisfaction within the holographic projection, stating, excellent. In that case, I eagerly await your good news. The projection of Lu Quan fades away, marking the formal conclusion of this sharing session. Afterward, Li Xian finds himself quite the sought-after figure. Ke Qian, the captain of the 1st Squadron, and Xiao Hong, the captain of the 5th Squadron, approach him accompanied by a few trusted leaders. Ke Qian is an old acquaintance, having a good relationship with Jiang Lu, as their respective teams have fought alongside each other in the past. Ke Qian remarks to Jiang Lu, if only Li Xian had been assigned to me back then. Huh. Jiang Lu laughs heartily. You wish, Li Xian, why not join my squad? I can offer you the position of deputy squad leader. Ke Qian extends his hand to Li Xian, asking earnestly.